the narrative continues. From the moment Eldarion read Erendis's refusal to return to Arminelos, the tale can only be followed in brief glimpses and fragments pieced together from scattered notes that often contradict one another, composed at different times. It appears that once Eldarion became king of Númenor in the year 883, he resolved to sail again for Middle-earth almost immediately, departing for the Grey Havens either that same year or the next. Chronicles note that upon the prow of his ship, Hirilonde, he placed not a bough of oilera, but a gift from Círdan, an eagle figure with a golden beak and jeweled eyes. By its maker's craft, it perched as if poised for unerring flight toward some distant mark it alone could see. "This sign shall lead us to our purpose," Eldarion declared. "For our return, let the Valar provide, if our deeds do not displease them." It is also recorded that while no detailed logs remain of Eldarion's later voyages, it is known he travelled extensively by land as well as sea. He journeyed up the river Gwathlo as far as Tharbad, where he is said to have met with the Lady Galadriel, a meeting unmentioned elsewhere, though at that time she and Celeborn dwelt in the nearby realm of Eregion. Yet for all his efforts, Eldarion's works were ultimately undone. The constructions he began anew at Vignalonde were never finished, consumed by the relentless sea. Still, he laid a vital foundation for the achievements of Tar Minastir many years later during the First War with Sauron. Without his endeavours, the fleets of Númenor could not have brought their power to bear in time, just as he had foreseen. Even then, a shadow was growing. Hostile men from the mountains were already pushing into the lands of Enedwaith. In the time of Eldarion, the people of Númenor were not yet seeking new lands, and his venturers were a small, admired group that few chose to join. The records are silent on whether the alliance with Gil-galad was strengthened or if the aid he requested in his letter to Tar-Minel-Dor was ever sent. It is noted that Eldarion's actions were mistimed, arriving too late, as the dark power opposing Númenor had already awakened, and too early, for the island kingdom was not yet prepared to reveal its full strength or re-enter the world's conflicts. When Tar Eldarion resolved to sail back to Middle-earth around the year 883, it caused a stir in Númenor, for no king had ever before left the island, leaving the council without any precedent. Menel-Dor is said to have declined the offer of regency, and it was Halatan of Hira-Storni who ultimately assumed the role, whether appointed by the council or by Eldarion himself. The early years of Ankalim's life are not clearly documented, but her developing character, shaped by her mother's influence, is described with less uncertainty. Unlike the more austere Erendis, Ankalime had a natural fondness for finery, music, and admiration. Yet she valued these pleasures on her own terms and would use her mother's quiet house in Emeria as a retreat. She held a complex, almost contradictory view of her parents' strife. In private reflection, she could sympathize with Erendis's cold reception of Eldarion upon his return. Yet she also understood her father's fierce anger and his subsequent deliberate erasure of Erendis from his affections. Ankalima harbored a deep aversion to the obligations of marriage and to any limitation on her own will. Her mother spoke constantly against men, and one striking example of Erendis's teaching survives. Men in Númenor, Erendis said, are like half-elves, particularly among the noble lines. They belong to neither world fully. The long years given to them lead to a prolonged adolescence. They linger as children in spirit until age finally claims them, and even then, many simply exchange outdoor pursuits for idle amusements at home. They confuse pastimes with serious matters and treat grave affairs as mere sport. They wish to be masters, scholars, and heroes all at once, while viewing women as household fixtures to be maintained by others until they tire of their games by evening. Everything exists for their convenience: hills for stone, rivers for water or mills, trees for timber, women for physical need, or, if beautiful, as ornaments for their halls. Children are diversions when there is nothing else to occupy them, though they might as readily play with puppies. To all they are courteous and cheerful, as light-hearted as morning birds in sunshine, for they avoid anger whenever possible. They believe men should be joyful and open-handed, giving freely what they do not require. Their wrath emerges only when they suddenly perceive another will opposing their own. Then they become as merciless as a gale if anything dares to stand against them. So it is, Ankhalima, and we cannot change it. For men built Numenor men, those celebrated heroes of song, of their women we hear little, except that they wept when their men fell. This land was meant as a haven after war. But if they grow weary of peace and its gentle arts, soon they will return to their grandest game, the slaughter and strife of battle. Such is our world, and we are placed here among them, yet we need not consent. If we too love Numenor, let us find joy in it before they bring it to ruin. We are also daughters of greatness, with wills and courage of our own. So do not yield, Ankhalima. Give but an inch, and they will press you further until you are bent double. Plant your roots deep in stone and meet the wind, even if it strips every leaf away. Furthermore, Erendis had accustomed Ankhalima to a world of women, the calm, unhurried, and gentle rhythm of life in Emeria, free from sudden disruptions or alarms. Shouts of boys at play like those of Ebal felt like an intrusion from a distant, unruly realm. Horns sounded at odd hours as riders approached, and they were welcomed with boisterous feasting. They fathered children and left them with women when they became a burden. Though childbirth held fewer dangers and pains, Numenor was no paradise on earth, and the toil of work and creation remained. And Kalimo shared her father's determination in carrying out her plans, and like him she grew stubborn, often choosing the opposite of whatever was advised. She inherited some of her mother's coolness and keen sense of personal slight, and buried deep within, nearly but not entirely forgotten, was the memory of Aldarion firmly releasing her hand and setting her aside when he was impatient to depart. She held a deep affection for the rolling hills of her homeland, declaring she could never sleep peacefully unless she heard the distant bleating of sheep. Yet she did not reject the heirship, resolving that when her time came she would reign as a powerful queen, free to live as and where she wished. For about 18 years after Aldarion took the throne, he was frequently away from Numenor. During that period, Ankhalimo divided her time between Emeria and Armenelos, for Queen Almarian had taken a strong liking to her and indulged her much as she had Aldarion in his youth. In the capital, everyone treated her with respect, Aldarion not least among them. Though initially uneasy, missing the open skies of her home, she gradually shed her shyness and noticed men gazing in admiration at her beauty, which had now fully blossomed. As years passed, she grew increasingly headstrong and found the company of Erendis tiresome. Her mother lived like a widow and refused the role of queen. Still, Ankhalimo kept returning to Emeria, both as a retreat from court life and to deliberately provoke Aldarion. Clever and sharp-tongued, she saw the ongoing strife between her parents as a game where she stood to gain. Then, in the year 892, when Ankhalima was 19, she was formally proclaimed the king's heir, far younger than was customary. At that time, Tar Aldarion pushed through a change in Numenor's law of succession. It is noted that he did this more from personal motives than political strategy, driven by a long-held desire to thwart Erendis. This legal shift is mentioned in historical records, which clarify that the old custom, not a formal law, had always favored the ruler's eldest son. If no son existed, inheritance passed to the nearest male descendant of Elros Tar-Minyata in the male line. Under the revised law, however, the ruler's eldest daughter could inherit if he had no son, though she retained the right to refuse. Should she decline, or later resign, or die without an heir, the succession would fall to the nearest male relative, whether through male or female descent. In Ankhalima's case, that would have been Soronto, her cousin and son of Aldarion's sister Eilinel. It was further established by the council's urging that a female heir must relinquish her claim if she remained unmarried past a designated age. To this, Tar Aldarion added a stipulation that the king's heir should only marry within the line of Elros, and that any who wed outside it would forfeit eligibility for the succession. This decree is widely thought to have sprung directly from Aldarion's own troubled union with Erendis, who was not of Elros's line and possessed a shorter lifespan, a difference he came to see as the source of their profound discord. These specific articles of the new law were preserved with such care precisely because they would critically shape the reigns that followed, though sadly the full tapestry of that history is now largely lost to us. In time, Tar Aldarion repealed the requirement that a ruling queen must marry or resign, a change undoubtedly prompted by Ankalima's own fierce resistance to both options. Yet the tradition that the heir should wed only another descendant of Elros endured from that day forward. Before long, suitors began arriving in Emeria, seeking Ankalima's hand. Drawn not merely by her new status but by widespread tales of her striking beauty, her distant and scornful manner, and the peculiar circumstances of her upbringing. The people took to calling her Emoen Aranel, the Princess Shepherdess. To evade this relentless attention, Ankalima, with help from the elder woman Zarmin, withdrew to a secluded farmstead near the holdings of Halatan of Hierostoni. There, for a time, she embraced the simple, solitary life of a shepherdess. The surviving records, which are little more than hurried notes, conflict on her parents' reactions. One version claims Arendis knew of her daughter's whereabouts and approved of the retreat, while Aldarion blocked the council's efforts to find her, secretly pleased by this show of independence. Another account insists Arendis was deeply troubled by the flight and the king was furious. In this telling, Arendis even attempted a reconciliation with Aldarion, if only concerning their daughter's welfare. But Aldarion remained cold, stating that the king had no wife, but he did have a daughter and heir, and he doubted Arendis was truly ignorant of the hiding place. What is certain is that during her retreat, Ankalime encountered a shepherd tending flocks in the same rolling hills. To her, he introduced himself as Mamandil. Unaccustomed to such company, she found herself captivated by his skilful singing. He sang to her ancient songs from the distant days when the Edan roamed the lands of Eriador with their herds, long before they ever encountered the Eldar. They met often in those sun-drenched pastures, and he began to weave their names, Emowen and Mamandil, into the old tales of lovers. Ankalime pretended not to grasp the meaning behind his altered lyrics. But eventually, he spoke his love for her plainly. She recoiled, refusing him, and declared that her destiny as the king's heir stood irrevocably between them. Marmondil, however, was not discouraged. He laughed and revealed that his true name was Halakar, son of Halatan of Hierostoni, and that he too was of the line of Elros Tar Miniatur. How else, he asked, could any suitor hope to find you? Ankalim grew angry, then feeling deceived since he had known her identity all along. He replied, "That is partly true. I did arrange to meet the lady whose ways were so unusual that my curiosity was stirred. But then I came to love Imerwen, and I care nothing now for her title. Do not imagine I seek your high station. I would far rather you were only Imerwen. My only joy in my lineage is that it places me within the line of Elros, for otherwise I believe we could not marry." "We could," Ankalim retorted, a sharp edge of defiance in her voice. "If I had any desire for such a life, I could set my royalty aside and be free. Yet if I were to take that step, I would gain the freedom to marry whomever I chose, and that would be Una, meaning Nomen, the one I hold above all others." In the end, however, Ankalim was wed to Halaka. Some accounts suggest that Halaka's unwavering pursuit, even after her initial refusal, combined with pressure from the council for her to take a husband to ensure the realm's stability, led to their union not long after they first met among the flocks in Emeria. Another version claims she remained unmarried for so long that her cousin Soronto, citing the new law, demanded she relinquish the heirship. In response, she married Halaka purely to spite him. A further brief note implies she wed Halaka only after Aldarion had revoked that provision, thereby crushing Soronto's hopes of becoming king should Ankalime die without an heir. Whatever the truth, it is clear Ankalime desired neither love nor a child. She once remarked, "Must I turn into Queen Almerian, doting on a son?" Her marriage to Halaka was joyless. She resented him for their son Anarion, and conflict festered between them. She even sought to dominate him, declaring herself the owner of his lands and forbidding him to live there, stating she would not have her husband reduced to a mere farm steward. From this strife comes the final recorded tale of their unhappiness. Ankalim forbade her attending women from marrying. Though most obeyed out of fear, these women came from the surrounding countryside and had lovers they wished to wed. Hallecker in secret arranged their marriages. He then announced a final feast at his family home before he departed, inviting Ankalima under the pretense of courtesy, as it was his kin's house. She arrived, attended by all her women, for she refused service from men. The house was ablaze with light, adorned for a grand celebration. Men of the household stood wearing garlands as grooms, each holding a second garland for a bride. "Come," said Hallecker, "the weddings are prepared, and the bridal chambers await." Since we could not possibly expect the Lady Ankalima, the king's heir, to share a bed with a farm steward, alas, she must sleep alone tonight. Trapped by the distance and unwilling to travel without her attendants, Ankalima had no choice but to stay. Neither the men nor the women concealed their smiles. She refused to join the feast, lying in bed instead, listening to the distant laughter and believing it mocked her. The next morning she rode off in icy fury, with Hallecker sending 3 men as escort. In this way he had his revenge, for she never returned to Emeria, where even the sheep seemed to scorn her. Yet her hatred for Hallecker burned long afterward. Of Tar Aldarian's later years, little is known except that he continued his voyages to Middle-earth, more than once leaving Ankalima as regent. His final voyage occurred near the end of the first millennium of the Second Age. In the year 1075, Ankalim became the first ruling queen of Numenor. It is said that after Tar Aldarian's death in 98, Tar Ankalim abandoned all her father's policies and ceased aid to Gil-galad in Lindon. Her son Anarion, who later became the 8th ruler, first had 2 daughters. They both disliked and feared the queen, refusing the heirship and remaining unwed, as the queen, in retaliation, would not permit them to marry. Anarion's son, Surion, was born last and became the 9th ruler. As for Erendis, when old age came upon her, neglected by Ankalima and steeped in bitter loneliness, she yearned once more for Aldarion. Learning he had departed on what would be his final voyage but was soon expected back, she finally left Emeria. Traveling unrecognized and unknown, she made her way to the haven of Romena. It was there, it seems, that Erendis met her end. The only record of her passing is a brief notation stating she perished in the water in the year 995, leaving the precise circumstances a mystery. A chronology of events follows. Anadil, later known as Aldarion, was born in the year 700 of the Second Age. His initial voyage to Middle-earth commenced in 725. His father, Meneldor, ascended to become king of Numenor in 740. The Guild of Venturers was established in 750, and Aldarion was formally named the king's heir in 800. Erendis was born in 771. Aldarion's 7-year voyage spanned the years 806 to 813. The maiden journey of the ship Palaran occurred from 816 to 820. His defiant voyage with 7 ships against the wishes of King Tar-Meneldor took place from 824 to 829, followed immediately by an even longer expedition of 14 years from 829 to 843. The betrothal of Aldarion and Erendis was in 858. After their betrothal, Aldarion undertook another lengthy voyage from 863 to 869. They were finally wed in 870. Their daughter Ankalime was born in the spring of 873. The great ship Hirelonde set sail in the spring of 877. Aldarion's return and the subsequent irrevocable breach with Erendis happened in 882, and he received the scepter of Numenor in 883 in other historical accounts. Meneldor is also titled Tar-Meneldor Elentirmo, meaning Star Watcher. The role of Soronto in these events is now only faintly visible in the remaining fragments of the tale. It was Viantor, born in the year 451, who first successfully sailed from Numenor to Middle-earth in the year 600, an event that marked a new chapter in the world's history. A later account describes the profound moment of the first reunion. 6 centuries after the departure of the Edain to Numenor, a ship from the west entered the Gulf of Lune. Gil-galad welcomed its captain and crew, forging the enduring alliance between Numenor and the elves of Lindon. Word spread quickly among the men of Eriador, filling them with awe. Their ancient traditions spoke vaguely of a great war and lost kinsmen consumed by fire and sea, leading many to fear these newcomers were perilous spirits. Yet 12 bold men journeyed to the Tower Hills to meet them. Upon seeing the Númenóreans, their fear vanished, replaced by a silent awe. The shipmen, majestic in bearing and attire, seemed more like elven lords than mortals. Yet a deep, instinctive recognition of kinship flowed between them. For their part, the Númenóreans were astonished, having long believed the men of Middle-earth were descendants of those who served the Shadow. Instead, they beheld faces unmarked by darkness, men who, but for their garb and weapons, could have walked the streets of Númenor unchallenged. Then, breaking the solemn silence, both peoples spontaneously spoke words of welcome in their own tongues, as if greeting long-lost family finally returned home. Initially, they were disheartened, as neither group could comprehend the other's speech. Yet, as they mingled in friendship, they discovered many words remained clearly recognizable, and others became understandable with careful attention, allowing them to converse, albeit haltingly, about simple matters. The essay further explains these men lived around Lake Evendim, across the North Downs and the Weather Hills, and in the lands stretching to the Brandywine River. They often wandered west of the river but did not settle there. They maintained a friendly, though awestruck, relationship with the elves, while holding a deep fear of the sea, refusing even to gaze upon it. Their origins trace back to the same stock as the peoples of Beor and Hador, who, unlike their kin, had not crossed the Blue Mountains into Beleriand during the First Age. The text references Uldarion, son of Meneldor, noting that Tar Elendil did not relinquish the scepter to Meneldor for another 15 years. The autumn feast of Thanksgiving to Eru, known as Eru Hantale, is mentioned alongside geographical notes. The river Isen's elvish name, Angron, and Ras Morthil, likely the great headland also called Andrast. A reference to the country of Amroth suggests the tale was recorded in Gondor before the departure of the last elven ship in the Third Age. Uinen, spouse of Orsay, is noted for the reverence the Númenóreans held for her, a protection said to be nearly equal to that of the Valar. The Guildhouse of the Venturers was eventually confiscated by the kings and moved to Andúni. Its records, including precise charts of Númenor, lost in the downfall, though the timing remains unclear. The river, later known as the Gweithlo or Grey Flood, and the haven Lund Dare are cited. Erendis is described as descended from the House of Beor, known for dark hair and grey eyes, linking her to Bereth, aunt of Morwen and Rian. Differences in lifespans among the Númenóreans are acknowledged, and the tree Oileri is mentioned as part of Númenórean tradition. A portent is implied in the narrative, echoed by later accounts of ships foundering in the days of Ar-Pharazôn, a grief unprecedented since the rising of the star. Valendil, Aldarion's cousin and ancestor of Elendil, is noted along with the spring feast Erukurma. The text concludes with a vivid depiction of the Númenóreans' far-sightedness on clear days. The keenest eyes might glimpse a distant white city and tower in the west. A vision seen from heights like the Meneltama or from ships off the coast, a haunting reminder of a world beyond their reach. Yet the more learned understood that this far shore was not truly the blessed realm of Valinor, but rather Avayoni, the harbour of the Eldar upon Iresir, the easternmost of the Undying Lands. From this, it is told, arose the custom for later kings and queens to wear a white jewel like a star upon the forehead, forsaking any crown. In the western regions and in Dunie, the elven tongue was spoken by all, from the highest lord to the humble labourer. Erendis was raised in that speech, while Uldarion preferred the Númenórean language, though like all men of noble birth in Númenor, he was also fluent in the tongue of Beleriand. A separate note on the languages of the island explains that the common use of Sindarin in the northwest stemmed from the settlement of those parts largely by people of Beorian lineage, who had long ago in Beleriand abandoned their own speech for that of the elves. In other regions, Adunak was the native language of the people, though nearly all had some knowledge of Sindarin. Within the royal house, and among most noble or scholarly families, Sindarin was typically the first language until the time of Tara Tanamir, though Aldarion's noted preference for Númenórean speech may mark him as an exception. This note adds that while Sindarin spoken by mortal men over long ages tended to splinter into dialects, this drift was largely checked in Numenor, at least among the aristocracy and the learned through their ongoing contact with the Eldar of Oresa and Lindon. Quenya was not a spoken language in daily life. It was known only to scholars and those of lofty lineage who were instructed in it from childhood. It was reserved for enduring official records, the laws, the scroll and annals of the kings, and often for more obscure works of law. It was also extensively used in naming. All official place names, regions, and geographical features were given in Quenya form, though they usually bore local names in either Sindarin or Adunag as well. Personal names, particularly the official and public ones of all members of the royal house and the line of Elros, were bestowed in Quenya. A reference to these matters elsewhere presents a somewhat different impression regarding the place of Sindarin, stating that the Dundain alone among men knew and spoke an elvish tongue, which they preserved with little change over the years as a cherished inheritance. Elinor was a small, golden, star-shaped flower. It also grew upon the mound of Seren Amroth in Lothlorien. Sam Gamgee later named his daughter after this bloom, following a suggestion from Frodo. As for Erendis, her lineage traced back through Bereth, sister to Baragund, the father of Morwen. It is noted that the Númenóreans, much like the Eldar, were reluctant to have children if they foresaw any lengthy separation between husband and wife from the child's conception through its earliest years. By the Númenóreans' own standards of what was fitting, Aldarion remained at home for only a very short time after his daughter's birth, a point that did not go unnoticed, and which some whispered spoke more of his restless ambition than of paternal duty. Note on the Council of the Scepter during this period of Númenor's history clarifies that its authority was purely advisory. The notion of it possessing any governing power over the king was neither desired nor imagined as necessary. Its members were drawn from every region of the island, and the proclaimed king's heir held a seat to learn the ways of governance. The king could also summon or request the selection of individuals with particular expertise relevant to ongoing debates. At this time, aside from Aldarion, only two members traced their lineage to Elros, Valandil of Undunia, representing the Undustar, and Halatan of Hierostorni for the Mittelmar. Their positions were not secured by noble birth or riches, but by the genuine respect and affection they commanded in their homelands. It is elsewhere noted that the Lord of Undunia was always counted among the scepter's foremost advisers. Records state that Erennion was called Gil-galad, the Star of Radiance, for a compelling reason. His armor, helm, and shield, adorned with silver and a pattern of white stars, would catch the light from miles away, gleaming like a solitary star whether under the sun or moon. Elvish eyes could spot that radiant figure from great distances if he stood upon a high place. On a different matter of succession, a legitimate male heir could not refuse the throne. However, since a king could abdicate, a male heir could, in practice, accept, and then immediately resign the scepter to his own natural heir. In such a case, he was still considered to have reigned for at least a year. This precise scenario occurred with Vardamir, son of Elros, who never ascended the throne but passed the scepter directly to his son Amandil. It is mentioned elsewhere that the so-called royal marriage custom was never formal law, but grew from pride, a telling symptom of the shadow's influence. The practice only became inflexible when the visible differences in lifespan, vigor, and ability between the line of Elros and other families had faded or vanished entirely. There is an apparent inconsistency here, as Anarion was the heir during Ankalime's lifetime. Other chronicles simply note that Anarion's daughters refused the scepter. The line of Elros, kings of Númenor, from the founding of Armenelos to the downfall. The realm of Númenor is considered to have begun in the 32nd year of the Second Age, when Elros, son of Erendil, took the throne in the city of Armenelos at 90 years of age. Henceforth, in the Scroll of the Kings, he was named Tar Miniator. It was the custom for kings to adopt their titles in Quenya, the high elven tongue revered as the noblest language in the world, a tradition that persisted until the reign of Ar-Adunakar. Elros Tar Miniatur ruled the Númenóreans for 410 years. To the Númenóreans was granted long life, and they remained hale for 3 times the span of ordinary men in Middle-earth. But to Eärendil's son was given the longest life of any man, and to his descendants a somewhat shorter, though still greater span than that of other Númenóreans. This held true until the coming of the Shadow, when the years of the Númenóreans began to diminish. I. Elros Tar Miniatur. He was born 58 years before the start of the Second Age. He showed no weariness of life until he reached 500 years, then voluntarily laid it down in the year 442, having ruled for 410 years. Nolimon Lumimon. Born in the year 61 of the Second Age, he died in 471. He was called Nolimon for his greatest passion was the study of ancient lore, which he diligently collected from both elves and men. Upon the departure of Elros, Vardamir, then 381 years old, did not ascend the throne, but immediately gave the scepter to his son. He is nevertheless reckoned the second king, and is deemed to have reigned for 1 year. It is said he spent that nominal year of rule not in court, but in the quiet archives of the palace, utterly absorbed in organizing the vast historical scrolls he cherished, a detail that speaks volumes about where his true heart lay. From the time of Elros until the reign of Tar Atanamir, it became the enduring tradition for the king to willingly pass the scepter to his heir while still in full possession of his strength and wisdom, departing life by choice rather than frailty. The third ruler, Tar Armandil, son of Vardamir Nolimon, was born in the year 1902. He held the kingship for 148 years, relinquishing it in 590 and passing away in 603. His son, Tar Elendil, born in 350, then took up the rule. He governed for 150 years, surrendering the scepter in 740 and dying in 751, known also as Parmaet the Handy. He was a scholar and scribe who personally compiled many volumes of lore and history collected by his grandfather. Interestingly, he chose to marry late in life. His firstborn was a daughter, Silmarion, born in 521, from whose line, through her son Valandil, would descend the lords of Andunia. The last of these lords was Amandil, father of Elendil the Tall, who would one day escape the downfall and reach the shores of Middle-earth. It was during Tar Elendil's rule that the great ships of Númenor first returned to those eastern lands. Tar-Meneldur, his only son and third child, was born in 543. He ruled for 143 years, yielding the scepter in 883 and dying in 942. His given name was Iriman, but he earned the title Meneldur for his deep passion for the stars and their lore. He married Almerian, daughter of Veunter, the renowned captain of ships. Though wise, his nature was notably gentle and patient. His reign, however, ended abruptly and ahead of its time due to a shrewd political decision. Growing shadows in Middle-earth, marked by the disquiet of Gil-galad in Lindon, who sensed a hostile spirit stirring against elves and Dúnedain, compelled Tar-Meneldur to resign the throne to his son to ensure a stronger hand guided the realm. That son was Tar Aldarion, born in 700. His true name was Anadil, but he was called Aldarion for his love of forests. He planted vast woodlands to supply timber for his shipyards. A master mariner and shipbuilder, he sailed often to Middle-earth, becoming a close friend and advisor to Gil-galad. Yet his long voyages bred a bitter distance at home. His wife, Erendis, grew wrathful over his absences, and they parted ways in 882. His only child was a daughter, the beautiful Ankalime. For her sake, he controversially changed the ancient law of succession, allowing the eldest daughter to inherit the throne in the absence of sons. This move angered many in the royal house, particularly his nephew Soronto, son of his elder sister Eilionel, who stood as heir under the old custom. Aldarion ruled for 192 years, surrendering the scepter to his daughter in 1075 and dying in 1098. Thus, Tar Ankalima, born in 873, became the first ruling queen of Númenor. Her reign of 205 years was the longest of any monarch after Elros. She surrendered power in 1280 and died in 1285. Stubborn and proud, she long refused to marry. Only when Soronto pressed his claim, hoping she would step aside, did she spitefully wed Halakar, son of Halaton, in the year 100,000, a man descended from the line of Vardamir. Their union was fraught, and after the birth of their son Anarion, strife grew between them. Upon her father's death, she petulantly abandoned all his policies and withdrew Numenor's support from Gil-galad, a decision that would echo in the growing silence between the two lands. Her son, Tar-Anarion, born in 1003, ruled for 114 years, giving up the scepter in 1394 and dying a decade later. He was succeeded by his third child, Tar-Surian, born in 1174. After his elder sisters refused the throne, Tar-Surian ruled for 162 years, surrendering power in 1556. Then came the second ruling queen, Tar-Telperion, born in 1320. Women of Numenor were famously long-lived, clinging to life with a fierce tenacity, and she exemplified this, ruling for 175 years until 1731, the year of her death. She never took a husband, and so the scepter passed not to a child of her own, but to Ministir, son of Isilmo, who was the second child of Tar-Suriont. Tar-Ministir earned his name from the towering structure he raised upon the hill of Oromet, near the western shores of Andunia. From that lofty perch he spent countless hours staring across the sea, his heart heavy with the deep longing that had taken root among the Númenóreans. He held a love for the Eldar, yet it was poisoned by a fierce envy. It was this king who dispatched a massive fleet to aid Gil-galad in the initial war against Sauron. Born in 1474, he reigned for 138 years, relinquishing the scepter in 1869 and passing away 4 years later. His son, Tar-Siriatan, born in 1634, was a monarch of immense power but insatiable greed. He ruled for 160 years until 2029 and died in 2035. He constructed a great royal armada, and his servants plundered Middle-earth for metals and gems, oppressing its people. He mocked his father's wistful gazes westward, instead channeling his own restless ambition into voyages to the east, north, and south. It is whispered that he forced his father's early abdication, an act some see as the first true shadow falling upon Númenor's happiness. Then came Atanamir the Great, born in 1800. His reign lasted 192 years, ending with his death in 2221. The annals describe him as proud and avaricious like his father, with his forces extracting brutal tribute from the coastal peoples of Middle-earth. It was during his rule that the shadow truly settled over the land. The king and his followers began to speak openly against the ban of the Valar, their hearts turning to resentment, though a sliver of wisdom kept them from outright defiance. He earned another name, the Unwilling, as he was the first king to refuse to willingly surrender the scepter or his life, clinging to power until a feeble old age claimed him. Under his son, Tar-Ankalimon, born in 1986 and ruling until 2386, the rift widened. The majority, the king's men, grew estranged from the Eldar, many abandoning the elven tongues and ceasing to teach them. The royal titles, however, were still uttered in Quenya, a hollow custom kept more from superstitious fear than any lingering affection. Tar-Telemaite, born in 2136 and ruling until 2526, was so named for his obsession with silver, and he commanded endless searches for the precious metal mithril. From his time forward, kings often ruled in name only, true power slipping to their sons or counselors as the line of Elros faded under the growing shadow. The third ruling queen was Tar-Vanemelde, born in 277. She reigned for 111 years but cared little for governance, preferring music and dance. Real power was held by her husband, Harukulmo, who upon her death in 263-7 seized the scepter as Tar and Dukal, usurping their son Alcarin. Many histories refuse to number him among the legitimate kings. Tar-Alcarin, born in 2406, finally claimed his rightful rule, holding it for 80 years until 2737. He was followed by Tar-Kalmasel, born in 2516, a formidable military leader in his youth who expanded Númenórean holdings along the coasts of Middle-earth. His conquests stoked the hatred of Sauron, who, for a time, withdrew to distant eastern lands to patiently rebuild his strength. During the reign of Tar-Kalmasel, the king's name was first uttered in the Adunaic tongue, and the king's men knew him as Ar-Belzegar. The 19th ruler, Tar-Ardamin, was born in the year 2618 and held the scepter for 74 years until his passing in 2899. His Adunaic name was Ar-Abatarik. The 20th king, Ar-Adunachor, whose Quenya name was Tar-Harunuman, was born in 2709 and ruled for 63 years until 2962. He was the first to assume the throne with a title purely in the Adunaic language, though, as previously noted, a Quenya name was still recorded in the official scrolls out of lingering superstition. The faithful considered these new titles nothing short of blasphemy, for they meant Lord of the West, a name they reserved only for the great Valar, particularly Manwë. In his time, the elven languages were officially banned from use and teaching, preserved only in secret by the faithful. The ships from the distant land of Eressa thereafter made rare and furtive visits to Númenor's western shores, their arrivals becoming whispered legends among the loyal Ar-Zimrathone. Known also as Tar-Hostamir, the 21st monarch, was born in 2798 and reigned for 71 years until his death in 3033. He was followed by Ar-Saculthor, or Tar-Falassion, born in 2876, who ruled for 69 years until 3102. Then came Ar-Gimilzor, called Tar-Telemnar, the 23rd king. Born in 2960, his reign stretched 75 years until 3077. He emerged as the most formidable adversary the faithful had yet faced, utterly forbidding the Elder in tongues and barring any of the Eldar from setting foot on the island, punishing those who showed them kindness. He held nothing sacred and never visited the Hallow of Eru. His marriage to Inzilbeth, a lady of Tar Kalmassel's line, was one of profound discord. Secretly of the faithful through her mother, Lindoria of the Lords of Andunia, she found little love for her husband. This strife extended to their sons. The elder Inzilardun shared his mother's heart and mind, while the younger Gimilhad, born in 3044, was his father's mirror in spirit. Ar-Gimilzor would have gladly named Gimilhad his heir were it not for the ancient laws that prevented it. Gimilhad died in the year 3243. The 24th ruler, Tar-Palantir, whose birth name was Ar-Inziladun, was born in 3035 and ruled for 78 years until 3255. In a dramatic turn from the grim legacy he inherited, Tar-Palantir sought to mend the broken bonds with the Eldar and the Lords of the West. He earned his name, which means far-sighted, for his profound vision, and even his enemies dreaded his prophetic words. He often retreated to Undunia, the home of his grandmother Lindoria, who was sister to Eärendil, the 15th Lord of Andunia and grandfather of the current Lord, Númendil, Tar-Palantir's own cousin. There, he would climb the ancient tower built by King Minas, his eyes perpetually scanning the western horizon for a sail from Eressëa that never appeared, a silent testament to the pride of past kings and the hardened hearts of most Númenorians. His brother Gimilhad, ever his father's son, led the king's party in open and covert defiance of the king's will. Yet for a time the faithful knew peace. Tar-Palantir restored the proper observances at the Hallow upon the Meneltarma, and restored care and honour to the White Tree, of which he prophesied, when this tree dies, so too shall the line of kings. He married late and had no son, only a daughter whom he named Miriel in the elven tongue. But upon the king's death, she was forcibly taken as wife by Pharazôn, son of Gimilcard, against her will and in violation of Númenorian law, for he was her cousin. Seizing the scepter, he crowned himself Ar-Pharazôn, also called Tar-Kalion, while Miriel was given the name Ar-Zimrafel. Thus came to power Ar-Pharazôn, Tar-Kalion, the mightiest and the last king of Númenor. He was born in the year 3118, reigning for 64 years until his death during the downfall in 3319, having seized the scepter from Tar-Miriel, also known as Ar-Zimrafel. She was born in 31117 and likewise perished in the cataclysm. The full story of Ar-Pharazôn, with all its grandeur and its tragic folly, is recorded in the Chronicle of Númenor's Ruin, a text penned by Elendil and safeguarded in the archives of Gondor. The extended lifespan of Elros's descendants compared to other Númenóreans is a recurring theme beyond the tale of Aldarion and Erendis. The Akallabeth notes that all of Elros's line possessed long life, even by the lofty standards of Númenor. One specific record suggests a clear divide. For those of this royal blood, their prime vigor lasted until around their 400th year, while for others not of that lineage it faded closer to their 200th. Indeed, most kings from Vardamir to Tara Kalaman reached or slightly surpassed 4 centuries, with the few exceptions dying mere years short of it. Yet, in more recent scholarship from approximately the same period as the latest work on Aldarion and Erendis, this distinction in longevity becomes far less pronounced. Here, the Númenórean people as a whole are described as living about 5 times longer than other men, a claim that interestingly conflicts with statements in other appendices which cite a lifespan initially thrice that of lesser men. In this later view, the line of Elros merely had a tendency toward greater age, not a unique inherent destiny. The earlier narrative's emphasis on a vast fated gap in life expectancy, as felt keenly by Erendis and noted among the Beorians of the West, is absent. This account reserves a truly unique longevity for Elros alone. It clarifies that he and his brother Elrond began with the same physical potential for life. However, by choosing to live as a man, Elros retained humanity's core trait, what the Eldar termed the seeking elsewhither, a weariness or desire to eventually depart the world. The extended Númenórean span was achieved not by becoming elves, but by adopting an elvish mode of living. They remained mortal, granted only a prolonged period of mental and physical vigor. They matured at a normal human rate, but upon reaching full growth, they aged at a dramatically slower pace. The first stirrings of that world weariness were, for them, the signal that their vigor was waning. Once it ended, if they stubbornly clung to life, the decline into frailty and senility could be shockingly rapid, perhaps within a decade. The noble among the early generations did not cling to life, but laid it down willingly. This desperate clinging, leading to an involuntary forced death, emerged as a corruption brought by the shadow and the rebellion of Númenor, a sad shift accompanied by the overall shrinking of their natural lifespans. The number 148, rather than 147, likely signifies the actual years of Tar Amandil's reign, not counting the nominal year of Vardamir's rule. Silmarion is unquestionably the eldest child of Tar Elendil, with her birth consistently recorded in the year 521 of the Second Age, while her brother, Tar Meneldor's, is firmly set at 543. Yet in the tale of years from the appendices, Silmarion's birth appears under the entry for 448, a date tracing back to the earliest drafts. It seems probable this was an oversight that should have been corrected. This detail doesn't align with the earlier and later succession laws described elsewhere, which state Soronto only became Ankalim's heir presumptive due to a new statute, as he descended through the female line. The phrase "his elder sister" clearly refers to the older of his 2 sisters, regarding the scepter passing to Tar Telperion despite Tar Surion having a son, Isilmo. It's an oddity. This succession likely hinges on the newer law's formulation found in other texts, simple primogeniture, regardless of sex, rather than the old custom where a daughter inherited only if the ruler had no son. The date 1731 for the end of Tar Telperion's rule and Tar Ministir's accession creates a jarring conflict with the well-established chronology of the First War against Sauron, given that the great Númenórean fleet dispatched by Tar Ministir arrived in Middle-earth in 1700. Frankly, this discrepancy is baffling, and I can offer no explanation for it. In the Tale of Years, an entry states 2251 Tar Atanamir takes the scepter. Rebellion and division of the Númenóreans begins. This is completely at odds with the present text, which records Tar Atanamir's death in 2221. Interestingly, this 2221 date is itself an emendation from 2251, and his death is given as 2251 in other sources. So the same year pops up in different manuscripts for both his accession and his death. The entire chronological framework makes it obvious the former is incorrect. Furthermore, another account specifies that the division among the people began in the time of Atanamir's son, Ancalamon. I am therefore quite convinced the Tale of Years entry is in error and should read 2251 Death of Tar Atanamir, Tar and Calimon takes the scepter. Rebellion and division of the Númenóreans begins. But if that's the case, it's still peculiar that the date of Atanamir's death was altered in this lineage document if it was supposedly fixed by the Tale of Years. Now, here's a twist that feels like bureaucratic comedy. The list of rulers in the main appendices shows Ar-Udunachor as the 19th ruler following Tar-Kalmassul, the 18th. The Tale of Years says Ar-Udunachor took the scepter in 2899, which is why some reference works give that as Tar-Kalmassul's death year. Yet in another section of the same appendices, Ar-Udunachor is called the 20th king. The author himself, when asked about this in 1964, admitted he couldn't be certain without his papers, suggesting either a scribal error or a missing name. Talk about keeping your own historians guessing. When preparing later editions, the text was adjusted to call him the 19th king and changed subsequent totals accordingly, an editorial decision made to reconcile the conflicting counts. At the time, I hadn't noticed that in the line of Elros, the ruler who came after Tar-Kalmassul was listed as Tar-Ardamin, not Ar-Udunachor. Looking at it now, it's obvious, especially since Tar-Ardamin's death is recorded as 2899, that his name was accidentally left out of the list in The Lord of the Rings. Yet the tradition is firm, repeated in Appendix A, the Akal-Abeth, and the line of Elros itself, that Ar-Udunachor was indeed the first king to take the scepter using a name in the Adunaic language. If we assume Tar-Ardamin's omission was just a simple oversight, it's strange that the shift in naming customs is still pinned on the ruler immediately following Tar-Kalmassul. This hints that the text might be dealing with something more tangled than a mere copying mistake. In a couple of family trees, her father is listed as Gimil-Zagar, Tar-Kalmassul's second son, born in 2630, but that timeline doesn't add up. Inzilbeth must have been several generations removed from Tar-Kalmassul. There's also a very stylized floral drawing by my father, similar to one published in Pictures by J.R.R. Tolkien, 1979, number 45, lower right, which is labeled Inziladun. Beneath that name, written in both Fëanorian script and a transliteration, is the word Númenóta. According to the Akal-Abeth, Gimilchad died 2 years before reaching his 200th year, which was considered an early death for one of Elros's line, even as its vitality faded, as pointed out in Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings. Miriel ought to have been recognized as the 4th ruling queen. A last point of confusion between the line of Elros and the Tale of Years involves the dates for Tar Palantir. The Akal-Abeth states that when Inziladun took up the scepter, he reclaimed a title in the Elven tongue, as in the Elder Days, naming himself Tar Palantir. The Tale of Years notes for 3.75, Repentance of Tar Palantir. Civil War in Númenor. These strongly suggest 3.75 was his accession year, which is supported by the fact that in the line of Elros, the death date of his father Ar-Gimilzor was first written as 3.75 before being corrected to 3.77. Much like the tweak to Tar-Atanamir's death date mentioned earlier, it's puzzling why this minor change was made, directly contradicting the established Tale of Years. The claim that Elendil wrote the Akal-Abeth appears only here. It's also said elsewhere that the tale of Aldarion and Erendis, one of the few detailed histories preserved from Númenor, survived specifically because it held a personal interest for Elendil. The history of Galadriel and Celeborn and of Amroth, king of Lorien. Few sections of Middle-earth's history are as riddled with complications as the story of Galadriel and Celeborn. One has to acknowledge that there are some pretty stubborn inconsistencies baked right into the lore. Or, to put it another way, Galadriel's significance and her entire narrative arc came into focus only gradually, undergoing constant revision along the way. The earliest version seems clear. Galadriel crossed the mountains from Beleriand alone, sometime before the end of the First Age, and met Celeborn in his homeland of Lorien. This is directly stated in unpublished notes, and the same notion echoes in Galadriel's words to Frodo, where she speaks of dwelling with Celeborn for years uncounted, having passed over the mountains ere the fall of Nargothrond or Gondolin. In this original conception, Celeborn was most likely a Nandorin elf, one of the Teleri, who during the great journey from Cuiviénen chose not to cross the Misty Mountains, in a later account found in the appendices of The Lord of the Rings. We learn that Celeborn, a kinsman of King Thingol, lived with his wife Galadriel in Lindon, south of the river Lune, at the dawn of the Second Age. Additional notes from The Road Goes Ever On mention that Galadriel journeyed over the Ered Luin Mountains alongside Celeborn, who was one of the Sindar elves, eventually reaching the land of Erygion. The Silmarillion references their initial meeting within the hidden kingdom of Doriath and confirms Celeborn's familial tie to Thingol, also listing them among the Eldar who chose to stay in Middle-earth after the First Age concluded. The explanations for Galadriel's decision to remain are not entirely consistent. One source states clearly that after Morgoth's defeat, she was forbidden from returning to the west, a decree she met with a defiant pride, declaring she had no desire to go back anyway. While The Lord of the Rings does not spell this out directly, a letter from the author written years later elaborates on this point. It explains that while most exiles were permitted to return, a few key leaders of the ancient rebellion were excluded. By the time of the War of the Ring, Galadriel was the last of these during her lament in Lothlorien. She believed this exile was eternal, lasting as long as the world itself. This is why her song ends with a heartfelt plea, not a demand, but a graceful request that Frodo might be allowed a time of healing rest on the lonely Isle of Ressa, a place of respite within sight of the blessed realm from which she herself was barred. Her prayer was answered, and in a final twist of fate, her own ban was revoked. This was a reward for her crucial role in opposing Sauron, and, most significantly, for her immense strength in refusing the One Ring when it was freely offered to her. Thus, we see her at last able to depart into the West. However, it is uncertain whether this concept of a formal ban was envisioned when the farewell scenes in Lorien were originally penned. A separate, very late essay presents a different and richer background for Galadriel. She and her brother Finrod were the children of Finarfin, who inherited the golden hair and gentle spirit of the Vanya elves, along with their deep reverence for the Valar, preferring peace to conflict. Finarfin often found solace among the Teleri, even learning their language. He married Eowyn, daughter of King Olwe, which made his children kin to King Thingol of Doriath. This family connection played a part in their choice to join the great exile from Valinor and later proved vital during their time in Beleriand. Finrod resembled his father in appearance and noble heart, though he also possessed the bold courage and restless curiosity of the Noldor, coupled with a Telerin-born longing for the sea and unexplored shores. But Galadriel stood apart as perhaps the greatest of the Noldor, rivaled only by Feanor, though she possessed a wisdom he notably lacked, a wisdom that only deepened over the countless centuries. She was given the mother name Nerwen, meaning man-maiden, and she grew astonishingly tall, even by the standards of elven women. Her strength was not merely physical, but of mind and will, making her an equal to both the greatest scholars and the mightiest warriors of the Eldar in their prime. Her beauty was legendary among a people known for beauty, and her hair was considered a singular marvel, a radiant sight without equal. Her hair shone with a gold reminiscent of her father and her foremother Indis, yet it held a deeper luster, touched by the star-like silver of her mother's line. Among the Eldar, it was said the blended light of the two trees, Laurelin and Telperion, had been captured within her tresses. Many believed this very saying planted in Feanor the first seed of an idea to capture and mingle that light, a thought which later took physical form as the Silmarils. When Feanor gazed upon Galadriel's hair, he was filled with wonder and a covetous delight. 3 times he pleaded for a single lock, and 3 times Galadriel refused him, not yielding even one strand. From that moment, these two mighty kindred, the greatest of the Eldar in Valinor, became eternal unfriends. Born into the bliss of Valinor, Galadriel soon saw that light dim amid the growing strife. She found no peace within herself, torn in different directions during the testing time of the Noldor's discord. Proud, strong and self-willed, traits she shared with most of Finwë's line. Save Finarfin, she nonetheless harbored, like her beloved brother Finrod, dreams of distant, unguarded lands where she might establish a realm of her own free from any higher rule. Yet deeper still lived the noble and generous spirit of the Vanyar, and a reverence for the Valar she could never fully dismiss. From her youth she possessed a rare gift, insight into the minds of others, which she tempered with mercy and understanding, withholding her goodwill from none save Fëanor alone. In him she sensed a darkness she both hated and feared, though she failed to see that the same shadow had fallen upon all the Noldor and upon her own heart. So when the light of Valinor failed, forever as the Noldor believed, she joined the rebellion against the Valar's command to remain. Once she set foot on that road of exile, she would not relent, rejecting the final message of the Valar and coming under the doom of Mandos. Even after the merciless assault upon the Teleri and the theft of their ships, though she fought fiercely against Fëanor in defense of her mother's kin, she did not turn back. Her pride would not allow her to return as a defeated suppliant begging for pardon. Instead, she burned with a fierce desire to follow Fëanor to whatever lands he might reach, to thwart him in every way she could. That same pride moved her again when, after Morgoth's final overthrow at the end of the Elder Days, she refused the pardon offered by the Valar to all who had fought against him, choosing instead to remain in Middle-earth. It would take 2 long ages more before all she had desired in her youth finally came within her grasp, the ring of power and the dominion over Middle-earth of which she had once dreamed. Yet it was only then, with everything she thought she wanted laid before her, that her wisdom reached its fullness. In a moment of supreme clarity, she rejected it all, passing the final test and departing from Middle-earth forever. This ultimate refusal echoes the scene in Lothlorien when Frodo offered her the One Ring, and she declared, "In place of the Dark Lord you will set up a queen." As told in the annals, during the rebellion of the Noldor, Galadriel was eager to depart. She swore no oaths, yet Fëanor's words about Middle-earth had kindled a fire in her heart, for she yearned to see those wide, unguarded lands and to rule a realm there by her own will. Yet this version of events includes several elements not found in the Silmarillion. For instance, the close family tie between Finarfin's children and Thingol is presented as a key reason for their choice to follow Fëanor's rebellion. Galadriel is shown to have harbored a deep and instinctive suspicion of Fëanor from their earliest encounters, a sentiment that profoundly unsettled him. The account also details the internal strife among the Noldor at Alcolonde, going far beyond Angrod's later careful claim in Menegroth that Finarfin's kin were innocent in the slaying of the Teleri. Perhaps most striking is the clear declaration that Galadriel refused the pardon offered by the Valar at the close of the First Age. Later in the same text, it is noted that while her mother called her Nerwen and her father named her Artanis, meaning noble woman, the name she chose for her Sindarin identity was Galadriel. She selected it because it was the most beautiful of her names, a gift from her beloved Teleporno of the Teleri, whom she later wed in Beleriand. This Teleporno is Celeborn, though his lineage here is distinctly different, a point explored further on. In a stark contrast, a very late and partially faded note, possibly my father's final writing on Middle-earth, set down in the last weeks of his life, hints at a completely untold narrative of Galadriel's actions during the Noldor's rebellion. This late idea paints a picture of a Galadriel who was Fëanor's equal in stature and power within Valinor, though her gifts were of a different nature. Far from supporting his revolt, she stood firmly against him in every way. Her own desire was to leave Valinor for the vast challenges of Middle-earth, feeling that her brilliant mind and swift spirit had mastered all the Valar were willing to teach, and now chafed under the gentle confinement of Aman. This restless ambition was known to Manwë, who had not forbidden it, yet had not granted formal permission either. As she contemplated her path, Galadriel's thoughts turned to the famed ships of the Teleri. She journeyed to Alcolonde to live a while among her mother's people, and it was there, in the salt-scented air of the Swanhaven, that she met Celeborn, portrayed here as a Telerin prince and grandson of Olwë. Together they dreamed of building their own vessel and sailing to Middle-earth. They were on the verge of seeking the Valar's blessing for this venture when chaos erupted. Melkor fled Valmar and returned with the monstrous Ungoliant to extinguish the light of the trees. In the violent uprising that followed this darkening, Galadriel took no part with Feanor. In fact, she and Celeborn fought valiantly in defense of Alkalondi against the onslaught of the Noldor, managing to save Celeborn's own ship from capture. Witnessing this brutality firsthand filled Galadriel with a cold horror. In that moment, despairing of Valinor's peace and certain that Manwë's leave would now be denied, she acted. She and Celeborn set sail into the enveloping darkness without waiting for any blessing, thus falling under the same ban that condemned all who departed. They reached the shores of Middle-earth even before Feanor's host, making landfall at the haven of Tírdan, where they were joyfully received as kin of Elwë Lord Thingol. In the long years that followed, they steered clear of the direct wars against Angband, judging the struggle futile under the Valar's ban and without their aid. Instead, their counsel and their efforts turned eastward. They feared Morgoth might draw strength from those uncharted lands, and so they sought to build their own power there, offering friendship and wisdom to the scattered dark elves and the early tribes of men they encountered. However, this proposed course held no appeal for the elves of Beleriand, leading Galadriel and Celeborn to cross the Ered-Linden Mountains before the First Age concluded. When the Valar later offered them pardon and a return to the west, they both refused. This particular version of events, which entirely dissociates Galadriel from Feanor's rebellion and even has her leaving Aman separately with Celeborn, stands in stark contrast to other established accounts. Its origin lies more in thematic reflection than strict chronicle, pondering the exact nature of Galadriel's initial defiance in Valinor and the full scope of her authority in Middle-earth. Adopting this narrative would have required significant changes to the published Silmarillion. Alterations my father certainly contemplated. It's worth remembering that Galadriel was not part of the original tales of the Noldor's flight, which predated her creation, and even after her introduction, her role could be dramatically reshaped as the Silmarillion remained unpublished. The version that reached readers, however, was based on completed texts, and I could not incorporate revisions that were only planned. Turning Celeborn into a Tellerin elf from Aman rather than a Sindarin elf of Beleriand creates further inconsistencies. It contradicts not only the Silmarillion, but also references in The Road Goes Ever On and Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings. One might argue this change was necessary to fit the new story of Galadriel's separate departure. Yet in another text, Celeborn is already called a Tellerin elf, even when Galadriel is participating in Feanor's revolt, with no explanation for how Celeborn then came to Middle-earth. Talk about a tangled web. The earlier, clearer story, referenced in those same works, describes Galadriel arriving with the second host of the Noldor, meeting Celeborn in the forests of Doriath, and later marrying him. He was a grandson of Elmo, the shadowy younger brother of Thingol and Olwe. This made Celeborn a distant kinsman to Galadriel, who was Olwe's granddaughter, though not as closely related as he would be if he were Olwe's direct grandson. It is a reasonable guess that both were present during the fall of Doriath. One note mentions Celeborn escaping its destruction, and they may have even helped Elwing flee to the havens of Sirion with the Silmaril, though this is never explicitly confirmed. We know from Appendix B that Celeborn lived for a time in Lindon, south of the River Lune, but early in the Second Age, he and Galadriel journeyed eastward over the mountains into Eriador. Their later history, from this same period of my father's writing, is outlined in the brief narrative that follows, titled Concerning Galadriel and Celeborn. This text is a hastily composed sketch, yet it stands almost alone as a source for events in western Middle-earth, leading up to Sauron's defeat and expulsion from Eriador in the year 1701 of the Second Age. Beyond this outline, we have only the sparse entries in the Tale of Years and the broader, more selective account found in Of the Rings of Power and the Third Age. It is clear that this particular account was written following the release of The Lord of the Rings, as evidenced by a direct mention of the book and the use of the names Galadriel as Finarfin's daughter and Finrod Felagund's sister, these being the updated titles for those figures introduced in later revisions. The manuscript itself is heavily edited, making it difficult to distinguish between the original writing and subsequent editions. This ambiguity applies to the notes identifying Amroth as the child of Galadriel and Celeborn. Whenever these were added, it almost certainly represents a later development, post-dating the novel. Had this familial connection been established at the time of the book's writing, it would undoubtedly have been stated explicitly. Notably, this text makes no mention of any ban preventing Galadriel's return to the West. In fact, an early passage implies such a concept did not yet exist. Later, her decision to remain in Middle-earth after Sauron's initial defeat in Eriador is attributed to her own sense of duty, a feeling she could not leave while the ultimate threat persisted. This strongly supports the tentative suggestion made earlier that the story of the ban emerged after the novel was completed. The following narrative is adapted from this text with occasional commentary inserted in brackets. Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin and sister of Finrod Felagund, found a welcome in Doriath. Her mother, Erwin, was the daughter of Olwe and of Telerin lineage, a niece of King Thingol, and the house of Finarfin had taken no part in the kinslaying at Alcolonde. There she formed a deep friendship with Melian. It was in Doriath that she met Celeborn, grandson of Elmo, Thingol's brother. For love of Celeborn, who refused to abandon Middle-earth, and likely stirred by her own lingering pride, for she had been among the most eager for the initial adventure. She did not sail west after Melkor's downfall. Instead, she crossed the Ered Linden with Celeborn into the broad lands of Eriador. Their following was considerable, a mingled host of Noldor, grey elves and green elves. For a time they made their home in the lands surrounding Lake Nennuil, known later as Evendim, which lies north of the Shire. There, amid the gentle hills and quiet waters, Celeborn and Galadriel came to be recognized as the lord and lady of all the Eldar in Eriador, their authority extending even to the wandering companies of Nandoran origin who had never journeyed over the mountains into Osiriand. It was during this peaceful sojourn by the lake, between the years 350 and 400 of the Second Age, that their son Amroth was born, yet a shadow began to gather in Galadriel's mind. She perceived not the return of a named foe, but a spreading malice, a controlling will that seemed to emanate from somewhere far to the east, beyond Eriador and the misty mountains. It was the same presence she sensed that had been left unchecked in the older days of Melkor's reign. This was no mere rumour of orcs. It was a calculated evil taking root once more. With a heavy heart, for she had grown fond of their northern home, she knew they must act. Thus, around the year 700, Celeborn and Galadriel journeyed eastward. Some whispered that Galadriel's choice of location was influenced by her knowledge of the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, the great delving of Moria. Celeborn, for his part, harboured a lasting distaste for dwarves of any clan, a sentiment he would later make plain to Gimli in Lothlorien. He could not forgive their role in Doriath's ruin, though it was solely the host of Nogrod that had carried out that assault and had been destroyed afterward at Sarn Athrad. Despite this tension, they established the realm of Eregion, a land dominated by, though not exclusive to, the Noldor. It was a deliberate move, placing them closer to the perceived threat and, perhaps ironically, nearer to the very dwarves Celeborn so mistrusted. The dwarves of Belegost were deeply shaken by the disaster, their anxiety over its consequences speeding their journey eastward to the halls of Khazad-dûm. This suggests the dwarves of Moria likely bore no blame for the fall of Doriath and held no enmity toward the elves. In this matter, Galadriel proved wiser than Celeborn, foreseeing from the start that Middle-earth could only be cleansed of the lingering shadow left by Morgoth through an alliance of all free peoples who stood against him. She viewed the dwarves with a commander's eye, recognizing them as peerless fighters to stand against the orc legions. Being of the Noldor, she also felt a deep kinship with their spirited minds and their fierce devotion to craftsmanship, a bond far stronger than that held by many of the Eldar. The dwarves were, after all, the children of Aulur, and Galadriel, like others of her kindred, had once studied under Aulur and Yavanna in the Blessed Realm. Travelling with Galadriel and Celeborn was the Noldorin artisan Celebrimbor, a figure possessed of what some called a dwarvish obsession with craft. He swiftly rose to become the foremost artificer in Eregion, forging a powerful bond with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, counting the master craftsman Narvi as his closest friend. This partnership brought great wealth and skill to both peoples. Eridgen grew mighty, and Khazad-dûm became a place of breathtaking beauty, achievements neither could have reached alone. The construction of their great city, Ost in Edhil, began around the year 750 of the Second Age. Word of these developments reached Sauron, stoking the fears he already harbored about the Númenóreans sailing to Lindon and the southern coasts, and their growing friendship with Gil-galad. He also heard tales of Aldarion, son of King Tar-Meneldor, who had become a master shipwright, guiding his vessels to harbours deep in the southern lands of Harad. For a time, Sauron turned his attention from Eriador, selecting the land later known as Mordor to build a fortress, a direct counter to the threat of Númenórean landings. Once secure, he sent his emissaries into Eriador and, around the year 1200, came himself in a fair and beguiling form. Yet by then the influence of Galadriel and Celeborn had expanded greatly. With the aid of her friendship with Moria's dwarves, Galadriel had established ties with the Nandorin realm of Lorinand, east of the Misty Mountains. This land was home to elves who had abandoned the great journey long ago, settling in the woods of the Anduin Valley. Their domain stretched into the forests on both sides of the great river, including the region where Dol Guldur would later rise. These elves lived without lords or rulers, their lives carefree while Morgoth's power was confined to the northwest, yet many Sindar and Noldor came to dwell among them, beginning a subtle cultural transformation under the influence of Beleriand here. Galadriel's efforts to thwart Sauron's designs met with success, while in Lindon, Gil-galad barred the Dark Lord's messengers and even Sauron himself. Sauron found a more receptive audience among the Noldor of Eredin, particularly with Celebrimbor, whose heart secretly burned to match the skill and renown of Fëanor. In Eredin, Sauron presented himself as an emissary of the Valar sent to aid the elves of Middle-earth. He quickly identified Galadriel as his primary obstacle and sought to appease her, enduring her disdain with a mask of patience. All the while, he worked his cunning upon Celebrimbor and the mighty brotherhood of smiths, known as the Gwaith Aimir-Dain, operating in shadows, hidden from Galadriel and Celeborn. It did not take long for Sauron to bring the Gwaith Aimir-Dain, the elven smiths, under his sway. Initially, they benefited immensely from his tutelage in the hidden arts of their craft, which only deepened his influence over them. His hold grew so powerful that he eventually convinced the Myrdain to rise against Galadriel and Celeborn, seizing control of Eredin sometime between the years 1350 and 1400 of the Second Age. In response, Galadriel departed, journeying through the dwarven realm of Khazad-dûm to the land of Lorinand. She took with her Amroth and Celebrian, yet Celeborn refused to enter the dwarven halls, choosing instead to remain in Eredin where Celebrimbor paid him no heed. In Lorinand, Galadriel established her rule and began preparing its defences against the growing shadow of Sauron. The Dark Lord himself left Eredin around the year 1500. After the smiths had commenced their fateful work on the Rings of Power, Celebrimbor's heart remained uncorrupted. He had accepted Sauron's false guise in good faith. The terrible revelation of the One Ring's creation sparked his rebellion, driving him to seek Galadriel's counsel once more in Lorinand. They knew then that all the rings should be destroyed, yet they could not muster the will to do so. Galadriel advised that the 3 elven rings be hidden, never used, and scattered far from Eregion to thwart Sauron's search. It was then that Celebrimbor entrusted her with Nenya, the White Ring. Its power fortified and beautified Lorinand, but it also wrought an unforeseen change upon Galadriel, amplifying a latent yearning for the sea and the undying lands, quietly leeching the joy from her life in Middle-earth. Following her guidance, Celebrimbor sent the Ring of Air and the Ring of Fire away from Eredin, placing them in the care of Gil-galad in Lindon. Historical accounts differ on the immediate fate of the Red Ring, Narya. Some say Gil-galad gave it to Círdan, the shipwright then, while a later note suggests he kept it himself until the War of the Last Alliance. When Sauron discovered Celebrimbor's defiance, his benevolent mask shattered, revealing pure wrath. He assembled a vast army, marching through the open plains of Calenardon to invade Eriador in 1695. Upon hearing the news, Gil-galad dispatched a force, led by Elrond Half-Elven, but aid was slow in coming. Sauron swiftly turned north toward Eregion. As his scouts advanced, Celeborn led a bold sortie to push them back, managing to link with Elrond's arriving host. Yet they were too few to break back into Eregion, which was now surrounded and besieged by Sauron's superior numbers. The city eventually fell amid ruin and fire. Sauron's forces stormed the House of the Myrdain, the heart of the elven smith's craft, seizing its forges and treasures in a final desperate stand. Celebrimbor confronted Sauron on the steps of the great doorway, only to be overpowered and captured. The house was plundered, and Sauron seized the Nine Rings and other works, yet the Seven and the Three eluded him. Under brutal torment, Celebrimbor disclosed the locations of the Seven, which he deemed lesser for having been made with Sauron's aid. Unlike the Three, crafted alone and with a purer purpose, of the Three Rings he revealed nothing. For his silence, Sauron had him executed, guessing the truth that the Three were safeguarded by elven lords. Likely Galadriel and Gil-galad, Sauron returned to the fray in a fury. In a final act of cruel mockery, he bore Celebrimbor's body upon a pole as a banner pierced by orc arrows and turned to face the armies of Elrond. Elrond managed to rally the scattered survivors from Eregion, yet his numbers were far too few to mount any real defense. He would have been completely overrun if not for a sudden assault on Sauron's rear flank. Unexpected aid arrived from the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, dispatched by King Durin, who were joined by a company of elves from Lorinand under Lord Amroth. This intervention allowed Elrond to break free, though he was compelled to retreat northward through treacherous mountain passes. It was during this desperate flight that he founded the hidden sanctuary of Imladris, known as Rivendell, carving its first halls into the cliffs beside a rushing waterfall. Frustrated, Sauron broke off his chase of Elrond and turned his fury upon the dwarves and the Lorinand elves, driving them back in a fierce, smoky skirmish. However, the great gates of Moria were sealed against him, a defiance that earned Sauron's eternal hatred. From that day forward, all orcs were commanded to hunt dwarves without mercy. With Lorinand temporarily beyond his reach, Sauron now focused his wrath on conquering all of Eriador. His armies swept across the land, scattering the few communities of men and relentlessly pursuing the remaining elves. This very cruelty, however, swelled the ranks of those fleeing to Elrond's refuge in the north. Sauron's true aim was Lindon, where he believed he could seize one of the powerful Three Rings. He rallied his scattered forces and marched west toward Gil-galad's realm, leaving a trail of devastation. Yet his campaign was hampered from the start, forced to divert a substantial part of his army to contain Elrond and guard his own rear, a persistent, gnawing worry he could not shake. For many years the Númenóreans had been welcomed allies at the Grey Havens. Sensing the coming storm, Gil-galad sent urgent pleas for aid across the sea. King Tar-Minastir answered, dispatching a mighty fleet, though its voyage was long and fraught with contrary winds. By the time it arrived in the year 1700, the situation was dire. Sauron had overrun nearly all of Eriador save for besieged Imladris, and his vanguard had reached the banks of the river Lune. Reinforcements were even marching from the southeast, having reached the strategic crossing at Tharbad. Gil-galad and his allies were making a desperate last stand at the Lune when, in a moment that seemed plucked from song, Tar-Minastir's great armada finally appeared on the horizon. Sauron's forces were shattered in the ensuing battle and pushed back. The Númenórean admiral Siriator executed a brilliant tactical move, sending a part of his fleet to land further south after a bloody defeat at Sarn Ford. Sauron retreated southeast only to find a fresh Númenórean host suddenly behind him. Siriator had landed a strong force at the mouth of the river Gwathlo. In the Battle of the Gwathlo, Sauron suffered a catastrophic rout. He escaped with his life by the narrowest margin, fleeing with a tiny guard eastward. His remnants were harried through Calenardon, and a broken, humiliated Sauron finally staggered back to the dreaded plains of Dagorlad, vowing a terrible vengeance against Númenor. The army besieging Rivendell was then crushed between the hammer of Elrond and the anvil of Gil-galad. Eriador was freed, but it lay in smouldering ruins. In the war's aftermath, the First Council was convened. It was decided that Imladris, not Eregion, would be maintained as the primary elvish stronghold in eastern Eriador, there in a ceremony of hope and solemn duty. Gil-galad entrusted Vilya the Ring of Air to Elrond, appointing him vice-regent. The Red Ring, Narya Gil-galad kept for himself a stewardship he would later pass to Círdan when he marched to his final fate in the War of the Last Alliance. For many years, the Westlands enjoyed a period of peace, a much-needed respite to mend the deep scars of past conflicts. Yet the Númenóreans, having felt the intoxicating influence of dominion in Middle-earth, began to establish lasting colonies along the western shores. Their growing strength created a formidable barrier, effectively pinning Sauron within the shadows of Mordor and preventing any westward advance for ages to come. The tale then circles back to Galadriel, describing how a profound longing for the sea began to ache within her spirit, though she felt a solemn duty to remain while Sauron's threat persisted. The call grew too powerful to ignore. She resolved to depart Lorinand and make her home nearer to the coast. Entrusting the realm to Amroth, she journeyed once more through the depths of Moria, accompanied by Celebrian, until she reached the refuge of Imladris in search of Celeborn. It was there, it appears, that they were reunited, and there they remained together for many long years. During this stay, Elrond first laid eyes upon Celebrian and felt his heart stir with a love he kept silently to himself. It was also during Galadriel's time in Imladris that the aforementioned council was convened. Later, however, Galadriel and Celeborn, together with Celebrian, left that hidden valley and travelled to the sparsely populated lands lying between the mouths of the Gwathlo and the Ether Anduin. They settled in Belfalis at a place later known as Dol Amroth. Their son Amroth would visit them there, and their household was often joined by Nandoran elves who journeyed from Lorinand. Galadriel did not return to that woodland realm until much later in the Third Age, when peril threatened it and Amroth was lost. In the year 1981, this concludes the text concerning Galadriel and Celeborn. It is worth noting that the absence of any statement to the contrary in The Lord of the Rings naturally led many to assume the couple spent the latter half of the Second Age and all the third in Lothlorien, but this was not the case. Their story, as sketched here, would undergo significant later revisions. If Amroth was indeed considered the son of Galadriel and Celeborn when The Lord of the Rings was written, such a crucial detail surely would have been mentioned. This idea of his parentage was ultimately set aside. What follows is a brief legend from 1969 or later titled Part of the Legend of Amroth and Nimrodel recounted in brief. Amroth was the king of Lorien, succeeding his father Amdir, who fell in the Battle of Dagorlad. His realm knew peace for many years following Sauron's defeat, though of Sindarin lineage, he chose to live in the fashion of the Silvan elves, making his home in the great trees upon a green mound ever after called Serin Amroth. This choice was born of his love for Nimrodel. For centuries he had loved her, taking no other wife, as she continually refused to marry him. She loved him in return. He was, after all, breathtakingly beautiful even among the Eldar, brave and wise, but she was a Sylvan elf at heart. She deeply resented the arrival of the elves from the west, whom she blamed for bringing endless wars and shattering the ancient peace. She stubbornly refused to speak any tongue but the Sylvan language, even as it faded from use in Lorien, and she lived a solitary life by the waterfalls of the river that bore her name, Nimrodel. But when terror spilled out of Moria, driving the dwarves forth and filling the darkness with orcs, she fled in despair south into the wild, empty lands. Amroth pursued her, finally finding her under the eaves of Fangorn Forest, which in those days stretched far closer to Lorien. She was too afraid to enter the wood, claiming the very trees threatened her, some even shifting to block her path. There, amidst the whispering leaves, Amroth and Nimrodel debated long into the twilight. In the end, they pledged their faith to one another. "I will be true to this promise," she declared, "and we shall be wed when you lead me to a land of peace." Amroth, in a moment of passionate devotion, vowed he would abandon his people even in their hour of need and journey with her to find such a sanctuary. He spoke of a time now lost to Middle-earth, a grace that would not return for the elven kind. Their path, he explained, must lead across the great sea to the ancient west. He described a southern haven where his people had once gathered, though their numbers had dwindled as most had already sailed into the sunset. A few remained, building ships and offering passage to any of their kin who grew weary of the mortal lands. It was believed the Valar's permission to cross the sea was now extended to all who had undertaken the great journey long ago, even those who had never reached the blessed shores in ages past. Their travels through the land of Gondor are not detailed here. This occurred during the reign of King Ernil II, the penultimate ruler of the southern realm, whose kingdom was beset by unrest. The tale tells how they were separated and how Amroth, after a fruitless search, reached the Elf Haven to find only a handful lingering there, less than a full ship's crew, with but one vessel deemed seaworthy. They were making final preparations to depart Middle-earth forever, and welcomed Amroth to bolster their small company. Yet they refused to delay their voyage for Nimrodel, believing her arrival was beyond hope. Had she journeyed through the settled lands of Gondor, they reasoned, she would have met with aid, not harm. The men of Gondor are honorable, ruled by descendants of the old elf friends, who still grasp something of our speech. But the mountains hold many unfriendly men and darker things. Autumn approached, and with it the threat of fierce, perilous winds, dangerous even to elven ships, while still near the coasts. So profound was Amroth's sorrow, however, that the company delayed their departure for many weeks, living aboard their ship as their shoreside dwellings stood bare and abandoned. Then, in the heart of autumn, a night of tremendous storm descended, recorded as one of the most violent in Gondor's history. It swept down from the frozen northern waste, ravaging Eriador and Gondor alike. The White Mountains offered no protection, and many ships of men were torn from their anchors and lost in the Bay of Belfalas. The light elven ship was ripped from its moorings and driven toward the wild coasts of Umbar. No word of it ever returned to Middle-earth, though ships built for such a voyage were not easily sunk. It likely passed from the circles of the world and reached Eressëa at last. Yet it did not carry Amroth there. The tempest struck the Gondorian coast as dawn began to break through the racing clouds. Waking to find the ship already far from land, Amroth cried out Nimrodel in despair and plunged into the sea, swimming toward the vanishing shore. The mariners, with their keen elvish sight, watched him struggle against the waves for a long time, until the rising sun broke through and caught his bright hair like a distant spark of gold. No eyes of elves or men ever beheld him again in Middle-earth. As for Nimrodel's fate, it remains untold here, though many legends arose around it. This account originally branched from an etymological study of certain river names in Middle-earth, specifically the Gilrain in Lebanon, which flows into the Bay of Belfalas west of the Ether Anduin. Another layer of the Nimrodel legend surfaces from examining the element rain, likely derived from the stem ran, meaning to wander, stray, or follow an uncertain course, as seen in Mithrandir and in Rana, a name for the moon. This meaning might not seem to fit any Gondorian river directly, yet river names often reflect only a portion of their course, be it the source, the lower reaches, or some striking feature that caught the eye of the explorers who first named them. The fragments of the legend concerning Amroth and Nimrodel, however, provide a possible answer. Like the other rivers of that land, the Gilrain rushed down swiftly from the heights. Yet, upon reaching the end of the Ered Nimrai spur that divided it from the Selos, its course spilled into a broad, shallow basin. Here its waters slowed, meandering for a time, and forming a small, tranquil mere at the southern edge before finally carving through a stony ridge to rush onward and meet the Cerny. The tale tells that Nimrodel, fleeing from Lothlorien and yearning for the sea, became lost among the peaks of the White Mountains. Eventually, by some forgotten path, she came upon this river, whose voice and shimmer reminded her of her own beloved stream back home. Her spirits lifted, and she rested by the mere gazing at the stars mirrored in its dark waters and lulled by the distant sound of waterfalls where the river resumed its journey to the coast. There, overcome by exhaustion, she fell into a profound and enchanted sleep. She slumbered so deeply and so long that by the time she awoke and made her way down to Belfalas, Amroth's ship had already been swept out to sea, and he had perished in the waves attempting to swim back to shore. This sad legend was well remembered in the land of the prince, and the geography of the region seems to echo its memory. The accompanying essay briefly addresses how Amroth, as king of Lothlorien, fit into the rule of Celeborn and Galadriel. The people of that woodland realm were, even in those earlier days, much as they later became, sylvan elves by origin, yet governed by princes of Sindarin lineage, a situation mirrored in Thranduil's northern realm in Mirkwood, though any kinship between Thranduil and Amroth is now lost to time. Their society, however, had been significantly blended with Noldoran elves, who spoke Sindarin and who fled through Moria after Sauron's destruction of Eregion in the year 1697 of the Second Age. In that dark hour, Elrond went west and founded the refuge of Rivendell, while Celeborn first went to Lothlorien to fortify it against any further attempt by Sauron to cross the Great River. But when the Dark Lord withdrew to Mordor, reportedly preoccupied with conquests in the east, Celeborn departed to rejoin Galadriel in Lindon. Thus, Lothlorien entered a long period of peaceful obscurity under its own king. Amdir, which lasted until the downfall of Númenor and Sauron's sudden return. Amdir answered the summons of Gil-galad and led as many warriors as he could gather to the last alliance, where he and most of his company were slain on the Dagorlad. His son Amroth then became king. This version starkly contrasts with the earlier narrative found in concerning Galadriel and Celeborn. Gone is the idea of Amroth being their son. Instead, he is the son of Amdir, a Sindarin prince. The older tale of the couple's connections to Eregion and Lothlorien appears revised in several key aspects, though how much would have survived in a final telling is unclear. Celeborn's link to Lothlorien is now pushed much further back in time, and we learn here of a significant migration of Noldoran elves through Moria to that land after Eregion's fall. The earlier account made no mention of this, instead describing a peaceful movement of elves from Beleriand into the region many years prior. The implication of this later text is that Celeborn led this desperate flight to Lothlorien while Galadriel went to Lindon. Though, amusingly, another note from the same period flatly contradicts this, stating explicitly that they both journeyed through Moria together with a host of Noldoran exiles and dwelt in Lothlorien for many years. It seems even the wise cannot keep their own histories perfectly straight. The later writings do not confirm or deny whether Galadriel and Celeborn had any connection to Lothlorien prior to the year 1697 of the Second Age. Outside the essay concerning Galadriel and Celeborn, there is also no mention of Celebrimbor's rebellion against their rule in Eregion, which occurred sometime between 1350 and 1400, nor of Galadriel's subsequent departure for Lorien to assume rule there, while Celeborn remained in Eregion. These accounts leave unclear where the couple spent the long centuries of the Second Age following Sauron's defeat in Eriador. In any case, there are no further references to their extended stay in the lands of Belfalas. The narrative then turns to Amroth. As the Third Age progressed, a deep sense of foreboding grew within Galadriel. She and Celeborn travelled to Lothlorien, remaining there for a considerable time with Amroth. Galadriel was particularly intent on gathering every report and whisper concerning the spreading darkness in Mirkwood and the ominous fortress at Dol Guldur. Yet Amroth's people were devoted to him. He was both courageous and discerning, and his small realm remained prosperous and lovely. So, after extensive travels of inquiry across Rhovanion, from the borders of Gondor and Mordor all the way to Thranduil's halls in the north, Celeborn and Galadriel crossed the misty mountains to Imladris. There they resided for many years, as Elrond, having wed their daughter Celebrian early in the Third Age, was their kin. Following the catastrophe in Moria and the grief that befell Lorien, now left leaderless after Amroth was lost, at sea in the Bay of Belfalas, leaving no heir, Celeborn and Galadriel returned to the Golden Wood. They were received warmly by its inhabitants. They dwelt there for the remainder of the Third Age, but refused any title of king or queen, stating they were merely the guardians of that small, fair realm, the elves' last eastern stronghold. Another source briefly notes their journeys during these years. Celeborn and Galadriel returned to Lorien twice more before the forging of the last alliance and the close of the Second Age. In the Third Age, as the shadow of Sauron's returning power began to rise, they lived there again for a long period. Galadriel, in her wisdom, perceived that Lorien could become a vital fortress and bastion of power to hinder the shadow from crossing the Anduin in the war she knew must come. She saw it would require a rule of greater strength and wisdom than the Sylvan folk alone could provide. Ironically, it took the disaster in Moria, an event even beyond Galadriel's foresight, where Sauron's power finally breached the Anduin, placing Lorien in grave danger, its king gone and its people fleeing to force their hand. Only then did Galadriel and Celeborn establish their permanent home and assume the governance of Lorien, yet they still took no royal titles, becoming the guardians who ultimately preserved the realm unscathed through the War of the Ring. In a separate linguistic discussion from the same period, the name Amroth is explained as a nickname meaning upclimber or high climber, derived from his residence in a lofty talon or flet. These were the wooden platforms built high in the Malorn trees of Lothlorien, where the Galadrim lived. This custom of tree dwelling was not typical of Sylvan elves elsewhere, but developed uniquely in Lorien due to the land's character, a flat terrain with little good stone, save what could be laboriously quarried in the western mountains and brought down the Silverlode. The land's true wealth lay in its trees, a living remnant of the vast forests from the elder days. Living among the trees was not the only way of life in Lothlorien, and the platforms known as Telain or flets were originally built as shelters during times of danger, or, more commonly, as high vantage points for the elves to keep watch over their borders. By the close of the first 1,000 years of the Third Age, Lothlorien had become a realm of constant watchfulness, and King Amroth himself lived with a deepening sense of unease ever since the dark fortress of Dol Guldur rose within Mirkwood. The very flet where Frodo once slept served this purpose, used by the guardians of the northern marches. Similarly, the dwelling of Lord Celeborn within Caras Galadhon began as such a watchtower. Its highest platform, unseen by the Fellowship, remained the loftiest point in all the land. Previously, the highest post belonged to Amroth's flet atop the great hand-built hill of Seren Amroth, raised primarily to observe the threat of Dol Guldur across the Anduin River. Transforming these structures into permanent homes came later, and even in Caras Galadhon, such dwellings were not the norm for most of the Galadrim, as the city itself was a stronghold. To live in such elevated houses was initially seen as unusual, and Amroth is likely the first to have done so. In fact, his name, the only one preserved in later tales, probably stems from this habit of residing in a high talon. A side note suggests that perhaps Nimrodel, who cherished the waters and falls bearing her name, might have inspired him. As shadows grew, her beloved stream lay too close to the troubled northern borders, in an area where few elves still lived, possibly leading her to seek safety in the trees as well. Now, returning to the legend, where was that haven in the south where Amroth waited for Nimrodel and where he said many of his people had already journeyed? Clues appear in The Lord of the Rings. Legolas, after singing of the two lovers, speaks of the Bay of Belfalas, whence the elves of Lorien set sail. Later, upon meeting Prince Imrahil of Dol Amroth, Legolas recognizes the prince's elven heritage and remarks that not all of Nimrodel's people sailed westward from that haven. The prince confirms this with the lore of his land. Later fragmented writings shed more light. They mention that during early Númenórean settlements, the shores of the Bay of Belfalas were largely empty, save for a single harbour and small elf colony near where the Morthond and Ringlow rivers meet, just north of Dol Amroth. According to local tradition, this haven was first founded by seafaring Sindar from the western havens of Beleriand, who fled in 3 small ships when Morgoth's power crushed the Eldar and Atani. Over time, they were joined by Sylvan elves from along the Anduin, restless souls drawn by the call of the sea. These wood elves were never entirely free from a deep, wandering yearning that occasionally drove them from their forest homes. To connect this tale of the 3 ships with the broader history, one might assume they escaped from the havens of the Falas, Brithombar or Eglarist, after their ruin in the year following the Nirnath Arnoediad. While Círdan and Gil-galad established a refuge on the Isle of Belar, the 3 ships' companies ventured much farther south along the coastlines, ultimately reaching Belfalas. However, a separate account places the founding of this elvish haven at a later date, as suggested in an unfinished note concerning the name Belfallas itself. This text indicates that while the Bel element originates from a pre-Númenórean name, its true source is Sindarin. The note trails off before fully explaining Bel, but it attributes this Sindarin origin to one small but important element in Gondor of quite exceptional kind, an Eldarin settlement. Following the destruction of Thangorodrim, most elves of Beleriand either sailed into the west, remained in Lindon, or journeyed east over the Blue Mountains into Eriador. Yet a distinct group of Sindar, harbouring a lingering resentment against the Noldor from the days of Doriath, chose a different path. After a period at the Grey Havens where they mastered the art of shipbuilding, they spent years searching for a new home. They finally settled at the mouth of the Morthond River, where a simple harbour used by local fisherfolk already existed. These people, frightened by the Eldar, fled into the nearby mountains. In a much later note among the final writings on Middle-earth, the topic of elvish lineage in men is discussed, notably observable in their beardlessness, a trait common to all elves. This note specifically connects to the princely house of Dol Amroth, stating that this line had a special elvish strain according to its own legends, as hinted by Legolas's mention of Nimrodel, an ancient elvish port once existed near Dol Amroth, home to a small settlement of Sylvan elves from Lorien. Family legend claims one of their earliest forefathers married an elf maiden. Some fanciful versions even name Nimrodel herself, though more probable tales suggest it was one of her companions who became lost in the high mountain valleys. This more credible version is detailed in an appended note to an unpublished genealogy of the Dol Amroth line, tracing descent from Angelimar, the 20th prince. The tradition holds that Angelimar was the 20th direct descendant from Galador, the first lord of Dol Amroth. Galador was said to be the son of Imrazar, a Númenórean living in Belfallas, and the elven lady Mithrelas. She was a companion of Nimrodel, part of the exodus of elves who fled toward the coast when darkness awoke in Moria. While Nimrodel and her maidens vanished in the wooded hills, this account tells that Imrazor gave Mithrelas shelter and later married her. After bearing him a son, Galador, and a daughter, Gilmith, she vanished into the night, never to be seen again. And though Mithrelas was of the Sylvan folk and not of the lofty high elves, the lords of Dol Amroth were ever after renowned for their noble bearing, fair features, and keen minds, a legacy, they believed, of that otherworldly union. Beyond these fragments, unpublished writings reveal little more of Celeborn and Galadriel's history, save for a very rough 4-page manuscript titled The Elessar, which exists only in a preliminary draft with scant revisions. In the city of Gondolin, there lived a master jewelsmith named Enedhil, the most skilled among the Noldor since the passing of Fëanor. He held a deep love for all growing green things, finding his greatest delight in watching sunlight filter through the leaves of trees. This passion inspired a vision in his heart, to craft a gem that could capture the sun's pure light, yet shine with the vibrant green of living leaves. When he completed his work, even the Noldor gazed upon it in awe. Legends say that by looking through this stone, withered or scorched things could be seen restored to health or to the grace of their youth, and that the hands of its bearer brought healing to all they touched. Enedhil presented this gem to Idril, the king's daughter, who wore it upon her breast. Thus it was spared from the fiery ruin of Gondolin. Before Idril departed across the sea, she spoke to her son, Eärendil. I leave the Elessar with you, for there are deep wounds in Middle-earth that you may yet heal, but you must give it to no other. And so, at the havens of Sirion, many hurts were healed, wounds of men and elves, and of creatures fleeing the horror of the north. While Eärendil remained, all things flourished, and for a time the land was green and fair. Yet, when he began his great voyages upon the sea, he wore the Elessar upon his own breast. Amidst all his journeys, one hope stayed with him, that he might find Idril once more. His earliest memory of Middle-earth was the green stone gleaming above her heart as she sang by his cradle, while Gondolin still stood in its flowered glory. Thus the Elessar passed from the world when Eärendil sailed away, never to return. Now, isn't it just like an elf to lose a magical healing jewel and then get a second chance? In later ages, another Elessar appeared, and of its origin, two tales are told, though which is true, only the departed wise could say. Some claim the second was the very first stone returned by the grace of the Valar, and that Olorine, known in Middle-earth as Mithrandir, brought it from the west. On a time Olorine came to Galadriel, who then dwelt beneath the trees of the great greenwood. They spoke long together, for the years of her exile weighed heavily upon the Lady of the Noldor. She yearned for news of her kin and for the blessed land of her birth, yet she remained unwilling to forsake Middle-earth. After hearing many tidings, she sighed and said, "I mourn here, for leaves fall and flowers fade. My heart aches, remembering trees and grass that do not die. I wish to have such beauty in my home." Olorin replied, "Would you then have the Elessar?" Galadriel answered, "Where now is the stone of Eärendil, and Enadil, who made it, is gone." "Who can say?" said Olorin. "Surely," Galadriel continued, "they have passed over the sea, as nearly all fair things have. Must Middle-earth then fade and perish forever?" "That is its fate," Olorin said. "Yet for a little while that might be amended, if the Elessar should return for a little until the days of men arrive. If, and yet how could that be?" said Galadriel. "For surely the Valar are now remote, and Middle-earth is far from their thought. All who cling to it dwell under a shadow." "It is not so," Olorin insisted. "Their eyes are not dimmed, nor their hearts hardened. In token of this, behold," he held before her the Ilithar, and she looked upon it with wonder. Olorin said, "This I bring to you from Yavanna. Use it as you may, and for a while you shall make the land of your dwelling the fairest place in Middle-earth. But it is not for you to possess. You must hand it on when the time comes, before you grow weary, and finally depart from Middle-earth. One shall arrive to receive it, and he shall bear the name of the stone. He will be called Elessar." Another version of the tale recounts that long ago, before Sauron deceived the smiths of Eregion, Galadriel journeyed there. She spoke to Celebrimbor, the master of the elven smiths, saying, "My heart is heavy in Middle-earth, for the leaves fall and the flowers I have cherished fade, leaving the land of my home filled with a sorrow that no spring can ever mend." Celebrimbor replied, "How could it be otherwise for the Eldar if they choose to remain in Middle-earth? Will you not cross the sea?" "No," she answered. "Angrod is gone, Aegnor is gone, and Finrod Felagund is no more. I am the last of Finarfin's children. Yet my spirit remains proud. What crime did the golden house of Finarfin commit, that I should seek forgiveness from the Valar, or settle for an island in the sea, when our true home was blessed Aman? Here my power endures." "What is it you desire?" asked Celebrimbor. "I wish to be surrounded by trees and grass that do not perish, here in this land that is my own," she said. "Where has the skill of the Eldar gone?" Celebrimbor responded, "Where now is the stone of Eärendil? And Enadil, who crafted it, is lost. They have crossed the sea," Galadriel told him, "along with nearly all else that is fair. Must Middle-earth then wither, and vanish forever?" "That is its fate, I believe," said Celebrimbor. "Yet, you know, I hold love for you, though your heart turned to Celeborn of the trees, and for that love I will do what I can. Perhaps through my craft your grief may be eased." He did not reveal to Galadriel that he himself had once dwelled in Gondolin long ago, and had been a friend to Enadil, a friend who surpassed him in most endeavours. Had Enadil not existed, Celebrimbor's own fame might have been greater. So he pondered and began a lengthy, delicate labour, creating for Galadriel the greatest of his works, save only the three rings. It is said the green gem he fashioned was more subtle and clear than Enadil's, yet its light held less power, for Enadil's stone had been kindled by the sun in its youth, while by the time Celebrimbor commenced his task, many years had passed, and nowhere in Middle-earth was the light as pure as it once had been. Though Morgoth had been cast into the void and could not return, his distant shadow still lingered over the land. Even so, Celebrimbor's lesser shone radiantly. He set it within a great silver brooch shaped like an eagle with wings outspread. Wielding the Elessar, all things around Galadriel grew fair, until the shadow reached the forest. Later, when Nenya, greatest of the three, was sent to her by Celebrimbor, She believed she needed the stone no longer, and gave it to her daughter Celebrian. And so it came to Arwen and to Aragorn, who was named Elessar. A final note adds, the Elessar was made in Gondolin by Celebrimbor and passed to Idril and then to Eärendil, but that one was lost. The second Elessar was also crafted by Celebrimbor in Eregion at the request of the Lady Galadriel, whom he loved, and it was not under the One Ring's influence, having been made before Sauron rose again. This account aligns in certain details with the narrative concerning Galadriel and Celeborn, likely written around the same period or slightly earlier. Here, Celebrimbor is again presented as a jewelsmith of Gondolin rather than one of the Feanorians, and Galadriel is described as unwilling to leave Middle-earth, though the text was later revised to introduce the concept of the ban, and at another point she speaks of the Valar's pardon. Enadhil appears in no other writings, and the conclusion indicates Celebrimbor was intended to replace him as the maker of the Elessar in Gondolin. Celebrimbor's love for Galadriel finds no mention elsewhere. In Concerning Galadriel and Celeborn, it is suggested he came to Eregion with them in the text of the Silmarillion. Galadriel first encounters Celeborn within the realm of Doriath, which makes Celebrimbor's later remark about her turning to Celeborn of the trees somewhat puzzling. Similarly enigmatic is the mention of her dwelling under the trees of Greenwood the Great. While one might loosely interpret this as including the woods of Lorien across the Anduin, the phrase "the coming of the shadow to the forest" clearly points to the rise of Sauron in Dol Guldur, later termed the Shadow in the Forest. This suggests Galadriel's influence may have once reached into the southern reaches of Greenwood. Supporting this idea, other writings note that the realm of Lorinand originally stretched into the forests on both sides of the Great River, encompassing the area where Dol Guldur would later stand. It's almost as if the forest itself held its breath, sensing the shift in power long before the Dark Tower cast its gloom, a subtle tension the original texts only hint at. This concept might also explain a statement from the first edition appendix, which noted that many Sindar journeyed east, with Thranduil settling in the north of Greenwood and Celeborn in the south. This reference to Celeborn was later removed in revised editions, replaced by a note of his residence in Lindon. On a different note, the healing power attributed to the Elessar at the havens of Sirion is assigned to the Silmaril in the Silmarillion. Additional material mentions that the elves of Harlingen were largely of Sindarin origin, with the region possibly under Celeborn's rule as a fief, though this could refer to a later, more obscure period after the fall of Eregion. The movements of Celeborn and Galadriel during that time remain particularly unclear, a historical haze that even the most meticulous lore masters find difficult to pierce. Regarding geographical details, the ancient east-west road ran through the Shire to the Grey Havens, often used by dwarves travelling to the Blue Mountains. While earlier accounts say the dwarf cities of Nogrod and Belegost were ruined, later entries mention dwarves from the Ered Luin relocating to Moria. The name Lorinand, a Nandorin term meaning Valley of Gold, is tied to the golden Mollorn trees Galadriel later brought to the land. Interestingly, an older interpretation suggests the name evolved from Lindorinand, or Vale of the Land of the Singers, a nod to the Teleri elves who called themselves the Lindar. This layered etymology reflects the region's deep history, long before the Mollorn's golden light became its defining feature. The many discussions surrounding the names of Lothlorien reveal a tapestry woven by Galadriel herself, blending elements of longing and memory. She combined words for gold, valley, land, and sing, crafting Laurel Indorinan, the Valley of Singing Gold. Treebeard shared this earlier name with the Hobbits, noting its deliberate echo of the golden tree from Valinor, a symbol for which Galadriel's yearning grew each year into a profound and overwhelming regret. Lorien was originally a Quenya name for a peaceful, shadowy region in Valinor, a retreat from sorrows belonging to the Valar Urmo. The shift from Lorinand, the Valley of Gold, to simply Lorien likely stems from Galadriel's own hand. The resemblance is no accident. She had striven to make Lorien a sanctuary, an island of beauty as a memorial to elder days. Yet she was increasingly filled with doubt, sensing the golden dream was fading into a grey dawn. It is worth remembering that Treebeard himself interpreted Lothlorien as Dreamflower. In the essay concerning Galadriel and Celeborn, the name Lorinand is used consistently, though it was initially conceived as the ancient Nandoran name for the land. Written before the tale of her bringing the Morlorn trees was conceived, a later correction notes the text originally described Lorinand being ruled by native princes. An undated note clarifies that while the name Sauron appears in chronicles earlier, his true identity as Morgoth's Great Lieutenant was not confirmed until around the year 1600 of the Second Age, the time of the One Ring's forging. A mysterious hostile power was felt by elves and Edaeans soon after the year 50, and among the Númenóreans it was first perceived by Aldarion near the end of the 8th century, around the time he founded the haven of Vignalonde. Yet this shadow had no known centre. Sauron worked to keep his two faces separate, the enemy and the tempter. Among the Noldor, he took on a fair form and fair names, Artano, meaning high smith, or Olendil, devoted to Olli, a kind of hollow preview of the later wizards. Another text names him Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, though that title is absent here. The note adds that Galadriel was not fooled, stating this Olendil was not among Olli's followers in Valinor. Yet this alone wasn't conclusive. For Olli existed before the world's shaping, and it is probable Sauron was indeed one of Olli's Maiar, corrupted by Melkor before the beginning of Arda. This aligns with the statement that Sauron was originally a Maiar seduced by Melkor at the dawn of time. In a letter from 1954, a more nuanced portrait is painted. At the start of the Second Age, Sauron remained beautiful in appearance and was not wholly evil. No more than all reformers who rush toward reconstruction and reorganization are wholly evil before their pride and lust for control consume them. The particular High Elven group involved, the Noldor or Loramasters, had a classic vulnerability to what we would call science and technology. They craved the knowledge Sauron genuinely possessed, and those in Eregune stubbornly refused to heed the warnings sent by Gil-galad and Elrond, a prideful oversight that would haunt them. The unique passion of the elves of Eregune, perhaps best understood as a symbolic representation of their deep fascination with intricate craftsmanship and ingenious devices, is further reflected in their notable alliance with the dwarven folk of Moria. Regarding Galadriel, it seems clear she could not have wielded the inherent power of the Ring Nenya until a far later period, specifically following the downfall of the One Ring. However, the narrative here does not explicitly support this conclusion, even though it mentions her earlier counsel to Celebrimbor that the 3 elven rings should remain unused. The manuscript was later altered to reference the First White Council, while the Tale of Years records the council's formation in the year 2463 of the Third Age. It is plausible the name was chosen to echo this much earlier gathering, particularly as many leading figures participated in both. An earlier section states Gil-galad entrusted the Red Ring Narya to Círdan immediately upon receiving it from Celebrimbor, which aligns with accounts in the appendices of The Lord of the Rings. The contradictory note found here appears as a later marginal addition. For insights into the Sylvan Elves and their language, one may consult the provided appendices, as with the geographical details concerning the borders of Lothlorien. The origin of the name Dor en Ernil remains unexplained elsewhere. Its sole other appearance is on a detailed map of the southern realms, while placed across the mountains from Dol Amroth on that map. Its use in this context strongly implies that Ernil refers to the prince of Dol Amroth. Analysis of the name Amroth suggests its first element relates to an elvish word for up or high, seen in Sindarin, Ammon for a steep hill. The second element derives from a root meaning to climb, a term also applied in Gondor to the inclined thoroughfares of Minas Tirith, such as Rath Dinan. In a brief version of the tale, it is said Amroth made his home among the trees of Sarin Amroth out of longing for Nimrodel. The elvish haven in Belfalas is marked as Edholland on a notable map, though this name rarely appears elsewhere. Traditions in the coastal regions speak of ancient elvish settlements and a haven from which ships sailed west, even in the Second Age. This connects meaningfully with a moment in the Fellowship of the Ring where Galadriel presents the green stone to Aragorn, declaring, "In this hour take the name that was foretold for you, Elessa, the Elfstone of the House of Elendil." A subtle, almost wry detail emerges here. The text originally named Finrod, but this has been standardized to Finarfin to prevent confusion with his son, Finrod Felagund, a change made for the revised edition of the primary work. It is interesting, perhaps pointedly so, that Galadriel does not include Orodreth, the later king of Nargothrond, when listing her brothers, for reasons that remain unclear to me. My father later revised the lineage of the second king of Nargothrond, placing him within the same family line a generation later. These adjustments to the genealogy, however, were never woven into the published narratives of the Silmarillion. Compare, for instance, the description of the Elfstone in the Fellowship of the Ring, a great green gem set in a silver eagle brooch, flashing like sunlight through spring leaves. Yet, in a later volume, the blue ring on Elrond's finger is named Vilya, the mightiest of the three rings. This illustrates the subtle, sometimes contradictory evolution of details across my father's work. Turning to the appendices, we find a discussion on the Sylvan elves and their language. The Silmarillion notes that some of the Tellerin elves, known as the Nandor, halted their westward journey east of the Misty Mountains, dwelling long in the woods of the great river's vale. A later etymological essay clarifies that the Sylvan elves of Mirkwood and Lothlorien are specifically descended from those Teleri who lingered in the Vale of Anduin. Daunted by the mountains, they are thus distant kin to the Sindar, though far more separated than the Teleri who reached Valinor. Over long ages, these sylvan folk became scattered and hidden in woodland refuges, their culture diminishing until they were nearly indistinguishable from the Avari, those elves who never began the great journey at all. It's a poignant decline, yet one with a spark of resilience. They never forgot their origin as Eldar of the Third Clan, and this memory made them receptive when exiled Noldor and Sindar migrated eastward. Under such leadership, they reorganized, their wisdom rekindled. In a delightful twist of fate, these so-called simple wood elves became the nurturing ground for some of Middle-earth's most enduring realms. In Thranduil's kingdom, the father of Legolas, Sindarin was the language of the royal house, but not universally spoken by the common folk. In Lothlorien, however, where many of the people were of Sindarin or Noldorin origin, Sindarin had become the language of all. The speech of the Sylvan folk among themselves, as noted by Frodo, sounded different from the Sindarin of the West, a difference likely rooted in accent, vowel sounds, and intonation, enough to confuse a hobbit. There were probably local words lingering from the older Sylvan tongue, a linguistic ghost in the machine. The isolation of Lothlorien preserved archaic names like Amroth and Nimrodel, which fit Sindarin in form, but not fully in etymology. Even Caris, for a moated fortress, appears to be an old term not found in standard Sindarin. The name Lorien itself is probably an adaptation of a now lost original, a beautiful mask over a forgotten face. These linguistic layers are a testament to a deep blended history, further explored in the appendices to The Lord of the Rings. A further observation on the language of the Sylvan elves appears in a linguistic historical essay from the same late period. It notes that when the Sylvan elves were reunited with their long-parted kin, their dialects had drifted so far from Sindarin that mutual understanding was difficult. Yet scholars quickly recognized the shared Eldarin roots. While the lawmasters, particularly those of Noldorin heritage, found great interest in comparing these rustic dialects with their own refined speech, very little of Sylvan Elvish is known today. These forest dwellers never created a writing system. Those who later learned the art from the Sindar wrote as best they could in Sindarin by the close of the Third Age. The Sylvan tongues had likely fallen silent in the two regions that mattered during the War of the Ring, Lothlorien and the realm of Thranduil in northern Mirkwood. All that endured in the records were a scattering of words and a handful of personal and place names. Regarding the Sindarin princes who ruled over the Sylvan elves, Appendix B of The Lord of the Rings mentions that before the raising of Barad-dûr, many Sindar journeyed east. Some founded kingdoms in the distant forests, where their subjects were predominantly Sylvan elves. Thranduil, the king in the north of the vast Greenwood, was one such prince. My father's later philological writings shed more light on their history. One essay describes how Thranduil's domain once stretched into the woods around the Lonely Mountain and along the western shores of the Long Lake, an era before the arrival of the dwarves exiled from Moria and the invasion of the dragon. The elves of this realm had migrated from the south, closely related to the folk of Lothlorien, but they had originally made their home in the greenwood east of the great river Anduin. During the Second Age, their king, Ulfr, withdrew his people northward beyond the Gladden Fields. He sought freedom from the growing power and encroachments of the dwarves of Moria, by then the greatest dwarf kingdom in history, and he equally resented the influence of Celeborn and Galadriel as they settled in Lorien. For a time, the stretch between the greenwood and the mountains was peaceful, allowing for steady communication with their kin across the river, right up until the War of the Last Alliance. Now, here's the ironic twist. For all their famed desire to avoid the dramas of Noldor, Sindar, dwarves, men and orcs alike, Orifer possessed the grim foresight to see that no true peace would return unless Sauron was defeated, so much for staying out of it. He mustered a great army from his now numerous people and, joining forces with the smaller host of Malgalad of Lorien, led the Sylvan elves to war. They were tough and brave, but let's be honest, their gear was shoddy compared to the polished armor of the Western Eldar. Stubbornly independent, they were also reluctant to place themselves under the supreme command of the High King Gilgalad. This proud defiance cost them dearly. Their losses were far heavier than necessary. Even in that horrific conflict, Melgalad and over half his force were cut off and destroyed in the great battle on the Dagorlad, driven into the treacherous dead marshes. Orifer himself fell in the very first assault on Mordor, charging ahead of Gil-galad's signal at the head of his boldest warriors. His son Thranduil survived, but when the war ended and Sauron was overthrown, or so it seemed, he led back to their woodland home scarcely a third of the army that had marched away. The name Malgalad of Lorien appears nowhere else. He is not identified here as the father of Amroth, whereas Amdir, named elsewhere as Amroth's father, is explicitly said to have perished at the Battle of Dagorlad. It therefore seems reasonable to conclude that Malgalad and Amdir are one and the same figure. However, the precise sequence of these name changes remains unclear. The account goes on to describe a prolonged era of peace that allowed the Sylvan elves to flourish once more, yet a pervasive unease settled among them. They sensed a fundamental shift in the world with the dawn of the Third Age. The influence of men was expanding both in population and authority. The reach of the Númenórean kings in Gondor stretched ever northward, approaching the very borders of Lorien and the Great Greenwood. Meanwhile, the Freemen of the North, a term used by the elves for those not under Dúnedain rule and largely untouched by Sauron, began migrating south. Most travelled east of the forest, though some settled along its western fringes and in the grassy vales of the Anduin. More troubling whispers arrived from the distant east. The wild men, former servants of the Dark Lord, were stirring. Though freed from his direct tyranny, the malice he planted in their hearts remained. Brutal conflicts erupted among them, driving some westward with a seething hatred, viewing all Western peoples as enemies to be robbed and destroyed. Yet for King Thranduil, a more personal dread lingered. Having witnessed the horrors of Mordor firsthand, the memory was a stain he could not erase. Gazing south, the thought of that land could cloud the very sunlight, and despite knowing it lay broken and under the watch of men, a cold fear whispered in his heart that its defeat was not permanent, that the shadow would gather again. In a related passage from the same period, it is noted that after 1,000 years of the Third Age, as a shadow fell upon Greenwood the Great, Thranduil and his Sylvan elves were forced to retreat northward before its advance. He ultimately established his realm in the forest's northeast, delving out a fortified underground dwelling. While these halls were a far cry from the legendary splendor of Menegroth in Doriath, Thranduil, following the example of King Thingol, sought a refuge for his people. His father, Orifer, was of Sindarin heritage, but had arrived among the Sylvan elves with only a small company. They deliberately chose to integrate, adopting the Sylvan language and customs, even taking on Sylvan-style names. This was a conscious rejection, a desire to leave behind the complex politics of Beleriand and the Noldorian exiles, and to return to the simpler, natural life of elves before the summons of the Valar. It is a curious footnote, then, that despite this deliberate cultural shift, all records indicate the Sylvan tongue had faded from use in Thranduil's realm by the Third Age's end. Regarding the northern boundaries of Gondor at its zenith under King Hjarmandassil, a correction is necessary. Earlier texts placing its limit at the southern eaves of Mirkwood are in error. The accurate northern boundary west of the Anduin was the river Limelight. The Celebrant, or Silverlode, flowed safely within the protected borders of Lorien itself. The open lands stretching from the Silverlode River to the Limelight, once part of the greater woods of Lothlorien, were called Path Celebrant by the elves. This name meant the field or meadow of the Silverlode, and while considered part of the elven realm, it was not settled by them beyond the forest's edge. In later ages, the men of Gondor constructed a bridge where the Limelight ran high and frequently garrisoned the slender strip of land between that river's lower course and the great river Anduin. This was a key part of their eastern defences, for the Anduin's broad, looping path, swift past Lorien, then slowing across flat plains before the Emyn Muil, created many fords and wide shoals. A determined enemy with rafts could potentially cross, particularly at the two great westward curves known as the North and South Undeeps. Gondor adopted the name Path Celebrant for this region, which is why it marked the ancient northern boundary in their records. By the time of the War of the Ring, all territory north of the White Mountains up to the Limelight belonged to the kingdom of Rohan, save for Anorian. Then the name Path Celebrant evoked only the memory of a single defining event, the great battle where Eorl the Young crushed the invaders of Gondor upon that very field. My father observed in another note that while Lothlorien was clearly bounded by the Anduin to the east and the mountains to the west, with no suggestion its rule ever crossed the river, its northern and southern borders were far less distinct. The Galadrim of old claimed authority over the woods as far north as the falls of the Silverlode, and southward their domain once reached through thinning woodlands that gradually blended into the ancient Fangorn forest. The true heart of the realm, however, always lay in the sheltered angle between the Silverlode and the Anduin, where the city of Caras Galadon stood. There were no fences or markers between Lorien and Fangorn, yet a silent understanding endured. Legend told of a meeting in the deep past between Fangorn the Ent and the king of the Galadrim. Fangorn had declared, "I know what is mine, and you know what is yours. Let neither side trouble the other's charge. But should an elf walk in my woods for joy, he will find a welcome, and if an Ent is seen in your glades, let there be no fear." It's a charming thought, really a formal diplomatic accord between trees and elves. Yet for all its elegance, the pact had grown dusty with disuse. Countless years had slipped by without an Ent stepping into Lorien or an elf wandering under Fangorn's bows, Appendix D, the port of Lund Dare, as mentioned in the account of Galadriel and Celeborn. During the war against Sauron in Eriador near the end of the 17th century of the Second Age, the Númenórean admiral Ciriator landed a substantial force at the mouth of the Greyflood River. A small Númenórean harbour existed there, marking the earliest reference to what would become a significant port. Later writings provide a fuller history, with the most detailed description found in a philological essay on river names, which also touches on the tale of Amroth and Nimrodel. This essay examines the name Greyflood, or Gwathlo in Elvish. The Sindarin word Gwath means shadow, suggesting dim light from cloud or deep valley, which seems at odds with the local geography. The vast lands divided by the Greyflood, the regions the Númenóreans called Minhiriath, between the rivers, the Brandywine and the Greyflood, and Enedwaith, Middlefolk, were largely open, rolling plains without mountains. Near the meeting of the Glanduin and Mithithel rivers, the land was almost level, causing the waters to slow and spread into marshes. Roughly 100 miles downstream from Tharbad, the slope grew steeper, yet the Greyflood never became a rapid river. Smaller vessels could sail or be rowed up to Tharbad without great difficulty. The true origin of the name Gwathlo, therefore, must be found not in the landscape, but in the forgotten history of the land itself. During the era of the War of the Ring, the landscape still held stretches of dense woodland, particularly in Minhiriath and the southeastern reaches of Enedwaith, though the open plains were largely rolling grasslands. Following the Great Plague of the Third Age, Minhiriath became a near-empty land, home only to a handful of reclusive hunters who kept to the deep woods. In Enedwaith, the remnants of the Dunlendings clung to life in the eastern foothills of the Misty Mountains, while a rough and numerous folk of fishers made their homes along the coast between the mouths of the Gwathlo and Angren rivers. But centuries earlier, when the Númenóreans first sailed to those shores, the scene was utterly transformed. Vast, nearly unbroken forests cloaked Minhiriath and Enedwaith, broken only by the central expanse of the Great Fens. The transformation began with the ambitions of Tar Aldarion, the Mariner King, who forged a powerful alliance with the elven king Gil-galad. Obsessed with turning Númenor into a supreme naval power, Aldarion's relentless demand for timber had already sparked conflict at home. Sailing along the coastline, he beheld the immense woodlands with a covetous eye and selected the estuary of the Gwathlo as the perfect location for a new, fully controlled haven, a place where the future realm of Gondor was not even a dream. There he initiated massive works that would expand long after his reign. This foothold in Eriador later proved crucial in the wars against Sauron, but its birth was purely practical: a timber port and shipyard. The local forest dwellers were numerous and fierce, yet lived in scattered communities without unified leadership. Initially awestruck by the Númenóreans, their attitude shifted to bitter hostility as the tree felling grew catastrophic. They began launching ambushes and attacks wherever possible, which only hardened the Númenóreans' resolve. The newcomers branded them as enemies and turned ruthless, stripping the land without a thought for conservation or replanting. Felling initially focused on the Gwathlo's banks, with logs floated downstream to the haven of Lund Dare, but soon the Númenóreans carved great roads and tracks deep into the forests to the north and south. Those natives who survived the onslaught fled Minhiriath for the dark, forbidding woods of Erin Vaughan, too fearful of the elven folk to cross the Baranduin River. From Enedwaith, refugees escaped into the eastern mountains, later known as Dunland, but they avoided crossing the Isen or seeking shelter in the great promontory between the Isen and Lefnui rivers, deterred by tales of the mysterious and feared Púcal men. The scale of the Númenórean devastation was beyond measure. For generations, these lands supplied endless timber, not just for the shipyards at Londare, but for the insatiable needs of Númenor itself. Countless shiploads sailed west over the sea. The stripping of the land accelerated during the war in Eriador as the displaced natives, nursing a deep grudge, allied with Sauron in hope of defeating the Men of the Sea. Sauron, aware of the strategic value of the Great Haven and its shipyards, used these bitter foes as spies and guides for his raiding parties. Though he lacked the strength to assault the fortified havens directly, his raiders wreaked havoc along the forest edges, setting wildfires and destroying vast stockpiles of stored timber after Sauron's eventual defeat and expulsion from Eriador. Little remained of the ancient forests. The Gwathlo wound through a desolate, treeless wasteland on both sides, untilled and abandoned. It was a stark contrast to the thriving woodland first glimpsed by the hardy explorers of Tar Aldarion's ship, who had once navigated its waters in small boats and given the river its name, leaving behind the coastal winds and salt spray. The forest closed in upon the riverbanks. Though the waterway was broad, the immense trees cast deep, cool shadows across its surface, and the vessels of the explorers moved quietly beneath this canopy into lands uncharted. They first named it the River of Shadow, Gwath-Hur. Their journeys later took them north to the edges of the vast wetlands. Though many years would pass before they possessed the manpower or necessity to undertake the great dike-building and drainage works that would one day support the port of Tharbad. The Sindarin term for these marshes was low, and they initially mistook this fenland for the river's source, unaware of the Mithahithel flowing from northern mountains which joined with the Bruinen and Glandwin to flood the plains below. Thus the name evolved to Gwathlo, the shadowy river from the fens. This name, Gwathlo, became one of the few from these shores known beyond the mariners of Númenor, even receiving an Adunek translation Agatharush. The river's history is intertwined with that of Lundare and Tharbad, particularly when considering the name Glandwin, meaning border river. So designated in the Second Age, it marked the southern boundary of Eregion, a land beyond which lived pre-Númenórean peoples, often unfriendly, who were ancestors of the Dunlendings. Later, the Gwathlo, formed by the confluence of the Glanduin and Mythaethel, served as the southern border of the North Kingdom. The territory between the Gwathlo and the Isen was called Ened Waith, the land of the Middle Folk belonging to neither kingdom and never permanently settled by Númenóreans. Yet, the Great North-South Road, a vital land link between the two kingdoms, traversed this region from Tharbad to the fords of Isen, until the decline of the North Kingdom and the Great Plague of the Third Age. Both realms maintained a shared interest here, jointly upholding the Bridge of Tharbad and the long causeways that carried the road over the fens of Minhiriath and Enedwaith. A notable garrison of soldiers and engineers was stationed there for centuries. But from that period onward, decay set in rapidly. Long before the events chronicled in later tales, the region had reverted to wilderness. When Boromir undertook his arduous journey from Gondor to Rivendell, a feat whose sheer endurance is often understated, the road had vanished. Only broken remnants of the causeways hinted at a path to Tharbad, where a traveller would find mere ruins on sinking hills and a treacherous ford where the bridge once stood, passable only because the river ran wide and sluggish there. The name Glandwin, if remembered at all, lingered only in places like Rivendell, referring solely to the river's swift upper course before it dissipated into the maze of swamps, pools, and islets below, a realm belonging more to hosts of swans and waterfowl than to men. Any name for the river in those later days would have been in the language of the Dunlendings. In some records it is simply called the Swanfleet River, for it flowed down into the wetlands known as Ninin Isle. It was the author's later intent to clarify this on revised maps, marking the upper reaches as the Glanduin and the vast fens themselves as Swanfleet. A potential for confusion exists regarding the river's course, as Pauline Bain's map labels it R. Swanfleet, while the book's map, as previously mentioned, misplaces the names. Tharbad is described as a ruined settlement in the Fellowship of the Ring, and Boromir recounts losing his steed there while crossing the Grey Flood. The tale of years dates the destruction and abandonment of Tharbad to the great floods of Third Age 2912, which ravaged Enedwaith and Minhiriath. From these references, it becomes clear that the idea of the Númenórean harbour at the Gwathlo's mouth evolved significantly from its initial description as a minor port into the grand haven known as Lund Dare. This is, of course, the Vignalonde, or New Haven, from the tale of Aldarion and Erendis, though that specific name is absent from the immediate discussion. The narrative states that the works Aldarion restarted at Vignalonde after his coronation were never completed. This likely refers only to his personal involvement, for the later prominence of Lundare implies the harbour was eventually restored and fortified against the sea. In fact, the same passage suggests Aldarion's efforts laid the groundwork for Tar Ministir's achievements generations later during the First War with Sauron, hinting that without these foundations the Númenórean fleets might have arrived too late, a foresight that proved crucial. The earlier note describing the port as Lond Dare Ened, the great middle haven situated between Lindon in the north and Pelargir on the Anduin, must refer to a much later period, well after Númenórean forces intervened in Eriador. After all, according to the chronicles, Pelargir was not constructed until Second Age 2350, later becoming the primary haven for the faithful. Appendix Eve, Nains of Celeborn and Galadriel. An essay on elvish customs in Valinor explains that the Eldar received two given names, or Essi, the first, bestowed by the father at birth, often echoed the father's own name in meaning or form, sometimes even being identical until a distinguishing element was added in adulthood. The second name came from the mother, sometimes soon after birth, sometimes much later. These mother names held profound weight, as elven mothers possessed deep insight into their children's nature and potential, with many gifted with prophetic sight. Beyond these, any elf might earn an epes, or aftername, a kind of honorary title or nickname typically given by others out of admiration. This Epes could become the name remembered in song and history, as happened with Erennion, forever known as Gil-galad. Thus, the name Alatariel, which, in the later version of their story, was given to Galadriel by Celeborn in Aman, was an Epes. She chose to use this name in Middle-earth, translating it into Sindarin as Galadriel, rather than her father name Artanis or her mother name Nerwen. It is only in this late narrative that Celeborn himself bears a high elven name Telepornor, stated to be Telerin in form. This traces back to the ancient stem for silver Kielep, which became Celeb in Sindarin, Telep or Telp in Telerin, and Tielep or Tielp in Quenya. In the Quenya tongue, the form Telp grew common, influenced by Telerin speech. The Teleri elves valued silver more highly than gold, and their craftsmanship with it was admired even by the skilled Noldor. So it was that Telperion was heard more often than Teleperion as the name for Valinor's white tree. The name Alatariel, too, was Telerin in origin. Its Quenya form would be Altariel. When first conceived, the name Celeborn was meant to signify silver tree, and it also belonged to the great tree of Tol Eressë. Celeborn's immediate family carried names linked to trees: his father Galadhon, his brother Galathiel, and his niece Nimloth, who shared her name with the white tree of Númenor. However, in later linguistic notes, the interpretation of silver tree was set aside. For the name of a person, the second part of Celeborn was traced to an ancient adjective orna, meaning upright or tall, rather than from the related noun orn for tree. Originally, Orn described straighter, slender trees like birches, while stouter, spreading trees like oaks were termed Galada, or great growth. This distinction blurred in Quenya and vanished in Sindarin, where all trees came to be called Galad. The word Orn faded from daily use, lingering only in poetry, song, and within many names of both people and trees. A note on Númenorian measures confirms Celeborn was indeed tall, regarding the occasional blending of Galadriel's name with the word Galad. It was observed that when she and Celeborn came to rule the elves of Lorien, who were largely sylvan elves calling themselves the Galadrim, her name became linked with trees. This connection was strengthened by her husband's name, which also seemed to hold a tree word. Thus, outside of Lorien, among those whose memory of elder days had dimmed, her name was often shifted to Galadriel, though never within Lorien itself. It should be noted that Galadrim is the proper spelling for the elves of Lorien, as is Caras Galadon. Initially, the voiced th sound in such names was written as d, as the digraph Doch was unused in English and deemed awkward. This preference was later reversed, but the spellings Galadrim and Caras Galadon persisted, uncorrected until after the revised edition of The Lord of the Rings. Recent printings have made the change. These names are, however, misspelled in the older entry of the Silmarillion Appendix, Part 3, The Third Age, The Disaster of the Gladden-Foils. Following Sauron's defeat, Isildur, son and heir of Elendil, journeyed back to Gondor. There he took up the Elendilmere as King of Arna, declaring his sovereignty over all the Dúnedain in both the north and the south, for he was a man of formidable pride and energy. He stayed a full year in Gondor, setting its affairs in order and marking its borders, though the bulk of Arnor's host had already returned to Eriador via the old Númenorian road from the fords of Isen to Fornost. Eager at last to reach his own kingdom, and wishing first to go to Imladris, where he had left his wife and youngest son, he also felt a pressing need for Elrond's counsel. He decided, therefore, to travel north from Osgiliath, following the valleys of Anduin towards Cirith-Forn and Andrath, the high northern pass that descended into Imladris. He knew these lands well, having travelled them often before the War of the Last Alliance, and marched that very route to war with men of eastern Arna alongside Elrond. The journey was lengthy, but the alternative, going west, then north to the Arnorian road meeting, and finally east to Imladris, was far more so. His haste made the direct path a necessity, a choice that would lead his party into the treacherous flats where the Gladden River met the great Anduin. The pace might have been quicker for riders, but Isildur had no suitable mounts. The road might have been safer in years past, yet Sauron was defeated, and the folk of the Vales had fought beside them. He felt no dread, save for the toll of the journey itself. a hardship any traveller must face when necessity calls them across the wide lands of Middle-earth. Thus, as the tales later recount, in the fading of the second year of the Third Age, Isildur departed from Osgiliath in early Ivaneth. He hoped to make Imladris in 40 days, reaching it by mid-Narberth before the northern winter set in. On a clear morning at the east gate of the bridge, Meneldiel offered his farewell. May you travel swiftly, and may the sun that lights your departure never cease to guide your path. Accompanying Isildur were his 3 sons, Elendor, Aratan, and Sirion, along with a guard of 200 knights and soldiers, grim and seasoned veterans from Arnor. Of their travels little is recorded until they had crossed the Dagorlad and moved north into the vast open lands south of the great Greenwood. On the 20th day, as the forest rose before them, its distant canopy aflame with the red and gold of autumn, the sky darkened. A chill wind swept up from the sea of Rhun, heavy with rain. The downpour persisted for 4 days, and when they at last approached the entrance to the vales between Lorien and Amon Lanc, Isildur turned from the swift swollen waters of the Anduin. He led his men up the steep eastern slopes to find the old paths of the Sylvan elves that ran near the forest's edge. And so it happened that late on the 30th day of their journey they were skirting the northern bounds of the Gladden Fields, following a trail that led toward Thranduil's realm. The fair afternoon was fading. Clouds gathered over the distant mountains, stained red by the misty sinking sun, while the depths of the valley were already swallowed in grey shadow. The Dunedain was singing, their day's march nearly done, with 3/4 of the long road to Imladris behind them. To their right, the forest loomed above at the crest of steep slopes that fell sharply to the path, beyond which the descent into the valley grew more gradual. Suddenly, as the sun vanished into cloud, they heard the hideous cries of orcs and saw them pouring from the forest, streaming down the slopes with fierce war shouts. In the gloom, their numbers were impossible to count, but the Dunedain were clearly outnumbered many times over, perhaps even 10 to 1. Isildur ordered a thangale, a shield wall of 2 tight ranks that could curve back at the ends if outflanked, forming a closed ring if needed. Had the ground been level or the slope in their favour, he would have formed a Durnaith and charged, trusting in the strength and weaponry of the Dunedain to cut through and scatter the foe. But that was impossible here. A shadow of foreboding settled on his heart. Sauron's vengeance lives on, though he is gone, he said to Elendor, who stood beside him. There is cunning and purpose in this attack. We can expect no aid. Moria and Lorien are far behind, and Thranduil is 4 days' march ahead, and we carry burdens beyond any reckoning. Elendor replied, for he shared his father's confidence. The orcs drew nearer. Isildur turned to his esquire. "Otar," he said, "I entrust this to your keeping now." He handed over the great sheath and the shards of Narsil, the sword of Elendil. "Save it from capture by any means you can at any cost, even if you are called a coward for abandoning me. Take your companion and flee. Go, that is my command." Otar knelt, kissed his hand, and then the 2 young men vanished down into the darkening valley. If the sharp-eyed orcs noted their flight, they paid it no mind. They paused only briefly, readying for the assault. The air grew thick with a sudden storm of arrows, followed by a deafening roar as the main force of orcs surged down the slope, hoping to shatter the Dunedain's shield wall. Yet the line held unbroken. The Numenorian armor turned the arrows aside, and the tall men loomed over their foes, their long spears and swords striking from a distance the orcs could not match. The assault crumbled and fell back, leaving the defenders standing firm amidst heaps of their slain enemies. To Isildur, it appeared the enemy was retreating toward the shadow of the forest. He glanced westward, where the sun's crimson edge pierced the clouds before vanishing behind the peaks. Dusk was gathering swiftly. He commanded an immediate march, directing their path toward the lower open ground, where the orcs would lose the highlands' advantage. Perhaps he thought their costly defeat would make them cautious, content to merely shadow his company through the night. That was the typical way of such creatures, easily dismayed when their intended prey fought back. But he was wrong. This attack was driven not merely by cunning, but by a hatred both fierce and relentless. These mountain orcs were hardened and directed by grim lieutenants from Barad-dûr, dispatched long ago to watch the high passes, and though they knew it not, The ring itself, severed from the Dark Lord's hand 2 years prior, still pulsed with his malignant will, a silent call for aid that stirred all his servants. The Dúnedain had marched less than a mile when the enemy moved again. This time there was no wild charge. Instead, they flowed down in a wide, silent wave that curved into a crescent, then tightened into a deadly, unbroken ring around the men. They stayed just beyond the lethal range of the famed steel bows of Númenor, a threat made worse by the failing light, and Isildur's desperately few archers he called a halt. A tense quiet fell, though the sharpest-eyed among his men whispered that the circle was slowly, stealthily contracting. Elendor approached his father, who stood apart, dark and pensive. "My father," he said, "what of the power that could master these creatures and force them to obey you? Does it now offer no aid?" "It offers none, my son. I cannot wield it," Isildur replied, his voice heavy. "The very thought of touching it fills me with dread. I lack the strength to bend it to my purpose. It requires a will greater than my own, a truth my pride finally accepts. It must go to the keepers of the three." At that instant, a savage blast of war horns shattered the stillness, and the orcs hurled themselves inward from all sides with a reckless fury. Night had fallen, and with it, hope men began to fall. Some of the larger orcs, in a brutal tactic, would leap together upon a single Dúnedain, using their combined weight to bear him down so others could drag him from the ranks and kill him. The orcs might lose 5 of their own for one man, but the price was counted cheap. Cirion was slain in this manner, and Araton was mortally wounded trying to save his brother. Elendor, still unhurt, found Isildur rallying the men on the east where the press was fiercest. The orcs still shied from the Elendilmere shining on his brow. Touching his father's shoulder, Isildur spun around, thinking an enemy had crept behind. "My king," Elendor said urgently, "Cirion is dead. Araton dies. Your last counselor must advise you. No command you as you once commanded Ottar. Go, take your burden, and at all costs bear it to the keepers, even if the cost is abandoning your men and me." "Son of the king," Isildur answered, grief-stricken, "I knew I must, but I feared the pain. Nor would I go without your leave, forgive me, and the pride that has led us to this end." Elendor kissed him. "Go now," he cried. Isildur wheeled westward, and lifting the ring from where it hung upon a slender chain around his neck, he forced it onto his finger with an anguished shout. From that moment, no living being in Middle-earth ever laid eyes on him again. Yet the Elendilmere upon his brow refused to be dimmed. It flared suddenly a furious crimson star. Both men and orcs recoiled in terror. Pulling a hood over his head, Isildur melted into the darkness of the Dúnedain company. Only a fragment of their fate was later learned. Soon they all lay slain, save for a single young esquire knocked senseless and buried beneath the fallen. Thus died Elendor, who was destined to be king. All who knew him had foretold it. In his strength, his wisdom, and a noble bearing free of arrogance, he stood as one of the greatest and fairest of Elendil's line, the very image of his grandsire. As for Isildur, he fled in torment, his heart in agony. At first, he ran with the desperate speed of a stag before the hunt, not stopping until the valley floor lay behind him. There he paused, listening for pursuit, knowing well that orcs could track by scent alone in the blackness. Cautiously, then, he pressed on, for ahead stretched wide, treacherous flats, pathless and riddled with unseen hazards for any traveller. So it was that deep in the night he came at last to the banks of the Anduin, weary beyond measure. He had covered ground over that broken country faster than any Dúnedain could have in full daylight and without rest. The river churned before him, dark and swift. For a time he stood alone in despair. Then, moving quickly, he stripped off his armor and all his weapons save a short sword at his hip and plunged into the cold water. Though his strength and endurance were unmatched even among the Dúnedain of that age, he had small hope of reaching the far shore. Almost at once the current seized him, driving him northward, and struggle as he might, he was swept relentlessly toward the tangled marshes of the Gladden fields. They were closer than he had reckoned. just as the current began to slacken and the opposite shore seemed almost within reach. He found himself entangled in a thicket of great rushes and clinging weeds, and there, in that sudden struggle, he knew the ring was gone. By mischance or by some design he could not grasp, it had slipped from his finger and vanished where he could never hope to recover it. For a moment the loss was so crushing that all will left him, he would have sunk and drowned. But that despair passed as swiftly as it had come. The pain lifted. A great weight had been taken from him. His feet found the riverbed, and heaving himself from the mud, he floundered through the reeds to a small marshy islet near the western bank. There he rose from the water, just a mortal man now, a small, lost creature in the vast wilderness of Middle-earth. Yet to the night-eyed orcs lying in wait upon that shore, he appeared as a monstrous shadow of dread, with a single piercing eye like a star. In panic, they loosed their poisoned arrows at the apparition and fled. It was needless. Isildur, unarmed, was struck through heart and throat. Without a sound, he fell back into the dark water. No trace of his body was ever found by elf or man. So perished the first victim of the Masterless Ring's malice, Isildur, second king of all the Dunedain, lord of Arna and Gondor, and in that age of the world, the legend of his end did not lack for sources. Orta and his companion escaped, carrying with them the shards of Narsil. The accounts also speak of a young survivor of the slaughter, Elendur's esquire, named Estelmo. He was among the last to fall, struck down by a club, and left for dead beneath his lord's body, but was later found alive from that place of feigned death. He had heard the final exchanged words between Isildur and his son. Rescuers arrived after the battle, yet their appearance was enough to disrupt the orcs and stop them from desecrating the fallen. Word had reached Thranduil through swift woodman runners, and those same forest dwellers mustered a force to ambush the raiding party. The orcs, however, caught wind of the plan and scattered into the wilds. Their victory had come at a terrible cost, with nearly all their leaders slain, and they dared not mount another such assault for many long years. The tale of Isildur's final hours and his demise was pieced together later, a reconstruction based on solid evidence, though the full legend wasn't set down until King Elessa's reign in the Fourth Age, when new discoveries came to light. Until that time, only a few facts were certain. Isildur possessed the ring and fled toward the river Anduin. His armor, helm, shield, and great sword were later found on the riverbank near the Gladden Fields, with no other personal effects. Orc archers had been posted on the western shore to cut down any survivors trying to cross, their campfires' traces found near the field's edge. And finally, both Isildur and the ring must have been lost in the river's currents. Had Isildur reached the far shore wearing the ring, he would have slipped past the watch unseen, and a man of his legendary endurance, stocked with the cordials and waybread every Dunedain carried, should have made it to Lothlorien or the gates of Moria before succumbing. No such provisions were found with his discarded gear. Much later, as the Third Age faded and the War of the Ring loomed, the Council of Elrond learned the ring had been found not with Isildur's remains, which were never recovered, but lying in the mud near the Gladden's western edge. It was also revealed that Saruman had been secretly scouring that same region, though he never found the ring itself. What other secrets he might have uncovered remained a troubling mystery. After his coronation, King Elessar turned to restoring order in his realm. Among his first projects was the rehabilitation of Orthanc, where he planned to house the Palantir recovered from Saruman. A thorough search of the tower uncovered many stolen treasures, jewels and heirlooms of Eorl pilfered from Edoras by Wormtongue during Theoden's decline, and even older, more beautiful artifacts looted from tombs across the land. In his wretchedness, Saruman had hoarded like a magpie, not a dragon. Finally, with Gimli the dwarf's help, a hidden door was found and opened, revealing a stark steel closet. Perhaps meant to hold the ring, it stood nearly empty. On a high shelf rested a small casket. Inside were two items, a delicate golden case on a fine chain, undoubtedly the very one that once hung around Isildur's neck bearing the ring, and beside it a treasure long mourned as lost forever, the Elendilmere. This white star of elvish crystal set on a mithril band had passed from Silmarien to Elendil, serving as the token of royalty in the North Kingdom. Every king and chieftain of Arnor had borne it, down to Elisar himself. Yet, for all its beauty crafted in Imladris for Valandil, Isildur's son, it lacked the ancient lineage and power of the original, lost when Isildur vanished into the darkness, never to return. Lesser accepted the treasure with solemn respect. Upon his return to the northern lands and his resumption of the full kingship of Arnor, it was Arwen who fastened it upon his brow. Those who witnessed it fell silent, awestruck by its brilliance. Yet Elisar would not risk its loss a second time, reserving its wear for only the most solemn festivals within the North Kingdom. On other state occasions, clad in royal attire, he bore instead the Elendilmere that had come down to him through the long line of kings. He once remarked, with a humility that surprised his courtiers, "This, too, is an object of deep reverence, far beyond the merit of its bearer. 40 crowns, if you will, have borne its weight before mine." Later, when scholars and law masters examined the details of this recovered hoard, a profound unease settled over them. The presence of these items, particularly the Elendilmere, suggested they must have been upon Isildur's person when he met his end. Yet, had he fallen into the deep and swift currents of the river, they would have been scattered across the miles over the long years. The grim conclusion was inescapable. Isildur had perished not in deep water, but in a shallower reach, perhaps no deeper than a man's shoulder. This realization only deepened the mystery. Why, then, after an entire age, were his bones utterly lost? A dark and mocking suspicion took hold. Had Saruman, in his ruthless scavenging of the past, discovered them? It would be just like him to have tossed such relics into one of his foul furnaces, a final contemptuous act of desecration. While such a deed would be vile, it would hardly count as the worst of his betrayals. The thought was a bitter pill, a stark reminder that history's wounds are often salted by petty malice long after the great battles are done. They required supplies and gear for the wilderness ahead, as they anticipated no settlements of elves or men until nearing Thranduil's domain toward the journey's close. Each soldier bore 2 days' rations on the march, while the remaining provisions and additional baggage were hauled by compact, hardy horses. These animals, originally descended from wild herds roaming the vast plains south and east of the Greenwood, had been domesticated to bear heavy loads at a walking pace, though they steadfastly refused to be ridden. The company had only 10 such horses at their disposal in the Shire calendar, which closely followed the old Númenórean reckoning. The date corresponded to Halimuth, our September. They estimated 40 days would suffice if conditions remained favorable. Aiming to reach their destination by mid-October, the total distance was roughly 308 leagues as they would march it. The Dúnedain soldiers, renowned for their height and stamina, could cover 8 leagues a day with relative ease when traveling fully armed. Their method involved 8 segments of a league each, punctuated by brief pauses, plus a longer rest around midday. This routine amounted to about 10.5 hours on the move, with 8 hours of actual walking, a pace they could sustain for extended periods given proper supplies. In urgent situations, they could push to 12 leagues a day, or even more, though not for long. At that time of year, near the latitude of Imladris, daylight lasted at least 11 hours in open terrain, but by midwinter it dwindled to under 8. Notably lengthy expeditions in the north were typically avoided from early November through February during peacetime. Meneldil, Isildur's nephew and the son of his younger brother Anarion, who fell during the siege of Barad-dûr, had been installed as king of Gondor. Courteous yet shrewd, Meneldil kept his own counsel. Privately, he was not displeased to see Isildur and his sons depart, hoping matters in the north would occupy them for some time. Records indicate Meneldil was the 4th child of Anarion, born in the year 3318 of the Second Age, and notably the last man born in Númenor. While all 3 of Isildur's sons had fought in the War of the Alliance, only Elendor had been at his father's side through most of the conflict, earning Isildur's complete trust. Araton and Cirion had been stationed to guard Minas Ithil during the invasion of Mordor, a precaution in case Sauron attempted a breakout through the pass, later known as Cirith Ungol. Elendur, Isildur's heir and beloved eldest, had accompanied him in every major engagement save the final confrontation on Orodruin. Their path would take them near Amanlunk, the Naked Hill, the tallest peak in the Highlands at the southwestern edge of the Greenwood, so named for its barren summit. In later years, this very site would become Dol Guldur, Sauron's first fortress after his return. The company pressed on, the landscape gradually shifting as they approached the wetland expanses of the Gladden Fields in the ancient times. When the Sylvan elves first made their home in that region, a vast lake filled a deep basin. The mighty Anduin River rushed down from the north over a swift 70-mile descent, meeting the torrent of the Gladden River as it spilled from the mountains. This lake stretched wider on its western shores, where the land was gentler, while the eastern valley rose in steeper cliffs. Its reedy edges likely brushed the lower slopes of the great forest, which in that age was still thick with trees. Just below the path where Isildur would one day walk over long ages, the lake transformed into an immense marsh. Here, the river meandered through a maze of small islands, vast reed beds, and armies of yellow iris that stood taller than a man, giving their name to the entire region and to the mountain river around which they grew most densely yet by Isildur's time. The marsh had withdrawn eastward, leaving wide grassy flats dotted with low rushes where travellers could now tread with ease. Long before the War of the Last Alliance, Oropher, the king of the Sylvan Elves dwelling east of the Anduin, grew troubled by whispers of Sauron's growing power. He chose to abandon their ancient halls near Amanlank, which faced the lands of their kin in Lorien across the water. Not once, but 3 times he led his people northward in a slow retreat, a migration born of deepening unease and a desire for isolation. By the close of the Second Age, he had settled in the western vales of the Emyn Dwyr, the Dark Mountains, and his numerous folk lived and wandered through the woods and valleys as far west as the Anduin, north of the Old Dwarf Road. He answered the call to join the Alliance, a decision that would cost him his life in the brutal assault on the very gates of Mordor. His son, Thranduil, returned with the shattered remnants of their army in the year preceding Isildur's fateful journey. The Emyn Dwyr were a range of high, fir-clad hills in the forest's northeast, named for the dark woods upon their slopes. They were not yet a place of ill repute. It was only in later days, when the shadow of Sauron crept through Greenwood the Great, twisting its name from Erin Galen to the dreaded Tor Nufwyn, or Mirkwood, that these mountains became a haunt for his most vile creatures and were renamed Emyn Nufwyn, the Mountains of Mirkwood. As for Oropher's motivations, it is said his northward retreat was driven not only by fear of Sauron, but by a pointed desire to place distance between his people and the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, as well as the influential Lord Celeborn and Lady Galadriel in Lorien. The application of the grim name Tower Nufwyn to both this forest and the dread highlands of Dorthonion from the elder days is a telling link, reflecting a shared essence of profound darkness in the mind of the chronicler. After the War of the Ring, in a new age of hope, Thranduil and Celeborn would cleanse the shadow and rename the wood Erin Lascallan. The Wood of Green Leaves, the Men-I Norgrim, or Dwarf Road, is that same old forest road which once served as a vital artery, crossing the Anduin by a single fortified bridge, the only point for many miles where the raging river could be spanned before it plunged into the swift descent toward the Gladden Basin. Beyond the open meadows, the river's pace quickened once more, swelling into a great flood fed by countless tributaries. Most of their names are lost, save for the largest, the Gladden, the Silverlode, and the Limelight. In The Hobbit, the forest road crossed this mighty river at the Old Ford, with no record of a bridge ever standing there. A separate account of Isildur's fate appears in Of the Rings of Power, which states he was ambushed by a host of orcs lying in wait within the Misty Mountains. They fell upon his camp, set between the Greenwood and the Great River near the Gladden Fields, where he had grown careless, believing all his enemies vanquished. The defensive formation his men used was known in Sindarin as Thangale, or shield fence. Its Quenya counterpart was Sandastan, meaning shield barrier. The Sindarin term employed a distinct element, kale, referring to a spiked fence or palisade derived from an ancient word for snag or barb. Conversely, the Deerneath, or man spearhead, was an aggressive wedge formation designed to break enemy lines over a short charge, used before foes could fully arrange themselves. This concept of a tapering point is echoed in the geography of Lorien, where the Nath formed a narrow, sharp land at the meeting of the Silverlode and Anduin rivers. The name Uttar is the only one preserved in the legends from that dire moment. It was likely a formal title Isildur used to steady his own heart, addressing a loyal warrior who had not yet attained the rank of knight. This Ottar was dear to him, a kinsman. Earlier drafts suggest he was ordered to take 2 companions, while other texts mention that only 3 men ever returned over the mountains. The implication here is that the third survivor was Estelmo, Elendur's esquire, who lived through the battle. Isildur's company had moved beyond the soft, low-lying Gladden fields. The land on the eastern bank of the Anduin, which here ran deep, grew firmer and began a steady climb northward. As it approached the region near the forest road and Thranduil's realm, it rose almost to the level of the greenwood's eaves, a terrain Isildur knew intimately. Sauron, ever cunning, had dispatched orc troops bearing the red eye to harass any forces attempting the mountain crossings. Yet the main host of Gil-galad and Isildur's men came over the high passes, their strength so formidable that the orcs hid in fear. They lingered, however, a festering wound in the forest and along the riverbanks, waiting to prey upon any group they outnumbered. They had let Thranduil's still powerful army pass unmolested. This pathetic northern detachment, utterly forgotten, knew nothing of Sauron's fall in far-off Mordor. If any of the Dark Lord's servants had escaped that ruin, they had fled eastward with their spectral masters, leaving these brutes to their own vile devices. They likely believed Sauron had triumphed, and Thranduil's battered forces were falling back to vanish into the woodland realm's deepest strongholds. This would have made them bold, hungry for their master's favor, even though they'd missed the war's fiercest clashes. Yet any who survived long enough to witness his return would have earned not praise, but a wrath no torment could sate. In their clumsy failure, they had let the greatest treasure in all Middle-earth slip through their fingers, though they knew nothing of the One Ring, a secret held only by Sauron and the 9 enslaved Nazgûl. Still, many later reasoned the sheer ferocity of their attack on Isildur was partly driven by the ring itself. Barely 2 years had passed since it left his possession. Though its heat was fading, it remained steeped in Sauron's malice, hungering for any path back to its master. Thus, though they did not comprehend it, the orc captains were seized by a savage urge to crush the Dúnedain and seize their lord. In the end, however, the War of the Ring was truly lost that day at the Gladden Fields. What a bitter irony that a band of grunting brutes stumbling through the dark could undo what armies had failed to achieve. Isildur's pride, that stubborn refusal to destroy the ring when he had the chance, now exacted its final price. For this she earned the name Tar Elisterne, the Lady of the Starbrow. It is from her, the tales say, that the later kings and queens took up the custom of wearing a white jewel like a star upon the forehead, foregoing a traditional crown. This practice is surely linked to the tradition of the Elendilmir, that star-like gem worn on the brow as a royal token in Arnor. Yet the original Elendilmir, having belonged to Silmarion, was already present in Númenor, whatever its origins might have been, long before Eldarion ever brought Erendis's jewel from Middle-earth. They could not possibly be the same object. The true count was 38, for a second Elendilmir was crafted for Valandil. In the Tale of Years, an entry for the 16th year of the Fourth Age notes that when King Elessar came to the Brandywine Bridge to meet his companions, he presented the Star of the Dúnedain to Master Samwise, while Sam's daughter Eleanor entered the service of Queen Arwen. From this single record, some have concluded that Elessar gave away the very star worn by the northern kings. The clear implication here, however, is that King Elessar kept for himself indefinitely the Elendilmir made for Valandil. Frankly, the idea that he would hand such a profound symbol of kingship to the mayor of the Shire, however deep his friendship, seems utterly preposterous. The Elendilmir is known by many titles: the Star of Elendil, the Star of the North, the Star of the North Kingdom. The Star of the Dúnedain, mentioned only in that one chronicle entry, has been assumed to be yet another name for it in various guides. I have found no other reference to this particular title, and it seems almost certain it was not the Eilendilmir at all. Master Samwise most likely received a different and far more fitting honour. Regarding Númenórean linear measures, distances are translated as closely as possible into modern terms. The league is used as it was their greatest unit of length. In the Númenórean decimal system, 5,000 rangar, full paces, made one la, which was very nearly 3 of our miles. The word la meant pause, as a brief rest was customary after covering that distance, save during forced marches. The Númenórean rangar was slightly longer than our yard, measuring about 38 inches, a reflection of their greater stature. Thus, 5,000 rangar would be almost exactly 5,280 yards, our league, coming to 5,277 yards, 2 feet, and 4 inches, if the equivalents were precise. This cannot be definitively determined, as it is based on historical descriptions of distances that can be compared with our own. One must account for the tall stature of the Númenóreans, since units of length often originate from body parts like hands, feet, and paces, and also for the variations that occur when formalizing a measurement system for both daily use and exact calculation. For instance, 2 rangar was often called man high, which at 38 inches suggests an average height of 6 feet 4 inches. This term, however, comes from a later time when the stature of the Dúnedain had somewhat diminished, and it was never meant as a precise average, but rather an approximate length expressed in the familiar unit of the ranga. The ranga is commonly described as the length of a grown man's stride while marching at a swift but comfortable pace. A full, extended stride might approach a ranga and a half. Tales of the great figures from ancient times often speak of their extraordinary stature, surpassing that of ordinary men. Elendil, for instance, was recorded as being taller than a man by nearly half a ranga, and he was considered the tallest of all the Númenóreans who survived the downfall. The Eldar from the elder days were also notably tall. Galadriel, remembered as the tallest woman among the Eldar in any recorded tale, was said to stand at man height, though this was measured according to the standard of the Dúnedain and the men of old, suggesting a height around 6 feet 4 inches. In contrast, the Rohirrim were typically shorter, a trait stemming from their distant ancestry, which included intermingling with men of broader, stockier build. Eomer was noted as tall, matching Aragorn in height, but he and other descendants of King Thengel stood above the average for Rohan. This greater height, and in some cases darker hair, came from Morwen Thengel's wife, a noblewoman of Gondor with strong Númenórean lineage. A supplementary note offers more about Morwen than is found in the main chronicles. She was called Morwen of Lossarnoch for her residence there, though her family did not originate in that land. Her father had moved to its flowering valleys out of deep affection for the landscape, relocating from Belfalas. He was a descendant of a former prince of that coastal region, making him a kinsman of Prince Imrahil. This distant connection to Eomer of Rohan was acknowledged by Imrahil, fostering a significant friendship between them. Eomer later married Imrahil's daughter, and their son, Elfwine the Fair, bore a remarkable resemblance to his maternal grandfather. Another annotation discusses Celeborn, describing him as a Linda of Valinor, that is, one of the Teleri who called themselves the Lindar, or singers, among his people. He was considered tall, a quality hinted at in his name, which can be interpreted as silver tall. However, the Teleri were generally somewhat slighter in build and stature than the Noldor. This represents a later interpretation of Celeborn's origins and the meaning of his name. Regarding hobbit stature in relation to the Númenóreans and the origin of the term halflings, one account clarifies the somewhat vague remarks found elsewhere. For the purposes of the central narrative, the hobbits of the Shire measured between 3 and 4 feet tall, with few exceptions. They did not use the name halflings for themselves. This was a term given to them by the Númenóreans. It was a reasonably accurate descriptor of their height compared to Númenórean men. The name was first applied to the Harfoots when they became known to the rulers of Arnor in the 11th century, and was later extended to the Followhides and Stors. The kingdoms of Arnor and Gondor maintained close ties and regular communication for many centuries, sharing news of all migrations and peoples within their realms. Thus, although no halfling is known to have actually set foot in Gondor before Peregrine Took, The existence of this people within the kingdom of Arthedain was known in the south, and they were given the name Halfling, or Parian, in Sindarin. When Boromir first laid eyes on Frodo, he immediately recognized him as a member of this race, though he had likely previously thought of them as beings from folklore or fairy tales. The warm reception Pippin later received in Gondor suggests that the memory of halflings had indeed persisted there in a different telling of these events. More is said about the gradual decline of both the halflings and the people of Númenor. The fading of the Dúnedain was not a natural fate shared by the peoples whose true home was Middle-earth. It stemmed from the loss of their ancient homeland far in the west, the mortal land closest to the Undying Realm. The much later shrinking of the hobbits, however, must be attributed to a shift in their condition and manner of living. They transformed into a hidden, fugitive folk, pushed as men. The big folk grew ever more numerous and took over the richer, more habitable lands to seek shelter in forests or wild places. They became a wandering, impoverished people, their arts forgotten, living a precarious existence consumed by the search for food and gripped by the fear of being discovered. Now, shifting to a tone of wry historical observation, it's almost ironic how the Grand Chronicles often begin with a handshake after the bloodshed. The official account of Sirion and Eorl starts only with their first meeting, once the Battle of the Field of Celebrant was done and the invaders crushed. But the real story, the stuff of lays and legends in both Rohan and Gondor, was that epic ride from the north. Later chronicles drew from these tales, piecing together the history of the Eotheod. To put it plainly, they were first called by that name in the days of King Calamita of Gondor. At that time, they were a small folk dwelling in the Vales of Anduin, between the Carrock and the Gladden Fields, mostly on the river's western side. They were the last remnant of the Northmen, who had once been a numerous and powerful alliance of peoples on the wide plains between Mirkwood and the river running. Famous as horse breeders and peerless riders, their settled homes were in the eaves of the forest, particularly in the East Bight, which their extensive logging had helped to create. These Northmen were distant kin to the Dúnedain, descended from the same race of men who, in the First Age, journeyed into the west of Middle-earth and fought alongside the Eldar against Morgoth. A strong friendship existed between them and Gondor, and they served as an essential, if underappreciated, shield for its northern and eastern borders, a fact the kings of Gondor only fully grasped after that shield was broken. Their decline began with the Great Plague, which struck in the winter of 1635 and swiftly spread south. While Gondor suffered greatly, especially in its cities, the toll was even worse in Rhovanion. The Northmen lived mostly in the open. But the plague arrived during a bitter cold that forced men and horses alike into crowded, low wooden halls and stables. Lacking the healing arts still preserved in Gondor from Númenorian wisdom, they were devastated. It is said over half their people and their horses perished. Their recovery was slow, but their weakness went unchallenged for a time, as eastern peoples likely suffered similarly. Yet when the invasions of the Wainriders began, sparking near a century of war for Gondor, the diminished Northmen faced the first brutal onslaughts. In a final desperate campaign, King Narmacil II marched a great army north onto the plains, south of Mirkwood, rallying the scattered remnants of the Northmen. He was defeated and slain. What was left of his force retreated over the Dagorlad into Ithilien, and Gondor yielded all its lands east of the Anduin, save for Ithilien itself. As for the Northmen, some survivors reportedly crossed the river running and blended with the people of Dale near the Lonely Mountain, to whom they were related. Others found sanctuary in Gondor, while a group rallied around Marwini, son of the fallen Mahari, who had perished covering the retreat after the Battle of the Plains. Travelling north between the dark expanse of Mirkwood and the great river, they established themselves in the Vales of Anduin. There they were strengthened by numerous fugitives who had escaped through the forest's treacherous paths. This settlement marked the humble origins of the Eotheod, though Gondor remained unaware of its existence for many long years. The majority of the Northmen were enslaved, their ancestral lands now overrun by the Wainriders. Eventually, King Calamita, son of Narmacil II, found himself free from immediate threats and resolved to avenge the bitter defeat on the plains. Messengers from Marwini reached him, warning of Wainrider plans to raid Calenardon via the Undeeps. They also brought a spark of hope. A rebellion was being fomented among the enslaved Northmen, ready to erupt if the Wainriders were drawn into a major conflict. Seizing this opportunity, Calamitar mustered an army from Ithilien and deliberately made its advance conspicuous to the enemy. The Wainriders, taking the bait, marched out with a significant force. Calamitar executed a strategic retreat, luring them farther from their own territories. The two armies finally clashed on the haunted Dagorlad, and the outcome hung in the balance for hours. At the critical moment, Calamitar's cavalry, which had crossed the undefended Undeeps, united with a great mounted force led by Marwini himself, striking the Wainrider flank and rear. The resulting victory for Gondor was spectacular, yet, in the grand scheme, not conclusive. When the enemy lines shattered and they fled in disarray northward, Calamitar wisely chose not to give chase. They left nearly a third of their warriors dead upon the Dagorlad, adding to the grim relics of battles past. Marwini's riders, however, pursued the fugitives relentlessly across the plains, inflicting heavy losses all the way to the looming shadow of Mirkwood. There they finally broke off, shouting taunts after them, "Run east, not north, servants of the shadow. Look back, the homes you stole are burning." For great columns of smoke indeed rose in the distance. The planned revolt, aided by Marwini's agents, had ignited. Desperate outlaws from the forest had roused the slaves, and together they managed to set fire to many Wainrider dwellings, storehouses, and their fortified wagon camps. But let's be honest, it was a brutal, desperate affair. Most of those brave rebels paid with their lives, hopelessly outmatched. The Wainriders hadn't left their homes undefended. Their youth, elders, and even their fierce women, trained from a young age to wield weapons, fought savagely to protect their families and possessions. In the end, Marwini was forced to withdraw back to his lands along the Anduin, and his people never reclaimed their old homes. Calamitar returned to Gondor, which then entered a period of uneasy peace from 1899 to 1944, a brief respite before the catastrophic assault that nearly ended its royal line. Still, the alliance between Calamitar and Marwini was far from worthless. Had the might of the Wainriders in Rhovanion not been crippled, that final onslaught would have come sooner and with overwhelming force, likely destroying Gondor utterly. The most profound consequence of their pact, however, lay in a distant future no one could then imagine. The two great cavalry charges of the Rohirrim that would save Gondor, Eorl's ride to the field of Celebrant and the thunder of King Théoden's horns on the Pelennor fields. Without these, the return of the king would have meant nothing. For now, the wounded Wainriders retreated to nurse their grievances and plot a bitter retaliation. Far to the east, beyond the reach of Gondor's power, the king's distant kin had grown numerous in the lands past the Sea of Rhun, hungry for conquest and plunder. They nurtured a deep-seated hatred for the western kingdom that blocked their path. Yet they hesitated for a long time. They feared Gondor's strength, and, ignorant of the lands west of the Anduin, they overestimated the size and population of its realm. Meanwhile, the Wainriders from the east had been pushing southward, skirting Mordor and clashing with the peoples of Khand and the lands beyond. In time, these enemies of Gondor forged a peace and an alliance, plotting a coordinated assault from both north and south. In Minas Tirith, little was known of these dark designs. Only later would historians piece together the truth, seeing in this unified hatred the hidden hand of Sauron, who provided a purpose and a cunning their own leaders lacked. Forthwini, son of Marwini, brought a warning to King Ondoher, who had taken the throne after his father Calamitar. He spoke of the Wainriders in Rhovanion regaining their courage and strength, suspecting they were being reinforced from the east, troubled as he was by raids that struck his southern lands from both the river and through the narrow forest passes. Gondor could only respond by gathering and training the largest army it could muster. So when the attack finally came, the realm was not caught entirely off guard, though its forces were stretched thinner than desired. Ondoher, aware of the southern threat, wisely split his army. The smaller southern force, deemed to face a lesser danger, was placed under the command of Eärnil, a descendant of King Telumithar, who made his base at Pelargir. The king himself would lead the northern army, a tradition in Gondor when a clear heir remained to secure the throne. Ondoher, from a line of warriors and beloved by his soldiers, had two sons of fighting age, Artamir, the elder, and Faramir, his younger brother. Word of the enemy's advance reached Pelargir on the 9th day of Sermier. Eärnil had already moved half his force across the Anduin, deliberately leaving the Poros fords undefended to set a trap, and encamped 40 miles to the north in South Ithilien. King Ondoher intended to march his host through Ithilien and deploy on the Dagorlad, a place of grim memory for Gondor's foes. The northern forts along the Anduin, built long ago, remained manned and ready to block any river crossing. Yet news of the northern assault did not reach the king until the morning of the 12th, by which time the enemy was alarmingly close. The Gondorian army had been advancing cautiously, its vanguard not yet at the gates of Mordor. The main column marched with the king and his guard at its head, followed by the regiments of the right and left wings, which would form their battle lines once they emerged onto the Dagorlad. They fully expected the attack to come from the north or northeast, as it had in battles past. They were, of course, completely wrong. The Wainriders had gathered a massive force along the southern coast of the inland sea of Rhûn, reinforced by their kin from Rovanion and new allies from Khand. Once prepared, they launched their assault on Gondor from the east, moving swiftly and unseen along the line of the Ash Mountains. Their approach went unnoticed until it was too late. Consequently, the forward elements of Gondor's army had only just reached the Black Gate when a great cloud of dust, carried on an eastern wind, signaled the arrival of the enemy's vanguard. This force was not merely the dreaded war chariots of the Wainriders, but also included a cavalry contingent far larger than any intelligence had predicted. King Ondoher had barely enough time to wheel his men to face the threat, anchoring his right flank near the Morannon, and to dispatch orders to Minota, captain of the wing behind him, to shield his left with all haste. Before these maneuvers could be completed, the thundering charge of chariots and horsemen smashed into his disorganized lines. The chaos that ensued left few coherent accounts for the archives of Gondor. Ondoher was completely unprepared for the sheer weight of the mounted assault. He had taken a position with his royal guard and standard upon a low hillock, but this offered little protection. The primary enemy thrust was directed squarely at his banner. It was captured, his guard was virtually wiped out, and both the king and his son Artamir, fighting at his side, were killed. Their remains were never found. The enemy tide washed over and around the hill, driving deep into Gondor's shattered ranks, hurling them back in disarray upon the troops behind, and scattering many others, pursued relentlessly westward into the treacherous dead marshes. Command now fell to Minotaur, a leader known for both courage and tactical acumen. The initial furious onslaught had spent itself, inflicting far less damage and achieving greater success than the invaders had dared hope. Their cavalry and chariots now withdrew, as the main host of the Wainriders began its advance. Using the brief respite, Minota raised his own banner and rallied the survivors from the centre and those of his own command within reach. He immediately sent riders to Adrahil of Dol Amroth, commander of the left wing, with urgent orders. Adrahil was to disengage with all possible speed, gathering not only his own forces but also the untouched elements at the rear of the right wing, and fall back to a defensive position. He was to hold the narrow land between the garrisoned Caer Andros and the Mountains of Shadow, where the great eastward bend of the Anduin River constricted the terrain, thereby covering the approaches to Minas Tirith for as long as possible. To buy time for this retreat, Minota would form a rearguard and attempt to check the advance of the Wainrider main force. Adrahil was also to dispatch messengers to locate Prince Eärnil and inform him of the catastrophe at the Morannon and the perilous position of the northern army. When the main Wainrider host finally began its attack, it was mid-afternoon. Minota had withdrawn his line to the head of the Great North Road in Ithilien, roughly half a mile beyond where it forks east toward the watchtowers of the Black Gate. Here, the first triumph of the Wainriders sowed the seeds of their eventual defeat. In their ignorance of the defending army's full strength and disposition, they had launched their initial assault prematurely, before the bulk of Gondor's host had even emerged from the confined passages of Ithilien. Their chariots and cavalry had thus met with a shockingly swift and overwhelming success. This very success proved their undoing, as it delayed their main advance for too long. On this broken ground, they could no longer effectively deploy their superior numbers with the tactics perfected on open plains, their momentum broken by the very terrain and the stubborn defiance of Gondor's rearguard. It is easy to imagine that, flushed with the fall of the king and the scattering of a significant portion of the enemy's centre, they felt the defending army was already broken. They likely believed their main force had little left to do but march forward to invade and occupy Gondor. If that was their assumption, they were mistaken. The Wain Riders advanced without proper formation, still celebrating and singing triumphant songs, seeing no immediate signs of defenders to block their path. Their progress continued until the road into Gondor curved sharply southward, entering a narrow wooded region beneath the gloomy shadow of the Mountains of Shadow. Here, an army could only march or ride in good order along a single great highway. This road stretched before them, passing through a deep, man-made cutting. At this point, the main text ends abruptly. The notes that follow are largely illegible, though a few details can be pieced together. We learn that warriors from the Eotheod fought alongside King Onderher. Furthermore, it is noted that Onderher's younger son, Faramir, had been commanded to stay in Minas Tirith as regent, for the laws of Gondor forbade both royal heirs from entering battle simultaneously, a point referenced earlier in the chronicle. Yet Faramir disobeyed this decree. He went to war in disguise and was killed. The script here becomes exceedingly difficult to read, but it appears Faramir joined a company of the Eotheod and was trapped with a band of them as they fell back toward the dead marshes. The chieftain of the Eotheod, whose name begins with Mar but is otherwise lost, rode to their aid. Faramir, however, perished in his arms. Only upon searching the young man's body did the chieftain discover tokens revealing him to be the prince. This chieftain then rode to meet Minotaur, who commanded the forces at the head of the North Road in Ithilien. Ironically, at that very moment, Minotaur was dictating a message to be sent to the prince, now the king, in Minas Tirith. It was then that the Eotheod leader delivered the grievous news. The prince had gone secretly to battle and had been slain. The involvement of the Eotheod and their chieftain's role may clarify why this detailed account of the battle between Gondor's army and the Wainriders is included in a narrative ostensibly about the founding friendship between Gondor and the Rohirrim. The final passage of the legible text creates a sense that the Wainrider host was on the verge of a rude awakening as they descended the highway into that deep cutting. However, scribbled notes indicate Minotaur's rearguard could not delay them for long. The Wain Riders poured relentlessly into Ithilien, and late on the 13th day of Sermii, they overwhelmed Minotaur, who fell by an arrow. He is identified here as King Ondoher's nephew. His men bore his body from the chaos, and what was left of the rearguard fled south to seek out Adrahil. The Wain Rider chieftain, brimming with overconfidence, then called a halt to the advance and held a great feast in celebration. Little more can be deciphered from the notes, though the concise record in the appendices to The Lord of the Rings recounts how Eärnil arrived from the south and crushed them. It states that in the year 1944, King Onderher and both his sons, Artamir and Faramir, were slain in battle north of the Black Gate, and the enemy flooded into Ithilien. But Eärnil, captain of the southern army, achieved a major victory in South Ithilien, destroying the host of Harad that had crossed the river Porus. Racing northward, he rallied the remnants of the retreating northern army and fell upon the main camp of the Wain Riders while they were feasting and reveling, utterly convinced Gondor was defeated and that only the gathering of plunder remained. Arnil stormed the encampment, set the supply wagons ablaze, and drove the enemy in a disastrous rout out of Ithilien. A great number of those who fled before him met their end in the treacherous dead marshes. In the tale of years, Arnil's triumph is remembered as the Battle of the Camp, following the tragic loss of Ondoher and his sons at the Morannon. Arvedui, the final king of the Northern Kingdom, asserted his right to the throne of Gondor. His claim was denied, however, and the year after the Battle of the Camp saw Eärnil ascend as king. His heir, Inur, would meet his end in Minas Morgul, having foolishly accepted a duel with the Lord of the Nazgul, becoming the last of the Southern Realm's monarchs, the Ride of Eorl. During their earlier residence, the Eotheod were well regarded by Gondor as a trustworthy folk, providing valuable intelligence from their northern region. They were descendants of the Northmen, considered kin to the Dúnedain in ancient times, and had been steadfast allies during Gondor's Golden Age, their lineage blending with its people. Their migration far northward in the time of Eärnil II, the penultimate king, was therefore a matter of grave concern to the southern realm. Their new territory lay north of Mirkwood, nestled between the Misty Mountains to the west and the Forest River to the east. It stretched south to where two swift streams which they named the Greylin and the Langwell converged. The Greylin descended from the Grey Mountains, while the Langwell sprang from the Misty Mountains, earning its name as the very source of the great river, which they called the Langflood from that junction onward. Communication between Gondor and the Eotheod continued after their move, but the distances were vast. A straight flight for a bird from their fortified town at the river's meeting to where the Limelight joined, the Anduin spanned some 450 miles. A journey far longer by land. The trek to Minas Tirith stretched nearly 800 miles. The chronicles are silent on specific events before the Battle of the Field of Celebrant, but other accounts paint a clear picture. The expansive open lands south of Mirkwood, from the desolate brown lands to the Sea of Rhun, were a gaping gateway for eastern invaders, a constant source of anxiety for Gondor's leaders. The so-called watchful peace had led to the neglect and abandonment of the river forts, particularly along the west bank of the Undeeps. In the years that followed, Gondor found itself besieged by orcs from an unguarded Mordor and harassed by the corsairs of Umbar, leaving neither the manpower nor the means to defend the Anduin line north of the Emyn Muil. When Cirion became steward in 2489, the northern threat weighed heavily on him. As Gondor's strength waned, he pondered how to counter a potential invasion from that quarter. He stationed small watches in the old forts to monitor the Undeeps and sent scouts into the wilds between Mirkwood and Dagorlad. It wasn't long before he learned of a new and perilous enemy drifting in from beyond the Sea of Rhun. These invaders were slaughtering or driving north the last friendly Northmen who lived east of the forest up along the river running. Cirion was powerless to help them, and gathering intelligence grew increasingly deadly. Too many of his scouts vanished without a trace. Consequently, it was not until the winter of 2509 had thawed that Cirion grasped the scale of the mobilization against his realm. Massive hosts of men were gathering all along the southern edge of Mirkwood. They were crudely equipped and had few riding horses, using them mostly to pull their numerous large wagons, a trait reminiscent of the Wain Riders, to whom they were likely related, who had attacked Gondor in its final royal days. But what they lacked in sophisticated weaponry, they more than compensated for with sheer, overwhelming numbers. In this desperate hour, Cirion's thoughts turned at last to the Eotheod, and he resolved to send riders to them. The journey would be perilous, requiring passage through Calenardon and across the Undeeps, then through lands already watched by the Balchoth. Before reaching the Vales of Anduin, it meant a ride of roughly 450 miles just to the Undeeps and over 500 more to the Eotheod. From the Undeeps onward, they would need to travel warily, often by night, to avoid the shadow of Dol Guldur. Cirion held little hope that any would survive the journey. He called for volunteers and selected 6 riders of exceptional courage and endurance, sending them out in pairs with a day between each departure. Each carried a memorized message and a small stone carved with the seal of the stewards, to be delivered personally to the lord of the Eotheod if they reached that distant land. The message was for Eorl, son of Leod. For Cirion knew the young lord, though only 25, was already praised in the scarce tidings, reaching Gondor as a man of great heart and wisdom beyond his years. Yet Cirion harboured faint hope that even if the message arrived, aid would come. He had no true claim on the Eotheod beyond their ancient friendship, and he doubted that bond alone could bring a host from so far away. Perhaps news that the Balchoth were destroying their southern kin might lend weight to his plea, if the Eotheod themselves were not under threat. With that, Cirion spoke no more of it and turned to meet the coming storm. He gathered what strength he could, and taking command himself, made ready to lead it north to Calenardon, leaving his son Hallas to command Minas Tirith. The first pair of messengers departed on the 10th day of Sulima. In the end, only one of the 6 ever reached the Eothiod. He was Borondir, a rider from a family claiming descent from a captain of the Northmen who served the old kings. Of the others, no word was ever heard, save for the fate of Borondir's companion, who fell to arrows in an ambush near Dol Guldur. Borondir escaped only by fortune and the speed of his horse, pursued as far north as the Gladden Fields, and often forced far from his path by men emerging from the forest. He finally reached the Eothiod after 15 grueling days, the last 2 without food, so spent he could barely whisper his message to Eorl. It was then the 25th day of Sulimi. Eorl took counsel with himself in silence, but not for long. Soon he rose and declared, "I will come. If the Mundberg falls, where then shall we flee from the darkness?" He took Borondir's hand in token of his promise. Eorl summoned his council of elders at once and began preparations for the great riding, though this took many days, for the host had to be gathered and provisioned, and thought given to the ordering of his people and the defence of their land. The Eothiod were at peace then, with no fear of war, though that might change once it was known their lord had ridden to a distant battle in the south. Eorl saw clearly that nothing less than his full strength would suffice. He must risk everything or break his promise. At last, the host was assembled, with only a few hundred left behind to support those too young or too old for such a desperate venture. It was the 6th day of Virase. On that day, in silence, the great Eohere set out, leaving fear behind, yet carrying little hope, for they knew not what lay before them on the road or at its end. It is recorded that Eorl rode forth with a host of 7,000 fully equipped cavalry, accompanied by several hundred mounted archers. Borondir, who had recently travelled through these lands, rode at his right hand to act as guide, yet this formidable army faced no threat or challenge during its long journey down the vales of Anduin. Any inhabitants, whether well-intentioned or otherwise, who saw its approach scattered from its path, awed by its power and majesty. As the host moved southward, skirting the edges of southern Mirkwood, a region now crawling with the Balchoth, there was still no sign of enemy forces, whether in large numbers or as scouts to block their road or observe their advance. This was partly due to events that had unfolded since Borondir began his mission, of which they remained unaware, but other subtler powers were also at work. When the host finally neared Dol Guldur, Eorl turned westward to avoid the creeping shadow and gloom that issued from that dark place, riding thereafter within sight of the great river. Many riders glanced eastward, their feelings torn between dread and a faint hope of glimpsing from a distance the legendary shimmer of the Dwymodene, a land said in their tales to shine like gold with the coming of spring. Instead, they found it veiled in a radiant mist. To their alarm, this mist then drifted across the river and spread over the land ahead. Eorl did not hesitate. "Ride on," he ordered. "We have no other path after such a long road. Shall a river mist keep us from battle?" As they advanced, they saw the white mist pushing back the darkness flowing from Dol Guldur, and soon they entered it, moving cautiously at first. Beneath that canopy, everything was bathed in a clear, shadowless light, and they seemed flanked on either side by pale walls of secrecy. "It appears the Lady of the Golden Wood favours our cause," remarked Borondir. "Perhaps," replied Eorl, "but I shall trust the judgment of Philaroth above all. He senses no danger, his spirit is high, and his weariness has lifted. He yearns to run free. Let it be so. Never have I had greater need of both stealth and speed." Then Philaroth leaped forward, and the entire host followed like a rushing wind. Yet in an eerie silence, as if their horses' hooves made no sound upon the earth. They rode on, feeling as fresh and eager as on their first morning. Through that day and the next, at dawn on the 3rd day, they arose to find the mist had vanished. They saw they were now far out in the open country. Anduin lay close on their right, but they had nearly passed its great eastward bend, and the Undeeps were visible ahead. It was the morning of the 15th day of Virase, and they had arrived with a swiftness that defied all expectation. The narrative breaks off here, noting that a description of the Battle of the Field of Celebrant was intended to follow. A summary account in the annals of that war relates a vast army of wild men from the northeast surged through Ruvanion and emerging from the Brown Lands crossed the Anduin on rafts. Simultaneously, by chance or design, a great host of orcs descended from the mountains. These invaders overran Calanadon, and Sirion, steward of Gondor, sent north for aid. When Eorl and his riders finally reached the field of Celebrant, the northern army of Gondor was in dire straits. Defeated on the wold and cut off from the south, it had been forced across the Limelight, only to be attacked suddenly by the orc host driving it toward the Anduin. All hope seemed lost when, unexpectedly, the riders emerged from the north and struck the enemy's rear. The tide of battle turned at once. The enemy was driven back with great slaughter over the Limelight. Eorl led a fierce pursuit, and such terror went before the horsemen of the north that even the invaders upon the wold were seized with panic, hunted by the riders across the plains of Calanadon. A shorter version of this account also appears in Appendix A. While the exact sequence of the battle may not be entirely clear from either description, the general course of events is evident. The riders, having crossed the Undeeps, proceeded over the Limelight River and launched a decisive assault on the enemy's rear at the field of Celebrant. The phrase describing the enemy being driven with slaughter over Limelight indicates the Bolchoth were pushed back southward into the wold. The narrative of Sirion and Eorl is introduced with a description of the Holuthurion, the westernmost beacon in Gondor's line along the White Mountains. This beacon was the tallest in the chain and, much like Eilenach, gave the impression of rising alone from a vast forest. This was due to the deep cleft of Firion Dale behind it, a dark valley within the long northern spur of the mountains of which the hill was the peak. From this cleft the hill ascended like a sheer cliff face, yet its outer slopes, particularly to the north, were long and gentle, covered in trees nearly to the top. As these slopes descended, the forest grew ever thicker, especially along the banks of the Mering stream, which had its source in the cleft, and northward into the plains where the stream met the Entwash. The ancient West Road passed through a lengthy cutting in this wood to avoid the marshy lands beyond its northern edge. This road was constructed in a distant age, and after the time of Isildur, no tree in the Firion wood was ever felled, save by the beacon wardens. Their duty was to maintain the road and the path leading to the hill's summit. This path branched from the road near its entrance into the wood and wound upward to the tree line, where an old stone stairway climbed to the beacon site, a wide, levelled circle prepared by the stairs builders. The beacon wardens were the wood's sole human inhabitants, sharing it only with wild creatures. They lived in lodges built among the trees near the summit, but none stayed for long unless detained by severe weather, rotating in and out on duty. Most were happy to leave. It wasn't the danger from beasts or some lingering shadow from darker times that made them uneasy. Rather, beneath the ordinary sounds of wind, animal cries, or the occasional thunder of horsemen on the road, there lay a profound silence. A man would find himself whispering to his companions, as if half expecting to hear the echo of some great voice calling from a far-off time. The name Halathirion meant Holy Mountain in the tongue of the Rohirrim. Before their arrival, it was known in Sindarin as Amon Anwar, the Hill of Ar. The reason for this name was a mystery in Gondor, a secret known only to the ruling king or steward. For the handful of travellers who dared to stray from the road and wander beneath the trees, the wood itself provided reason enough for the title. In the common speech, it was called the Whispering Wood. In Gondor's earlier, greater days, no beacon stood upon the hill, as the Palantiri stones provided swift communication between Osgiliath and the realm's three towers without need for signals. Later, as the population of Calanadon dwindled, little aid could be expected from the north, and Minas Tirith became too hard-pressed defending the Anduin and its coasts to send forces there. While people still lived in Anorion, tasked with guarding the northern approaches from Calanadon or across the river at Caer Andros, communication with them was maintained through the three oldest beacons, Amon Din, Eilenach, and Min Rimmon. Although the line of the Mering stream was fortified, no fort or beacon was ever permitted upon Amon Anwar itself. During the rule of Steward Sirion, a massive invasion was launched by the Balcoth. These fierce warriors, joined by orc allies, forded the Anduin River and swept into the wold, beginning their conquest of Calanadon. This grave threat, which could have spelled the doom of Gondor, was only averted by the timely arrival of Eorl the Young and his Rohirrim cavalry. Once the war concluded, people speculated about how the steward would honour Eorl's service, anticipating a grand celebration in Minas Tirith, where lavish rewards would be bestowed. Yet Cirion was a man of deep and private deliberation. As the battered Gondorian forces marched southward, he was joined by Eorl and a company of 36 riders from the north, reaching the Mering stream. Cirion surprised everyone by turning to Eorl and declaring, "Farewell for now, Eorl, son of Leod. I must return to my city where many matters demand my attention. I entrust Calenardon to your stewardship for the present, unless you are eager to ride back to your own lands. In 3 months we shall meet again at this very spot, and then we will take counsel together." Eorl agreed, and they parted ways. Upon his return to Minas Tirith, Cirion immediately called for his most loyal servants. "Go now to the Whispering Wood," he instructed them. "Your task is to clear the ancient path to Amon Anwar. It has been long neglected, but the entrance is still marked by a standing stone beside the road where the northern edge of the wood draws near. The path winds considerably, but at every turn another standing stone will guide you. Follow these markers until you reach the tree line where a stone stair ascends further. You are to go no farther than that. Complete this work swiftly and return to me. Cut no trees, merely clear a passage wide enough for a few men on foot to climb without difficulty. Leave the entrance from the road concealed so that no traveller is tempted to explore it before I arrive. Speak to no one of your destination or your labour. If questioned, say only that the Lord Steward wishes a place prepared for his meeting with the Lord of the Riders." When the appointed time came, Cirion departed with his son Hallas, the Lord of Dol Amroth, and 2 other council members, meeting Eorl at the ford of the Mering stream. Eorl was accompanied by 3 of his leading captains. "Let us proceed to the place I have prepared," said Cirion. They left a contingent of riders to guard the bridge, and turned back onto the tree-lined road, arriving at the standing stone. There they dismounted and left their horses under the guard of stout Gondorian soldiers. Standing by the stone, Cirion addressed his companions. "I now go to the hill of Arwar. Follow me if you wish. Only 1 esquire shall accompany me, and one with Eorl to bear our arms. All others shall go unarmed as witnesses to our words and deeds upon the high place. The path has been made ready, though none have walked it since I came here with my father." Then Cirion led Eorl into the trees, with the others following in silence. Once they passed the first of the inner guide stones, a quiet fell over the company, and they trod carefully, as if hesitant to disturb the stillness. They finally emerged onto the upper slopes of the hill, passing through a ring of white birch trees before seeing the stone stair that led to the summit. After the deep shadows of the wood, the sunlight felt intensely bright and warm, for it was the month of Vreem. Yet the hilltop remained vividly green, as if the year were still in the freshness of Lotes. At the stair's base was a small, sheltered hollow carved into the hillside, edged with low turf banks. The group rested there a while until Cirion stood. From his esquire he received the white rod of his office and the white mantle of the stewards of Gondor, the fabric catching the sun as he prepared to ascend. Standing upon the first stone step, he broke the quiet, his voice low yet, carrying clearly across the gathered assembly. "With the authority vested in the stewards of the kings, I declare my resolve. To Eorl, son of Leod, lord of the Eotheod, in recognition of his people's valour and the aid he brought to Gondor in our darkest hour, aid we scarcely dared hope for, I offer a free gift. The great land of Calenardon, from the Anduin to the Isen, shall be his. There, if he so wills, he shall be king, and his heirs after him. His people shall dwell in freedom for as long as the rule of the stewards lasts, until the day the great king returns. No bond shall be placed upon them save their own laws, and will save this one covenant. They shall live in perpetual friendship with Gondor, and Gondor's enemies shall be their enemies for as long as both our realms stand. This same bond, in turn, shall bind the people of Gondor." Eorl rose to his feet, but for a long moment he was silent, utterly taken aback by the staggering generosity of the offer and the noble words that framed it. He perceived the deep wisdom in Cirion's decision, a ruler's move to safeguard what remained of his realm. yet also the act of a friend who understood the pressing needs of the Eotheod. Their numbers had swelled beyond what their northern lands could sustain. A longing to return to southern pastures was checked only by the dread shadow of Dol Guldur. In Calenardon they would find space beyond their wildest dreams, a new home far removed from the gloom of Mirkwood. But honestly, who just gives away a kingdom? It was a move of such breathtaking scale, it bordered on the absurd, yet it was delivered with a gravity that left no room for laughter. Yet, beyond cold strategy, both men were stirred by the profound friendship uniting their peoples and by the personal esteem they held for one another. Sirion's regard was that of a wise, careworn father for a son in the full vigor of his youth. In Sirion, Eorl saw the noblest and wisest man he had ever known, one upon whom rested the ancient majesty of the kings of old. After swiftly weighing all these thoughts, Eorl finally spoke. "Lord Steward of the great king, I accept this gift for myself and for my people. It far surpasses any reward our deeds could merit, for those deeds were themselves given freely in friendship. Now I would seal that friendship with an oath that will endure in memory." "Then let us go to the high place," said Sirion, "and before these witnesses swear such oaths as are fitting." Sirion ascended the stair with Eorl, the others following. Upon the summit they found a broad, oval space of level turf open to the sky. At its eastern end stood a low mound where the white flowers of Alfirin grew, their petals gilded by the setting sun. The Lord of Dol Amroth, foremost among Sirion's company, approached the mound and saw upon the grass before it a black stone untouched by weed or weather. 3 letters were cut into its surface. He turned to Sirion. "Is this a tomb? What great man of ancient days lies here?" "Have you not read the letters?" Sirion asked. "I have," replied the prince, "and so I am perplexed, for the letters are Lambe, Ando, Lambe. Yet there is no tomb for Elendil, nor has any man since his time dared to use that name." "Yet this is his tomb," said Sirion. "From it comes the reverence that hallows this hill and the woods below, from Isildur, who raised it, to Meneldil, who followed him, and down through all the line of kings and of stewards, even to me, this tomb has been kept secret by Isildur's command." He said, "Here lies the heart of the South Kingdom, and here shall the memorial of Elendil the faithful remain under the keeping of the powers for as long as the kingdom endures." A sudden chill breeze swept across the mound as he spoke, stirring the Alfirin as if in solemn agreement. "This hill shall remain a sacred place, and let no one disturb its peace and silence unless he is a descendant of Elendil. I have led you here so that the pledges we make may carry the deepest weight for us and for all who follow on both sides." For a time everyone stood with heads bowed in the quiet, until Sirion turned to Eorl. "If you are prepared, swear your oath now in the way that feels most true to the traditions of your people." Eorl stepped forward. Taking his spear from his attendant, he drove it firmly into the earth. Then he drew his sword, sending it flashing into the sunlight before catching it cleanly. He moved to the mound, laying the blade upon it while keeping his grip firm on the hilt. In a voice that carried across the hill he spoke the oath of Eorl in the language of the Eotheod, which in the common tongue means, "Hear now all free peoples who resist the shadow in the east. By the gift of the Lord of Mundburg we shall come to live in the land he names Calenardon. Thus I vow in my own name and for the Eotheod of the north that between us and the great people of the west there will be an everlasting friendship. Their foes will be our foes, their peril our peril, and whatever evil threat or attack comes upon them, we will aid them with every ounce of our strength. This vow shall pass to my heirs, all who may come after me in our new land. Let them keep it with unbroken faith, lest the shadow find them and they be cursed." Eorl then sheathed his sword, bowed, and returned to his captains. Sirion answered. Drawing himself to his full height, he placed a hand upon the tomb and raised the white rod of the stewards in his other. The words he spoke filled the listeners with awe, for as he stood, the sun sank in a blaze of fire in the west, setting his white robes aglow. After vowing that Gondor would be bound by an equal bond of friendship and aid in all times of need, he lifted his voice and declared in Quenya, "Vanda sina tamaruva Elena Norio Alca Enyalien a Elendil Vorondo Voronwe, Nai Tiruvantes Ihara Mahalmasan Minumen a Iero I or Ilie Mahalma Eatenoio. Then he repeated in the common speech, "This oath shall endure in memory of the glory of the land of the star and of the faith of Elendil, the faithful, under the keeping of those who sit upon the thrones of the west and of the one who is above all thrones forever." An oath of such magnitude had not been heard in Middle-earth since Elendil himself swore alliance with Gil-galad, king of the Eldar. With the ceremony complete and evening shadows gathering, Cirion and Eorl led their company back in silence through the darkening wood. They returned to their camp by the murmuring stream, where tents had been set for them after they had eaten. Cirion and Eorl were joined by the prince of Dol Amroth and Eomund, the chief captain of the host of the Eotheod. Together they carefully defined the boundaries for the authority of the king of the Eotheod and the steward of Gondor. The realm of Eorl was to be marked thus to the west, by the river Angren from its meeting with the Adorn, and northward to the outer fences of Agranost, then west and north along the eaves of Fangorn Forest to the river Limlight, which would serve as its northern border as the lands beyond had never been claimed by Gondor. To the east, its bounds were the Anduin and the west cliff of the Emyn Muil down to the marshes at the mouths of Onadlo, and beyond that river by the stream of the Glanhir flowing through the wood of Anwar to meet the Onadlo to the south. Its bounds followed the Ered Nimrais as far as the end of their northward arm, but all the vales and inlets opening northward were granted to the Ephaiod, along with the lands south of the Hitherwell lying between the rivers Angren and Adorn. In these territories, Gondor maintained direct control solely over the fortress of Angranost, home to the third tower of Gondor, the unassailable Orthanc, which safeguarded the fourth palantir of the southern kingdom. By Cirion's time, the garrison had evolved into a small settled community governed by a hereditary captain, with the keys to Orthanc held by the steward of Gondor. The outer fences referenced in the delineation of Eorl's realms consisted of a wall and ditch stretching roughly 2 miles south of Angrenost's gates, nestled between the foothills where the misty mountains tapered off. Beyond lay the cultivated fields tended by the fortress's inhabitants. It was further agreed that the great road, which once traversed Anorion and Calenardon to the fords of Isen before winding northward toward Arnor, would remain open to all travellers from both peoples in peacetime, with its upkeep from the Mering stream to the Isen entrusted to the Eotheod. Under this pact, only a minor portion of the wood of Anwar, west of the Mering stream, fell within Eorl's domain. Yet Cirion proclaimed the Hill of Anwar a sacred site for both nations, with the Eorlings and the stewards sharing its protection and care. As years passed, however, the Rohirrim grew in strength and numbers, while Gondor waned, facing persistent threats from the east and by sea. Consequently, the wardens of Anwar came to be supplied entirely by the people of the Eastfold, and the wood, by tradition, was absorbed into the royal lands of the kings of the Mark. They renamed the hill Halafirion and the wood Firienholt. The day of the oath-taking was later celebrated as the founding of the new kingdom, when Eorl assumed the title King of the Mark of the Riders. Yet, in practice, it took some time before the Rohirrim fully settled the land. And during his lifetime, Eorl was still called Lord of the Eotheod and King of Calenardon. The term Mark referred to a borderland, particularly one serving as a defensive buffer for a realm's heartlands. The Sindarin names Rohan for the Mark and Rohirrim for its people were first coined by Halas, Cirion's son and successor, and came into common use not only in Gondor but among the Eotheod themselves. The morning after the oath-taking, Cirion and Eorl parted with a reluctant embrace. Eorl explained, "Lord Steward, I must act swiftly. This land is cleared of foes, but they are not utterly vanquished. Beyond the Anduin and under the canopy of Mirkwood, unknown dangers still linger. Last night I dispatched 3 swift riders northward, brave and skilled messengers, hoping at least one will reach my homeland before I do. I must return myself with a strong escort. My people were left vulnerable, with only the very young and the elderly to guard them. To undertake this great migration, our women and children, along with essential supplies, will require protection, and they will follow no one but the Lord of the Eotheod." I will leave behind nearly half of the host now in Calenardon, all the strength I can spare. Some companies of mounted archers will patrol where needed, should any enemy bands remain hidden, but the main force will hold the northeast, vigilantly watching the crossing where the Balcoth emerged from the brown lands over the Anduin. That point remains the gravest threat, yet it also offers my chief hope. If I return to guide my people into this new land with minimal sorrow and loss. I say if I return, but be certain I shall return to honor my oath, unless catastrophe overtakes us on the long journey. For our path must cling to the eastern bank of the Anduin, ever under the shadow of Mirkwood, and finally traverse the vale darkened by the hill you call Dol Guldur to the west. No proper road exists for riders, nor for large companies with their wagons, even if the mountains were not crawling with orcs. None may pass, whether few or many, through the Dwimordanei, where the White Lady dwells and weaves her unseen nets that no mortal can cross. I will come by the eastern road, as I did when I rode to the field of Celebrant, and may those we call to witness our oaths hold us in their protection. Let us now part in hope. Do I have your leave? You have my leave, Syrian replied, for I see now it cannot be otherwise. In our shared peril, I fear I gave too little thought to the dangers you have endured and the sheer wonder of your arrival, crossing impossible leagues from the distant north. The reward I offered in the joy of our deliverance now seems meagre. Yet I believe the words of my oath, which I spoke without forethought, were not given to me in vain. We shall part then in hope. As recorded in the Chronicles, much of what Eorl and Sirion exchanged at their parting had likely been weighed during their debates the night before. Yet it is certain that Sirion spoke then of feeling inspired in his oath, for he was a man of small pride and great courage, generous of heart, the noblest of Gondor's stewards. The tradition of Isildur. It is told that after Isildur returned from the War of the Last Alliance, he remained a while in Gondor, setting the realm in order and instructing his nephew Menel-Dil before departing north to assume the kingship of Arnor. With Menel-Dil and a company of trusted companions, he journeyed along the borders of all the lands claimed by Gondor. Returning from the northern marches toward Anorion, they came upon a high hill then named Eilenaer, later called Amon Anwar, the Hill of Ar, which stood near the heart of Gondor. They cut a path through the thick woods on its northern slopes and reached its treeless green summit. There they levelled a space and raised a mound at its eastern end. Within this mound Isildur placed a casket he carried with him and declared, "This is a tomb and memorial to Elendil the Faithful. Here it shall stand at the midpoint of the South Kingdom under the keeping of the Valar for as long as the realm endures. Let this place be a hallow, never to be profaned. May no man disturb its peace unless he be an heir of Elendil." They built a stone stair from the edge of the woods up to the hill's crown. Isildur commanded, "Let no man climb these steps save the king and those he bids to follow." All present were sworn to secrecy, but Isildur privately counselled Meneldur that each king should visit the Hallow from time to time, especially when in need of wisdom during danger or distress. There, too, he should bring his heir once grown to manhood, reveal the story of the Hallow's making, and impart the secrets of the realm and other vital knowledge. Meneldur heeded this counsel, as did all kings after him until the time of Roman de Till. In his reign, Gondor first faced assault by Easterlings. Fearing the tradition might be broken by war, sudden death, or misfortune, Roman de Sil had the tradition of Isildur recorded in a sealed scroll, along with other knowledge a new king must possess. This scroll was thereafter given by the steward to the king before his crowning, a practice maintained ever after, though the custom of visiting Amon Anwar with one's heir was upheld by nearly every king of Gondor. With the passing of the line of kings, the rule of Gondor fell to the stewards, heirs of Húrin, who had served King Minardil. They governed under the belief that the authority of the kings was theirs to wield until the great king returns. In the secret of the tradition of Isildur, known only to them, they served as its sole interpreters. Their judgment was that Isildur's phrase, "an heir of Elendil," referred to a descendant of the royal line who had rightfully taken the throne. a definition that did not account for the era of the stewards. Since Mardil had first assumed the king's authority in his absence, his own heirs who inherited the stewardship possessed that same right and duty until a king's return. Thus, each steward held the privilege to visit the sacred hallow upon the hill at his discretion and to admit whomever he chose to accompany him. Regarding the phrase, "while the kingdom endures," they reasoned that Gondor remained a kingdom, albeit under a regent, so the words must be understood to mean, as long as the nation of Gondor persists. Yet, driven by a mix of reverence and the heavy burdens of state, the stewards journeyed very rarely to the hallow upon the hill of Anwar, save for when they brought their heir to the summit in keeping with the old royal custom. For years at a stretch, the site might see no visitor at all, and as Isildur had hoped, it seemed to rest under the protection of higher powers. Though the surrounding woods grew wild and men avoided them for their profound quiet, allowing the upward path to vanish, whenever the way was cleared again, the hallow was discovered unchanged, untouched by weather or defilement, eternally green and serene beneath the open sky. This peace endured until the very nature of Gondor was altered. A new and terrible danger arose in the time of Cirion, the 12th ruling steward. Invaders threatened to overrun all of Gondor's lands north of the White Mountains, a conquest that would surely spell the swift ruin of the entire realm. History records that this doom was turned aside only by the crucial aid of the Rohirrim. In a stroke of profound wisdom, Cirion granted them all the northern territories, save for Anorion, to hold under their own king and laws, bound in an unbreakable alliance with Gondor. The realm simply lacked the people to populate those wide lands, or to man the chain of forts along the Anduin that had once guarded its eastern flank. Cirion pondered long before giving Calenardon to the horsemen of the north, and he concluded this gift would fundamentally void the tradition of Isildur concerning the hallow of Amon Anwar. No longer was it at the midpoint of the kingdom of the south, but now sat on the border of a foreign realm. Furthermore, the words "while the kingdom endures" pointed to the kingdom as Isildur had known it, its bounds freshly surveyed and defined. True, other regions like Minas Ithil, held by the Nazgûl, and the desolate Ithilien had been lost since that day, but Gondor had never formally surrendered its claim to them. Calenardon, by solemn oath, was relinquished forever. Therefore Cirion brought the Lord of the Rohirrim to that place, and there, by the green mound of Elendil, with the utmost solemnity, he witnessed the oath of Eorl, and gave the oath of Cirion in return, sealing the eternal bond between the two kingdoms. Once this was done, and Eorl had departed to lead his people south, Cirion ordered the removal of Elendil's tomb. The casket Isildur had placed within the mound was taken to the hallows of Minas Tirith, leaving the green mound behind as a memorial to a memory. Yet even after it became the site of a great beacon, the hill of Anwar, which the Rohirrim named Halifirion, the Holy Mount, remained a place of deep reverence for both Gondor and its horselord allies. No known text bears this exact title, though the account found in the section titled Cirion and Eorl likely constitutes a portion of it. This narrative would have been part of larger historical collections, such as the Book of the Kings, which was once noted as being among the Gondorian records made available to Frodo and Peregrine by King Elisar. Though this reference was later omitted, the story details the geography of the conflict, including the East Bight, that notable inward curve on the eastern edge of Mirkwood, visible on the map. The Northmen themselves were closely related to the great house of Hador, the most formidable of the elf-friend peoples. The Gondorian army's narrow escape from utter ruin was largely thanks to the steadfast bravery of the Northmen's cavalry, led by Marhari, a descendant of Vidugavia, the so-called King of Rovanion. They formed a desperate rearguard, holding the line at a terrible cost. The Wainriders, though victorious, had been so bloodied by the forces of Gondor that they lacked the immediate strength to push their invasion further west. Instead, they turned to consolidating their harsh rule over Rovanion, awaiting fresh reinforcements from the east. It's almost ironic, a victory so costly it temporarily saved the kingdom it aimed to destroy. This Marhari's ancestor, Vidugavia, had been a powerful prince favoured by King Romandasil II of Gondor after aiding in a war against the Easterlings. That alliance was later cemented by the marriage of Romandasil's son, Valakar, to Vidugavia's daughter, Vidumavi, a union that would eventually ignite the devastating kin strife in Gondor centuries later. A curious linguistic detail, not widely discussed elsewhere, is that the names of these early northern leaders are Gothic in form, unlike the Old English names used for later figures like Leod and Eol. Vidugavia is a Latinized spelling of the Gothic Widugauia, meaning wood dweller, and Vidumavi comes from Widumawi, or wood maiden. Even the names Marhuini and Mahari incorporate the Gothic word mar for horse, a direct precursor to the Old English mere used for the famed steeds of Rohan. This choice deliberately casts the ancestors of the Rohirrim in the light of the earliest Germanic language, fitting the conceit that the language of Rohan was fashioned to resemble ancient English. The term Eotheod itself, meaning horse people in Old English, came into common use in later years. This account, while briefer, does not conflict with the histories given in the appendices to The Lord of the Rings. It omits certain events, like the wars of Romendasil II and the integration of Northmen into Gondor's armies, but it adds significant colour. It clarifies that the decline of the Northmen of Rhovanion was precipitated by the Great Plague, a silent, creeping horror that depopulated whole regions. It also specifies that the battle where King Narmatil II fell in the year 1856, previously noted only as occurring beyond Anduin, was fought on the vast plains south of Mirkwood and is remembered as the Battle of the Plains. It was in the grim aftermath of this defeat, with the land scarred and their people scattered, that the Eotheod emerged as a distinct and hardy folk, finding a new home in the vales of Anduin between the Carrock and the Gladden Fields, their identity forged in loss and resilience. Telemitar Umbardasil, his grandfather, had seized Umbar and crushed the Corsair fleets, leaving the Haradrim preoccupied with their own internal conflicts and regional wars. The capture of Umbar occurred in the year 1810. The significant westward curves of the Anduin River, located east of Fangorn Forest, are referenced in the appendices concerning Galadriel and Celeborn. Regarding the term Eord, further clarification is provided in a separate annotation. This narrative offers a far more detailed account than the brief summary found in the appendices of The Lord of the Rings, which simply states that Calimitar, son of Narmasil II, aided by an uprising in Rhovanion, avenged his father with a decisive victory over the Easterlings on the Dagorlad in 1899, temporarily halting the threat. The region referred to as the Narrows of the Forest likely describes the constricted southern portion of Mirkwood, shaped by the geographical intrusion known as the East Bight. This assessment is reasonable. An assault originating from near Harad, barring unlikely support from a then-neutral Umbar, would face significant natural obstacles. It could not ford the Anduin and would be funneled into a progressively tightening corridor between the river and the mountain ranges as it moved northward. Supplementary notes indicate that during this era, the Morannon remained under Gondor's control, with the flanking towers of the Teeth actively garrisoned. The road through Ithilien was maintained all the way to the Morannon, where it intersected a northern route toward the Dagorlad and an eastern road skirting the Ethel Duath. This eastern road, which extended to a point north of where Barad-dûr would later stand, was never finished. Its neglected state, however, did not hinder the Wainriders, as the first 50 miles of well-built pavement greatly accelerated their advance. Some historians later speculated this was the same hill where King Illasa made his final stand against Sauron at the close of the Third Age. If true, it was then merely a natural rise in the land, easily traversed by cavalry, and not yet the formidable orc-constructed fortress mound it would become. The Eotheod's original homeland was the vales of Anduin between the Carrock and the Gladden Fields. Their migration northward, as recorded, was driven by a desire for open plains suited to their renowned horsemanship, increasing population pressures in the Anduin valleys, and the growing shadow from Dol Guldur. Upon news of the Witch King's downfall, they sought new territory, pushing the remnants of Angmar's people east of the mountains. Led by Frumgar, this migration is dated to 1977. The rivers Greylin and Langwell are depicted on the map, with the Greylin shown to have two tributary sources. The period known as the Watchful Peace spanned from 2063 to 2460, coinciding with Sauron's absence from Dol Guldur. References are made to the defensive forts along the Anduin and the geographic feature known as the Undeeps. From earlier passages, one might conclude that no Northmen remained east of Mirkwood following Calimitar's 1899 victory over the Wainriders on the Dagorlad, a stark contrast to the vibrant, if threatened, communities that had once thrived there. In the common speech of Gondor, these folk were given a name that blended words from different tongues, the Western term balk, meaning dreadful, and the Sindarin word hot for a host or multitude. This label was often used for peoples like the Orcs. You can find more on hot in the relevant appendix. The steward's emblem was the letters R, N, D, and R, crowned by 3 stars, representing the title Arandor, or servant of the king. Cirion kept another concern to himself. He had learned that the Eotheod were growing restless. Their northern lands felt cramped and barren, unable to sustain their swelling numbers. Among them was a rider celebrated in song as Rohan Methestel, the rider of the last hope. He was known as Borondir the Stirrupless, for he rode without them at the right hand of Eol, leading the charge across the Limelight River to break through to Cirion's aid. He met his end defending his lord on the field of Celebrant, a loss mourned by both Gondor and the Eotheod, and was later laid to rest in the hallows of Minas Tirith. Eol's steed, Philaroth, had a legendary origin. His father, Leod, a breaker of wild horses, was killed when he tried to mount the fierce stallion. In a bold move, Eol demanded the horse forfeit its freedom as were guild for his father's life. Philaroth agreed, but permitted only Eol to ride him. He understood human speech and lived as long as a man. Traits passed to his descendants, the noble Mirrors, who would carry none but the king of the Mark or his sons until Shadowfax's time. The name Philaroth draws from old words meaning very valiant, very strong. The geography here points to the land between the inflow of the Limelight and the Undeeps, though this appears to conflict with another account, placing the north and south Undeeps as westward bends of the Anduin, with the Limelight flowing into the northernmost one. Their journey was a feat of endurance, covering over 500 miles as the crow flies, likely more than 600 on horseback in just 9 days. The eastern side of the Anduin, while lacking major natural barriers, was largely deserted. Old southward roads and horse paths were forgotten or disused, allowing only brief stretches of swift riding. They had to conserve their strength and their horses, knowing battle awaited them at the Undeeps. The beacon hill of Halifirion is noted in the tales. When Pippin, riding with Gandalf, saw the warning fires alight, Gandalf listed the chain of beacons: Amondine, Eilenach, then west to Nardol, Erilus, Minrimmon, Calenhad, and finally Halifirion on the edge of Rohan. Later, the riders of Rohan passed through the Fenmarch, with the great oak woods climbing the hills under the shadow of dark Halifirion by Gondor's border. This was part of the Great North-South Road, a Númenórean work that linked the kingdoms. Crossing the Ison at its fords and the Grey Flood at Tharbad before stretching north to Fornost. The name Halifirion is a modern rendering of an older form, with similar updates applied to related place names like Firiondale and Firion Wood. The great fortresses of that age were Minas Ithil, Minas Anor, and Orthanc. The beacon system that remained active during the War of the Ring was likely established around 500 years earlier, following the arrival of the Rohirrim in Calenardon. Its primary purpose was to alert Rohan of danger to Gondor, or occasionally to signal the reverse. In military terms, an Aord referred to a company of fully trained riders serving the king's host, either for a set term or permanently. After the reorganization under King Fulquene a century before the war, a full Eord in battle formation consisted of at least 120 men, including its captain, and represented 1/100th of the full muster of the Mark. This muster, known as the Eohere, was a theoretical total, as such a force had never ridden to war beyond Rohan's borders. Yet King Théoden's claim that he could lead 10,000 riders in a time of great peril was well-founded. The population had grown since Fulquene's reign, and before Saruman's assaults, a full muster would have yielded well over 12,000 warriors, ensuring the homeland was not left undefended. However, due to recent losses in the west, The hastiness of the call and threats from the north and east, Theoden led only about 6,000 spears to the Pelennor fields. Still, the largest host of riders assembled since the days of Eorl. The names Eord, Eohere, and Eotheod are rendered in the style of the Old English language used to represent the speech of Rohan, with the element Eoo meaning horse. The word Eord incorporates rad, riding, while Eohere uses here, host or army. Eotheod combines theod, meaning people or land, and refers to both the riders and their country. It's worth noting that the name Eorl the Young uses a separate, unrelated term for generations. The stewards of Gondor included a solemn declaration in their official proclamations, though by the time of Sirion, the 12th ruling steward, it had become a formula few believed would ever be fulfilled. Flower alfirin is noted as the symbolmini that grows on the burial mounds below Edoras and is also likened to the Eulus tuor saw in the ravine of Gondolin long ago. Interestingly, in a song sung by Legolas in Minas Tirith, alfirin is mentioned alongside mallows as growing in the fields of Lebanon, though this may refer to a different variety of the flower. The Prince of Dol Amroth held a title granted by Elendil to his ancestors with whom he shared kinship. This family belonged to the faithful who escaped Númenor before its destruction and settled in Belfalas, building a stronghold on the high promontory of Dol Amroth, named for the last king of Lorien. Family tradition holds that the first lord of Dol Amroth was Galador, son of the Númenorian Imrazor and the elven lady Mithrelas, a companion of Nimrodel. The note appears to indicate that this family of the faithful established themselves in Belfalas, with a stronghold at the site later known as Dol Amroth, well before the downfall of Númenor. If this is accurate, then the only way to reconcile the two accounts is to assume the lineage of the princes, and their residence in that region stretches back over 2 millennia before Galador's time. Galador would then be termed the first lord of Dol Amroth, because the location only received that name during his era, following the drowning of Amroth in the year 1981. This creates another puzzle, however, with the mention of an Adrahil of Dol Amroth, clearly a forefather of the Adrahil who was father to Imrahil, the Lord, during the War of the Ring, serving as a Gondorian commander against the Wainriders in 1944. One might suppose this earlier Adrahil was not yet styled of Dol Amroth in that period. Frankly, these convoluted explanations to force a single narrative feel strained. It seems far more plausible that we are looking at two separate and independent traditions concerning the origins of the Lords of Dol Amroth, awkwardly stitched together by later chroniclers. The letters used by Elendil were L, N, D, and L, representing his name without vowel marks, which he employed as a personal badge and on his seals. The site of Amon Anwar was in fact the highest point closest to the center of a line drawn from the inflow of the Limelight down to the southern cape of Tol Falas. Its distance to the fords of Isen was precisely equal to its distance from Minas Tirith. The Oath of All was recorded, though imperfectly, in the ancient forms of verse and high speech used by the Rohirrim, a style in which Eorl himself was highly skilled. No other version of the oath survives apart from the translation into the common speech provided in the main text. An analysis of the Quenya phrasing follows. Vanda signifies an oath or solemn promise. Ter Maruva combines ter meaning through with mar, to abide or be fixed, in the future tense. Elena Norio is the genitive case of Elena Nori, the land named starwards, dependent on Alcar, meaning glory, Enyalian, is formed from in again and yal to summon here in a dative infinitive form, meaning for the recalling, but governing the direct object Alcar, thus to recall or commemorate the glory. Vorondo is the genitive of Voronda, steadfast, in allegiance, faithful. In Quenya, adjectives used as frequent titles are placed after the name, and when two declinable names are in apposition, only the last is declined. Voronwe means steadfastness, loyalty, and is the object of Enyalian. Nai means be it that, or may it be that. Nai Tiravantes translates to be it that they will guard it, or may they guard it. Ihara means they who are sitting upon. Mahalmasan is the locative plural of Mahalma, throne. Me means in the Numen is west, Eru is. The one who ea means is, tennoio, combines tenor up to as far as with. Oio, an endless period, meaning forever. This oath was not invoked again until King Elisar returned and renewed the bond in that same place with Eomer, the 18th king of the Rohirrim descended from Eorl. It had been considered lawful only for the king of Númenor to call upon Eru as a witness, and then only on the most grave and solemn occasions. The royal line ended with Ar-Pharazôn, who perished in the downfall, yet Elendil the Steadfast was descended from Tar-Elendil, the fourth king, and was held to be the rightful lord of the faithful, those who had not participated in the rebellion of the later kings and were preserved. In Gondor, Sirion, as steward, wielded all the regal powers of Elendil's line until the king's return. Even so, his oath stunned all who heard it, filling them with profound awe. That spoken pledge, even beyond the venerable tomb located there, was alone enough to hallow the ground for Elendil's title, Voronda, meaning the faithful, also appears in Sirion's oath. Interestingly, an earlier draft of this note first used the word Voronwe, which in the oath itself is a noun signifying faithfulness or steadfastness. This term resurfaces in the annals of Gondor, where Mardil, the inaugural ruling steward, is honored as Mardil Voronwe the Steadfast. The name carries even further back, belonging to a first-age elf of Gondolin who guided Tuor, and it is consistently translated in the records as the Steadfast. Many of the geographical names we know were shaped by the Eotheod, the ancestors of the Rohirrim. They often adapted older Sindarin names to fit their own tongue, created translations, or coined entirely new terms. In the common chronicles, the names used are typically those from the language of Rohan. For instance, the river Angren is known as the Isen, and the fortress Angrenost is called Isengard. The great forest appears as both Fangorn and Entwood, while the river Onodlaw is the Entwash. The boundary stream Glanhir is also the Mering stream. The origin of the river name Limlight presents a particular puzzle. Manuscripts show conflicting versions. One suggests a Sindarin original, Limlik, adapted into Rohan as Limlit, which later evolved into the modern Limlight. A later and somewhat baffling revision amends the text to present Limlit itself as the Sindarin form. Elsewhere, the Sindarin name is recorded as Limlaith. Given this confusion, the chronicle simply uses Limlight. What remains clear is that the Rohirric form was an adaptation, not a translation, and its original meaning was lost to time, though a much earlier, isolated note whimsically suggests it derives from an Elvish term meaning swift light. The proper Sindarin forms for the Entwash and the Mering stream are rare, noted only here. The term Onodlaw for the Entwash shares a root with Onodrim, the name for the Ents. Regarding the fords of Isen, the Sindarin name appears in two forms, Athrad Angren and Ethride Engren, suggesting both singular and plural versions were in use. The wood near the Beacon Hill is consistently called the Firion Wood, a shortening of Halifirion Wood. The Rohirric term Firion-holt, drawn from their ancient poetic tradition, means precisely mountain wood. The true Sindarin names for the land and people were Roshand and Roshirim, recorded in Gondor's archives as Roshand or Roshan and Roshirim. These are built on the Sindarin word rock for horse, a direct translation of the Ao element found in Eotheod and many Rohirric personal names. The ending end in Roshand is a typical Sindarin marker for regions, though the final D was often dropped in speech. Roshirim was fashioned in imitation of the Eotheod's term Eohere for their full war cavalry, combining rock with the Sindarin word her for lord. The collective plural ending rim, meaning host, is common for peoples as in Eladrim for all elves or Nogathrim for the dwarf folk. The Rohirrim's language included the sound represented by CHI, like the Welsh CH, which, while not common between vowels, was natural for them. The common speech of the West, however, lacked this sound. When the people of Gondor, particularly those without scholarly training, attempted to pronounce these Sindarin names, they substituted an H in the middle of words and a K at the end. Through this linguistic shift, Roshan and Rohirrim gradually became the familiar Rohan and Rohirrim known throughout the later histories. All seemed unmoved by the White Lady's gesture of goodwill. The name Eilina, of ancient pre-Númenórean origin, is clearly connected to Eilenach. Notes on the beacon system describe Eilenach as likely an alien name, belonging to none of the common tongues of the region. Both landmarks were prominent features. Eilenach, the highest peak in the Druadan forest, served as a vital lookout, visible from great distances to the west. Its primary role was to relay warnings from Amon Din, though its narrow, sharp summit offered little room for a major fire. This necessity led to the next beacon westward, Nardol, meaning fire hilltop. Situated on a high ridge that was once part of the forest, the area had long been cleared of trees by stoneworkers and quarrymen from the Stonewain Valley. Nardol was maintained by a permanent guard who also protected the nearby quarries, and it was stocked with enough fuel to produce a massive blaze, visible on a clear night all the way to the final beacon, Halifairion, nearly 120 miles to the west. The same records state that Amon Din, the Silent Hill, was possibly the oldest of these outposts. It originally functioned as a fortified watchtower for Minas Tirith, its beacon visible from the city, guarding the approach into North Ithilien from Dagolad and any enemy attempts to cross the Anduin near Caer Andros. The origin of its name is lost, but it likely arose because the hill was a distinctive, rocky and barren landmark standing alone and isolated from the densely wooded hills of the Druadan forest, a place seldom visited by men, beasts or birds. As recorded in the annals during the reign of Osterher, the fourth king after Meneldil, Gondor faced its first assaults by wild men from the east. His son Tarastar repelled these invaders and in triumph took the name Romendasil, meaning East Victor. This same king established the high office of the steward or Arandur, the king's servant. The steward was personally chosen by the king for his trustworthiness and wisdom, often an elder statesman, since he was forbidden from going to war or leaving the realm. Crucially, the steward was never selected from the royal family line. Mardil became the first of the ruling stewards of Gondor. He served as steward to Irna, the last king, who vanished into Minas Morgul in the year 2050. The belief in Gondor was that the treacherous enemy had ensnared the king, leading to his torment and death in that dark tower. Yet, with no witness to his final end, Mardil, called the Good Steward, governed the realm in the king's name for many long years. The Quest of Erebor. To fully appreciate this tale, one should be familiar with the history of Durin's folk. Here is a summary. The dwarves Thror and his son Thrain, along with Thrain's son Thorin, later known as Oakenshield, fled the lonely mountain through a hidden door when the dragon Smaug attacked. In a fateful decision, Thror gave Thrain the last of the 7 rings of the dwarves, and then journeyed to Moria, where he was slain by the orc Azog, who cruelly branded his own name on Thror's forehead. This atrocity ignited the brutal war of the dwarves and orcs, culminating in the great battle of Azanul Bizar before the east gate of Moria in 2799. Afterward, Thrain and Thorin Oakenshield made a home in the Ered Luin, but in 2841, Thrain set out from there on a determined, almost desperate journey to reclaim the lonely mountain. While wandering lost in the lands east of the Anduin, he was captured and imprisoned in Dol Guldur, where his ring was taken from him. A decade later, in 2850, Gandalf ventured into Dol Guldur and confirmed its master was Sauron himself. There in the dungeons he found Thrain just before the old dwarf died. There exists more than one account of the quest of Erebor, as detailed in an appendix following the main text, which also provides substantial passages from an earlier version of the story. Gandalf would speak no further that afternoon. In the days that followed, however, we returned to the subject, and he recounted the entire remarkable tale, his reasons for orchestrating the journey to the lonely mountain, why Bilbo Baggins came to mind, and how he managed to convince the proud Thorin Oakenshield to include a hobbit in his company. My own memory of the details has faded, but the essence we grasped was that Gandalf's initial concern was solely the defense of the West against the growing shadow. It was a deeply troubling period, he confessed. Saruman was obstructing my every design. I was certain Sauron had returned and would soon reveal himself, preparing for a great war. Where would he strike first? Would he move to reclaim Mordor, or would his opening assault target the primary strongholds of his foes? I believe then, and I am convinced now, that his original strategy was to attack Lothlorien and Rivendell the moment he felt strong enough. It would have been a far more effective plan for him and catastrophic for us. You might assume Rivendell was beyond his grasp, but I held no such comfort. The situation in the north was dire. The kingdom under the mountain and the sturdy men of Dale were gone. To oppose any force Sauron might dispatch to seize the northern mountain passes and the old lands of Angmar. There were only the dwarves of the Iron Hills, and behind them lay a wasteland guarded by a dragon. Smaug was a weapon Sauron could wield with horrific consequences. I often thought to myself, I must find some way to neutralize Smaug. Yet a direct move against Dol Guldur is even more urgent. We must disrupt Sauron's designs. I must make the White Council see reason. These grim reflections occupied me as I travelled the road, weary and seeking a brief respite in the Shire after an absence of over 2 decades. I hoped that by setting the worries aside for a time, a solution might emerge. Ironically, the solution found me before I could truly rest, for my troubles were not so easily dismissed. Just as I approached Bree, I was overtaken by Thorin Oakenshield, then living in exile beyond the Shire's northwestern borders. To my astonishment, he addressed me directly, a conversation that marked a turning of the tide. He was so burdened by his own concerns that he actually sought my counsel. I accompanied him to his halls in the Blue Mountains and heard his lengthy story. It quickly became clear his heart burned with the memory of injustices, the loss of his family's treasure, and the solemn inherited duty of vengeance upon Smaug. Dwarves treat such obligations with deadly seriousness. I gave my word to aid him if possible. I shared his desire to see Smaug ended, but Thorin's mind was fixed on elaborate plans for battle and war, as if he already sat upon the throne as king. I saw no hope in that approach, so I took my leave and continued to the Shire to gather what news I could. The whole affair felt guided by strange fortune, and I stumbled more than once along the path. Bilbo had lingered in my thoughts since he was a child, a young hobbit not yet of age when I last saw him. I remembered his keen curiosity, his bright eyes, his love for stories, and his endless questions about the world beyond the Shire. Upon my arrival, his name was on everyone's lips. Both his parents had passed away relatively early for hobbits around 80, and he had never married. People were beginning to call him odd, noting how he would wander off alone for days and was even seen conversing with strangers, including dwarves. It was during a chance encounter by the water, watching him skip stones with a look of profound longing on his face, that the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. A thought struck me all at once: the dragon with its greed and sharp senses, the dwarves, stubborn and booted, nursing their ancient grudge, and then the hobbit, soft-footed, restless, and perhaps secretly yearning for something beyond his quiet hole. I had to laugh at my own sudden clarity. Right away I went to see Bilbo, curious what 2 decades had done to the fellow, and whether the local chatter about his oddness held any promise. He wasn't home. Over in Hobbiton. They just shook their heads when I inquired. Gone off again. One of them told me, Holman, the gardener, I think. Gone off. Mark my words, one of these days he'll vanish for good and all. When I asked where he was bound or when he might return, he gave me the queerest look. That depends if I meet any. Holman, says he. Tomorrow's the elves' new year. A shame, really. You won't find a kinder soul from the White Downs to the Brandywine. This was better than I'd hoped. Time, however, was slipping away. I needed to be with the White Council by August at the latest, or Saruman would have his way and nothing would be done. And beyond those larger concerns, any move against the lonely mountain would surely be noticed by the power in Dol Guldur, unless it was distracted elsewhere. So I rode back to Thorin in a hurry, faced with the tricky job of convincing him to set aside his grand plans and move in secret, and to take Bilbo along sight unseen. That was my error, and it almost ruined everything. Bilbo had changed. You see, he'd grown rather comfortable, a bit plump, and his old wanderlust had shrunk to a private daydream. To see that dream suddenly threatened with reality flustered him completely. He made a proper fool of himself. Thorin was ready to storm off in a fury, and he would have, if not for one odd twist of fate I'll come to shortly. You know how it all unfolded, at least from Bilbo's point of view. The tale would read quite differently in my telling. For starters, he never grasped how utterly ridiculous the dwarves found him, or how furious they were with me. Thorin was far more insulted and scornful than Bilbo realized. In truth, he was contemptuous from the start, convinced I'd orchestrated the whole affair just to make a mockery of him. What saved us were the map and the key. I hadn't thought of those items in years. It wasn't until I reached the Shire and turned over Thorin's story in my mind that I suddenly recalled the strange accident that had placed them in my hands, and it began to seem less like an accident at all. I remembered a perilous journey of mine 91 years before, when I entered Dol Guldur in disguise. Deep in its dungeons, I came upon a dying dwarf. I didn't know his name. He carried a map of Moria that had belonged to Durin's line, and a key that seemed to match it, though he was too far gone to explain. In his fever, he raved about having held a great ring, the last of the seven. He muttered again and again. Of course, he might have come by these things in any number of ways. A captured messenger, a thief out-thieved, but with his final breath, he pressed the map and key into my hand. "For my son," he whispered. Then he died, and not long after, I made my own escape. I tucked the items away and, following some inner caution, kept them always on my person. Safe, yet nearly forgotten, I had graver matters to attend to in Dol Guldur, more urgent and dangerous than all the treasure under the mountain. Now it all came back to me. It seemed clear I had heard the last words of Thrain the Second, though he never gave his name or his son's, and Thorin, of course, had no idea what became of his father. He never once spoke of the last of the seven rings. I possessed both the blueprint and the key to the hidden passage into the Lonely Mountain, the very one used by Thror and Thrain in their escape, as Thorin had recounted. These items had remained in my keeping almost by chance, awaiting the precise moment they would become indispensable. Thankfully, I employed them correctly. I held them in reserve, as the saying goes in the Shire, until the situation appeared utterly bleak. The sight of them finally solidified Thorin's resolve to pursue my scheme, at least concerning a covert mission. Regardless of his opinion of Bilbo, he would have embarked alone. The knowledge of a door, detectable only by dwarvish eyes, offered a glimmer of hope, a chance to spy on the dragon's activities, or perhaps to reclaim a fragment of gold or a family relic to soothe an old, deep ache. Yet for me, that was insufficient. In my heart, I was certain Bilbo had to accompany him. Otherwise, the entire endeavor would founder more accurately. The crucial, unforeseen events along the journey would never unfold. Thus, my most arduous task remained, convincing Thorin to accept the Hobbit. The road ahead held countless obstacles, but this negotiation was, for me, the pinnacle of difficulty. We debated long into the night after Bilbo had withdrawn, and a final agreement wasn't reached until the first light of dawn. Thorin was scornful and distrustful. "He's weak," he grunted, "weak as the muck of his shire, and a fool. His mother left this world too early. You're weaving your own tangled web, Gandalf. I am certain your motives extend far beyond aiding me." "You are absolutely correct," I replied. "If I had no broader aims, I would not be assisting you at all. As monumental as your concerns feel to you, they are but a single thread in a vast tapestry. My attention is given to many threads. That fact should lend my counsel greater authority, not diminish it." My patience finally frayed, and I spoke with intensity. "Hear me, Thorin Oakenshield. If this hobbit journeys with you, you will find success. If he does not, you will meet with failure. A foresight is upon me, and I give you this warning." "I am aware of your reputation," Thorin retorted. "I pray it is deserved, but this absurd fixation on your halfling makes me question if it is foresight you possess, or mere madness. So many burdens may have finally unraveled your mind." "They have certainly been numerous enough to do so," I admitted, a flicker of grim amusement touching my tone. "And among them I find a certain proud dwarf to be particularly trying. one who seeks my guidance, though he has no rightful claim to it, and then repays me with disrespect. Take your own path, Thorin Oakenshield, if you must, but if you scorn my advice, you march straight toward calamity. You will receive neither my counsel nor my aid again until darkness descends upon you. Master your pride and your greed, or you will fall at the end of your road, even if your arms are laden with treasure. He paled slightly at that, though his eyes burned with a sullen fire. Do not make threats, he snapped. I will use my own judgment in this, as in all my affairs. Then do so, I said. I have nothing more to add, save this. I do not offer my loyalty or confidence without cause, Thorin. Yet I have grown fond of this hobbit, and desire his welfare. Treat him with honor, and you shall have my friendship until your final day. I spoke those last words without expectation they would move him, yet I could have chosen none better. Dwarves hold deep respect for loyalty between companions and gratitude toward their allies. After a long, heavy silence, Thorin finally yielded. So be it, he said. He may join my company if he has the courage for it, which I doubt. But if you insist on saddling me with him, you must come along as well, and mind your precious protege. Agreed, I answered. I will come and remain with you for as long as I am able, at least until you recognize his true value. This arrangement, while ultimately wise, troubled me then, for pressing matters concerning the White Council demanded my attention, and so the quest for the Lonely Mountain began. I doubt Thorin held any genuine belief that Smaug could be destroyed when they set out. There was no rational hope, yet against all odds it came to pass. A bitter irony, then, that Thorin would not live to savour his hard-won victory or the treasure he reclaimed. My warning could not hold him back. Pride and greed took hold in the end. Yet, I offered, might he not have fallen in some other battle? Even if Thorin had been generous with his hoard, an orc attack could have claimed him regardless.
You speak truth,
Gandalf replied. Poor Thorin. For all his flaws, he was a great dwarf of a noble line. Though his journey ended in his fall, it was largely his doing that the kingdom under the mountain was restored, which was my own hope. Dine Ironfoot proved a most worthy heir. And now we learn he too has fallen in battle before Erebor, even as we fought here. I would name it a grievous loss, were it not so astonishing that a dwarf of his vast years could still swing his axe with such legendary force. They say he stood over King Bran's body before the very gate of Erebor, holding the line until darkness took the field. He paused, and his tone shifted from somber reflection to something sharper, almost wry. Imagine how neatly it could all have unravelled. The bulk of the enemy's force was drawn south. Yes, but don't be fooled. Even with his attention divided, Sauron's long reach could have wrought terrible ruin in the north while we were busy saving Gondor. If Brand and Dain had not planted themselves squarely in his path, where would we be? Everyone remembers the Pelennor fields, but spare a thought for the Battle of Dale. Consider the alternative, dragonfire and cruel blades sweeping through Eriador. Gondor might have no queen. Our victory here might have been a hollow one, leading us home to nothing but smouldering ruins. Yet that fate was turned aside, because I happened upon Thorin Oakenshield one spring evening near Bree. A mere chance encounter, as we say in these parts. Beyond the two known drafts, A and B, there exists a third manuscript labelled C. This version presents the narrative in a more streamlined and concise manner, cutting significant portions from the earlier text while weaving in new details. Yet, particularly in its concluding sections, it closely follows the original prose. It is my firm belief that C is a later revision than B, and it is this C manuscript that has been presented in the preceding pages, though it appears to be missing its opening, which would have established the scene in Minas Tirith for Gandalf's reminiscence. The introductory section of B, provided below, mirrors almost exactly a passage found in Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings, specifically within the history of Durin's folk. This section clearly builds upon the earlier account of Thror and Thrain found in that same appendix. Furthermore, the conclusion of the quest of Erebor appears again in nearly identical wording in Appendix A. once more spoken by Gandalf to Frodo and Gimli within the White City. Considering the letter referenced in the introduction, it becomes evident that my father composed The Quest of Erebor to be integrated into the Durin's folk narrative within the appendices. An excerpt from the earlier version, Typescript B, begins as follows. Thus, Thorin Oakenshield inherited the legacy of Durin, yet it was a legacy shadowed by despair. During the fall of Erebor, he had been but a youth, too young to fight, yet by the battle of Azanulbizar he stood fierce in the forefront. When his father, Thrain, vanished, Thorin was 95, a dwarf lord of immense pride and stature. He possessed no ring of power, and perhaps because of this, he appeared resigned to a life in the lands of Eriador. There he toiled for many years, amassing what fortune he could, and his following grew as wandering dwarves of Durin's line, hearing tales of his refuge, journeyed to join him. They carved fair halls within the mountains, filled them with provisions, and their existence, while never easy, was no longer one of sheer desperation. Still, in their songs, they forever yearned for the distant, lonely mountain, dreaming of its hoarded treasure and the glorious halls illuminated by the Arkenstone. As the years stretched on, the long, smouldering coals in Thorin's heart were fanned into flame once more. He brooded incessantly on the injustices suffered by his house and the dragon-slaying vengeance that was his birthright. In the rhythmic clang of his great hammer in the forge, he dreamed of armies, alliances, and mighty weapons. Those armies were scattered, those alliances shattered, and the axes of his people were too few. A furious, hopeless rage consumed him, burning with every strike of red-hot iron upon the anvil. At this time, Gandalf had not yet become involved in the fate of Durin's line. His dealings with dwarves were infrequent, though he was ever a friend to those of good heart and held a particular fondness for the exiled folk of Durin dwelling in the western lands. It happened once as he journeyed through Eriador, making his way to the Shire, which he had not visited in some time, that his path crossed with Thorin Oakenshield. They travelled together, sharing conversation, and took their evening rest at the inn in Bree over a simple meal. Their talk turned from road lore to deeper matters, and Thorin, his brow heavy with thought, found an unexpected listener in the wandering wizard. The next morning, Thorin spoke to him. "A great weight lies upon my mind," he said. "Men speak of your wisdom and your knowledge of the wide world's workings. Will you accompany me to my halls, hear my tale, and offer your counsel?" Gandalf agreed. Upon reaching Thorin's mountain hall, the wizard sat long into the night, listening to the full history of grievances and lost glory. From this chance encounter on a dusty road would unfold deeds and events of profound consequence. Indeed, the rediscovery of the One Ring, its journey to the Shire, and the selection of the ring-bearer himself. Many have since assumed Gandalf foresaw this entire chain of events and deliberately orchestrated the meeting with Thorin, yet the account left by Frodo the ring-bearer contains Gandalf's own words on this matter, and we believe this assumption to be false. The wizard's own testimony suggests a more serendipitous and far more human beginning to the great tale. In the days following the coronation, we found ourselves guests in a fine house within Minas Tirith. Gandalf was our companion there, and his mood was one of uncommon cheer. We pressed him with every question we could conceive, and his patience in answering appeared as boundless as his store of knowledge. Much of what he shared has faded from my memory, for often his meaning soared beyond our grasp. Yet one exchange remains with me, clear and sharp. Gimli was present, and he addressed Peregrine with a thoughtful air. "There is a journey I must undertake before long," the dwarf declared. "I must see this shire of yours for myself, not to gaze upon more hobbits. Mind you, I suspect I could learn little of their nature that I do not already know." But no descendant of Durin's line could help but marvel at that country. Did not the reclaiming of the kingdom under the mountain and the downfall of the dragon Smaug find their beginning there? To say nothing of Barad-dûr's end, though the threads of both deeds are tangled in ways beyond ordinary understanding. Tangled in the most peculiar fashion, he mused, falling silent. Then, fixing Gandalf with a penetrating look, he continued, "But whose hand held the shuttle? I confess I have never truly pondered that. Was this all your design from the start, Gandalf? If not, what purpose lay in guiding Thorin Oakenshield to such an improbable doorstep, to uncover the ring and send it on a long road westward for safekeeping, to then select the one who would bear it, and all while the restoration of a dwarf kingdom was treated as a mere incidental feat? Can I truly believe that was not your scheme? Gandalf did not reply immediately. He rose and moved to the window, his gaze drawn toward the distant sea as the sun began to sink below the horizon, its final light painting his face with a warm golden hue. He remained there, silent, for a long while. At last he turned back to Gimli. "I have no simple answer for you. I am not the same as I was in those distant years. The weight of Middle-earth does not bind me as it once did. In that time, I might have given you an answer much like the one I gave to Frodo in the spring of last year. Only last year. Yet to count the years is to measure what cannot be measured. Long ago I told a small, fearful hobbit that Bilbo was meant to find the ring and not by its maker's intent, and that he, therefore, was meant to carry it. I could have added that I, too, was meant to guide you both to those very moments. To fulfill that role, I used only the tools permitted to my waking mind, acting upon the reasons I then possessed and doing the work that was before me. But what I understood in my heart, or knew before ever I set foot upon these grey shores, that is a different tale. In the west that is now beyond memory I was Olorin, and it is only to those who dwell there that I might speak more plainly. Then I found my own voice. I believe I see a little more of your purpose now, Gandalf, though it is still a dim glimpse. I suppose that, whether it was meant or not, Bilbo might have refused to leave his home, and I might have done the same. You could not force us. You were not even permitted to attempt it. Yet my curiosity remains. Why did you act as you did, being then only an old man in grey as far as we could tell? Gandalf then laid out for us the doubts that plagued him at that time regarding Sauron's opening move, and his deep fears for the safety of both Lothlorien and Rivendell. In this telling, after stating that a direct move against Sauron himself was of even greater urgency than the problem of Smaug, he continued, "That is the reason to leap ahead in the tale, that I departed as soon as the quest against the dragon was properly begun. I convinced the White Council that we must assail Dol Guldur first, before Sauron could strike at Lothlorien. We did so, and Sauron fled from his stronghold. Yet he was ever a stride ahead of us in his designs. I must admit, I believed he had truly withdrawn once more, and that we might enjoy another season of wary quiet. But that season was brief. Sauron chose his next move. He returned swiftly to Mordor, and within a decade he openly declared his power. Then the shadows began to lengthen across all lands. And yet that was not his first intention. In the final reckoning, it proved an error on his part. For resistance still possessed a sanctuary, a place where it could take counsel free from the reach of the shadow. How could the ring-bearer have possibly succeeded without the refuge of Lothlorien or Rivendell? In my view, those sanctuaries might well have been overrun had Sauron directed his full might against them from the start, instead of committing the greater part of his strength to the assault on Gondor. So there you have the core of my thinking. Yet recognizing a need is one matter. Finding a way to address it is another entirely. My concerns regarding the North were growing urgent when, by chance, I crossed paths with Thorin Oakenshield. It was mid-March in the year 2941, if memory serves. After hearing his story, a thought struck me. Here, at last, is a determined foe of Smaug, and one deserving of aid. I must lend my support. I ought to have considered the dwarves sooner. My mind also turned to the folk of the Shire. My fondness for them truly took root during the long winter, a hardship none of you can recall. They were pushed to the brink then, facing one of their most severe trials, battling the cold and starvation in the terrible famine that followed. Yet it was in that darkness their true character shone, their steadfast courage and, just as importantly, their profound compassion for one another. It was this blend of unyielding spirit and mutual pity that saw them through. I desired for that spirit to endure. Yet I foresaw the Westlands were destined for another grim chapter. Different in nature, but no less cruel, the pitiless reality of war. To withstand such a trial, I believed they would require resources beyond their current grasp. It is difficult to define precisely what they would need greater knowledge, a clearer understanding of the wider world, and their place within its struggles. A slow forgetting had begun to settle over them. They were losing touch with their own origins and the old legends, letting fade the little they once knew of the world's grandeur and peril. That memory wasn't lost, but it was being buried under the weight of peaceful years. You cannot impart such wisdom to an entire people swiftly. Time was against us. Besides, these things must always begin with a single individual. Perhaps he was chosen, and my role was merely to be the one who did the choosing. In the end, my selection fell upon Bilbo. That is precisely what I wish to understand. Peregrine interjected. Why him? How does one select a single hobbit for such a task? Gandalf replied. I had no time for a thorough search of the entire Shire, though I knew it well, despite having been occupied elsewhere on darker errands for over 2 decades when I met Thorin. So, considering the hobbits of my acquaintance, I reasoned to myself, I need a dash of the Took's adventurous spirit, but not too much, Master Peregrine, combined with a solid foundation of the steadier sort, perhaps a Baggins. That combination pointed directly to Bilbo. I had known him quite well once, almost until his coming of age, better than he knew me. I was fond of him even then. Upon returning to the Shire, I discovered he was unattached, a fact I only learnt then. He had never married. I found that curious, though I suspected the reason, and my suspicion differed from the common gossip among hobbits, who said it was because he was comfortably well off, and his own master from a young age. No, I sensed he wished to remain free for a reason buried deep within, one he either did not comprehend or refused to acknowledge because it unsettled him. He wanted in his heart to be ready to leave should the opportunity arise, once he had mustered the nerve. I recalled how, as a lad, he would badger me with questions about those hobbits who had occasionally gone off, as the saying went in the Shire. He had at least 2 uncles on the Took side who had done exactly that. These uncles were Hildefon's Took, who vanished on a journey and never came back, and Isengard Took, the youngest of the old Took's 12 children, who was rumoured to have gone to sea in his youth. When Gandalf agreed to accompany Thorin back to his halls in the Blue Mountains, their route took them directly through the Shire, though Thorin's impatience prevented any lengthy, useful stay. It was, I believe, my irritation with Thorin's arrogant dismissal of the hobbits that first planted the seed of involving him with them. To his mind, they were merely farmers who happened to till the fields flanking the ancient dwarven road to the mountains. In this earlier telling, I recounted at length how, following my visit to the Shire, I sought out Thorin once more to convince him to abandon his grand schemes for a covert approach and to bring Bilbo along. The later account condenses this into a single line. I finally reached a decision and returned to find Thorin in council with his kin, Balin and Glóin among them. Well, what have you to say? Thorin demanded, almost before I had crossed the threshold. This first, I replied. Your designs are kingly, Thorin Oakenshield, yet your kingdom is lost. Should it ever be reclaimed? A prospect I find doubtful. It must start from the humblest of beginnings. Here, so far from the lonely mountain, I wonder if you truly grasp the might of a great dragon. But that is not the whole of it. A shadow is rising in the world, more terrible still. They would have aided each other, and indeed they would have, had I not moved against Dol Guldur when I did. Open war is not only futile for you, it is impossible to arrange. You must attempt something simpler, yet bolder, something truly desperate. You speak in riddles meant to unsettle, Thorin said. Be plain. For one, I told him, you must undertake this quest yourself, and you must do so in secret. No messengers, no heralds, no challenges. You may take a handful of kinsmen or loyal companions, but you will require something more, something entirely unforeseen. Name it, Thorin commanded. One moment I said, you intend to confront a dragon. He is not only vast, but now old and cunning. From the very outset you must account for his memory and his sense of smell. Naturally, Thorin scoffed. Dwarves have more experience with dragons than most folk. You are not lecturing the uninformed. Very good, I answered. Yet your own plans seem to neglect this. My design is one of stealth. Pure stealth, Smaug does not rest upon his golden hoard without dreams. Thorin Oakenshield, he dreams of dwarves. You can be certain he patrols his halls each day and night, satisfying himself that not the faintest scent of a dwarf lingers before he settles into his watchful half-sleep, ears pricked for the sound of dwarven feet. You make this stealth sound as daunting and hopeless as a frontal assault, Balin interjected. Impossibly difficult. Difficult, yes, I conceded, but not impossible, or I would not be here. I would call it absurdly difficult. Therefore, I propose an absurd solution. Take a hobbit with you. Smaug has likely never heard of hobbits, and he has certainly never caught their scent. What? Glowing cried out. One of those simpletons from the Shire. What possible use could he be on earth or under it? Let him smell as he may, he wouldn't dare creep within smelling distance of the barest dragonet fresh from the egg. Now, I chided. That is unjust. You know little of the Shire folk, Glowing. You likely think them simple because they are generous and do not bargain harshly, and timid because you've never sold them a sword. You are mistaken. In any case, there is one upon whom I have set my eye as a companion for you, Thorin. He is clever with his hands and sharp of mind, though not reckless, and I believe he possesses courage. Considerable courage by the measure of his people. They are, one might say, brave at a pinch. You must place these hobbits in a dire spot before you discover what truly lies within them. The experiment cannot be made, Thorin replied. From what I've seen, they generally go to great lengths to steer clear of any precarious situations. Quite right, I replied. They are a practical folk, yet this particular hobbit is different. I suspect he could be convinced to step into a difficult spot. I have a feeling that deep down he truly yearns for, as he might call it, an adventure of his own. Not on my account, Thorin exclaimed, standing up and pacing the room in irritation. This isn't counsel. It's nonsense. I cannot imagine what any hobbit, capable or not, could possibly do to be worth a single day's provisions, even if you managed to talk him into leaving home. Cannot imagine? You'd be more likely to fail to listen, I countered. Hobbits can move with a silence no dwarf could achieve if his very life hung in the balance. They are, I believe, the lightest-footed of all mortal races. You certainly didn't notice that, Thorin Oakenshield, as you marched through the Shire with a clamour the locals could hear from a mile off. When I mentioned the need for stealth, I meant the genuine article, expert practiced stealth. Expert stealth? Balin interjected, seizing on my words in a way I hadn't intended. Are you speaking of a trained professional for recovering treasure? Do such individuals still exist? I paused. This was an unexpected shift, and I was uncertain how to proceed. I believe so, I finally said. For a suitable reward they will venture where you cannot or dare not and retrieve what you seek. A gleam came into Thorin's eyes as thoughts of lost wealth stirred in his mind. A hired robber. You mean, he said dismissively, that could be considered if the price weren't too steep. But what does any of this have to do with one of those simple country folk? They drink from clay mugs and likely can't distinguish a real gem from a piece of coloured glass. I wish you wouldn't speak with such certainty about things you don't understand, I said sharply. These people have made their home in the Shire for nearly 15 centuries, and they have learned a great deal in that time. They had contact with elves and with dwarves 1,000 years before Smaug ever descended upon Erebor. While none are rich by the measure of your ancestors, you would find that some of their homes contain finer objects than you have here in this hall, Thorin. The hobbit I'm thinking of owns golden trinkets, dines with silver utensils and drinks his wine from elegantly formed crystal. Ah, now I follow your meaning, said Balin. So he is a thief, then? Is that why you recommend him? At that, I'm afraid my patience and my discretion finally snapped. That dwarfish arrogance, the belief that no one else can possess or create anything of true worth, and that every fine object in another's hands must have been taken, if not outright stolen, from the dwarves at some point in history, was more than I could bear just then. A thief? I said, laughing bitterly. Why, yes. A professional thief, naturally. How else would a hobbit come by a silver spoon? I'll go and put the thief's mark upon his round green door myself, and then you'll have no trouble finding it. Then, in my anger, I stood and spoke with a passion that surprised even me. You must go and look for that very door, Thorin Oakenshield. I am in earnest, and all at once I knew that I truly was. This strange idea of mine was no jest, it was correct. It was of desperate importance that it be pursued. These stubborn dwarves would have to unbend their pride. "Hear me, Durin's folk," I called out. "If you can convince this hobbit to accompany you, you will find your success. If you cannot, you will meet with failure. If you refuse to even make the attempt, then I am done with you. You will receive no further advice or aid from me until the very shadow descends upon your heads." Thorin turned and stared at me, utterly taken aback, which was hardly surprising. "Strong words indeed," he said. "Very well, I will go. There is some foresight in you, unless you are simply mad." "Good," I replied, "but you must go in good faith, not merely to prove me a fool. You must be patient and not easily discouraged, even if the courage or the appetite for adventure I speak of is not immediately apparent. He will surely deny having any such qualities. He will attempt to withdraw, but you must prevent him from doing so." "Haggling will not save him, if that is your concern," Thorin declared. "I intend to give him a fair payment for whatever he retrieves, and nothing beyond that." That was not my point, but arguing felt pointless. "There is another matter," I continued. "All your arrangements must be made in advance. Have everything prepared. Once he is convinced, he must be given no opportunity for doubt. You must depart the Shire directly, heading east on your journey." "He sounds like a most peculiar being, this burglar of yours," remarked a young dwarf named Philly, who I later learned was Thorin's nephew. "What do they call him?" "Hobbits use the names they were born with," I replied. "His is Bilbo Baggins." "What a name!" Philly exclaimed, laughing. "He considers it perfectly respectable," I said, "and it suits him well enough, for he is a middle-aged bachelor who is growing somewhat soft and round. At the moment his chief passion is likely food. I understand he keeps an excellent pantry, perhaps even several. You will at least be well fed." "That is sufficient," Thorin interrupted, his voice low. "Had I not already given my word, I would not proceed. I am not in a mood to be played for a fool. My purpose is grave. It is a deadly serious matter, and my heart burns with it." I chose to ignore this outburst. "Listen, Thorin," I said. "April is nearly over, and spring has arrived. Make your preparations as quickly as possible. I have affairs to settle, but I will return within a week. When I come back, if all is ready, I will ride ahead to smooth the way. Then, the very next day, we will all call on him together." With that, I took my leave, unwilling to give Thorin more time for reconsideration than Bilbo was to get. You know the rest of the tale well enough from Bilbo's perspective. Had I been the one to write it, the account would have sounded quite different. He was unaware of all my efforts. For instance, the pains I took to ensure that news of a large party of dwarves travelling to Bywater, far from their usual paths, did not reach his ears prematurely. It was on the morning of Tuesday, April 25th, in the year 2941, that I went to see Bilbo. Even though I had some idea of what awaited me, I must admit my confidence wavered. I realized then that things would prove far more challenging than I had anticipated. Yet I pressed on. The following day, Wednesday, April 26th, I escorted Thorin and his companions to Bag End, a task made considerably difficult by Thorin's own last-minute reluctance. And Bilbo, of course, was utterly flustered and acted quite absurdly. Frankly, from the very start, nothing went smoothly for me at all. That whole misguided notion about him being a professional thief, which the dwarves had stubbornly fixed in their minds, only complicated everything further. I was profoundly grateful that I had insisted we all spend the night at Bag End, as we would require time to discuss our strategy. It afforded me one final opportunity. Had Thorin departed before I could speak with him privately, my entire scheme would have collapsed. It is clear that parts of this discussion were later woven into the dispute between Gandalf and Thorin at Bag End. From here, the later narrative follows the earlier one very closely, so it will not be quoted further, save for a concluding segment. In the earlier account, when Gandalf finished speaking, Frodo notes that Gimli laughed. "It still seems ridiculous," he said, "even now that everything ended better than anyone hoped. I knew Thorin, of course. I wish I could have been there, but I was away during your first visit to our halls." They would not let me join the quest either. Too young, they claimed, though at 62 I felt ready for any challenge. Still, I am pleased to have heard the full story. Assuming it is the full story, I rather doubt you are telling us everything you know, even now. Naturally not, said Gandalf. Meriadoc pressed Gandalf for more details about the map and key that had belonged to Thrain. In his lengthy reply, much of which appears later in the tale, Gandalf recounted, I discovered Thrain a full 9 years after he had parted from his kin. By then he had already languished in the dungeons of Dol Guldur for 5 long years, if not more. How he withstood such torment, or managed to conceal these items throughout it all, I cannot say. I believe the Dark Lord sought only the ring from him. Once it was taken, he cast the broken dwarf into the pits to rant and perish, thinking him of no further consequence. A minor miscalculation, yet it would prove a devastating one. Such small oversights often do the hunt for the ring. An account of the Black Rider's journey, as told by Gandalf to Frodo in the year 3017, Gollum was seized within Mordor and brought to the Dark Tower of Barad-dûr. There he was interrogated and made to suffer. After extracting what information he could, Sauron set him loose once more. The Dark Lord did not trust the creature, sensing in him a stubborn core that not even the shadow of fear could break without utterly destroying him. Yet Sauron also recognized the profound malice Gollum bore for those who had stolen his treasure. Guessing that Gollum would seek them out for vengeance, Sauron hoped his own spies might thereby be led to the ring. His plan was soon foiled, however, when Aragorn captured Gollum and bore him away to northern Mirkwood. Though pursued, Gollum could not be retrieved before he was placed under secure guard. Sauron had never given much thought to halflings, even if rumors of them had reached his ears, and he remained ignorant of where their homeland lay. From Gollum, even under torture, he could obtain no clear report, partly because Gollum himself possessed no certain knowledge, and partly because what he did know he twisted with lies. He was in the end unbreakable save by death, a resilience Sauron attributed to his halfling nature, and to another cause the Dark Lord, consumed by his own craving for the ring, failed to fully grasp. Ironically, this ordeal filled Gollum with a hatred for Sauron that began to rival his terror, for he now saw in him his ultimate enemy and rival. This hatred even emboldened him to feign belief that the land of the halflings was near the Gladden Fields, where he had once lived. When word reached Sauron that his enemy's chieftains had captured Gollum, he was thrown into haste and alarm. Yet all his common spies and messengers could bring him no useful news, largely due to the watchfulness of the Dunedain and the treachery of Saruman, whose own agents either ambushed or misdirected Sauron's servants. Sauron became aware of this betrayal, but his power was not yet sufficient to strike at Saruman in Isengard. So he hid his knowledge of the double-dealing and swallowed his wrath, biding his time while he prepared for the great war in which he intended to drown all his foes. Finally, he determined that for this delicate task, only his mightiest servants would do, the ring-wraiths, who had no will but his own, each utterly enslaved to the ring Sauron held. Few could withstand even one of these terrible beings, and Sauron believed none could stand against them all when gathered under their dreadful captain, the Lord of Morgul. Yet, for Sauron's current goal, they had one weakness. The profound terror that preceded them, even while invisible, meant their emergence might soon be detected, and their mission deduced by the wise. Therefore, Sauron devised a twin stroke, an opening move many would later see as the true beginning of the War of the Ring. The moves were made in concert. Orcs were sent to assault the realm of Thranduil with orders to recapture Gollum, while the Lord of Morgul was dispatched openly to make war upon Gondor. These events unfolded near the end of June in the year 3018. Sauron had probed the defences of Denethor and discovered them to be surprisingly robust, a fact that concerned him only slightly. This initial assault was but a feint, a calculated move to mask his true intention. The release of the Nazgul, which he wished to be seen as a mere escalation in his war against Gondor. With the fall of Osgiliath and the bridge destroyed, he called a halt. His real focus now shifted entirely to the hunt for the ring, and the Nine were dispatched with orders for utmost secrecy, for Sauron respected, even feared, the vigilance of his enemies. At that time, the Witch King himself resided in Minas Morgul with 6 of his brethren, while his second, Camul the Easterling, kept watch at Dol Guldur with another wraith, as his courier, disembodied and unseen, a chill mist of pure dread. The Lord of Morgul led his fellows across the Anduin. They moved like a poison through the earth, seeping through Anorion and across the Entwash, leaving behind a wake of inexplicable terror. Reaching the western bank north of San Gebir, they were met by agents who had smuggled horses and black cloaks across the river. Thus mounted, their search for the Shire began in earnest. In the field of Celebrant, they were joined by Camul, who brought grim tidings. Gollum had slipped through the nets of both orcs and elves, vanishing without a trace. Furthermore, no trace of halflings remained in the vales of Anduin. The store villages by the Gladden were long empty. With no clearer path, the Witch King pressed northward, a grim hope kindling that they might yet stumble upon the creature or his homeland. He suspected this land of little people could not be far from the detested woods of Lothlorien, perhaps even within the realm of the Lady Galadriel herself, a border he dared not cross, unwilling to challenge the power that guarded that golden wood. And so the Nine rode on, a blight upon the land passing between the mountains and that dreaded forest. Terror was their herald and their epitaph, but their quest yielded nothing. Summer faded into a fruitless autumn, and their return to the wold was met not with rest, but with the searing wrath of an impatient master. Messengers from Barad-dûr found them there, bearing threats that shook even the Morgul lord. Sauron had pieced together troubling news, prophecies in Gondor, Boromir's journey, Saruman's machinations, and Gandalf's imprisonment. From this he deduced a crucial frantic truth. The ring was still lost, but Saruman likely knew where to look. Secrecy was now a luxury they could no longer afford. Only speed mattered. New orders were given, ride directly to Isengard. They swept through Rohan like a pestilence, their passing so dreadful it sparked a panicked exodus, with villagers fleeing north and west in a blind terror, convinced the long-feared war was upon them. It was just 2 days after Gandalf's own desperate escape from Orthanc that the Witch King halted before the black gates of Isengard. Inside, Saruman, already reeling from the wizard's flight, saw his precarious position collapse. He was now exposed, a known turncoat trapped between two gathering powers. His grand design of playing both sides lay in ashes. The message was brutally clear. He must seize the ring for himself or face utter and eternal ruin. Yet he remained cautious and shrewd, having fortified Isengard precisely for such a dark turn. The ring of Isengard was too formidable for even the Morgul lord and his riders to storm without a vast army. So, to his threats and demands there came only the crafted reply of Saruman's voice, which by some art seemed to issue from the very gate. "You do not search for a country," it declared. "I know what you hunt, though you do not speak its name. I do not possess it, as its servants surely sense without words, for if I did, you would kneel and name me master, and if I knew where this thing lay hidden, I would not be here, but would have gone far ahead to seize it. Only one do I suspect to hold this knowledge. Mithrandir, the foe of Sauron. He left Isengard but 2 days past. Seek him nearby." So potent was Saruman's voice that even the Lord of the Nazgul did not doubt its words, whether they were lies or half-truths. He turned at once from the gate and began to hunt Gandalf across the plains of Rohan. Thus, on the following evening, the Black Riders came upon Grima Wormtongue as he hurried to bring Saruman word that Gandalf had reached Edoras and warned King Theoden of Isengard's treachery. In that moment, Wormtongue nearly died of fright, but being schooled in deceit, he would have confessed all he knew under far less threat. "Yes, yes, my lord, I can tell you," he babbled. "I overheard their talk in Isengard, the land of the Halflings. That is where Gandalf came from and wishes to return. Now he seeks only a horse. Spare me, I speak as fast as I can. West through the gap of Rohan, then north and slightly west, until the next great river blocks the path, the Grey Flood, they call it. From the crossing at Tharbad, the old road will lead you to its borders. The Shire, it is named. Yes, truly, Saruman knows of it. Goods have come to him from that land down the road. Spare me, Lord, I will say nothing of our meeting to any living soul. The Lord of the Nazgul let Wormtongue live. not from mercy but because he judged the creature so stricken with terror that he would never dare speak of their encounter, which proved true, and he saw that this vile being might yet do great harm to Saruman if left alive. So he left him lying on the ground and rode off, not troubling to return to Isengard. Sauron's vengeance could wait. Now he split his company into 4 pairs, riding apart, though he himself went ahead with the swiftest 2. They moved west out of Rohan, scoured the wastes of Enedwaith, and reached Tharbad at last. From there they rode through Minhiriath, and even before they regrouped, a rumour of dread spread about them. Wild creatures hid, lonely men fled, but they caught some fugitives on the road. To the captain's satisfaction, 2 turned out to be spies in Saruman's service. One had often been used in the dealings between Isengard and the Shire, and though he had never gone beyond the South Farthing, he carried charts made by Saruman that clearly mapped and described the Shire. The Nazgul took these, then sent him on to Bree to keep spying, but warned him he now served Mordor, and that if he ever tried to return to Isengard, he would die by torture. Night was fading on the 22nd of September when, drawing together again, they came to Sarn Ford and the Shire's southernmost edge. They found it guarded, for rangers barred the way. Yet this was a task beyond the strength of the Dúnedain, and it might have remained so even had their captain, Aragorn, been with them. But he was away north near Bree on the east road, and the hearts of even the Dúnedain sank with dread. Some raced north, desperate to carry word to Aragorn, but they were hunted down, killed, or scattered into the wilderness. A brave few held the ford against the tide until daylight faded. But when night fell, the Lord of Morgul swept them aside. The Black Riders crossed into the Shire, and before the first rooster crowed in the early hours of September 23rd, their shadowy forms were already moving north. Far to the south, Gandalf on Shadowfax was still galloping across the plains of Rohan, unaware of how narrow the margin had become. The narrative presented here is the most polished account, but other manuscripts exist that expand or alter key details. While all stem from the same general time, their connections are tangled. Beyond the primary version, call it A, 2 other major accounts are noteworthy. A second version, B, closely mirrors A in its structure. A third C, structured as a plot outline beginning later in the tale, introduces significant changes and is likely the last written. Additional material, D, focuses on Gollum's role, supplemented by various historical notes. According to D, the information Gollum gave Sauron about the ring's nature and where it was found was enough to confirm it was the One Ring. However, about its current location, Sauron only learned it had been stolen by a creature named Baggins from the Misty Mountains, who hailed from a place called the Shire. Sauron's anxiety lessened considerably when he deduced from Gollum's description that this Baggins was undoubtedly another halfling, a small, insignificant being. Gollum wouldn't have used the local term hobbit, and he'd avoid halfling himself, knowing how they despised the label. This left the Black Riders with just 2 solid clues, Shire and Baggins. It's clear from every account that Gollum at least knew the general direction of the Shire, though more could have been tortured from him. Sauron never imagined Baggins came from a land so distant from the mountains. He assumed the thief would be found in the vales of Anduin, near Gollum's old haunts. It was a small, logical error, yet it may have been the most catastrophic mistake Sauron ever made. Because of it, the Ringwraith's arrival in the Shire was delayed by crucial weeks. Talk about an intelligence failure. For a dark lord with a literal eye, his vision was surprisingly narrow. Version B elaborates on Aragorn's difficult journey north with Gollum as his prisoner toward Thranduil's realm, and it delves deeper into Sauron's hesitation about deploying the Ringwraiths for the search. Gollum eventually vanished into the dead marshes, a place Sauron's other agents could not or would not enter. With no other spies in Eriador able to provide useful news, and those he did send often thwarted or deceived by Saruman's servants, Sauron finally resolved to use his most feared servants. He had been deeply reluctant. They were his most powerful instruments, utterly enslaved to the 9 rings he held, and completely incapable of defying him. Even if the Witch King himself seized the One Ring, he would have dutifully returned it. But they had serious drawbacks for a covert mission, especially since Sauron was not yet prepared for open war. All but the Witch King himself were prone to wander if left alone in the daylight, and every one of them, again excepting their leader, held a deep dread of water. They would not willingly enter it or ford any stream unless they could keep their feet dry upon a bridge. Their greatest power was the spread of fear, a weapon far more potent when they were unseen and unclad, and magnified further when they gathered as a group. This made any task requiring stealth nearly impossible for them, and the crossing of great rivers like the Anduin posed a serious barrier. For these very reasons, Sauron had delayed, unwilling to alert his chief foes to the movements of his most terrible servants. It seems he did not initially realize that anyone beyond Gollum and the thief Baggins knew of the ring's existence. Gollum himself was ignorant of Gandalf's connection to Bilbo, or even of the wizard's being, until Gandalf came to question him. But the moment Sauron learned his enemies had seized Gollum, everything changed. The precise timing remains uncertain, likely understood long after the fact. Aragorn reported capturing Gollum at dusk on the 1st of February. Seeking to avoid the eyes of Sauron's spies, he forced his prisoner through the northern reaches of the Emyn Muil and approached the Anduin near San Gibir. There, where driftwood often piled on the eastern shoals, he bound Gollum to a log and swam the river, towing him across. His path then led north by the most westerly trails he could find, skirting the edges of Fangorn Forest. He crossed the Limelight, then the streams of Nimrodel and Silverlode, passing along the very eaves of Lothlorien before turning to avoid the gates of Moria and the Dimril Dale. Pressing on over the Gladden Fields, he drew near the Carrock. There, with aid from the Burnings, he crossed the Anduin once more and finally passed into Mirkwood. This immense journey on foot spanned close to 900 miles, a feat Aragorn completed in 50 weary days, delivering Gollum to Thranduil on the 21st of March. Therefore, the first whisper of Gollum's capture likely reached the servants of Dol Guldur only after Aragorn entered the forest. Though the stronghold's power was said to end at the Old Forest Road, its eyes and ears were everywhere among the trees. The news apparently took time to reach the Nazgul commander at Dol Guldur, who probably waited to learn more of the prisoner's fate before reporting to Barad-dûr Sauron. Then might not have heard until late April that Gollum had been seen again, a captive in the custody of some man. This alone might have meant little, for neither Sauron nor his spies yet knew Aragorn or his lineage. But later, as Thranduil's lands were now under close watch, perhaps a month afterward, Sauron received the far more troubling news that the Wise were involved and that Gandalf himself had entered the Elven King's realm. This revelation surely filled the Dark Lord with a cold fury and sharp alarm. Secrecy was now a lost luxury. Speed became essential. He resolved to unleash the Ringwraiths without further delay. In a move of brutal irony, hoping to panic his enemies and cloud their judgment with the spectre of a war he wasn't ready to truly wage, he ordered attacks on Thranduil and Gondor nearly simultaneously. He had two clear goals: to seize or kill Gollum, thereby robbing his foes of their prize, and to force a crossing at the Osgiliath Bridge, allowing the Nazgul to pass while testing Gondor's defences. In the end, Gollum managed to slip away, but the bridge was taken. The forces used there were probably far smaller than the terrified defenders of Gondor believed. In the blind panic of that first assault, when the Witch King chose to unveil his full, horrifying presence, the Nazgul crossed under cover of night and scattered into the northern shadows. While the courage of Gondor's defenders was formidable, far exceeding Sauron's expectations, the success of Boromir and Faramir in repelling the enemy and destroying the bridge at Osgiliath was largely because the assault had already achieved its primary goal. The Ringwraiths' well-documented fear of water played a key role in Sauron's strategy here, a detail that recurs in notes about their movements through the Shire. For instance, the rider observed near Bucklebury Ferry, later identified as Camul from Dol Guldur, sensed the ring had crossed the river but found the water itself blocked his ability to track it further, showing a distinct aversion to the elvish waters of the Brandywine. Yet this raises a practical question: how did they manage to cross other rivers like the Grey Flood, where only a hazardous ford remained from a ruined bridge? Tolkien himself acknowledged this concept was tricky to maintain consistently. The journey of the Nazgul through the Vales of Anduin is described similarly across drafts, with one version noting that the store settlements there were not completely abandoned at the time. Those who remained were either killed or scattered by the Black Riders. As for Gollum's fate after his escape from the orcs of Dol Guldur and before the Fellowship reached the west gate of Moria, a rough account exists. Hunted by both elves and orcs, he likely swam across the Anduin, evading Sauron's forces, still pursued by elves, and too fearful to approach Lothlorien, a risk he would only later take, driven by the ring's lure. He sought refuge in the darkness of Moria, probably in the autumn. From that point his trail went cold. His survival in such a place, while possible given his nature, would have come at a great cost of suffering and constant peril from Sauron's servants lurking within. He was forced to steal what little food he could find, a dangerous game of hide-and-seek in the echoing halls. It seems his original plan was to use Moria as a hidden route west to find the Shire quickly, but he became utterly lost in its endless tunnels and chambers. By the time the 9 walkers arrived, he had likely only recently neared the west gate. The doors, massive and seemingly immovable to him, had no lock and opened outward with pressure. But this mechanism remained unknown to Gollum. Weak, desperate, and far from any food source. Since the orcs mostly dwelled in the eastern parts, he wouldn't have had the strength to open them, even if he had understood their secret. So, in a twist of fate, the arrival of the Fellowship was a singular piece of luck for the wretched creature. Regarding the Black Riders' visit to Isengard in September of that year and their subsequent capture of Grima Wormtongue, earlier drafts tell of their arrival 2 days after Gandalf's escape from Orthanc. Saruman claimed ignorance of both Gandalf's whereabouts and the Shire's location, but his deception was undone by Grima, who was seized the next day as he rushed to Isengard with news of Gandalf reaching Edoras. A later version revises this narrative, picking up the story only as the riders journey southward again across the Limelight. In this alternate telling, the Black Riders reached the gate of Isengard while Gandalf remained a captive in the tower. Here, Saruman, gripped by a sudden terror and a clear vision of the grim reality of serving Mordor, made a desperate choice. He decided to surrender to Gandalf to beg for forgiveness and aid. At the gate, he stalled the Nazgul, confessing he held the wizard within, and promising to interrogate him for information. If that failed, he would hand Gandalf over. Saruman then rushed to the pinnacle of Orthanc, only to find it empty. Against the southern sky, silhouetted by the setting moon, he saw a giant eagle soaring toward Edoras. This turn of events left Saruman in a far more precarious position. With Gandalf free, the real possibility existed that Sauron might never claim the ring and could be overthrown. Deep down, Saruman acknowledged the formidable strength and peculiar luck that always seemed to accompany Gandalf, but now he was alone, forced to confront the 9 himself. His fear curdled into a bitter rage, his wounded pride lashing out at the thought of Gandalf slipping free from his supposedly inescapable fortress. A jealous fury took hold. Returning to the gate, he spun a lie, claiming he had forced a confession from the wizard. He did not reveal this was his own intelligence, unaware of how deeply Sauron might already see into his thoughts and desires. "I shall deliver this report personally to the Lord of Barad-dûr," he declared with haughty authority, "with whom I confer from afar on matters of great import. All you need to know for your mission is the location of the Shire. According to Mithrandir, it lies some 600 miles to the northwest, near the coastal lands of the elves." Saruman felt a petty satisfaction, seeing even the Witch King balk at this news. "You must cross the Ison at the fords, skirt the mountains, and make for Tharbad on the Grey Flood. Go with all haste, and I will inform your master you have done so." This cunning performance momentarily convinced the Witch King that Saruman was a loyal lieutenant, highly trusted by Sauron. The riders departed immediately, racing for the fords of Ison. Once they were gone, Saruman dispatched wolves and orcs in a futile chase after Gandalf. This served multiple aims: to display his own power to the Nazgul, to ensure they did not linger nearby, and to vent his anger by striking a blow against Rohan, amplifying the fear his agent Wormtongue was cultivating in King Theoden's mind. Wormtongue had recently been in Isengard and was now returning to Edoras. Among the pursuers were some carrying fresh instructions for him. Finally rid of the riders, Saruman withdrew into Orthanc, sinking into grim and dreadful contemplation. It appears he resolved to continue playing both sides, clinging to the hope of seizing the ring for himself. He reasoned that sending the riders toward the Shire might actually hinder them, as he knew of the Rangers' vigilance there. Furthermore, from the prophetic dreams and Boromir's journey, he believed the ring had already left and was likely on its way to Rivendell. Without delay, he mobilized every spy, Crebain, and agent at his disposal and sent them scattering into Eriador. In this version, there is no time for the events involving Grima's capture by the Ringwraiths and his subsequent betrayal of Saruman. Gandalf would not have had time to reach Edoras and warn Theoden, nor would Grima have had time to journey to Isengard to alert Saruman before the Black Riders had already left Rohan. Instead, the revelation of Saruman's deceit comes later through a man the riders capture who is found carrying maps of the Shire. More is learned of this man and of Saruman's own designs on the Shire later. As the Black Riders journeyed far across the Enedwaith and finally drew near to Tharbad, they experienced what was for them a tremendous stroke of luck. A development disastrous for Saruman and fraught with deadly peril, for Frodo. Saruman had long harboured a fascination with the Shire, partly because Gandalf showed such interest in it, which made him deeply suspicious. In a secret, prideful imitation of his rival, he had also developed a taste for pipeweed, requiring steady supplies, yet he hid this habit carefully, having once mocked Gandalf for the very same indulgence. Over time, his motives grew more complex. He delighted in expanding his influence, particularly into regions Gandalf watched over, and he discovered that the wealth he offered for leaf purchases was granting him a subtle power, slowly corrupting certain hobbit families. The Bracegirdles, with their vast plantations, and the ever-ambitious Sackville Bagginses were especially susceptible to his coin and influence. More urgently, Saruman had grown convinced the Shire was somehow linked to the ring in Gandalf's thoughts. Why else such a vigilant watch? He began gathering exhaustive intelligence on the Shire, its prominent families, its winding roads, every minor detail. For this, he employed hobbits in the pay of those corrupted families, though his field agents were men, grim fellows of Dunlendish stock. After Gandalf spurned his offers at Orthanc, Saruman's efforts intensified. The Rangers grew wary, but with Gandalf unable to issue a clear warning, and Saruman still nominally an ally, they did not bar his servants from the land. Not long before, one of Saruman's most relied-upon agents, a brutish outlaw expelled from Dunland, rumoured by many to have orc blood in his veins, returned from the Shire's borders, where he had been securing leaf and other provisions. Saruman was stockpiling Isengard for the coming conflict. This man was preparing to return to finalize arrangements and organize transport before the autumn roads turned treacherous. He carried additional orders to infiltrate the Shire, if possible, and learn of any notable recent departures among its well-known inhabitants. In his possession were detailed maps, lists of names, and copious notes concerning the region. This Dunlending was intercepted by several Black Riders near the crossing at Tharbad. Seized by utter terror, he was dragged before the Witch King and interrogated. To save his own skin, he betrayed Saruman completely. The Witch King thus learned that Saruman had known the Shire's location all along and possessed considerable knowledge about it, knowledge he had withheld from Sauron's servants, despite his false allegiance. From the prisoner, the Witch King extracted much information, including the name that mattered most, Baggins. This intelligence directly led to Hobbiton being marked for an immediate visit and close scrutiny. Now the Witch King's understanding sharpened. He recalled fragments of that country from ancient wars with the Dúnedain, particularly the Tirn Gorthad of Cardolan, now called the Barrow Downs, whose malignant wights he himself had once commanded. Perceiving that his master suspected some liaison between the Shire and Rivendell, he recognized Bree, whose location he knew as a crucial hub for gathering news. He placed a shadow of fear upon the cowering Dunlending and sent him onward to Bree as a reluctant spy. This man became the squint-eyed southerner loitering at the inn. In earlier drafts, it was noted the Black Captain remained uncertain if the ring was still within the Shire. His task was to discover the truth. The Shire was too vast for the kind of brutal assault he had unleashed upon the stores. Here, stealth was required, terror used sparingly, yet the eastern borders still needed watching. Therefore, he dispatched several riders into the Shire with orders to scatter while crossing it. Among them, Carmul was tasked with finding Hobbiton, where Baggins reportedly lived, according to Saruman's documents. Meanwhile, the Black Captain established a hidden camp at Andrath, where the Greenway wound through a narrow pass between the Barrow Downs and the South Downs. From this vantage, he sent others to patrol the eastern marches, while he himself turned his attention to the ancient barrows, their cold dread, a familiar and useful tool. During this period, records indicate that the Black Captain lingered in those lands for several days. His presence stirred the Barrowites and awakened every malevolent spirit hostile to both elves and men, filling the Old Forest and the Barrow Downs with a watchful malice. Regarding Gandalf, Saruman, and the Shire, a separate collection of writings from this era contains numerous incomplete reports on Saruman's initial interactions with the Shire, particularly concerning the Halfling's Leaf, a topic briefly mentioned in relation to the squint-eyed Southerner. The text that follows is one of many versions, and though it is shorter than some, it is the most polished account. Saruman's jealousy of Gandalf festered quickly, evolving into a deep-seated hatred made more intense by its secrecy. This bitterness was compounded by Saruman's private acknowledgement that the Grey Wanderer possessed greater inherent strength and wielded more influence over the peoples of Middle-earth, despite Gandalf's deliberate avoidance of power and his desire for neither fear nor worship. While Saruman felt no reverence for him, a gnawing fear took root, fueled by his constant uncertainty over how much of his inner thoughts Gandalf could discern. Saruman found Gandalf's silences far more disquieting than his words. Consequently, in public, Saruman treated Gandalf with a conspicuous lack of the respect others among the wise afforded him, always quick to contradict him or belittle his advice. In secret, however, he meticulously recorded and analyzed every word Gandalf spoke, placing as much surveillance on his movements as he could manage. It was through this obsessive scrutiny that Saruman first turned his attention to the Halflings and the Shire, a region he otherwise would have considered utterly insignificant. Initially, he did not suspect that his rival's interest in these people was linked to the Council's greater affairs, and certainly not to the Rings of Power. Indeed, at the start there was no such connection. It stemmed purely from Gandalf's fondness for the little people, unless some profound intuition beyond his conscious thought guided him. For many years, Gandalf visited the Shire openly and spoke freely of its inhabitants to anyone who would listen. Saruman would smile dismissively, as if hearing the quaint tales of an old wanderer, but he paid close attention regardless. Once Saruman realized Gandalf found the Shire worthy of regular visits, he decided to see it for himself. He travelled there in disguise, and with utmost secrecy, thoroughly exploring and mapping its roads and countryside until he believed he had learned all its secrets. Even when direct visits seemed unwise or offered no clear advantage, he maintained a network of spies and servants who entered the land or watched its borders, for his suspicion never waned. His own moral decline had led him to believe that every other member of the council was similarly driven by secret, far-reaching schemes for personal gain, to which all their actions must somehow be tied. Therefore, when he later learned about the halfling's discovery of Gollum's ring, he could only conclude that Gandalf had known of it all along. This became his greatest grievance, as he considered all matters pertaining to the rings his own exclusive domain. The fact that Gandalf's distrust of him was entirely justified did nothing to soothe his rage. In truth, Saruman's early espionage and secrecy were not born of an evil design, but were a foolish product of his immense pride. Seemingly trivial details, unworthy of report, can sometimes swell to great importance before the final chapter closes. To be perfectly honest, after observing Gandalf's delight in the herb he called pipe weed, for which Gandalf claimed, if for no other reason, the little people deserved honour, Saruman publicly affected scorn for it. Privately, however, he tried it himself and soon became a regular user. This, more than any grand strategy, is what kept the Shire relevant to him. Yet he lived in dread of this being discovered, fearing his own mockery would be turned against him, leaving him laughed at for imitating Gandalf and scorned for doing so in stealth. This was the true cause of his profound secrecy regarding all his interactions with the Shire, a policy he adopted from the very beginning, long before any suspicion had touched that land. The Shire remained lightly guarded, open to any who wished to wander in. For this same reason, Saruman eventually stopped travelling there himself. He had learned that his movements were not entirely unseen by the sharp-eyed halflings. Some, catching sight of an old figure in grey or brown slipping through the woods at twilight, had mistaken him for Gandalf. Fearing such rumours might spread and eventually reach Gandalf's own ears, Saruman's visits ceased entirely. Gandalf, however, was aware of these journeys and had guessed their purpose. He found it amusing, considering it the most innocent of Saruman's hidden pursuits, and he spoke of it to no one, never wishing to cause another shame. Yet he was not sorry when the visits ended, for his trust in the White Wizard had already begun to fray. Even Gandalf could not then foresee how perilously useful Saruman's intimate knowledge of the Shire would one day become a tool that would bring the enemy's victory achingly close. In later years, this underlying tension surfaced during a meeting of the White Council in Rivendell. It was the Great Council of 2851, where the subject of halflings' leaf first arose, noted with mild amusement at the time, though later recalled with grave significance. Saruman spoke at length, arguing against Gandalf's counsel to move against Dol Guldur. Gandalf sat apart, unusually silent, but smoking his pipe with great vigour. The combination of his quiet and the constant smoke seemed to grate on Saruman's nerves. As the council broke, Saruman addressed him with cold courtesy. "When matters of grave importance are debated, Mithrandir, I find it curious that you should occupy yourself with toys of fire and smoke while others speak in earnest." Gandalf merely laughed. "You would not find it curious if you tried the herb yourself. Such smoke can clear a mind of inner shadows. At the very least, it grants the patience to listen to error without anger. But it is no toy. It is an art of the little people in the West, a merry and worthy folk, though perhaps of little account in your lofty designs." Saruman, who detested mockery, however gentle, was not appeased. His reply was icy. "You jest, as is your habit. I am well aware you have become a collector of trifles, weeds, wild things, and simple folk. Your time is your own to waste if you have no worthier task. But to me these days are too dark for wanderers' tales, and I have no time for the rustic remedies of peasants." This time Gandalf did not laugh. He offered no verbal reply. Instead, he looked keenly at Saruman, drew deeply on his pipe, and sent forth a great smoke ring, followed by a chain of smaller ones. He then raised a hand as if to seize them, and they vanished into the air. With that, he rose and left Saruman without another word. Saruman remained standing, his face clouded with doubt and displeasure, silently turning over the meaning of that silent, smoky rebuke. In one account, it is noted that Saruman grew deeply suspicious from that moment, wondering if there was some hidden purpose, some unlikely connection between these humble halflings and the great affairs of power that he was failing to grasp. Gandalf's intentions are laid bare in a curious turn of events. Annoyed by Saruman's arrogance, Gandalf decided to make a point. He wanted to show Saruman that he suspected a dangerous shift in the wizard's studies and policies, a growing hunger to claim the rings of power for himself. It was also a subtle warning that such treasures would always slip through his fingers. At that moment, Gandalf had no inkling that the Hufflings, much less their pipeweed, were connected to the rings in any way. Had he possessed even a shred of that knowledge, he would have acted very differently. Later, when the hobbits became central to the fate of the ring, Saruman became convinced that Gandalf had known all along. In Saruman's mind, this was a deliberate deception, a scheme to seize the ring first and cut him out entirely, exactly the kind of plot Saruman himself would have concocted. The Tale of Years notes the White Council's meeting in 2851, where Gandalf pushed for an assault on Dol Guldur only to be blocked by Saruman. A footnote adds that Saruman had already begun to covet the One Ring, hoping it would emerge if Sauron was left undisturbed. The earlier narrative suggests Gandalf harboured these suspicions about Saruman during that very council, though a later reflection indicates Gandalf did not truly believe Saruman capable of treachery or of desiring the ring for himself, until he was locked in Orthanc. This realization came to him only after his captivity, a bitter lesson learned within those cold, unyielding walls. Regarding the movements of Sauron's servants, the records present a minor puzzle. The Tale of Years states 3 Nazgul was sent to Dol Guldur, not 2. This can be reconciled if one later returned to Minas Morgul, though it is more likely the earlier text was updated. In one discarded version, only a single ring wraith, called the Second Chief or the Black Easterling, held Dol Guldur, while another remained as Sauron's primary messenger. Detailed notes on the Black Rider's search through the Shire reveal it was Camul who questioned Gaffer Gamgee in Hobbiton, pursued the hobbits towards Stock, and nearly caught them at the Bucklebury Ferry. The rider who joined him above Woodhall and visited Farmer Maggot was his companion from Dol Guldur of Camul. It is said that after the Witch King, he was the most sensitive to the ring's presence, yet sunlight greatly weakened and confused his powers. In his fear of the Nazgul, one individual even dared to hide within the depths of Moria. At the ford of Bruinen, only the Witch King and two others, with the ring's lord directly ahead, braved the river. The rest were forced into the water by Glorfindel and Aragorn. Gandalf later told the Council of Elrond that he had questioned Gollum, while the creature was held by Thranduil's elves. Messages from Lothlorien later reached Gandalf, informing him that Aragorn had passed through and had found Gollum. Gandalf arrived at a crucial location 2 days after a key event, departing early on the morning of March 29th. After crossing the Carrock, he secured a horse but still faced the daunting high pass over the mountains. Obtaining a fresh mount in Rivendell, he pushed himself to the limit, covering nearly 800 miles to reach Hobbiton late on April 12th. Both in this account and the Tale of Years. The assault on Osgiliath is consistently dated June 20th. This passage draws a connection to Boromir's earlier description of the battle at Osgiliath, which he shared during the Council of Elrond. He spoke of a terrifying new force, with some soldiers claiming to see a figure like a great, shadowy horseman beneath the moonlight. In correspondence from 1959, the author noted that for nearly 5 centuries after 2463, the ringwraiths seemed to vanish entirely, save for the wretched Smeargol, either dying out or fleeing the growing darkness around Dol Guldur. It's a curious gap in their long, grim history. Authorial notes suggest Gollum was driven into the depths of Moria out of sheer terror of these same Nazgul. There's even a hint that the Witch King himself rode north past the Gladden Fields, partly in the faint hope of capturing the creature. The defences of Moria, while not vast in number, were more than enough to stop any group as poorly equipped or as small as Balin's expedition. The Great West Gate, for instance, was designed to require the strength of 2 dwarves to open. Only the mightiest could manage it alone. In better times, doorwards were stationed inside, ensuring no one could leave without approval, a simple but effective security measure. The texts show slight variations in Saruman's deceit. In one account, he denies knowing the ring's location. In another, he claims ignorance of the very land the searchers seek. This is likely just a difference in phrasing, not substance. What's clearer is that Sauron, through the Palantir and his own power, had begun to intimidate Saruman and could often glean his thoughts even when the wizard tried to withhold information. Sauron thus knew Saruman had suspicions about the ring's whereabouts, and Saruman, in a moment of weakness or pride, even revealed he held Gandalf prisoner, the one who knew the most, quite the strategic blunder, revealing your one valuable hostage to the very dark lord you're trying to cheat. The Tale of Years records laconically for September 18th, 3018. Gandalf escapes from Orthancs in the early hours. The Black Riders cross the fords of Isen, though it doesn't explicitly say the riders visited Isengard. This entry seems to align with the story of their confrontation with Saruman. None of these writings detail what terrible reckoning passed between Sauron and his unmasked servant afterward, leaving that ominous silence to the imagination. On a different note, the text touches on Lobelia Bracegirdle, who married Otho Sackville Baggins. Their son, Lotho, would later exploit the chaos of the War of the Ring to seize control of the Shire, styling himself the chief. Farmer Cotton later mentioned to Frodo Lotho's extensive tobacco plantations in the South Farthing, a symbol of his ill-gotten influence. Trade to Isengard typically flowed through Tharbad into Dunland first, with goods then moved more discreetly to Saruman rather than taking a direct route. It's noted that with the fall of Cardolan, evil spirits from Angmar and Rudau infested the deserted burial mounds there. Given all this history, it's perhaps surprising the Black Captain knew so little about the Shire's location, even though hobbits had been settled in Bree since the Witch King first came north to Angmar centuries before. A strange oversight for such a cunning enemy, as if the peaceful land was shielded by a kind of forgetfulness. The narrative then references Strider and the Hobbit's departure from Bree, continuing the larger journey. Frodo spotted a sallow, sly-eyed Dunlending in Bill Ferny's house on the edge of Bree and thought the man looked more like a goblin than anything else. This glimpse connects to Gandalf's later remark at the Council of Elrond that their captain had remained secretly south of Bree. At that earlier time, Gandalf had not yet conceived that the halflings would ever become entangled with the rings. A meeting of the White Council occurred 90 years before Bilbo's discovery. For Saruman, the primary hindrances to a swift conquest of Rohan were Theodred and Eomer. Both were vigorous, loyal men held in high affection by King Theoden as his only son and his sister-son. They worked tirelessly to counter the influence Grima Wormtongue gained as the king's health declined, a decline beginning in 30,014 when Theoden was 66, while Rohirrim often lived past 80. This malady might have had natural causes, yet it was likely worsened by subtle poisons administered by Grima. In any case, Theoden's growing sense of weakness and dependence was carefully cultivated by his evil counselor's cunning suggestions. Grima's policy was to discredit his chief opponents in the king's eyes and, if possible, remove them. He found it impossible, however, to turn Theodred and Eomer against each other. Theoden had been deeply loved before his sickness, and their loyalty never wavered, even as he seemed to fade. Eomer, not an ambitious man, held a love and respect for Theodred, 13 years his senior, second only to his devotion to his foster father. So Grima worked instead to poison the king's mind against Eomer, painting him as power-hungry and acting without consulting the king or his heir. This manipulation bore bitter fruit when Saruman finally achieved Theodred's death at the fords of Isen. It became clear in Rohan, once the true accounts were known, that Saruman had issued special orders. Theodred must be slain at all costs. In the first battle, his fiercest warriors launched reckless assaults solely upon Theodred and his guard, ignoring other parts of the field, a focus that ironically spared the Rohirrim a far worse defeat. Once Theodred fell, Saruman's commander seemed momentarily satisfied. And here Saruman made his fatal mistake. He did not immediately throw more forces forward to launch a full invasion of the Westfold. Sure, the valiant rearguard actions of Grimbold and Elfhelm contributed to the delay, but let's be honest. Saruman's overconfidence did him in. He had the pieces on the board, but hesitated to make the winning move, a moment of hesitation that heroes live for and tyrants come to regret. If that invasion had begun just 5 days earlier, the reinforcements from Edoras would likely never have reached Helm's Deep, instead being surrounded and overwhelmed on the open plain. Edoras itself might have been attacked and captured before Gandalf even arrived. The importance of that delay, forced by Grimbold and Elfhelm, cannot be overstated. The river Isen rushed down from its sources near Isengard, but slowed across the flat land of the Gap before bending westward. From there it flowed down long slopes toward the coastal lowlands of Far Gondor and the Ened Waith, growing deep and rapid. Just above that westward bend lay the fords of Isen, where the river ran broad and shallow, splitting into two arms around a large stony eyot littered with pebbles washed down from the north. The strategic landscape south of Isengard offered the only viable crossing for large, heavily equipped forces across the river. This gave Saruman a distinct tactical edge. He could deploy his armies along both banks of the Isen and, if the fords were defended, launch a coordinated assault from two directions. Any of his troops positioned west of the river had the secure option of falling back to the fortress of Isengard. In contrast, Theodred's options were far more perilous. He could dispatch soldiers across the fords to confront Saruman's legions or to secure a position on the western shore, but if those forces were defeated, their only escape would be a frantic retreat back over the river, likely with the enemy in close pursuit and possibly even lying in wait on the eastern bank. To the south and west along the Isen, there was no route back to safety unless they were supplied for a lengthy and desperate trek into the distant lands of western Gondor. While an attack from Saruman was anticipated, its swiftness caught the defenders off guard. Scouts had reported to Theodred a gathering of troops before Isengard's gates, primarily on the western side of the river. In response, he fortified the approaches to the fords on both banks with steadfast infantry drawn from the Westfold levies. keeping 3 companies of riders, along with the horse herds and spare mounts on the eastern bank. He personally led the bulk of his cavalry, 8 companies of riders and a company of archers, across the river. His aim was to crush Saruman's host before it could fully assemble. But Saruman, ever cunning, had concealed both his true intentions and the full scope of his strength. His armies were already on the move when Theodred began his advance. Approximately 20 miles north of the fords, Theodred's cavalry clashed with and scattered the enemy vanguard. Emboldened, he pressed forward to attack the main force, only to meet a wall of hardened resistance. The enemy had prepared fortified positions with trenches defended by pikemen. Theodred, leading the charge, found his company halted and nearly encircled as fresh troops from Isengard swiftly moved to outflank him on the western side. He was rescued only by the timely charge of the companies following him. Yet, as he glanced eastward, his heart sank. The morning's dim mist was retreating on a western breeze through the gap, revealing to his dismay other enemy forces hastening toward the fords along the eastern bank, their numbers impossible to gauge. He immediately commanded a retreat. The riders, drilled in such maneuvers, withdrew in good order with minimal additional losses. However, shaking off the enemy proved difficult. The retreat was repeatedly slowed as the rearguard, commanded by the steadfast Grimbold, was forced to wheel about and repel the most aggressive pursuers. By the time Theodred reached the fords, daylight was fading. He placed Grimbold in command of the western bank garrison, reinforcing it with 50 riders fighting on foot. The remainder of his cavalry and all the horses were sent across the river at once, except for his own personal company. With these men, also dismounted, he fortified the small island in the river, intending to provide cover for Grimbold's potential retreat. Disaster struck almost immediately. Saruman's eastern force, though smaller than the western host, descended with shocking speed and proved far more deadly. Its forefront was a terrifying mix of Dunlending horsemen and a great pack of Orcish wolf riders whose very scent drove horses to panic. Behind them came 2 battalions of Uruk-hai, heavily armed yet capable of marching at a relentless pace for miles. The horsemen and wolf riders tore into the horse herds and picketed mounts, slaughtering or scattering them in chaos. The garrison on the eastern bank, overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of the massed Uruks, was utterly swept aside. The riders who had just crossed from the west were caught in complete disarray. They fought with desperate courage, but were driven away from the fords along the river line, harried by the pursuing Uruk-hai. No sooner had the enemy seized the eastern end of the crossing than a new threat emerged. A ferocious company of mail-clad axemen, whether men or some cruel hybrid, dispatched specifically for this brutal work, they rushed toward the island, striking from both shores. Meanwhile, Grimbold, positioned on the western bank, found himself under assault by Saruman's forces on that side of the Ison. Peering eastward, his heart sank at the clash of steel and the guttural roars of orc triumph. He watched as axe-wielding warriors pushed Theodred's men back from the water's edge, herding them toward a low rise at the island's heart. Above the din, he caught Theodred's booming cry, "To me, men of the mark!" Without hesitation, Grimbold gathered a handful of nearby soldiers and charged back onto the eyot. His furious assault from the rear carved a path through the attackers, a testament to his formidable strength, until, with 2 companions, he reached Theodred, who stood at bay upon the knoll, but they were too late. Just as Grimbold arrived, Theodred was struck down by a hulking orc man. Grimbold cut the brute down and stood guard over Theodred's still form, believing him dead. He would have soon joined him in death had Elfhelm not arrived. Elfhelm had been riding hard along the horse road from Edoras, leading 4 companies in answer to Theodred's call. He anticipated battle, but not for several days yet. However, near where the horse road met the path down from the deeping, his scouts spotted wolf riders roaming the fields. Sensing trouble, he abandoned his plan to rest at Helm's Deep and pressed on toward the fords. The horse road curved northwest after the junction, then swung sharply west, running straight for about 2 miles toward the crossing. This route meant Elfhelm neither saw nor heard the fighting between the retreating garrison and the Uruks south of the fords. The sun had set, and twilight was deepening as he neared the final bend. There he met riderless horses and a few fleeing men who gasped out news of the disaster. Though his men and mounts were weary, he urged them into a gallop down the straight path. As the east bank came into view, he ordered a full charge. Now it was the Isengarders' turn for shock. They heard the thunder of hooves and saw what seemed a great host, dark shapes against the gloom of the east, with Elfhelm at the front and a white standard gleaming beside him to guide the charge. Most broke and fled northward, chased by 2 of Elfhelm's companies. The others he left to hold the east bank, then dismounted with his own men and rushed onto the island. The axemen were now trapped between the remaining defenders and Elfhelm's onslaught, with both shores still in Rohirrim hands. They fought savagely, but in the end not one was left alive. Elfhelm sprinted toward the knoll, where he found Grimbold locked in combat with 2 massive axemen over Theodred's body. Elfhelm slew one instantly, Grimbold cut down the other. As they bent to lift the prince, they discovered a faint breath still in him. Theodred lived just long enough to whisper his final words. "Leave me here to hold the fords until Eomer comes." Night fell, a rough horn blast echoed, then silence. The assault on the west bank ceased, and the enemy melted into the darkness. The Rohirrim held the fords of Isen, but their victory was bitter. Losses were severe, especially among the horses. The king's son was gone, and they were left leaderless, dreading what might come next. After a cold, sleepless night, grey dawn revealed no sign of the Isengarders save their many dead. Distant wolves howled, waiting for the living to depart. Men scattered in the sudden attack began to trickle back, some still mounted, others leading recaptured steeds. Later that morning, most of Theodred's riders, who had been driven south along the river by a battalion of black Uruks, returned battle-weary, but in formation their story was the same. The riders halted atop a low rise, readying themselves for a final stand, while their maneuver had diverted a portion of Isengard's force. A retreat south without supplies was a hopeless prospect. The Uruk-hai had blocked every attempt to break east, herding them instead toward the now hostile lands of the Dunlendish western border. As the riders braced for the assault in the deep night, a horn call echoed unexpectedly. To their astonishment, they soon found the enemy had vanished. With too few horses for pursuit or even effective scouting in the darkness, they waited before cautiously advancing north again, meeting no resistance. They assumed the Uruks had withdrawn to strengthen their grip on the river crossings, expecting a renewed battle there, and were greatly surprised to find the Rohirrim in command instead. Only later would they learn the true destination of that vanished host. Thus concluded the first battle of the fords of Isen. The chaos of the far greater events that swiftly followed meant no clear record of the second battle was ever made. Upon receiving the grim news of Theodred's fall at the Hornburg the next day, Erkenbrand of Westfold took command of the Westmark. He dispatched swift riders to Idorus to inform King Theoden of his son's last words, urgently adding his own plea for Eomer to be sent west with every available warrior. "Let the defense of Idorus be made here in the west," he argued, "and not wait for a siege at our very gates." Yet Grima Wormtongue, ever the voice of hesitation, twisted the bluntness of this counsel to justify further delay. No action was taken until Gandalf's arrival broke the spell of inaction. Reinforcements led by Eomer, and eventually the king himself, finally departed on the afternoon of March 2nd, but by then it was too late. The second battle had already been fought and lost under the cover of night, and the invasion of Rohan had begun. Erkenbrand did not rush immediately to the battlefield, a decision born of grim necessity amidst the confusion. He needed to assess what forces he could hastily gather and to understand the true extent of the losses suffered by Theodred's troops. He correctly judged an invasion was imminent, but believed Saruman would not risk pushing east to attack Idorus, while the formidable Hornburg fortress at his flank remained manned and supplied. For 3 days he was consumed by the logistics of preparation and rallying the men of Westfold Field Command. He entrusted to Grimbold until he could take personal charge, though he held no authority over Elfhelm and his riders who answered to the muster of Idorus. Fortunately, the 2 commanders were both loyal, wise, and friends besides, so no discord arose between them. Their strategy became a compromise between their differing views. Elfhelm argued the fords had lost their strategic value, becoming instead a trap for men who would be better deployed elsewhere. Saruman, he reasoned, could now send forces down either bank of the Isen as he pleased. His immediate goal would surely be to overrun Westfold and besiege the Hornburg before help could arrive from Edoras. Therefore, the main enemy force would likely advance on the eastern side of the river. The rougher, roadless terrain there might slow them, but they would avoid the need to force a crossing. Elfhelm advised abandoning the fords entirely. All available foot soldiers should be massed on the east bank, positioned along a line of rising ground a few miles north of the crossings to blunt the enemy's advance. The cavalry, however, should be held further back, poised to launch a devastating charge into the enemy's flank once they were engaged, potentially driving them into the river itself. Let the Isen be their snare, not ours, he declared. Grimbold, however, was unwilling to simply give up the fords. This mindset was shaped by the Westfold traditions that had shaped both him and Erkenbrand, yet it was grounded in sound logic. We cannot be certain of the full strength Saruman still holds in reserve, he argued. If his true aim is to devastate Westfold, force its defenders into Helm's Deep and trap them there, then his forces must be substantial. He won't reveal them all at once. The moment he deduces or learns how we've arranged our defences, he will undoubtedly rush a powerful host down the road from Isengard. They could cross the undefended fords and strike us from behind if we are all concentrated to the north. Ultimately, Grimbold stationed the bulk of his infantry at the western approaches to the fords, a strong position within the earthen forts guarding the crossing. He stayed on the east bank with his remaining forces, which included the survivors of Theodred's cavalry, leaving the river island unoccupied. Elfhelm, for his part, pulled his riders back and positioned them along the defensive line he had originally advocated for. His goal was to spot any assault developing east of the river as early as possible and break it up before it could reach the fords. The situation, as was almost inevitable given Saruman's overwhelming might, quickly deteriorated. The attack began in daylight, and before noon on March 2nd, a formidable contingent of his elite warriors, advancing down the road from Isengard, assailed the western forts. In truth, this was merely a fraction of the forces at Saruman's disposal, just enough, he judged, to overwhelm the weakened defence. The garrison at the fords, though vastly outnumbered, fought with fierce determination. However, after a prolonged struggle with both forts fully engaged, a band of Uruks broke through the gap between them and began crossing the river. Grimbold, relying on Elfhelm to guard the eastern flank, led all his remaining men across in a countercharge and drove the enemy back, but only temporarily. The enemy commander then committed a fresh battalion held in reserve, shattering the defences. Grimbold was forced into a fighting withdrawal back across the Isen as sunset approached. His losses were severe, but the enemy, mostly orcs, had suffered far worse, and he still held the east bank firmly. The enemy made no immediate attempt to force a crossing and fight their way up the steep slopes to dislodge him. Elfhelm had been unable to join this fray. Under cover of dusk, he withdrew his companies toward Grimbold's camp, deploying them in scattered groups at a distance to form a screen against threats from the north and east. From the south, they expected no danger, only the faint hope of reinforcements. Riders had been sent immediately after the retreat to carry word of their desperate situation to both Erkenbrand and Edoras. Knowing full well that greater disaster loomed unless near miraculous aid arrived swiftly, the defenders steeled themselves to delay Saruman's advance for as long as possible before being overrun. The majority stood ready under arms, with only a few at a time catching what fleeting moments of rest they could. Grimbold and Elfhelm found no sleep, awaiting a dawn they dreaded. They did not have to wait that long. Well before midnight, points of crimson light appeared from the north, swiftly advancing along the western bank of the river. This was the spearhead of Saruman's entire remaining army, now committed to the final conquest of Westfold. They advanced with terrifying speed, and suddenly the entire host seemed to erupt into flame. Hundreds of torches were lit from those carried by the troop leaders and merging with the forces already on the west bank. They swept over the fords like a roaring river of fire, filled with a deafening clamour of hatred. A large company of archers might have made them regret those blazing torches, but Grimbold had only a pitiful few bowmen at his command. Grimbold could not maintain his position on the eastern bank and was forced to pull back, consolidating his men into a formidable shield wall around his camp. Soon they were completely encircled. The enemy hurled torches over their heads, aiming to ignite their supplies and panic the few remaining horses, yet the shield walls stood firm. The orcs proved less effective in such close combat due to their size, so waves of Dunlendish hillmen burning with hatred were sent crashing against the defences. However, these wild men still feared the Rohirrim in a direct confrontation, and they were neither as disciplined nor as well armed. The wall held. Grimbold waited in vain for Elfhelm's reinforcements. None arrived. The overcast night was pierced by a faint, waxing moon as a wind began to stir from the east, a harbinger of the great storm that would soon sweep over Rohan. In that moment, Grimbold realized the assault's fury had waned, most torches snuffed out. He finally accepted Elfhelm's earlier counsel. A glorious last stand would serve no one. Better that any man who could break free and flee south should do so to fight another day for Erkenbrand, however unheroic it might seem. With sudden resolve, he mounted every available rider, barely more than half an Eord, and placed them under Dunhair's command. The shield wall parted on the eastern side, and the riders burst through, scattering their attackers before wheeling to charge the enemy flanking the camp to the north and south. The bold maneuver caused brief chaos. Many foes believed a fresh cavalry force had arrived from the east. Grimbold himself stayed behind with a hand-picked rearguard on foot, covering the retreat of the rest as they melted into the darkness. Saruman's commander, however, soon saw the defence had shattered and the Rohirrim were fleeing. He was in a hurry, and with the moon again swallowed by cloud, he called off a deep pursuit into the blackness, content with having secured the fords. He rallied his troops and marched them south down the road. Thus most of Grimbold's men survived, scattering as ordered into the lands east of the Great Bend where the road turns west toward the Isen. They moved with relief and confusion, encountering no enemies, unaware that a large host had already passed south hours before, leaving Isengard defended chiefly by its own formidable walls. This was precisely why Elfhelm had sent no aid. The greater part of Saruman's strength had been dispatched east of the Isen. They advanced slowly over rough, roadless terrain without lights, but ahead of them moved swift and silent packs of dreaded wolf riders. Elfhelm received no warning before these scouts were already between his position and Grimbold's camp, attempting to encircle his own scattered riders. In the disorienting dark, his force was thrown into disarray. He managed to gather a tight knot of horsemen, but the pressure was too great. He was forced to retreat eastward, unable to reach Grimbold, even as he knew his comrade was in dire straits. The bitter irony was not lost on him. He had been on the verge of riding to Grimbold's rescue when the wolf riders struck, a twist of fate that felt less like misfortune and more like a cruel joke played by the very night itself. He understood, however, that the wolf riders were merely the advance scouts of a much larger host, one he could never hope to withstand, and that this force was undoubtedly making for the southern road. With the night fading, his only option was to wait for daylight. The events that transpired next remained somewhat obscure, as Gandalf alone possessed the full account. He did not receive word of the calamity until the late afternoon of March 3rd. At that time, the king was positioned just east of where the main road met the branch leading to the Hornburg. From that point, the direct line to Isengard stretched roughly 90 miles. Gandalf undoubtedly covered that distance with all the speed Shadowfax could muster. He arrived at Isengard under the cover of early darkness and departed again in less than half an hour. On both his outward journey, which brought him near the fords, and his return south to locate Erkenbrand, he would have encountered Grimbold and Elfhelm. They were persuaded he acted with the king's authority, not merely by his majestic appearance astride Shadowfax, but also by his precise knowledge of the errand rider Searle and the message he carried. The counsel Gandalf offered, they accepted as direct orders. He directed Grimbold's men to move south and unite with Erkenbrand's forces. My father also observed in his notes that the correct spelling should be Deeping-Coombe, not Deeping-Coombe. He explained that deeping here isn't a verb form but denotes a connection. It's the deep valley belonging to Helm's Deep, the fortress it leads toward. These notes on names were meant to help translators and were published in a collection of essays, the urgent messages from the fords of Isen, didn't arrive at Edoras until around midday on February 27th. Gandalf himself reached the King's Hall in the early hours of March 2nd. Given that February had 30 days in that year, it was, as Grima Wormtongue pointed out, barely 5 days since King Theoden had learned of his son Theodred's death. This timeline is referenced in the main narrative. It is recounted that after the battle at the fords, Saruman's commander ordered a grim display. The heads of the fallen Rohirrim axemen were placed on stakes around the river island. Yet, above the hurried burial mound of Theodred at the centre, his own banner was planted. The commander declared this macabre scene would serve as a sufficient deterrent. This defiant act, however, is said to have stemmed from Grimbold's own resolve. His fellow captain, Elfhelm, refused to abandon him, though Elfhelm later admitted that had he been in command, he would have withdrawn the forces under cover of darkness. His plan would have been to move south, link up with Erkenbrand, and strengthen the defences at the Deeping Combe and the Hornburg. A strategic retreat, he believed, was wiser. This aligns with the account Meriadoc Brandybuck later gave. He described watching the vast host pour out of Isengard, interminable lines of marching orcs, some mounted on great wolves and entire battalions of men. Many carried torches, their faces visible in the flickering light. It took a full hour for them all to exit the gates. Some columns marched down the highway toward the fords, while others turned east. A new bridge had been constructed about a mile away, where the River Isen ran through a particularly deep channel, allowing the army to split its forces. These men of Dunland were poorly equipped, largely lacking proper armor. Only a few had managed to acquire mailcoats through theft or plunder. The Rohirrim, by contrast, benefited from their alliance with Gondor, whose skilled metal workers supplied them. Isengard's forges at that time produced only the heavy, crude mail used by the orcs themselves. Grimbold's stubborn defence at the fords, it seems, was not entirely in vain. It was an unexpected setback for Saruman's forces. The commander of the Western Army was hours behind schedule. The plan had been to overrun the fords quickly, scatter the defenders, and then rush south to join the assault on the Deeping without delay. His delay created doubt. He may have been waiting for some signal from the second army that had been sent down the eastern bank of the Isen. Among the brave defenders was a captain named Dunhair, a nephew of Erkenbrand and the Lord of Harrowdale. Through sheer courage and skill at arms, he survived the disaster at the fords, only to fall later during the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, a loss deeply mourned across the Westfold. A somewhat ambiguous sentence in the text likely refers to that portion of the great host from Isengard that was dispatched down the eastern side of the river. The critical news of the defeat was finally carried by a rider named Serral, who, while returning from the fords, encountered Gandalf, King Theoden, and Éomer as they rode west with reinforcements from Edoras. By this time, Gandalf had already made contact with Treebeard and understood the Ent's patience was exhausted. He had also interpreted the meaning behind Legolas's earlier observation, that Isengard was shrouded in an impenetrable shadow, a sign the Ents had already encircled it. This foreknowledge shaped his counsel after the Battle of the Hornburg. When Gandalf accompanied Theoden and Éomer back to the fords, he explained his dispositions. "Some men I sent with Grimbold of Westfold to join Erkenbrand," he said. "Others I set to the task of this burial. They have now followed your marshal, Elfhelm. I sent him ahead with many riders to Edoras." The present text concludes midway through the following sentence. In the annals of the Riddermark, the title of Marshal of the Mark represented the pinnacle of military authority, serving as the king's foremost lieutenants. Initially, 3 such commanders led the royal forces of fully equipped and trained riders. The first marshal's responsibility was the capital, Edoras, and the surrounding king's lands, including Harrowdale. He commanded the riders mustered from this region, as well as from certain portions of the Westmark and Eastmark, for whom Edoras was the most practical gathering point. The commands of the second and third marshals were flexible, assigned based on the pressing threats of the era. At the dawn of the year 3019, the gravest danger emanated from Isengard. The king's son, Theodred, a second marshal, took command of the Westmark, establishing his headquarters at the mighty fortress of Helm's Deep. Meanwhile, the king's nephew, Éomer, held the rank of third marshal, with his ward being the Eastmark and his base at his ancestral home of Aldburg in the Fold. Curiously, during Theoden's reign, the office of First Marshal remained curiously vacant. He had ascended the throne as a vigorous young man, a skilled warrior and peerless horseman, fully intending to lead the muster of Edoras himself should war arise. For many years the kingdom knew peace, and the king rode out only for exercises and displays with his knights, though the shadow from Mordor deepened steadily from his youth into his old age. During this prolonged peace, the garrison at Idoras was overseen by an officer holding the rank of marshal. From the years 3012 to 3019, this duty fell to a steadfast rider named Elfhelm. As Theoden aged prematurely, this decentralized structure persisted, effectively leaving the realm without a strong central command, a situation subtly fostered by his chief counselor, Grima Wormtongue. The king, grown frail and rarely venturing from his hall, fell into the habit of issuing all orders through Grima's voice, directing the captain of his household, Hama, Marshal Elfhelm, and even the marshals of the Mark. This practice bred quiet resentment, though within Edoras the commands were still obeyed. When open war with Saruman erupted, Theodred took the initiative, assuming overall command without waiting for formal orders from a sluggish court. He summoned a muster from Edoras, drawing away a significant contingent of its riders under Elfhelm to bolster the defences of the Westfold against the invading forces. It was customary for each marshal to maintain, as part of his immediate household, a full eord of riders kept ready for battle. To be deployed at his discretion in emergencies, this was precisely the force Eomer utilized, yet the charge levied against him by Grima was severe. The accusation claimed the king had expressly forbidden him from taking any uncommitted forces from the East Mark, thereby leaving Edoras vulnerable. It was further alleged that Eomer had knowledge of the disaster at the fords of Ison and Theodred's death before he chose to pursue the Orc band into the remote wold. The final damning charge was that he had flouted general orders by freeing strangers and even lending them horses. Following Theodred's fall, command in the shattered Westmark was assumed, again without orders from the capital, by Erkenbrand, the lord of Deeping Combe and a prominent landholder in Westfold. Though he had served as an officer in the king's riders in his youth, as most lords did, he held no active commission. Yet, as the chief lord in a region under dire peril, he exercised his right and duty to rally every able-bodied man to arms. He thus took command of the remaining riders of the Western muster, while Elfhelm retained independent leadership of the Edoras contingent that Theodred had earlier summoned. The entire political and military landscape shifted dramatically, however, after Gandalf's intervention healed the aged king. With renewed vigor and clarity, Theoden King once again took personal command of his realm and its defences. Eomer was restored to his position, effectively serving as the first marshal, prepared to assume command should the king fall or falter. However, the title itself was not formally used, and in the king's presence on the field, his role was advisory rather than directive. In practice, his function mirrored that of Aragorn, a formidable champion among the king's closest companions. When the full muster was assembled in Harrowdale and the line of march and battle order were planned, Eomer maintained this stance, riding beside the king as commander of the leading Eord, the king's company, and acting as his chief counsellor. Elfhelm was appointed a marshal of the Mark, leading the first Eord of the East Mark muster. Grimbold, a figure not previously noted in the tale, held the duties of the third marshal without the title, commanding the muster of the West Mark. Grimbold would later fall during the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, after which Elfhelm became Eomer's lieutenant when he was crowned king. Elfhelm was left in charge of all Rohirrim forces in Gondor when Eomer rode to the Black Gate, and he successfully routed an enemy host that had invaded Anorion. He is also listed among the principal witnesses to Aragorn's coronation. Following Theoden's funeral, as Eomer reorganized the realm, Erkenbrand was named Marshal of the Westmark and Elfhelm Marshal of the Eastmark. These titles were retained, replacing the former second and third marshal designations, with neither holding precedence over the other. In wartime, a special appointment to the office of Underking was made. The holder either governed the realm in the king's absence with the army, or took field command if the king remained behind. In peacetime, the office was filled only when the king delegated authority due to sickness or age, typically granted to the heir if he was of sufficient maturity. Yet in war, the council was reluctant to allow an aging king to send his sole heir into battle beyond the borders unless another son remained, a pragmatic, if grim, policy born of hard experience. A lengthy note attached to the text, discussing the commander's differing views on the strategic value of the fords of Isen, is included here. Much of its early portion recounts history found elsewhere in this volume, but it is presented in full for clarity. In earlier times, the Greyflood River marked the southern and eastern boundary of the North Kingdom, while the Isen River formed the western limit of the South Kingdom. The land between, known as Enedwaith or the Middle Region, saw few Númenórean visitors and no permanent settlements. During the era of the kings, it was considered part of Gondor's realm, but received little attention beyond the maintenance and patrol of the Great Royal Road. This road stretched all the way from Osgiliath and Minas Tirith north to Fornost, crossing the fords of Isen and traversing Enedwaith. It kept to the higher ground in the central and northeastern areas before descending toward the western lands near the lower Greyflood, which it crossed via a raised causeway leading to a great bridge at Tharbad. In those days, the region was sparsely inhabited. The marshlands at the mouths of the Greyflood and Isen were home to a few tribes of wild men, fishers and bird-catchers related in race and speech to the Druidain of the woods of Anorion. In the foothills on the western side of the Misty Mountains dwelled the remnants of the people later called the Dunlendings by the Rohirrim, a dour folk kin to the ancient inhabitants of the White Mountain valleys, whom Isildur had cursed. They held little affection for Gondor, and though hardy and brave, they were too few in number and too overawed by the king's power to cause trouble, allowing Gondor to keep its gaze fixed eastward, from where its gravest threats always emerged. The Dunlendings endured the Great Plague of 1636–37, which swept through Arnor and Gondor in the Third Age, though their isolation spared them the worst of its ravages. As Gondor's power faded after the line of kings ended, their nominal allegiance dissolved entirely. The royal road through Enedwaith fell into disrepair, and the great bridge of Tharbad crumbled, leaving behind only a treacherous ford. Gondor's western frontier was marked by the river Isen and the Gap of Calenardon, watched over by the fortresses of Aglarond, later known as the Hornburg, and Angrenost, the fortress of Isengard. The fords of Isen, the most accessible route into the realm, were vigilantly guarded against incursions from the untamed lands beyond. Yet the long watchful peace, stretching from 2063 to 2460, saw a slow decay in Calenardon. Its most capable inhabitants drifted eastward to bolster the defences along the Anduin, leaving behind a dwindling rustic population increasingly detached from the affairs of Minas Tirith. The great fortresses received no fresh garrisons from the south, entrusted instead to local chieftains of mingled heritage. All the while, the Dunlendings crossed the Isen unchecked, a quiet, steady migration that went unchallenged. So it was that when new assaults erupted from the east, with orcs and easterlings pouring into Calenardon, the undermanned forts were on the brink of collapse. Then came the Rohirrim, following Eorl's decisive victory on the field of Celebrant in 2510. His horse lords swept into the land, scattering the invaders. In gratitude, Steward Cirion granted them Calenardon as a permanent home, a land they renamed the Riddermark, or Rohan. The Rohirrim set about taming their new country, though their eastern borders along the Anduin remained contested. Under the reigns of Brigo and Aldor, they systematically drove the Dunlendings back across the Isen, securing the fords and planting a seed of bitter hatred that would fester for ages. This enmity ensured that whenever Rohan later showed weakness, the Dunlendings would strike back. The alliance between Gondor and Rohan, sealed by the oath of Cirion and Eorl, became a legend of mutual fidelity, and no people were better suited as guardians of those vast plains than the riders of the Mark. Yet a critical flaw lay embedded in this arrangement, one that nearly doomed both kingdoms during the War of the Ring. Gondor's gaze was fixed eternally eastward, toward its ancient perils. The nuisance of the wild Dunlendings seemed a trivial matter to the stewards in their high tower. More critically, they retained direct control over the Tower of Orthanc and the ringed walls of Isengard itself. The keys to Orthanc were taken to Minas Tirith, the tower was sealed, and Isengard was left in the care of an hereditary Gondorian captain and a small mixed garrison joined by the old guards of Aglarond. The Hornburg was repaired with Gondorian stonecraft and given to the Rohirrim, who from it supplied the guards for the Isen fords. But the Rohirrim largely kept to the vales and foothills of the White Mountains, venturing north into the Westfold only out of necessity. The shadowed eaves of Fangorn Forest and the grim walls of Isengard filled them with a superstitious dread. They avoided the so-called Lord of Isengard and his secretive folk, whom they believed to be practitioners of forbidden arts. As the years wore on, emissaries from Minas Tirith ceased their visits entirely. In their mounting burdens, the stewards seemed to have forgotten the tower they still nominally held, though its keys gathered dust in their citadel. The western frontier, defined by the river Isen, was naturally dominated by the fortress of Isengard, a strategic reality well grasped by the kings of Gondor. The Isen sprang from sources along the eastern wall of the mountain ring, and as it coursed southward it remained a youthful, swift, and bitingly cold stream, yet it posed no major barrier to a determined invader. The true strong point was the great gate of Angrenost, positioned west of the river. A well-garrisoned Isengard meant any force from the western lands would need overwhelming numbers to even dream of pushing into the Westfold. Furthermore, Angrenost sat less than half the distance from the fords of Isen compared to the stronghold of Aglarond, connected by a broad Horsa road that ran mostly over open, level ground. For a time, the tower's grim reputation and the looming shadows of Fangorn Forest behind it might grant some protection. Yet if left unmanned and neglected, as it was in the steward's later years, such fears would offer little real defence. History bore this out. During the reign of King Deol, the Rohirrim learned that merely watching the fords was insufficient, with neither Rohan nor distant Gondor paying proper attention to this remote corner. Events there unfolded in secrecy. The line of Gondorian commanders in Angrenost had died out, and control of the fortress passed to a local family. These folk, of increasingly mixed heritage, had grown far more sympathetic to the Dunlendings than to the wild Northmen. They viewed as land thieves, with Minas Tirith a distant memory. They felt no loyalty to it. After King Uldor's death, the king who had expelled the last Dunlendings and even launched established settlements in the mountain valleys, flanking Isengard and even crept into the southern fringes of Fangorn, all while Isengard's new masters turned a blind eye. By Deor's time, their hostility turned overt, with raids targeting the prized herds and horse stud farms of the Rohirrim. It quickly became apparent these raiders weren't crossing the Isen at the guarded fords or far to the south. So Deor led a force north, where he scattered a host of Dunlendings. His victory, however, turned to dismay when he discovered Isengard itself was now hostile. Believing he had just lifted a Dunlendish siege, he sent envoys to the gates with offers of friendship. The response was a volley of arrows and barred gates. The bitter truth, learned later, was that the Dunlendings had been welcomed as allies by the fortress's keepers, only to turn on them, slaughtering the last loyal guards and seizing the Ring of Isengard for themselves. Deor urgently sent word to Steward Agelmoth in Minas Tirith, but no aid could be spared. The Dunlendings held Isengard firmly until the devastating famine following the long winter finally broke them, forcing their surrender to Freylaf. Yet Deor lacked the strength to storm the fortress, forcing Rohan to maintain a costly permanent cavalry force in northern Westfold for years, a drain that lasted until the great invasions of 2758. Given this troubled history, it's no surprise that Saruman's offer to take command of Isengard, repair its defences, and integrate it into the West's security was met with profound relief by both King Freylaf and Steward Beren. So when Saruman settled into the tower and Beren presented him with the keys to Orthanc, the Rohirrim gratefully returned to their simpler, proven strategy, guarding the fords of Isen as the most vulnerable point on their western border. There is little question that Saruman initially presented his proposal with genuine intent, or at least a sincere desire to safeguard the West, provided he remained the undisputed leader of that defense and its ruling council. A shrewd strategist, he recognized the paramount strategic value of Isengard, with its formidable location and the immense strength derived from both nature and his own craft. The defensive line along the Isen River, anchored between the fortress of Isengard and the Hornburg, stood as a critical barrier against any eastern invasion, whether orchestrated by Sauron or arising from other threats that sought to either encircle Gondor or sweep into Eriador. Yet his path ultimately twisted toward darkness, transforming him into a foe, despite mounting signs of his malice toward them. The people of Rohan stubbornly concentrated their primary western defences at the fords. It was only when Saruman launched open warfare that they learned a harsh lesson. Those fords offered scant protection without Isengard's support, and even less against Isengard's own might. The folk of Haleth were always set apart from the other groups of men, speaking a distinct language and maintaining their own unique customs. Though allied with the elves alongside the other Atani, they preferred to keep to themselves. They clung to their native tongue, and while many learned Sindarin out of necessity for communication, they often spoke it awkwardly. Some, who rarely ventured beyond their wooded homes, did not bother with it at all. Resistant to change, they held to traditions that seemed peculiar to both elves and other men, with whom they interacted sparingly outside of wartime. Still, they were valued as steadfast allies and fearsome fighters, even though the contingents they sent to distant battles were typically small. They were and remained a modest people, deeply devoted to protecting their own forests, where their skill in woodland combat was unmatched. For a long time, even orcs specially trained for forest warfare dared not approach their borders. Among their unusual customs was the fact that many of their warriors were women, though few of these fought in far-off conflicts. This tradition was ancient, harking back to their famed chieftainess Harleth herself, who led a chosen guard of female fighters. Perhaps the most extraordinary aspect of the folk of Harleth was the presence among them of an entirely different kind of people, unseen before by either the elves of Beleriand or the other Atani. They were not numerous, perhaps a few hundred, living in separate family groups or small clans, but in peaceful fellowship as part of the broader community. The Halathrim called them Druk. To elvish and human eyes they were not fair to look upon. Stumpy in stature, standing about 4 feet tall, but broad and solid, with heavy frames, short, thick legs, and wide faces featuring deep-set eyes under heavy brows, flat noses, and hairless skin below the eyebrows, save for a small, prized tuft of black hair on the chin of some men. Their expressions were usually stoic, though their wide mouths were mobile, and their watchful, pitch-black eyes, whose pupils were indistinguishable, would glow a fiery red when angered. Their voices were deep and rough, but their laughter came as a delightful shock, a rich, rolling sound of pure joy that could make anyone hearing it, elf or man, laugh along in sheer merriment. In peaceful times, they would often laugh during work or play where others might sing. Yet they were relentless foes once provoked. Their slow-burning wrath, visible only as a red gleam in their eyes, was slow to fade. They fought in grim silence and took no pleasure in victory, even over orcs, the only creatures they hated with an implacable passion. The elves named them the Druidain, accepting them among the Atani, for they were deeply cherished while they endured. A great loss indeed. The Druidain were a people whose time in the world was tragically brief. Their numbers always small, their bitter feud with the orcs took a heavy toll. For the orcs returned their hatred with a vicious delight, hunting them down for cruel sport. When Morgoth's victories shattered the last realms of elves and men across Beleriand, the Druidain had dwindled to mere handfuls, mostly women and children, a few of whom eventually found their way to the final sanctuary at the mouths of Sirion. In their prime, however, they were invaluable allies to their neighbours, though few ever chose to leave the lands of Harleth's folk. Their tracking skills were legendary, a craft they shared with friends, though none could truly match them. The Druidain hunted like hounds, using scent as much as sight, and they loved to boast that they could smell an orc upwind from farther than other men could see one, following a trail for weeks unless it crossed running water. Their understanding of the natural world rivaled even that of the elves, though it was knowledge born of their own deep connection to the land. When they moved to a new country, they seemed to learn its every plant, great and small, within days, naming the unfamiliar and knowing at once which were poisonous or nourishing. They possessed no writing until encountering the Eldar, and even then they never adopted elvish scripts. Their own invention went no further than a set of simple trail signs for warnings and messages. For tools, they long preferred small flints for scraping and cutting, even as other Atani knew metalwork. Good metal was scarce and costly. But once in Beleriand, through contact with elves and trade with the dwarves of the Blue Mountains, they discovered a remarkable talent for carving in wood and stone. They already used plant-based pigments to draw patterns and pictures, and with better tools, their artistry flourished. They carved figures of men and beasts from small toys to large, lifelike statues. Their humor could be dark. They took grim pleasure in crafting orc figures, posed as if fleeing in terror, which they placed along their borders. They also made images of themselves called watchstones set at path entrances or forest turns. The most famous stood near the crossings of Teiglin, imposing figures of Druidain, larger than life, squatting heavily upon the bodies of dead orcs. These served as both insult and deterrent, for the orcs feared them, believing them infused with the malice of the Ogahai and capable of reporting back to their makers. An orc band would usually turn back at such a stone, unless they marched in overwhelming force. Perhaps their most unsettling ability, however, was a profound capacity for silence and stillness. They could sit motionless for days on end, legs crossed, hands resting on their knees, eyes closed or fixed upon the ground, becoming as immovable and watchful as the stones they carved. Among the folk of Haleth, a story was often told about the Druidain. It was said that one of their most gifted stone carvers, mourning the death of his father, fashioned a lifelike image of the old man and placed it beside a forest path near their home. The carver then sat beside the figure, sinking into a profound and motionless silence. Not long after, a woodsman travelling to a distant village came upon the pair. He bowed and offered a greeting, but received no reply. Puzzled, he studied them for a long moment before continuing on his way, muttering to himself about their incredible, almost eerie skill in making stone seem alive. 3 days later, the same woodsman returned along the path, weary from his journey. A rain shower had just passed, and the sun was now beating down. He sat with his back against one of the figures, draping his damp cloak over its shoulders to dry, and soon fell asleep. Some time later, a voice from the stone figure behind him roused him. "I hope you are rested," it said, "but if you wish to sleep more, I must ask you to move to my companion. He will not mind the stretch, and I find your cloak is becoming rather warm in this sun." The Druidain were known to enter these deep, trance-like states during times of grief, or simply for quiet contemplation and planning. This same intense stillness served them well as sentinels. Stationed in the shadows, they might appear to be sleeping or staring vacantly, yet nothing moved within their range that they did not note and remember. Their hidden vigilance was so potent it could be felt as a palpable threat by intruders, who often fled in dread before any alarm was raised. Should any true evil persist, the Druidain would shatter the silence with a piercing whistle, agonizing to hear, up close and carrying for miles. Their service as guards was highly prized by the folk of Haleth in dangerous times. When no living Druidain were available, the folk would commission stone figures carved in their likeness to place near their homes, believing these effigies, crafted by the Druidain themselves, retained a measure of their protective menace. Though the folk loved and trusted their Druidain friends, many also whispered of their strange, almost magical abilities. Their tales were full of such wonders, including the following account known as the Faithful Stone. There once was a Druidain named Argan, renowned as a healer. He shared a deep friendship with Barach, a forester of the folk who lived with his family in a lonely house deep in the woods, miles from the nearest village. Argan's own family lived closer, yet he spent most of his days with Barach, his wife, and their children, who adored him. A shadow fell over the woods when a band of bold orcs infiltrated the region, scattering into small groups to ambush travelers and raid isolated homes at night. Barach's household felt secure, however, for Agan stayed with them each night, keeping watch from the darkness. But one morning Agan came to Barach with grim news. "Friend, I have ill tidings from my kin and must leave you for a time," he said. "My brother lies wounded in great pain from an orc blade and calls for me. I will return as soon as I am able." Barach was deeply worried, and his family wept, but Argan offered what comfort he could. "I have made a provision," he said. "A watchstone has been brought and set near your house." Leading Barach outside, Argan showed him a large, heavy stone seated beneath some bushes not far from the door. He placed his hand upon it and, after a moment of silent concentration, declared, "I have left a part of my strength with it. May it shield you from harm." For 2 nights, all was quiet. On the 3rd night, however, Barach was roused from sleep, or perhaps from a dream, by the unmistakable shrill warning cry of the Druidain, though it seemed no one else in the house had heard it. Barach left his bed, took his bow from the wall, and moved to a narrow window. Outside, he spotted 2 orcs piling fuel against his home, ready to set it ablaze. A wave of fear washed over him, for he knew these raiders often carried a vile, quick-burning substance that water could not douse. Steadying himself, he notched an arrow, but just as the first flames erupted, a Drug came sprinting from the shadows behind the orcs. With a single powerful blow, the Drug felled one attacker, sending the other fleeing into the night. Without hesitation, the Drug charged barefoot into the fire, scattering the burning wood and stamping out the eerie, crawling flames that licked across the ground. Barach rushed to unbar the door and burst outside, but the Drug had vanished. The smitten orc was gone as well, only a foul-smelling smoke lingered where the fire had been. Barach returned inside to calm his frightened family, who had been awakened by the commotion and the acrid stench. At first light, he ventured out again to survey the scene. He discovered the watchstone was missing, but he kept that troubling detail to himself. "Tonight I must stand guard," he resolved. Later that day, Agan returned, weary but smiling, and was greeted with immense relief. He wore the high buskins common among his people for rugged terrain, and he seemed pleased. "I bring good tidings," Agan announced. "My brother's pain is ended. He will live, for I arrived in time to counter the poison. And I hear the marauders have been dealt with." "How have you fared here?" "We are still breathing," Barach replied. "But walk with me, and I will show you something and tell you the rest." He led Aggen to the scorched spot and recounted the night's assault. The watchstone has disappeared. Orc work, I suppose. What do you make of that? I will give you my thoughts after I have looked more closely, Aggen said. He then moved about, examining the ground with care, Barak trailing behind him. Eventually, Argan guided him to a thicket at the clearing's edge where the house stood. There sat the watchstone, perched upon a dead orc, but its legs were blackened and cracked, one foot completely split off and lying beside it. Argan's expression turned sorrowful, yet he remarked, "Well, he did what he could, and better his legs should trample orc fire than mine." He then sat, unlaced his buskins, and revealed bandages wrapped around his legs. As he undid them, he said, "They are already healing. I had kept watch by my brother for 2 nights, and last night I finally slept. I awoke before dawn in pain, my legs covered in blisters. Then I understood what had occurred. It is a hard truth. If some part of your own spirit passes into a thing you have made, you must also share in its wounds. It is important to distinguish the Druidain clearly from hobbits, as they were fundamentally different in form and nature. The Druidain were notably taller and more heavily built, with features often considered rough or unlovely by common standards, where hobbits possessed thick, curly hair. The Druidain had little straight hair on their heads and none on their legs or feet. They could be joyful and light-hearted, yet they possessed a darker, sardonic streak and a capacity for ruthlessness alongside reputed magical abilities. They lived simply, eating little even in plenty, and drinking only water. In certain respects, their sturdy build, endurance, skill in stonework, and grim demeanor, they echoed the dwarves. Yet the magic ascribed to dwarves was of another kind entirely. The dwarves were far more dour and immensely long-lived, while the Druidain counted their years swiftly compared to other men. Only a single isolated note directly addresses the connection between the Druidain of the First Age, who protected the Haladin in the forest of Brethil, and the distant forebears of Gan Burigan, who later guided the Rohirrim through the Stonewain Valley toward Minas Tirith, or those who carved the solemn statues lining the road to Dunharrow. This brief record clarifies that a small, migrating group of the Druidain journeyed with the folk of Holeth at the close of the First Age, settling alongside them in the forest. The majority, however, stubbornly remained within the White Mountains, enduring persecution from later arrivals of men who had fallen back into the service of the Dark Power. The note further reveals that the people of Gondor originally understood the Dunharrow statues to be relics of the Druath, an intuition later mirrored by Meriadoc Brandybuck upon first seeing Gan Burigan. By the time Isildur founded the Númenórean kingdom in exile, these people were found only in the Druadan forest and the region known as Drueth. This allows us, if we choose, to enrich the ancient legend of the Edain's migration with the inclusion of the Druidain, picturing them descending from the Edlinden into Osiriand in the company of the Haladin. Another fragment suggests Gondorian historians believed the very first men to cross the Anduin were indeed the Druidain. Their journey was thought to have begun in lands far to the south of Mordor. Yet, before reaching the coasts of Harad, they turned northward into Ithilien, eventually discovering a crossing, likely near Caer Andros, to settle in the vales and wooded northern slopes of the White Mountains. They are described as a secretive folk, wary of other races of men due to a long, bitter history of harassment, wandering ever westward in a quiet, desperate search for a hidden land of peace. Frustratingly, no further detail is given about their early alliance with the folk of Halath. A separate essay on river names offers a shadowy glimpse of the Druidain in the Second Age. It records that the native folk of Enedwaith, fleeing Númenórean devastation along the Gwythlo, refused to cross the Isen or seek refuge in the great promontory between the Isen and Lefnwy rivers. Their fear was rooted in the Púcailmen, a secretive and grim people known as tireless, silent hunters who used poisoned darts. These Druidain claim to have always been there, asserting a former presence in the White Mountains as well. In a fascinating twist of perspective, it's said they never paid heed to Morgoth in earlier ages, nor would they later ally with Sauron, for they reserved a special hatred for all invaders from the east. From the east, they insisted, had come the tall men who drove them from their mountain homes, men they deemed wicked at heart. It is possible that even during the War of the Ring, a few of the Drew folk still lingered in the mountains of Andrast, the westernmost spur of the White Mountains, though only the diminished remnant in the woods of Anorion was known to Gondor. This forbidding promontory between Isen and Lefnui was the Druwaith Ior. A final scribbled note on the subject clarifies that the word Ior, meaning old, here signifies former rather than original. The Pukul men had occupied the White Mountains on both sides during the First Age. When Númenórean expansion began along the coasts in the Second Age, they endured only in the mountains of that unconquered promontory and in a remnant at the eastern end of the range. By the close of the Third Age, the eastern group, greatly reduced, was believed to be the sole survivor. Thus, the other abandoned region earned its name, the Old Pukul Wilderness. The land remained untamed, a true wilderness where neither the men of Gondor nor the people of Rohan chose to settle, and few ever ventured within its borders. Among the folk of the Anfalis, however, whispers persisted that the ancient wild men still dwelled there in secret, hidden from the world. In Rohan, the true nature of the grim statues at Dunharrow, known as the Pukul men, was a mystery. The Rohirrim did not connect these stone figures to the living wild men of the Druidan forest, nor did they fully acknowledge their shared humanity. This historical disconnect explains the bitter memory held by Gon Buri Gon, who spoke of past persecution by the Horse Lords. When he used the common speech to parley, he deliberately adopted the label wild men with a heavy dose of irony, a name his people would never use for themselves. Their society was unique, marked by a profound independence. They spoke sparingly and often preferred solitude to crowded gatherings, finding joy in wandering the deep woods. This separateness was not born of their circumstances in Beleriand, but was rather a core trait that contributed to their small numbers. They multiplied slowly, barely enough to offset losses from conflict, and many of their women, who were fewer than the men, remained unmarried. While they shared a common language with the other Atani, they clung to many of their own words and customs, living alongside others, much like the men and hobbits later would in Bree, though without any kinship to the halflings. Their relationship with the orcs was one of pure, instinctive hatred. To those who sneered that Morgoth must have bred orcs from such stock, the Eldar would retort that while the Dark Lord may have twisted various kinds of men, the Druidaean had clearly escaped his shadow. The sound of their laughter was as different from an orc's snarl as sunlight is from deepest night. Yet a grim thought lingered for some. Perhaps a very ancient and corrupted kinship existed, which only fueled their mutual loathing. Each side saw the other as monstrous traitors. In their own tongue, they called themselves the Drukhu. The Eldar, recognizing their valor and humanity in the fight against Morgoth, honored them with the name Druidain, adding the title for man to signify both alliance and distinctness. The simpler term Drew was reserved for places and families, like Druwaith, their wild land. In later ages, they would be known by many names: Wild Men, Woses, or the Carved Pukul Men, their true story fading into legend. Records of Númenor tell us that the remaining Drúdain were allowed to sail west with the Idaean. In the peace of their new island home, they prospered and their numbers grew once more, yet they took no further part in wars, for they held a deep fear of the ocean. Their later fate is mentioned in just one of the rare legends that survive the island's ruin, a tale of the early voyages back to Middle-earth often called The Mariner's Wife. A copy kept in Gondor includes a scribe's note concerning a passage about the Druidain in the service of King Eldarion the Mariner. It says these people, long known for their uncanny foresight, grew deeply troubled upon learning of his sea journeys. They sensed a looming evil from these voyages and pleaded with him to cease his sailing. Their pleas, however, were in vain, for neither his father nor his wife could sway the king from his chosen path. Distraught, the Druidaean departed from his household. From that moment, a profound restlessness settled upon the Druidaean of Númenor. Despite their terror of the sea, they began to slip away, one by one or in small groups, begging for passage on the great ships bound for the northwestern coasts of Middle-earth. When questioned about their reasons or destination, they would reply, "The great isle feels unsteady beneath our feet. We wish to go back to the lands from which we first came." And so over the long years that followed, their population on the island slowly dwindled. By the time Elendil fled the downfall, none remained. The last had departed when Sauron was brought to Númenor. Apart from this account, there is little other mention of the Drúdain on the island. A separate note suggests that very few of the folk of Haleth, and even fewer Drúdain, made the original voyage to Númenor, and that these few died out long before its end. A small number once lived in the household of Hurin of the house of Hador, as he had spent his youth among the folk of Haleth and was kin to their lord. It was later the author's intention to reveal that Sador, the old servant in Hurin's house in Dor Lomin, was in fact a Droog. They held a strict law against using poisons to harm any living creature, even those who had wronged them, the sole exception being orcs, whose venomous weapons they countered with deadlier ones of their own. It's a grim irony, then, that their reputation among others, like the men of Enedwaith in the Second Age, or even Elfhelm's report to Meriadoc Brandybuck, was as users of poisoned arrows. This was a fearful misconception, born of isolation and the strange carved sentinels they left in the forests. Living alongside the woodland folk of Haleth, the Druidain were a hardy people, content with simple tents or shelters built around the trunks of great trees. In their old mountain homes, they had used caves mainly for storage, retreating to them only in the worst weather. They maintained similar hidden refuges in Beleriand, guarded places where not even their closest Halethian friends were welcome during storms or harsh winters. Their legends say they learned stonecraft from the dwarves, a skill seen in the great crude statues they shaped. Of the tales about them, like the faithful stone, which speak of them imbuing their creations with a portion of their own spirit. It has been noted that this act mirrors, in a small and benign way, Sauron's far more terrible transference of his power into the foundations of Barad-dûr and the One Ring. Along the forgotten paths of their forests, at each turn of the road, stood these great stone figures. Carved in the likeness of men, they were huge and clumsy-limbed, squatting cross-legged with stumpy arms folded upon their broad bellies, silent watchers from a fading age. Time had worn away the faces of some until only the hollows of their eyes remained, gazing sorrowfully at those who passed. The name Druwaith Iauer, or Old Pukal Land, is marked on Pauline Baines's map of Middle-earth, positioned north of the Andrast Mountains. My father noted that he placed this label himself, and that its location is accurate. A brief marginal note adds that after the battles at the fords of Ison, it became clear many Druidaeans still lived in that ancient region. They emerged from their cave homes to assail the scattered forces of Saruman fleeing southward. Another reference mentions tribes of wild men along the coasts of Enedwaith, fishers and hunters who shared ancestry and language with the Druidaean of Anorion. The term Woses appears once in The Lord of the Rings when Elfhelm speaks to Meriadoc Brandybuck. You hear the Woses, the wild men of the woods. Wos is a modern form of the Old English word wassa, found in the compound wudu wassa, meaning wild man of the woods. Saeros, an elf of Doriath, once called Turin a woodwose, a term that lingered in English and later morphed into woodhouse. The actual word used by the Rohirrim, translated here as woes, is given as rog, plural roggin. Interestingly, the label Pukelmen, derived from Old English pusel, a goblin or demon related to Puck, seems to have been used in Rohan only for the stone figures at Dunharrow. The most comprehensive record concerning the Istari was composed around 1954. This account, referred to as the Essay on the Istari, explains that wizard translates the Quenya word Istar Sindarin Ithron. These individuals belong to an order claiming profound knowledge of the world's history and nature. While the translation connects to words of wisdom, it can be slightly misleading, as the Heren Isterion, or Order of Wizards, was entirely distinct from later tales of magicians. They existed only in the Third Age, and then departed, their true nature and origins known only to a few such as Elrond, Círdan, and Galadriel among men. They were initially thought to be scholars who had gained secret knowledge through long study. They arrived in Middle-earth around the year 1000 of the Third Age, wandering in humble forms like aged but hardy travelers, quietly learning about the land and its inhabitants while concealing their power and intent. For a long while, men paid them little mind, But as Sauron's shadow lengthened, the Istari grew active, striving to counter the darkness and to warn elves and men of the gathering peril. Rumors of their movements and interventions spread widely. People noticed they did not die, remaining seemingly ageless while generations of men came and went. This bred a mingled fear and reverence, and many believed them to be elves, a notion reinforced by their frequent companionship with the firstborn, yet they were not elves. They came from across the sea, from the uttermost west, a truth long held only by Círdan, the guardian of the Third Ring, who witnessed their arrival on the western shores. It is said that during their early travels, one of them paused by a forgotten forest pool, observing how even the clearest water could mirror both the sky and the mud beneath, a quiet metaphor for their own dual role as observers and actors in a world tipping toward shadow. They were emissaries from the Valar, the lords of the West, who continued to guide the fate of Middle-earth. Seeing the first shadows of Sauron's return, they chose this new path to oppose him. With the consent of Eru, they sent beings of their own high order, yet clothed in the genuine flesh of men, not an illusion, but a true reality. They were made subject to hunger, thirst, weariness, and pain, capable of being slain, yet their noble spirits prevented death. They aged only through the weight of centuries of care and toil. This was the Valar's attempt to correct the mistakes of the past, especially their former error of confronting the Eldar with overwhelming revealed power, which had led only to isolation and fear. Now their messengers were forbidden to appear in majestic forms or to dominate the wills of elves or men by open force. Instead, they came in shapes of humility and weakness, charged to advise, to persuade toward good, and to unite in love and understanding all those whom Sauron would seek to corrupt. The full number of this order is not recorded, but 5 came to the north of Middle-earth, where hope lingered strongest because of the remnants of the Dúnedain and the Eldar who dwelt there. The first to arrive was a figure of noble bearing, with dark hair and a fair voice, robed in white. He possessed great skill in handiwork and was regarded by almost all, even the elves, as the leader of the group. Others followed, 2 in sea blue, 1 in earthen brown. Last came one who seemed the least shorter, older in appearance, with grey hair and grey robes, leaning on a staff. Yet at their first meeting at the Grey Havens, Círdan perceived in him the greatest spirit and the deepest wisdom. With reverence, Círdan gave into his keeping the third ring, Narya the Red. "Great labours and perils lie before you," Círdan said, "lest your task prove too heavy. Take this ring for your aid and comfort. It was entrusted to me only for safekeeping, and here on these western shores it lies idle. I deem it should now be in nobler hands to kindle courage in the hearts of all." The grey messenger accepted the ring and kept it ever secret. In time, however, the white messenger, who had a skill for uncovering hidden things, became aware of the gift. He begrudged it, and this was the seed of a hidden ill will toward the grey that would later grow into open strife. The white messenger would later be called Curunir, the man of craft, by the elves, and Saruman by men of the north, names he took after his travels when he came to dwell in the realm of Gondor. Little was known in the west of the 2 blue wizards, the Ithrin Luin. They journeyed into the east with Curunir and never returned. Whether they remained there pursuing their mission, perished, or, as some believe, were ensnared by Sauron and turned to his service, none can now say. Yet such falls were not impossible. For the Istari, though sent from afar, were clothed in the flesh of Middle-earth. Like men and elves, they could lose their way, forsaking good in a prideful search for power to accomplish it. A separate note adds this: being embodied, the Istari had to learn much anew through slow, often painful experience. Though they knew their origin, the memory of the Blessed Realm was like a distant vision, a profound yearning they carried so long as they stayed true to their purpose. It was by willingly enduring the pangs of exile and the deceits of Sauron that they hoped to heal the wounds of that age. Of the 5 Istari sent to Middle-earth, only one remained true to his mission until the very end, and he was the last to arrive. The 4th, Radagast, grew so fond of the birds and beasts of the wild that he turned away from the affairs of elves and men, choosing instead the company of animals, which earned him his name from the old tongue of Númenor, meaning tender of beasts. Then there was Curunir, Saruman the White, who abandoned his sacred duty, consumed by pride and a hunger for dominion. He sought to supplant the Dark Lord Sauron through force, only to be trapped and corrupted by that far greater evil. But the last comer, whom the elves named Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim, was different. He owned no home, collected no riches, and gathered no servants. His path was one of endless journeying from the borders of Gondor to the cold reaches of Angmar, and from the havens of Lindon to the golden woods of Lothlorien, offering aid wherever it was needed. His spirit was a warm and eager flame, a quality heightened by the ring Narya he bore. He stood as the enemy of Sauron, countering the fire that consumes with the fire that inspires, bringing comfort in times of despair. Yet this inner fire, along with his capacity for joy and his swift anger, was hidden beneath his ash-grey robes, visible only to those who knew him best. He could be merry and gentle, especially with the young and the humble, yet he was also capable of delivering a sharp rebuke to foolishness. He sought no power for himself and desired no praise, which made him deeply loved by all who were themselves free from pride. He travelled almost always on foot, staff in hand, which led the men of the north to call him Gandalf, the elf of the wand, for they mistakenly believed him to be of the elven race, especially when he performed small wonders for their mirth and delight, showing a particular fondness for the beauty of fire. He never wished to be feared or obeyed out of dread. When Sauron's shadow lengthened once more, Mithrandir arose, and, setting aside his veil of simplicity, became the chief architect of the resistance. Through relentless vigilance and toil, he helped steer events toward the outcome intended by the higher powers. This task cost him dearly, leading to his death, but he was sent back for a brief time, clothed then in white, as a radiant yet still concealed flame. After the shadow was finally lifted, his work complete, he departed over the sea forever. In stark contrast, Curanir was cast down, utterly humbled, and met his end by the hand of one he had oppressed. His spirit was gone, never to return to Middle-earth in any form. As noted in the records of the Third Age, the wizards were sent as messengers to contest Sauron's power and unite the free peoples. But they were forbidden to confront him with overt force or to dominate the wills of elves and men. They took the form of men, aged slowly, and possessed great powers of mind and hand. The two highest of their order were Curanir, the man of skill, who often journeyed east and finally dwelt in Isengard, and Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim, who was the closest in friendship to the elves, and wandered ever in the lands of the west without a permanent home. The narrative then details the stewardship of the three elven rings, recounting how Círdan, possessing a foresight beyond any other in Middle-earth, entrusted the Red Ring to Gandalf upon the wizard's initial arrival at the Grey Havens from across the sea. The cited essay on the Istari expands significantly upon their nature and origins, revealing details absent from the Lord of the Rings, including fascinating asides about the Valar's enduring care for Middle-earth and their acknowledgement of past mistakes. It describes the wizards as beings of the same exalted order as the Valar themselves and delves into the nature of their physical forms. Key points include the Istari's staggered arrivals in Middle-earth, Círdan's immediate recognition of Gandalf's preeminence, Saruman's envious knowledge of Gandalf's ring, the judgment that Radagast strayed from his purpose, the two unnamed blue wizards who journeyed east with Saruman but never returned, and the elusive total number of the Order, though 5 were chiefs in the north. The text also explains the origins of names like Gandalf and Radagast, and provides the Sindarin terms Ithran and Ithrin. The account in Of the Rings of Power closely mirrors Appendix B, but adds a sentence aligning with the Istari essay. Curanir was the eldest, followed by Mithrandir and Radagast, with others venturing into the east who play no part in these stories. Most other writings on the Istari are unfortunately mere fragments, hurried, often indecipherable notes. Yet among them lies a tantalizing, hastily sketched story. It describes a council of the Valar, seemingly convened by Manwë, who may have even sought counsel from Eru. The resolve was to send 3 emissaries to counter Sauron. They needed to be his peers in power, yet they had to renounce that might, clothing themselves in mortal flesh, to earn the trust of elves and men. This very act, however, would become their burden, clouding their wisdom with the fears and weariness inherent to physical life. The call went out, but only 2 stepped forward, Kurumo, chosen by Ola, and Alatar, sent by Aroma. Talk about a lukewarm response. You'd think more would volunteer for a cosmic rescue mission, but apparently even among angelic beings, committee work is a tough sell. Manwë then asked, "Where is Olorin?" Olorin, clad in grey and fresh from a journey, had taken a seat at the council's edge. When Manwë bid him go as the third messenger, noting Olorin's love for the remaining Eldar, Olorin protested. He claimed he was too weak and, frankly, afraid of Sauron. Manwë responded that this fear was precisely why he must go, and he commanded Olorin to undertake the task. At that moment Varda looked up and stated firmly, "Not as the third," a correction Kurumo would long remember. Note concludes that Kurumo later took Iwendil at Yavanna's pleading, while Alatar chose Palando as his companion. Another scribble from the same time states Kurumo was obliged to take Iwendil to please Yavanna and includes rough charts linking each Istar to Avala. Olorin to Manwë and Varda, Kurumo to Aule, Eowendil to Yavanna, and both Alatar and Palando to Orome, the latter assignment replacing a previous connection to Mandos and Nienna. Connections between the Istari and the Valar reveal a clear principle. Each wizard was selected by a specific Valar based on his inherent nature. It is even suggested they might have originally belonged to that Valar's own people, much like Sauron, who began as one of Aule's Maiar and retained great knowledge from that lineage. This makes Saruman's selection by Aule particularly significant. A puzzle remains, however, regarding Yavanna's wish for an Istar with a special love for her creations. Why was this only fulfilled by compelling Saruman to accept Radagast as a companion? The later essay's suggestion that Radagast neglected his mission by becoming overly fond of Middle-earth's creatures seems at odds with Yavanna having chosen him for that very affinity. Furthermore, in other accounts, Saruman is described as arriving first and alone. Yet a possible echo of this enforced partnership can be heard in Saruman's utter contempt for Radagast, as Gandalf reported to the Council of Elrond. Saruman mocked him as Radagast the bird-tamer, Radagast the simple, the fool, while conceding he had been useful as a pawn. Meanwhile, the two wizards who journeyed eastward, elsewhere called only the Blue Wizards, are here given names, Alatar and Palando. They are linked to Orome, though the reason is not explained. One might speculate that Orome, having explored the farthest reaches of Middle-earth more than any other Valar, destined these two for travels and a lasting presence in those distant lands. These notes on the Istari's selection were certainly written after The Lord of the Rings, though their exact relation in time to the fuller essay is unclear. Beyond this, only some very rough later notes from around 1972 touch on the subject. They confirm the Istari were all Maiar, angelic spirits capable of taking physical, often elvish, form. Saruman is stated to have been the chief among them in stature, with Gandalf next. Radagast is depicted as possessing considerably less power and wisdom of the other two. Nothing is said in published works beyond their mention among the five. These Maiar were dispatched by the Valar at a critical juncture to bolster the fading strength of the elves and the outnumbered, uncorrupted men of the West. Each was free to pursue this mission in his own way. They were not a centralized command. Their differing powers and inclinations were precisely why the Valar chose them. Other writings focus solely on Gandalf, known also as Olorin and Mithrandir. On the back of the page detailing the Valar's choice of the Istari is a notable addendum reflecting on the final Great Alliance. Elendil and Gil-galad were partners in what was truly the last alliance of elves and men. When Sauron was finally defeated, the elves played little direct part in the decisive moments of the Nine Companions. Legolas contributed the least in terms of tangible deeds. Galadriel, the mightiest of the Eldar remaining in Middle-earth, exerted her influence through profound wisdom and moral strength, serving as a guide and advisor throughout the conflict. Her power was one of indomitable will and resistance, particularly in spirit. Yet she was not an instrument of vengeance or direct punishment. In the grand scheme, her role mirrored that of Manwë concerning the wider war. Yet Manwë, even after the cataclysm of Númenor and the changing of the world, even in the Third Age when the Blessed Realm was set beyond the circles of the world, was never a passive spectator. It was from Valinor that the emissaries known as the Istari, or wizards, were sent, and among them was Gandalf, who ultimately directed both the assault and the defense. So, who was Gandalf? In later years, when a new shadow threatened the kingdom, many of the faithful came to believe that Gandalf was the final manifestation of Manwë himself before his ultimate retreat to the watchtower of Taniquetil. They thought his claim that his name in the West was Olorin was merely a disguise, a convenient alias. I cannot claim to know the truth, and even if I did, it would be wrong to speak more plainly than Gandalf ever did. But I suspect this belief is mistaken. Manwë will not descend from the mountain until the Daggorath and the end of all things when Melkor returns. For the overthrow of Morgoth, he sent his herald Ewenwy. Would he not then, for the defeat of Sauron, dispatch a lesser, though still mighty spirit of the angelic order, one who was Sauron's contemporary and equal in origin, but no greater? That spirit was named Olorin, and of Olorin we shall never understand more than what he chose to show us through Gandalf. Would you learn the long-hidden lore of the five who journeyed from a distant land? Only one came back. The others shall not walk Middle-earth under the rule of men until the last battle and the final doom arrives. How have you heard the secret designs of the lords of the West in the land of Aman? The paths that led there are lost, and Manwë does not speak to mortal men. A wind from the west, that was carried this knowledge to a listener's ear in the quiet dark, when tidings come from forgotten lands and lost times across vast seas of years to a probing mind. The elder king does not forget all. He perceived Sauron as a creeping, gradual threat. Much of this touches upon the broader issue of Manwë and the Valar's ongoing care for Middle-earth after Númenor's fall, a topic far beyond this book's purpose. Later, my father added a note after the statement about Olorin, save that Olorin is a high elven name, meaning it was given to him in Valinor by the Eldar, or is a translation intended to be meaningful to them. In either case, what does the name signify? Olor is often rendered as dream, but this does not mean the hazy dreams of human sleep. For the elves, it encompassed the vivid images of both memory and imagination. It meant a clear mental vision of things not physically present. It was not a vague notion, but a fully realized form, rich in detail and shape. A separate note on etymology offers a similar explanation. Olo-s signifies vision or fantasy. It is the common elvish term for a mental creation that does not exist independently in the world, apart from that thought yet which the Eldar through their art could make visible and tangible. An olos typically refers to a beautiful construct made for artistic purpose alone, not for deceit or the pursuit of power. Words that come from this root include the Quenya term olos, meaning dream or vision, with the plural forms olosi or olori. There is also the impersonal verb olosta, which translates to dream, and the adjective olosta for dreamy. This connects to the earlier true name of the Valar, who was known as Olafantor before being renamed Irmo in the Silmarillion. Similarly, Nurufantor became Namo, or Mandos, though the collective title Feanturi for these two brothers was preserved in the Valaquenta. These linguistic notes clearly relate to a passage in the Valaquenta, which describes how Alurin resided in Lorien within Valinor. He held a deep affection for the elves, moving among them unseen or disguised as one of their own. They never realized that the beautiful visions and sudden insights of wisdom placed within their hearts originated from him. An earlier draft of this text specifies that Olorin served as a counselor to Irmo, stirring in those who listened thoughts of beautiful things that did not yet exist, but might one day be created to enrich the world of Arda. A lengthy annotation seeks to clarify Gandalf's statement to Faramir at Henneth Annwn, where he listed his many names across different lands. He was Mithrandir to the elves, Tharkun to the dwarfs, and in his youth in the Forgotten West he was called Olorin. In the south he was known as Incanus, and in the north as Gandalf, though he expressly avoided the east. This note, written prior to the 1966 second edition of The Lord of the Rings, examines the uncertain timing of Gandalf's arrival. He came from across the sea around the time the first signs of the Shadow's return began to surface, yet he is rarely mentioned in any records throughout much of the Third Age. It is likely he wandered extensively in various forms, not seeking involvement in great events, but rather exploring the hearts of elves and men who had opposed, or might still oppose, Sauron. His own account, though perhaps not fully understood, states his youthful name was Olorin in the west. The elves called him Mithrandir, the grey wanderer. The dwarves named him Tharkun, said to mean staff man. He was Incarnus in the south and Gandalf in the north, with the firm declaration, "To the east I go, not here." The west unmistakably refers to the far west beyond the sea, not any part of Middle-earth, and the name Olorin is of High Elven origin. The north denotes the northwestern regions of Middle-earth, where most free peoples remained uncorrupted by Morgoth or Sauron, and where resistance to their lingering evils would be strongest. The boundaries of this region were naturally fluid, but its eastern frontier roughly followed the river Carnan to its meeting with the Celduin, then south to Nuenen and the ancient borders of South Gondor. Interestingly, this area originally did not exclude Mordor, which Sauron occupied as a deliberate threat to the west and the Númenóreans, despite it lying outside his original eastern domains. Thus, the north encompassed a vast territory from the Gulf of Lune in the west to Nuenen in the east, and from Carn Dûm in the north to the southern edges of ancient Gondor. Gandalf never journeyed beyond Nuenen, and this passage provides the only hint he may have travelled further south, while Aragorn later claimed to have ventured into the distant lands of Rhûn and Harad, where the stars are strange. There is no necessity to assume Gandalf did the same. These tales are rooted in the north, for it is recorded as historical truth that the great struggle against Morgoth and his minions unfolded primarily across the northern, and especially the northwestern lands of Middle-earth. This was the natural result of the westward migration of the elves, and later of men fleeing Morgoth's shadow, drawn inevitably toward the Blessed Realm. Their path trended northwest, where the shores of Middle-earth lay closest to Aman. In contrast, the term Harad, or south, remains a vague and distant concept. While the men of Númenor before their fall had charted coastlines far to the south, their settlements beyond Umbar were either absorbed by local peoples or, having been founded by Númenóreans already corrupted by Sauron, turned hostile and became extensions of his domain. Southern regions in contact with Gondor, simply called the Near or Far Harad by its people, were likely more receptive to the resistance, yet also where Sauron was most active in the Third Age, as they provided him with a ready source of manpower to wield against Gondor. It is possible Gandalf travelled into these lands during the earlier years of his labours, perhaps even witnessing the stark beauty of the southern deserts, or sharing a cautious fire with nomadic tribes who mistrusted both Dark Lord and Gondorian alike. Yet his primary sphere was always the north, and within it, above all, the northwest. Lindon, Eriador, and the Vales of Anduin. His closest alliance was with Elrond and the northern Dúnedain, the Rangers. Unique to him was a deep affection and understanding of the halflings, for his wisdom foresaw their ultimate importance, and he plainly recognized their inherent courage and worth. Gondor held less of his direct attention, ironically for the very reason it fascinated Saruman. It was a formidable center of knowledge and military power. Its rulers by lineage and tradition were irrevocably opposed to Sauron. Their very realm was born as a threat to him, and endured only so long as they could resist him by force of arms. Gandalf could do little to guide their proud lords or offer them instruction. It was a frustrating dance with a partner who refused to hear the music. Only in their decline, as they were ennobled by sheer courage and steadfastness in what seemed a hopeless cause, did he become profoundly concerned with their fate. The name Incarnus appears alien, belonging neither to Western nor Elvish tongues, nor explained by the surviving languages of northern men. A note in the Thane's book suggests it is a Quenya adaptation of a word from the speech of the Haradrim, meaning simply North Spy. The name Gandalf itself is a substitution within the English narrative, following the same pattern as Hobbit and dwarf names. It is an actual name from Norse lore applied to a dwarf in the Volispar, adopted here because it contains Ganda, referring to a staff, particularly one used in magic, and could be taken to mean elvish being with a magic staff. While Gandalf was not an elf, he would be associated with them by men, given his well-known friendship with the elves. As the name is attributed to the north generally, it must be considered a representation of a Westron name composed of non-Elvish elements, a wholly different interpretation of Gandalf's reference to being called Incanus in the south, and of the name's etymology appears in a later note from 1967. It is unclear what the south signified here. Gandalf denied ever visiting the East, and in practice he seems to have confined his guardianship to the Western lands, home to elves and peoples generally hostile to Sauron. It seems unlikely he ever travelled or tarried long enough in the Harad, or the Far Harad, to acquire a special name in those little-known alien tongues. Therefore, the South likely refers to Gondor at its widest influence, those lands under its suzerainty at the height of its power. Yet by the time of this tale, we find Gandalf always called Mithrandir in Gondor, at least by men of rank and Númenórean heritage like Denethor and Faramir. This name, Sindarin, was known and used by the elves and the learned men of Gondor alike. In the common speech of the West, however, a more popular name had emerged long before, meaning grey mantle, though by the Third Age it had taken on an archaic form. This is perhaps echoed in the name Greyheim used by Eomer of Rohan. My father concluded that in the south indeed referred to Gondor, and that Incanus, much like Olorin, was a Quenya name. It was likely coined in Gondor during an earlier era, when Quenya remained the language of scholars and historical records, a tradition carried over from Númenor, according to the Tale of Years. Gandalf appeared in the West early in the 11th century of the Third Age. If we imagine his first visits to Gondor were frequent and lengthy enough to earn him a name, perhaps during the reign of King Atanatar Alcarin, some 18 centuries before the War of the Ring, then Incanus could be seen as an obsolete Quenya title, remembered only by the most erudite. On this assumption, an etymology is proposed from the Quenya elements in id, meaning mind, and kan, seen, in kano or kanu for ruler or chieftain, a component also found in names like Turgon and Fingon. In his notes, my father referenced the Latin word incanus, meaning grey-haired, in a manner suggesting it was the actual inspiration for Gandalf's name when The Lord of the Rings was written, a notion that would be quite surprising if true. He ultimately remarked that the coincidence between the Quenya name and the Latin word must be considered an accident, much like how the Sindarin Orthanc forked height happens to mirror the Old English Orpanc, cunning device, which is the Rohirric translation of that very name. It is said in the Two Towers that Saruman was accounted by many the chief of wizards, a point Gandalf himself confirms at the Council of Elrond, stating, "Saruman the White is the greatest of my order." Another version of Tírdan's words to Gandalf when presenting him with the Ring of Fire at the Grey Havens appears in Of the Rings of Power and in closely similar phrasing in the appendices to The Lord of the Rings. In a 1958 letter, my father expressed that he knew little clearly about the other two wizards, as they were not involved in the affairs of the Northwest. "I think," he wrote, "they went as emissaries to distant regions, east and south, far beyond the reach of Númenor, missionaries to enemy-occupied lands, as it were. What success they had I do not know, but I fear that they failed, as Saruman did, though doubtless in different ways, and I suspect they were founders or beginners of secret cults and magic traditions that outlasted the fall of Sauron. One can almost picture them, not as triumphant heralds, but as weary figures sowing seeds of mystery in forgotten temples, their legacies twisting into shadows long after the Dark Lord's defeat. A very late note indicates that Radagast is a name from the men of the Vales of Anduin, not now clearly interpretable. Roscabel, referred to as the old home of Radagast, was located in the forest borders between the Carrock and the Old Forest Road. It appears from the mention of Olorin in the Valaquenta that the Istari were indeed Maiar, for Olorin was Gandalf. Curumo seems to be Saruman's Quenya name, recorded nowhere else, with Curunir as its Sindarin form. The name Saruman, used among northern men, incorporates the Anglo-Saxon word seru, saru, meaning skill or cunning device. Iwendil likely means lover of birds, comparable to Linnewen, Lake of Birds in Nevrast. The meaning of Radagast is discussed elsewhere. The name Palando may derive from the root Palan, meaning afar, similar to words like Palantir and Palarin, the ship of Aldarion, in a 1956 letter. The author noted that The Lord of the Rings rarely references elements outside its own secondary reality, adding in a footnote that only the cats of Queen Berutiel and the names of the other two wizards beyond Saruman, Gandalf, and Radagast came to mind. Aragorn once remarked in Moria that Gandalf could find his way home in pitch darkness better than those very cats. A rough, partially illegible outline of Queen Beruthiel's tale does survive. She was the wicked, isolated, and unloving wife of Taranan, the 12th king of Gondor, who reigned from 830 to 913 in the Third Age and was the first of the Ship Kings, taking the crown under the name Philastra, Lord of the Coasts. He was also the first king to die without an heir. Berutiel resided in the king's house in Osgiliath, despising the sea's sounds and scents, along with the residence Taranan, built near Pelagia upon arches rooted deep in the wide waters of Ether Anduin. She loathed all craftsmanship, colour and ornate decoration, dressing only in black and silver and inhabiting barren rooms. The gardens of her Osgiliath home were filled with twisted sculptures beneath gloomy cypresses and yews. She kept 9 black cats and 1 white as her slaves, conversing with them or reading their memories, sending them to uncover Gondor's darkest secrets, so she knew what men most wished to hide. She even used the white cat to spy on the black ones, tormenting them all. No one in Gondor dared lay a hand on these creatures. Everyone feared and cursed them when they passed by. The manuscript becomes mostly unreadable after this, save for the conclusion. Her name was stricken from the Book of the Kings, though memory persists beyond pages, and the cats of Queen Beruthiel never faded completely from speech. King Taranan exiled her, placing her alone with her cats on a ship set adrift before a north wind. The vessel was last sighted racing past Umbar under a crescent moon, a cat perched at the masthead and another carved as a figurehead on the prow. This references the second prophecy of Mandos, which does not appear in the Silmarillion. Exploring it here would require a lengthy digression into the mythology's development. Gandalf later reminded the hobbits and Gimli in Minas Tirith after King Elisar's coronation, "Olorin I was in the west that is forgotten." The mention of strange stars specifically applies to the Harad, indicating Aragorn journeyed far enough south to enter the southern hemisphere. A diacritical mark over the last letter of Incanus hints the final consonant was sh. This term connects to one of the poems from the ancient Norse collection known as the Poetic Edda or Elder Edda, the Palantiri. The Palantiri were never ordinary objects for public use or common knowledge, even in Numenor. In Middle-earth they were housed in guarded chambers, high within secure towers, accessible only to kings, rulers, and their designated wardens. They were neither publicly consulted nor displayed until the line of kings ended. These stones held no sinister reputation. Using them carried no inherent danger, and any king or authorized person viewing through them would not hesitate to reveal such a source if it informed them of distant rulers' actions or thoughts. After the king's era and the fall of Minas Ithil, there is no further record of their open and official employment. Following the shipwreck of Arvidui, the last king, in the year 1975, no Palantir remained in the north. The Ithil stone was later lost in 2002, leaving only the Anor stone in Minas Tirith and the Orthanc stone. 2 primary factors led to the stones fading from common knowledge. First was the mystery surrounding the Ithil stone's fate. While many assumed it was destroyed by Gondor's defenders before Minas Ithil fell, the wiser minds feared Sauron had seized it. They understood, however, that the stone would be largely useless to him unless it could connect with another that was in harmony with its nature. This likely explains why the Anor stone became a fiercely guarded secret of the ruling stewards, unused and unmentioned in their records until the time of Denethor II. The second reason was the slow decay of Gondor itself. The realm entered a kind of dimming middle age where knowledge faded and skills grew simpler. Interest in ancient history waned, preserved only in the pride of lineage and family trees. Communication relied on riders and beacon fires, and the great stones of old were forgotten by most, their functions twisted into legend, tales of elvish kings with far-seeing eyes and swift bird-like messengers. The Orthanc stone, meanwhile, was largely ignored by the stewards. It sat in a region, Calenardon, that grew ever more remote. Ravaged by the Great Plague of 1636, its population of Númenorian descent dwindled as people migrated east to Ithilien and the lands near the Anduin. Isengard remained a possession of the stewards, but Orthanc stood empty. Its keys eventually taken to Minas Tirith. When Steward Beren later gave those keys to Saruman, he likely thought the tower and any forgotten artifact within would be safest with the head of the White Council. What a tragically misplaced trust that would prove to be. Saruman, of course, had studied the records deeply. He knew exactly what lay in that tower and saw its potential uses. A secret he kept from his fellow council members. His growing jealousy of Gandalf eroded their cooperation, and after the council's last meeting in 2953, he simply claimed Isengard as his own, cutting ties with Gondor entirely. The council disapproved, but Saruman was a free agent entitled to pursue his own policies in the struggle against Sauron. Also, he claimed, while secretly laying his own treacherous plans. The council, in its collective wisdom, was certainly aware of the Palantiri and their ancient origins, yet they largely dismissed them as relics of a bygone era. These seeing stones were viewed as marvelous artifacts from the history of the Dunedain kingdoms, but most were lost or considered of little practical value in the present age. It is crucial to understand that the stones were not created for malice. They were originally innocent tools. It was the Dark Lord Sauron who corrupted their purpose, transforming them into instruments of domination and deceit. While the council, heeding Gandalf's warnings, had grown suspicious of Saruman's interest in the Rings of Power, not even Gandalf himself yet knew the wizard had become a servant of Sauron, a truth he would not uncover until July of the year 3018. Gandalf had spent recent years deepening his own and the council's understanding of Gondor's past through diligent study of its archives. But their primary focus remained fixed on the One Ring. The latent dangers and possibilities within the Palantiri were not fully grasped. It is clear that by the time of the War of the Ring, the Council had only recently begun to question the fate of the Ithil Stone. Even minds as great as Elrond, Galadriel, and Gandalf, burdened by immense responsibilities, failed to immediately appreciate the grave significance. They did not fully consider what might occur if Sauron seized one stone while another was in use elsewhere. The critical revelation came not from dusty scrolls, but from a terrified hobbit on Dol Baran. Peregrine's traumatic encounter with the Orthanc stone suddenly illuminated the situation. The mysterious link between Isengard and Barad-dûr, suspected since the attack on the Fellowship at Parth Galen, was in fact a connection between two Palantiri. When Gandalf spoke to Peregrine as they rode swiftly from Dol Baran, his immediate aim was to impress upon the hobbit the profound history and perilous power of what he had so rashly handled. The wizard was not there to boast of his own deductive reasoning, save for one final chilling point, to explain how Sauron had gained control of these devices, making them deadly for any to use regardless of their stature. Yet even as he educated the shaken hobbit, Gandalf's own mind was racing, piecing together a troubling new puzzle. The revelation on Dol Baran cast a sinister light on many earlier observations, such as Denethor's uncanny knowledge of distant events and his startlingly premature aging, noticeable even in his 60s despite his long-lived Númenorian lineage. A sudden cold fear took root in Gandalf. Had the steward of Gondor also been using a palantir, the Anor stone of Minas Tirith? This dread added a new personal urgency to Gandalf's haste to reach the White City beyond the already pressing threats of war. He needed to judge what effect the stone had wrought on Denethor's mind. In the desperate crucible of the coming conflict, would the steward prove untrustworthy, another Saruman poised to surrender to the shadow? Every interaction between Gandalf and Denethor upon his arrival, every reported word exchanged in the following tense days, must be seen through the lens of this gnawing doubt in the wizard's heart. Thus, the paramount importance of the Minas Tirith Palantir in Gandalf's calculations truly began with Peregrine's ordeal. His earlier knowledge or suspicions about its existence, however, stretched back much further. Little is recorded of Gandalf's early years before the end of the Watchful Peace and the forming of the White Council. His particular focus on Gondor seems to have intensified only after two pivotal events. Bilbo's fateful discovery of the ring and Sauron's brazen return to Mordor. While Saruman's focus, like Gandalf's, was fixed upon the ring of Isildur, Gandalf's studies in the libraries of Minas Tirith would have granted him a deep, if less immediately covetous, understanding of the seeing stones of Gondor. Unlike Saruman, whose mind was forever drawn to devices of dominion, Gandalf's interest lay more in the hearts of people and the flow of history. His long alliance with Elrond and his deep knowledge of the lost northern kingdom of Arnor meant he likely understood the Palantiri's true origins better than Saruman ever did. Yet the fate of the Anor Stone remained a mystery deliberately erased from the steward's chronicles after the fall of Minas Ithil. Logic suggested that since neither Orthancs nor the White Tower had ever been breached, their stones were probably still in place. But there was always the nagging possibility a cautious steward had hidden it away in some mountain vault, a final treasure hoard like the refuge of Dunharrow. Gandalf would later admit he did not believe Denethor had dared to use it until the steward's mind began to darken, though this was merely his own reasoned guess. The truth of when Denethor first laid hands on the stone is lost to time. It is far more probable, judging by Denethor's formidable character, that he began peering into its depths many years before the War of the Ring, and long before Saruman found the courage or the folly to use the Orthanc stone. He became steward in 2984, a man of iron will, profound learning, and unshakable confidence, while others only marked his growing grimness after his wife, Finduilas, died. The seeds were sown earlier. Almost as soon as he took power, he turned to the stone. Having pored over every secret scroll in the steward's archives about the Palantiri, knowledge shared only with the ruling steward and his heir. Frankly, who could blame him? During his father Ecthelian's final years, with Gondor's borders growing ever more perilous, Denethor watched his own influence wane as his father doted on that mysterious upstart, Thorongil, and listened so intently to Gandalf's counsel. A lesser man might have sulked. Denethor decided to outknow them all. Jealousy and a sharp hostility were surely part of it. He aimed to surpass these interlopers in knowledge and to keep a magical watch on their comings and goings. He even took a secret, bitter satisfaction in it, imagining their surprise if they knew he was watching from his high tower. There is a crucial difference between the ordinary strain of using a palantir to see distant events and the sheer, shattering torment of confronting Sauron directly within it. Denethor, with his immense strength of will, believed he could master the former, and for a long time he was right. A direct clash with the Dark Lord likely did not happen for years, and was never his original intent. By skill alone he could glean much from the world, and even after Sauron became aware of his prying eyes, Denethor fought to wrench the stone's vision back to his own purposes, a silent, desperate battle of wills fought in the solitude of the White Tower. It is important to remember that the Palantiri were but a minor element within Sauron's grand strategy. They served as a tool to dominate and deceive two of his key adversaries, yet he could not afford to keep the Ithil stone under constant watch. It was not his custom to entrust such powerful artifacts to underlings, nor did he possess any servant whose mental fortitude surpassed that of Saruman or even Denethor. In the steward's case, Denethor was actually fortified against Sauron's influence because the seeing stones were far more responsive to those with legitimate claim. They answered most readily to the true heirs of Elendil, like Aragorn, but also to one bearing inherited authority, such as Denethor himself. This stood in stark contrast to Saruman, who had no such right. The outcomes for these two men were profoundly different. Saruman became utterly dominated by the Dark Lord, coming to desire Sauron's victory, or, at the very least, ceasing to oppose it. Denethor, however, never wavered in his rejection of Sauron. The tragedy was that he was deceived into believing the enemy's triumph was unavoidable, which plunged him into a deep and fatal despair. The reasons for this divergence are clear. First, Denethor was a man of formidable will, maintaining his sense of self until the devastating news of his son Faramir's seemingly mortal wound shattered him. His pride was not merely personal, it was rooted in a profound love for Gondor and its people. He saw himself as destiny's appointed leader for this darkest hour, a conviction that both strengthened and doomed him. Second, the Anor stone was rightfully his to use in his grave anxieties for the realm. Only practical caution argued against its employment. He surely suspected the Ithil stone was in malevolent hands, yet he risked contact, relying on his own strength of mind. This trust was not entirely misplaced. Sauron could not break his will and could only work through lies and twisted images. Denethor likely did not initially look toward Mordor, contenting himself instead with the distant vistas the stone provided, which explains his remarkable and often unsettling knowledge of far-off events. It is probable, though unrecorded, that he also made contact with the Orthanc stone and Saruman, perhaps gaining useful intelligence from those exchanges. Sauron could not directly intercept these conferences. Only one, using the lost Master Stone of Osgiliath, could have eavesdropped. When two stones were in communication, a third would find them both silent and unreachable. A significant body of knowledge concerning the Palantiri was preserved in Gondor by the kings and their stewards, handed down long after the stones fell into disuse. They were an inalienable gift to Elendil and his heirs, to whom they rightfully belonged. This did not mean, however, that only a direct heir could use them lawfully. They could be operated by anyone authorized by the ruling heir of Anarion or Isildur, essentially a lawful king of Gondor or Anor. In practice, they were typically used by such appointed deputies. Each stone had a dedicated warden, tasked with surveying it at regular intervals or in times of need. Other officials and royal ministers responsible for intelligence would conduct their own inspections, reporting gathered information to the king and his council or directly to the sovereign as required. In later centuries, as the office of the steward grew in power and became hereditary, effectively creating a permanent understudy and immediate viceroy to the king, the command and use of the stones fell largely into their hands. The traditions regarding the Palantiri's nature and use were guarded and transmitted within the house of the stewards. Since the stewardship became hereditary, the authority to use the stones or to delegate their use was lawfully transmitted in their line. Therefore, this power resided fully and rightfully with Denethor in his final desperate days. It is important to understand, however, that within the history of The Lord of the Rings, the authority to use the Palantiri extended beyond appointed or even hereditary guardians. Any recognized heir of Elendil, a descendant holding a throne or lordship in the Númenórean kingdoms by right of that lineage, possessed the inherent right to employ any of the Seeing Stones. Aragorn, therefore, asserted his claim to the Orthanc stone, arguing it was currently ownerless, and also because he was, by law, the rightful king of both Gondor and Arna. In that capacity, he held the power to revoke any prior grants made concerning the stones for just cause. The full knowledge of their operation is now lost to time, recoverable only in fragments through scholarly guesswork and ancient records. These artifacts were flawless spheres, appearing as if fashioned from solid, deep black crystal or glass when dormant. The smallest were roughly a foot across, while others, like the great stones of Osgiliath and Amon Sul, were far larger and impossible for a single person to lift. They were originally housed in locations chosen for their size and purpose, resting upon low, round tables of black marble within a central depression. Here, they could be manually rotated if needed. Incredibly heavy, yet perfectly smooth, they were impervious to damage from being knocked from their stands. They were considered unbreakable by any force known to men, though some sages speculated that the immense heat of a volcano like Orodruin might shatter one, which they believed was the fate of the Ithil stone during the collapse of Barad-dûr. Despite having no external markings, each stone had permanent poles. They were originally positioned upright with their polar diameter aligned toward the Earth's center, the permanent lower pole at the bottom. The viewing faces were located along the circumference in this orientation, receiving visions from the outside world and transmitting them to an observer on the opposite side. So, a watcher wishing to look west would stand on the east side. To look north, he would move to his left. The lesser stones, such as those of Orthancs, Ithil, Anor, and likely Anúminas, had a fixed orientation in their original settings. Their west face, for instance, would only look westward, turned another way. It showed nothing but a blank void. If a stone was disturbed, it could be reset through careful observation and rotation. But when one was removed and cast down, as the Orthanc stone had been, correcting its alignment became a far more difficult task. It was thus by chance, or as Gandalf might have said, by a larger design, that Peregrine Took, fumbling with the heavy sphere, happened to set it more or less upright on the ground. By sitting to the west of it, he inadvertently placed himself correctly before its fixed eastward-looking face. The major stones lacked this limitation. Their circumference could be revolved, allowing them to see in any direction. On their own, the Palantiri could only see. They transmitted no sound. Without a guiding will to command them, their visions were wayward and seemingly random from a high place. A westward-facing stone could peer over vast leagues, though its sight grew blurred and distorted at the edges, with the foreground often obscured by distant objects fading into a haze. What they revealed was also subject to chance, darkness, or deliberate shrouding. Their sight was not blocked by physical barriers like walls or mountains, but only by an absence of light. They could peer through a mountain as easily as through a patch of deep shadow, yet they would see nothing within that was not touched by some illumination. They could gaze through a fortress wall but perceive nothing inside a dark chamber or vault unless a candle or shaft of light fell upon it. The stones themselves could not create or project any light to pierce the darkness. It was possible to shield objects or locations from the gaze of the Palantiri through a method known as shrouding, rendering them visible within a stone as little more than a vague shadow or an impenetrable fog. The precise technique for achieving this, known only to those aware of the stones and the risk of surveillance, remains one of the lost secrets of their craft. A viewer could, through force of will, focus the stone's vision upon a specific point along its direct line of sight. Left uncontrolled, the images were quite small, particularly in the lesser stones, though they appeared larger to an observer who positioned himself a few feet back from the Palantir's surface. However, when commanded by a skilled and strong-willed surveyor, distant scenes could be magnified, drawn closer and sharper into view, while their surroundings faded into obscurity. A man far away might initially appear as a minuscule, half-inch figure easily lost in a landscape or a crowd. Yet intense concentration could expand and clarify the vision until he was seen in clear, if reduced detail, like a portrait a foot tall, and recognized if known to the surveyor. With tremendous effort, even a small detail of interest could be enlarged, such as spotting a ring upon a hand. But this level of focus was draining and could become utterly exhausting, so it was reserved for moments of urgent need, when chance, perhaps aided by other intelligence, allowed the viewer to isolate meaningful fragments from the stone's chaotic stream of visions. Consider Denethor seated before the Anor stone, his mind heavy with worry over Rohan. He had to decide whether to immediately order the lighting of the beacons and the dispatch of the Red Arrow. He might align his sight northwest by west, his vision sweeping past Edoras toward the fords of Isen. If any movement of men appeared along that line, he could concentrate on, say, a company of riders, identify them as Rohirrim, and finally pick out a familiar face. Gandalf, for instance, riding with reinforcements toward Helm's Deep, before suddenly wheeling his horse and galloping northward on some desperate, solitary errand. The Palantiri, for all their power, could not freely pry into the minds of men. The transfer of thought required the willing participation of users on both ends, and such mental speech could only be transmitted from one stone to another in harmony. When two minds were attuned to separate seeing stones, a remarkable connection could be forged. Thoughts could be transmitted, perceived as clear speech, and vivid images from one user's mind could be shared with the other. In their earliest and purest use, these powers served the needs of governance, exchanging vital news, counsel, and strategic opinions. Far less frequently were they employed for the simple joys of friendship, for greetings, or for solace in times of grief. It was the Dark Lord Sauron who corrupted this communion, wielding a stone to impose his formidable will, dominating weaker minds to force the revelation of secrets and compel absolute obedience. Consider Gandalf's later warnings to the Council of Elrond regarding Saruman's deep study of the ancient archives in Minas Tirith. For any ambition rooted in worldly power and military might, the fortress of Isengard was perfectly positioned as the guardian of the Gap of Rohan. This pass was a vulnerable seam in the defences of the West, a weakness grown more pronounced with the waning strength of Gondor. Through it, enemy spies and agents could move undetected, and, as in ages past, entire armies might eventually march. The White Council remained oblivious for years to the dark activities within Isengard's encircling wall, its close guard masking the truth. The deployment, and likely the deliberate breeding, of Orc soldiers was a closely held secret, a project that could not have begun much before the year 1990. These troops saw no action beyond Isengard's territory until the assault on Rohan. Had the Council been aware, they would have instantly recognized Saruman's fall into wickedness. Denethor, the steward of Gondor, was clearly privy to Gandalf's suspicions and found them both irritating and darkly amusing. Recall his words to the wizard during their tense meeting in Minas Tirith. "I know already enough of these matters for my own guidance against the threat of the East." His following mocking remark cuts even deeper. "Yes, for though the stones are lost, or so men say, still the lords of Gondor have sight sharper than lesser folk, and many messages find their way to us." Beyond any use of the Palantiri, Denethor possessed a formidable intellect and a piercing insight into the motives hidden behind words and expressions. Yet it is also plausible that he did in fact glimpse visions of events in Rohan and Isengard through the Anor stone. The mental toll of using a seeing stone was immense, particularly for men of later years untrained in such arts. This strain, compounding his many burdens, undoubtedly fed his renowned grimness and stern demeanour. It was likely perceived by his wife before anyone else, deepening her sorrow and perhaps hastening her untimely death. A stray note in the margins adds a poignant observation. Saruman's moral decay began with simple personal pride and a growing hunger to impose his own will upon the world. His obsessive study of the rings of power fed this corruption, as his arrogance led him to believe he could wield their power, or the one ring itself, in defiance of all others. Having lost his devotion to any person or cause, he became vulnerable to the control of a stronger will, to its intimidation and its demonstrations of force. Furthermore, he held no legitimate claim to the Orthanc stone. The year 1998 marked the passing of Pelennor, steward of Gondor. Following his time, the stewardship transformed into a hereditary position, passed down like a kingship from father to son or nearest kin. In Arnor, the situation was distinct. Lawful ownership of the seeing stones rested with the king, who typically used the stone of Annúminas. However, the kingdom fractured and the high kingship was contested. The kings of Arthedain, who held the most just claim, appointed a dedicated warden at Weathertop. Its stone was considered the principal one in the north, the largest, most potent, and the primary means of communication with Gondor. After Weathertop was destroyed by Angmar in the year 1409, both stones were moved to Fornost, the seat of the king of Arthedain. These were lost when Arvedui's ship foundered, leaving no deputy with any direct or inherited authority to use the stones. Only one stone remained in the north, the Elendil stone upon the Tower Hills. This stone, however, possessed unique properties and could not be used for ordinary communication. Hereditary right to use it would undoubtedly still belong to the heir of Isildur, the recognized chieftain of the Dúnedain and a descendant of Arvedui. Yet it remains unknown if any of them, including Aragorn, ever dared to look into it, perhaps yearning for a glimpse of the vanished West. This stone and its tower were maintained and guarded by Círdan and the elves of Lindon. It is said this palantir was unlike the others, gazing only toward the sea. Elendil placed it there so he might look back with straight sight toward Tol Eressëa in the lost west, though the curved seas now forever hid Númenor. Some accounts even suggest that at times he could see far off the Tower of Avalloni upon Tol Eressëa, where the Master Stone was said to reside. It is interesting to note that in the present account no mention is made of this Master Stone. A later separate note disputes that the seeing stones were polarized or oriented, though it offers no additional detail. This same note, which is hurried and somewhat unclear, treats certain aspects differently, particularly the concept of shrouding. It states in part that the stones retained the images they received, each holding within itself a multitude of scenes, some from a very distant past. They could not see in darkness, objects in shadow were not recorded. The stones themselves were usually kept in the dark, as this made the scenes they presented easier to view and helped prevent them from becoming overcrowded with images over the centuries. The method of this shrouding was a guarded secret, now lost. They were not hindered by physical barriers like walls, hills, or woods, provided the distant objects themselves were in light. Later commentators speculated that the stones were originally housed in spherical, locked cases to prevent unauthorized use, and that these casings also served to shroud them and keep them dormant. These cases must have been crafted from some metal or substance now unknown. Associated marginal notes, though partly illegible, suggest that the further back in time one looked, the clearer the view became, and that for viewing distant objects there was an ideal proper distance that varied from stone to stone. The larger seeing stones possessed a far greater range than their smaller counterparts. For the lesser stones, the effective viewing distance was roughly 500 miles, as demonstrated by the connection between the Orthanc stone and the one at Anor. The Ithil stone was geographically too close for such use and was primarily employed for general observation, rather than for direct communication with Minas Anor. The orientation of a palantir was not segmented into distinct quadrants, but was a continuous field. Consequently, if a viewer positioned to the southeast gazed into the stone, their direct line of sight would be directed toward the northwest, and so forth. In separate notes, the nature of communication is elaborated. Two individuals, each using a stone in harmony with the other, could hold a conversation. This exchange was not auditory, as the stones did not transmit sound. Instead, by looking upon one another's image, they would share thought, not their complete, unfiltered mind or secret intentions, but a form of silent speech. These were thoughts already shaped into words within their minds, or even whispered aloud, which the recipient would receive and instantly translate into understandable speech, reportable only in that form. This index, as mentioned in the introduction, encompasses the principal text along with the notes and appendices, as these sections contain significant original material. While this results in numerous minor entries, I have prioritized completeness for the sake of utility and simplicity. Deliberate omissions are very rare, limited to instances like Morgoth or Numenor, where I have used pasim to denote frequent mentions across specific sections, and I have omitted general references for terms like elves, men, orcs, and Middle-earth. Entries often include pages where a person or place is referenced indirectly, such as the mention of the haven where Círdan was lord on page 299, which is indexed under Mythlond, asterisks denote names, nearly a quarter of the total, that have not been published in my father's works. These are also marked against the names listed in the footnote on page 399, which appeared on Pauline Bain's map of Middle-earth. The brief definitions are not strictly limited to content within the book, and I have occasionally included notes on the meanings of previously untranslated names. This index does not claim to be a model of consistent presentation. This shortcoming is partly excusable given the intricate web of names, including variant translations, partial translations, and names that refer to the same entity but carry different meanings, which makes perfect consistency nearly impossible to achieve. This complexity is evident in series such as Ilenna, Halifaerian, Ammon, Anwar, Anwar, Hill of Anwar, Hill of Or, Wood of Anwar, Firian Holt, Firian Wood, and Whispering Wood. As a general practice, I have listed references for translated Elvish names under the original Elvish entry, such as listing Langstrand under Anphalis with a cross-reference provided. I have deviated from this rule in specific cases where the translated names like Mirkwood or Isengard are commonly used and widely recognized. Adanidel, translated as Elfman, this was the name given to Turin during his time in Nargothrond. Adorn, a tributary of the river Isen. Together, these rivers formed the western border of Rohan. The name appears Sindarin in form, but is not interpretable within that language. It is presumed to be of pre-Numenorian origin, later adapted. Ardrahil I, a commander of Gondor's forces against the Wain Riders in the year 1944 of the Third Age, he is noted as being of Dol Amroth, and is likely an ancestor of Ardrahil II. Ardrahil II, Adrahil II, Prince of Dol Amroth and father of Imrahil, Ardunaic. The language of Numenor, also referred to as the Numenorian tongue or speech. Aeglos I, meaning snowthorn, this was a plant that grew on Ammon Rut. Aeglos II, the name of Gil-galad's spear identical in word formation to the plant above. Aegnor, a Noldorin prince, the fourth son of Finarfin. He fell during the Daegor, Bregalach, the Battle of Sudden Flame, a cataclysm that scarred the northern lands and forever altered the strategic landscape of Beleriand, Aelin Yall, the marshy region where the river Aros met the Syrian. Its translation is Twillit Marias Erin, a kinswoman of Hurin in Dor Lomin, was taken as a wife by Brodda the Easterling. She later provided aid to Morwen following the tragedy of the Nirnaeth ar Noediad. Agarwen, meaning blood-stained, was the name Turin gave himself upon arriving at Nargothrond. Agathurush is the Adunaic translation for the river name Gwathlo. In the tale of the faithful stone, the Drug involved is named Agarn. Aglarond, the glittering cavern, refers to the caverns within Helm's Deep in the White Mountains. The term is often used for the fortress at its entrance, the Hornburg. See also Glimscrafu. Eilionel was the elder sister of Tar Aldarion. The Quenya name for Radagast the wizard is Iwendil, or lover of birds. Akalabeth, the downfallen, is a name for Numenor itself. References to the separate work titled Akalabeth are not included here. One of the blue wizards, the Ithrin Luin, was named Alatar. The Quenya and Telerin forms of Galadriel's name are Alatariel or Altariel, meaning maiden crowned with a radiant garland. For Aldarion, see Tar Aldarion. Aldberg, located in the fold of Rohan, was the dwelling of Eomer and originally the house of Eolul the Young. The third king of Rohan was Uldor, son of Brago and grandson of Eolul. The small white flower, known as Alfiren, is also called Ilos or symbol Maine, which translates to Evermind. Algund, a man from Dor Lomin, was a member of the outlaw band, the Gaerwaith, that Turin joined. Almarion, daughter of the Númenorian mariner Veantur, was queen to Tar Meneldur and mother of Tar Aldarion. Almiel was the younger sister of Tar Aldarion. Alkalonde, the haven of the swans, was the chief city and harbour of the Teleri on the coast of Aman. Aman, meaning blessed or free from evil, is the land of the Valar in the far west, often called the Blessed Realm. See Undying Lands for Amandil, 1. See Tar, Amandil. Amandil, 2, was the last lord of Andunia and father of Elendil the Tall. Amdir was a king of Lorien, who fell in the battle of Dagorlad. He was the father of Amroth. See also Malgalad, the Sindarin, name for Halifirian. The seventh beacon of Gondor in the White Mountains is Aman Anwar, translated as the Hill of Arwe. It is also referred to simply as Anwar, see Eilionel, Halifarian, and the Wood of Anwar. Amon Darthir is a peak in the Mountains of Shadow, south of Dor Lomin. Amon Din, the Silent Hill, was the first of the Gondorian beacons in the White Mountains. In East Beleriand stands Amon Ereb, the Lonely Hill. East of the doors of Nargothrond, Finrod Felagund raised the great earthwork called Amon Ethir, the Spy Hill. Amon Lank, the Naked Hill, was located in the south of Greenwood the Great and later became known as Dol Guldur. Within the forest of Brethil, the hill of Amon Obel was the site of Ifel Brandir. Amon Rut, the Bald Hill, was a solitary height in the lands south of Brethil. It served as the abode of Mime and the lair of Turin's outlaw band. See Sharphund. Amon Sul, Hill of the Wind, is the round, bare hill at the southern end of the Weather Hills in Eriador, known in Bree as Weathertop. The Sindarin name for Oilos is Amon Uilos. The Sindarin elf Amroth was king of Lorien and the lover of Nimrodel. He drowned in the bay of Belfalas. The coastal region of Belfalas near Dol Amroth is also called the country of Amroth. For Amroth's haven, see Edhelland. The Anak Pass descends from Tawanu Fuin at the western end of the Mountains of Terror. The Quenya name for the sun is Anar. For Anarion, 1, see Tar Anarion. Anarion, too, was the younger son of Elendil, who escaped the downfall of Númenor with his father and brother Isildur to found the Númenorian realms in exile. He was the lord of Minas Anor and was slain during the siege of Barad-dûr. His line is referred to as the heir of Anarion. The given name of Tar Aldarion with a suffix of endearment was Anadil or Anadilia. For Ankalim, see Tar Ankalima. This name was also given by Eldarion to the tree from Eressa that he planted in Armenelos. Andrast, the Long Cape, is the mountainous promontory lying between the rivers Ison and Lefnui. See Rasmorthil and Druwaith y Aur. The defile of Andrath, the Long Climb, lies between the Barrow Downs and the South Downs through which the old north-south road or greenway passed. Androg, a man from Dorlomin, was another leader within the outlaw band that Turin joined. Deep within the hills of Mithrim lay the Androth Caves, a refuge where Tuor first lived among the grey elves before his lonely years as an outlaw. To the east of the misty mountains flowed the great Anduin, the long river, whose wide valleys shaped the land. On the western shores of Numenor stood the city of Anduni the Sunset, with its sheltered bay and its noble lords. The western promontory Andustar, or the Westlands, was once the domain of Lady Erendis. Along the coast of Gondor stretched the fief of Anfalis, known in the common speech as the Langstrand, a windswept region between the mouths of the Lefnui and Morthond rivers. The once fertile plain of Ard Galen was scarred and renamed Anfoglith after its ruin in the Dagor Bragolach. In the distant northwest of Middle-earth loomed the immense fortress of Angband, the heart of Morgoth's power, which was long besieged. Angelimar served as the 20th prince of Dol Amroth, grandfather to the noble Imrahil. The sword Anglashil, later known as Gurthang, was borne by the great warrior Beleg. At the northern end of the misty mountains festered the witch realm of Angmar, ruled by the lord of the Nazgul. The river Isen was called Angren in Sindarin, and the stronghold of Isengard was known as Angrenost. Among the Noldurin princes was Angrod, third son of Finarfin, who fell in the Dagor Bragolak. In his youth, Tuor was fostered by the grey elf Aniel of Mithrim. In the Second Age, Sauron deceitfully presented himself as Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, also using the names Artano and Olendil. The hidden gate of the Noldor, Anon in Gilit, was the entrance to an underground watercourse in western Dorlomin, leading to Cirith Niniach. The ancient capital of Arna was Anuminus, the Tower of the West beside Lake Ninual, later restored by King Elessar. The region of Anorion lay in Gondor, north of the White Mountains. The seeing stone of Minas Anor was the Anor stone. The line of Numenor's rulers included many who bore both Adunaic and Quenya names, such as Ar-Abatarik Tar Ardamin and Ar-Adunakor Tar Herunumen. Then came Aragorn, the 39th heir of Isildur, who after the War of the Ring was crowned king of the reunited realms. He was also known as Elessar, Elfstone, Strider, and Thorongil, and he wed Arwen, daughter of Elrond. The Kingsland of Numenor was Arandor, and the term Arandor denoted the king's servant, the title of the stewards of Gondor. Thingol's sword was named Aranruth, the king's ire. The elf Aranwer of Gondolin was father to Voranwer, and his son was Aranwen. Aratan was the second son of Isildur, lost at the Gladden Fields. Other rulers included Ar-Belzagar, Tar Calmersil, and Ar-Gimilzor, Tar Telemnar. The world itself was called Arda, the realm. Eredhel was sister to Turgon and mother of Maeglin. Ar-Inziladun was the Adunaic name for Tar Palantir. Beneath the lonely mountain rested the famed Arkenstone. The royal city of Numenor was Armenelos. The Noldorin elf Arminus, accompanied by Gelmir, met Tuor at the gate of the Noldor and later delivered a warning to Orodreth at Nargothrond. The northern kingdom of the Numenorians was Arnor. The southern river of Doriath was the Aros. The last ruler of Numenor was Ar-Pharazôn Tar Kalean, who perished in the downfall. Hurin of Dorlomin rode a horse named Arok. Ar-Sakalthor Tar Falassian was the 22nd ruler. Artamir, elder son of King Ondoher of Gondor, fell in battle against the Wainriders. Galadriel was given the name Artanis by her father. The realm of Arthedain, one of the three successor states of Arnor, lay between the Barandween and Lune rivers, extending to the Weather Hills, with its capital at Fornost. Between the Aros and Selon rivers in eastern Doriath lay the region of Arthorion. Arvedui, the last king of Arthedain, met his end drowned in the icy bay of Ferotial. The even star Arwen became queen of Gondor. Finally, Ar-Zimrafel was the Adunaic name for Tar Miriel, Ar-Zimrathon, known in Quenya as Tar Hostamir, served as the 21st ruler of Numenor. Asgon, a man from Dor Lomin, played a crucial role in aiding Turin's escape following the death of Brodda. The name Atanamir refers to Tar Atanamir, while Atanatar Alcarin, meaning the glorious, was the 16th king of Gondor. The Atani, called Edain in Sindarin, were the men belonging to the three houses of the elf friends. The Sindarin name for the fords of Isen is Athrad Angren, also appearing in the plural form Ithraid Engrin. Among the great Valar, Ola stands as the smith and master of crafts. Wedded to Yavanna, his children are the dwarves, and the term Ola-an describes things pertaining to him. In the Second Age, Sauron deceitfully called himself Olendil, meaning servant of Ola, also using the aliases Anatar and Artano. Avayona was the haven of the Eldar, located on Tol Eressëa. Those elves who refused the Great March from Cuiviénen were known as the Avari, or Dark Elves, sometimes referred to as Wild Elves. Azagal, lord of the dwarves of Belegost, managed to wound the dragon Glaurung during the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, but was slain by him. The valley beneath the east gate of Moria, called Azanul Bizarre, witnessed the great battle in the year 2799 of the Third Age that concluded the War of the Dwarves and Orcs. It is also named Nanduhirion. The orc Azog, who hailed from Moria, murdered Thror and was later killed by Dain Ironfoot during that same battle. In the Shire's Hobbiton, the dwelling known as Bag End was home first to Bilbo Baggins and later to Frodo Baggins and Samwise Gamgee. The Baggins family were well-known hobbits of the Shire. To the south of Beleriand lay the great Bay of Belar, into which the river Sirion flowed. After the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, Círdan and Gil-galad resided on the Isle of Belar within that bay. Balcoth, an Easterling people related to the Wainriders, invaded Calenardon in the year 2510 of the Third Age, only to be defeated at the Battle of the Field of Celebrant. Balin, a dwarf of the House of Durin, travelled as a companion of Thorin Oakenshield and briefly ruled as Lord of Moria. The forester Barak belonged to the people of Haleth in the tale of the Faithful Stone. Sauron's stronghold in Mordor was the dreaded Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower, and he was known as the Lord of Barad-dûr. Barad Eithel, meaning Tower of the Well, was the fortress of the Noldor at Eithel Sirion. Baragund, father of Morwen, who married Húrin, was a nephew of Barahir and one of his 12 companions on Dorthonion. Barahir, father of Beren, saved Finrod Felagund during the Dagor Bragollach and was gifted his famous ring before being slain on Dorthonion. The Barandwin, a long gold-brown river in Eriador, was called the Brandywine by hobbits in the Shire, giving its name to the Brandywine Bridge. When the petty dwarf Mime surrendered his home on Aman route to Turin, he named it Bar en Danwed, the House of Ransom, also known as Ecad Isedrin. His original dwelling there was called Bar en Nibin Noig, the House of the Petty Dwarves. Not far south of Amon Rûd stood the stronghold known as Bar Erib in the region of Dor Corthol. East of the Old Forest stretched the Barrow Downs, hills bearing great burial mounds said to have been constructed in the First Age by the ancestors of the Edain before they entered Beleriand. These lands were also called Tern Gorthad. Malevolent spirits known as Barrow Wights inhabited these ancient mounds. The Battle of Azanul Bizarre is detailed under its valley entry, and the Battle of Dagorlad is likewise referenced under Dagorlad. During the War of the Ring, Sauron's northern army triumphed over the men of Dale and the dwarves of Erebor in the Battle of Dale. In the year 1944 of the Third Age, King Eärnil II of Gondor achieved a significant victory over the Wainriders in Ithilien, known as the Battle of the Camp. The Battle of the Field of Celebrant is noted under that field's name. A pivotal naval engagement, the Battle of the Gwathlo, saw the Númenóreans rout Sauron's forces in the Second Age around the year 1700. In the War of the Ring, Saruman's army launched an assault on the Hornburg, a conflict termed the Battle of the Hornburg. The Battle of the Pelennor Fields is referenced under Pelennor. The Wain Riders defeated King Narmazil II of Gondor in the lands south of Mirkwood in the year 1856 of the Third Age, in what is called the Battle of the Plains. The Battle of Tumhalad is noted under Tumhalad, and the Battle Plain is another name for Dagorlad. During the War of the Ring, two major clashes occurred between the riders of Rohan and Saruman's forces emerging from Isengard, known collectively as the Battles of the Fords of Isen. Morgoth bore the epithet Bauglir, meaning the constrainer. References to the Bay of Balar are found under Balar. The Bay of Belfalas is part of the larger region of Belfalas. The beacons of Gondor were a series of signal fires used to alert Rohan. Beleg was an elf from Doriath, renowned as a master archer and the leader of King Thingol's border guards. He became a close friend and companion to Turin. Though tragically Turin later caused his death, he was also known as Cuthalion, meaning strongbow. The great sea of the west, separating Middle-earth from Ammon, is called Belega-ur, often referred to simply as the sea. One of the two great dwarven cities within the Blue Mountains was Belegust. Belegund was the father of Rian, who married Hor. He was also a nephew of Barahir and one of the 12 companions who stood with him on Dorthonion. The lands west of the Blue Mountains during the Elder Days were known as Beleriand, divided into east and west by the river Sirion. The first battle of Beleriand was fought there, and the adjective form is Beleriandic. Belfalas was a coastal fief of Gondor overlooking its namesake bay. Beor led the first group of men to enter Beleriand, founding the first house of the Edain, whose members are called Beorians. The Beornings were men living in the upper vales of Anduin. Beregar, a man from the western lands of Númenor and a descendant of Beor's house, was the father of Erendis. The most famous Beren was a man of the house of Beor who retrieved a Silmaril from Morgoth's crown and uniquely returned from the dead. He was later called a Chamian, or one hand, and Camlost, meaning empty-handed. Another Beren served as the 19th ruling steward of Gondor and entrusted the keys of Orthanc to Saruman. Bereth was the sister of Baragund and Belegund and an ancestress of Erendis. Queen Berutiel was married to Tiranan Falastur, the 12th king of Gondor. Bilbo Baggins, a hobbit of the Shire, famously discovered the One Ring. The Black Captain is another name for the Lord of the Nazgul. An Easterling known as Khamul is sometimes called the Black Easterling. The Black Gate is the common name for the Morannon. The Black King refers to Morgoth, while Black Riders are the Nazgul. The titles Black Sword or Black Sword refer to Gurthang or the epithet Mormigil. The Blessed Realm is Aman. The Blue Mountains are also called Ered Linden or Ered Luin. The Blue Ring is Vilya, and the Blue Wizards are the Ithrin Luin. The Book of the Kings was a historical chronicle of Gondor, and the Book of the Stewards recorded the line of the stewards. Boromir was the elder son of Denethor II, steward of Gondor, and a member of the Fellowship of the Ring. Borondir, called Udalraf, or the Stirrupless, was the rider from Minas Tirith who carried Steward Sirion's plea for aid to Eorl. The bow of return is Oialera. The Bracegirdles were a family of hobbits in the Shire, which included Lobelia Bracegirdle. The Dago Bragalac, or the Battle of Sudden Flame, is often shortened to Bragalac. Brand, the third king of Dale and grandson of Bard the Bowman, fell during the Battle of Dale. Brandir was the ruler of the people of Haleth in Brethil when Turin Turambar arrived. Turin later slew him and mockingly called him Clubfoot. The Brandywine River is the Barandwin. Bree was the main village in the Breeland, situated at the crossroads of the old Númenorian roads in Eriador, home to both men and hobbits. Brego, son of Eorl the Young, was the second king of Rohan. Bregalus was the brother of Barahir and father of Baragund and Belegund. Their father was Bregor, and a famed heirloom was the bow of Bregor preserved in Númenor. The forest of Bretel lay between the rivers Teiglin and Sirion in Beleriand and was home to the people of Haleth, also referred to as woodmen. The black thorn of Bretel was the sword Gurthang. The Brithiach was a ford over the Sirion north of Brethil. Brithumbar was the northernmost of the havens of the Phalas on the coast of Beleriand, where the river Brithan flowed into the sea. An Easterling named Brodda, called the Incomer, settled in Hithlum after the Nirnaeth Arnawidiad took Hurin's kinswoman Erin as his wife and was later killed by Turin. The Brown Lands were a barren waste between Mirkwood and the Emyn Muil. The Bruinen, or Loudwater, was a river in Eriador that joined the Mithihel to form the Gwathlo. The ford of Bruinen was located below Rivendell. The Bucklebury Ferry crossed the Brandywine River between Bucklebury and the Marish. Bywater was a village in the Shire, a short distance southeast of Hobbiton. Cabed and Arras, the Deer's Leap, was a deep gorge in the River Teiglin, where Turin slew the dragon Glaurung, and where Nienor leaped to her death. Cabed Neramath, known as the Leap of Dreadful Doom, was once called Cabed and Arras. Its name changed forever after Nienor threw herself from its cliffs in a moment of despair. To the north of Minas Tirith lies Caer Andros, an island fortress in the Anduin River, built by Gondor to guard Anorian. Calenardon, meaning the Green Province, was the old name for the lands that would become Rohan when it still formed the northern reaches of Gondor. The Gap of Calenardon, later known as the Gap of Rohan, was watched over by Eorl, the first king of Calenardon. Among the beacon hills of Gondor stood Calenhad, the sixth in the line along the Ered Nimraes. Its name likely comes from green space, referring to the flat, grassy summit of the hill. King Calamitar, the 30th ruler of Gondor, won a great victory against the Wain Riders on the Dagorlad in the year 1899 of the Third Age. In the Bay of Ravenna, the Calmindon, or Light Tower, rose from Tol Uanen. The pass of Caradhras, often called the Redhorn Gate, cuts through the misty mountains beneath the peak of Caradhras itself, one of the mountains that guard the ancient realm of Moria. Deep within Lothlorien lies Caras Galadhon, the city of the trees, the heart of the elven realm there. When Arnor fractured, Cardolan emerged as one of its three successor kingdoms bordered by the Baranduin River to the west and the East Road to the north. Carndum served as the primary stronghold of the witch realm of Angmar. From the Iron Hills flows the Carnan, or Redwater, joining the larger River Running. The Carrock is a stony island in the upper stretches of the Anduin, near the ford of Carrock. The Selduin, known as the River Running, travels from the Lonely Mountain all the way to the distant Sea of Rhûn. The name Celeborn belongs first to the Silver Tree of Tol Eressëa, and second to the Lord of Lothlorien, kinsman of Thingol and husband of Galadriel. The celebrant, or Silverlode, begins in the Mirrormere and wins through Lothlorien to meet the Anduin. Celebrian was the daughter of Celeborn and Galadriel and wife to Elrond. The master smith Celebrimbor, whose name means silver hand, forged the three rings for the elves and was later slain by Sauron. In the forest of Brethil, the stream Celebros, meaning silver foam, cascades down to meet the Teiglin River. Celegorm was the third son of Fëanor. The Selon River has its source in the hill of Himring in East Beleriand. One of the rivers of Lebenin in Gondor is the Selos, a tributary of the Sirith. Its name derived from an ancient word for a swift-flowing spring. A rider of Rohan named Searle brought crucial news of the second battle at the fords of Isen. In Lothlorien, the mound of Serin Amroth stands as a memorial in the Númenórean calendar. The month of Sermia corresponds to our July. The dwarves are often called the children of Oli, while elves and men together are known as the children of Ilúvatar, the children of the world, or simply the children of earth. The circles of the world refer to the vast, layered reality of Arda. Círdan, the shipwright, a Tellerin elf, was lord of the havens of the Phalas. After their ruin, he escaped with Gil-galad to the Isle of Balar and later became the keeper of the Grey Havens, where he was entrusted with Narya, the Ring of Fire. Cirion, the 12th ruling steward of Gondor, granted Calenardon to the Rohirrim following their joint victory at the Field of Celebrant in the year 2510. Cirith Duath, the Shadow Cleft, was the earlier name for Cirith Ungol. Cirith Fawn and Andrath, the high pass north of Rivendell, is also called the Pass of Imladris. Tuor named a ravine in Dorloman Cirith Niniach the Rainbow Cleft, for the way light played upon its waterfalls as it descended toward the Firth of Drengist. Finally, Cirith Ungol, the spider's cleft, is a perilous pass through the Ifel Duath Mountains above the cursed city of Minas Morgul. Siriato was the Numenorean admiral who led the fleet dispatched by Tar-Minastir to support Gil-galad in the war against Sauron. Sirion, the third son of Isildur, met his end at the Gladden Fields. The common speech, also known as Westron, served as the widespread tongue. The Corsairs of Umbar were a notorious maritime force. Farmer Tolman Cotton was a hobbit from Bywater. The Council of Elrond was the pivotal gathering in Rivendell before the Fellowship of the Ring set out. Various councils are referenced, including the Council of the Scepter in Númenor, the Council of Gondor, and the White Council. The Crisagrim were the jagged peaks south of Gondolin, home to the Great Eagles led by Thorondor. The crossings refer to a location on the river Teiglin. Cuivianen, meaning water of awakening, was the lake in Middle-earth where the elves first stirred into life. Curufin, the fifth son of Feanor, was the father of Celebrimbor. Curumo is the Quenya name for the one known as Curunir or Saruman. Curunir, translated as the one of cunning devices, is his Sindarin name, also called Curunir Lun or Saruman the White. Cuthalion, meaning strong bow, is an epithet for Beleg. Daron was the minstrel of Doriath, whose love for Luthien led him to betray her twice. He was also a friend or kinsman of Searos. The Dagor Bragollach, the Battle of Sudden Flame, was the fourth great conflict in the Wars of Beleriand, which shattered the long siege of Angband. The Dagor Dagorath is the prophesied final battle. The Dagorlad, or Battle Plain, lay east of the Emyn Muil near the Dead Marshes, site of the climactic battle between Sauron and the Last Alliance at the close of the Second Age. Later conflicts on the Dagorlad included King Calamitta's victory over the Wain Riders in the year 1899 of the Third Age and the defeat and death of King Ondoher in 1944. Dain Ironfoot was lord of the Dwarvivs of the Iron Hills and later king under the mountain, falling in the Battle of Dale. Dale was the land of the Bardings at the base of the Lonely Mountain, allied with the Dwarven kingdom. The term Dark Elves refers to the Avari in Númenor Middle-earth, was sometimes called the Dark Lands. The title Dark Lord was held by both Morgoth and Sauron. The Dark Plague is another name for the Great Plague. Dark Power is a reference to Sauron. The Dark Years describe the period of Sauron's dominion in the Second Age. The Dead Marshes were vast, foul wetlands southeast of the Emyn Muil, where phantoms of those slain on the Dagorlad could be glimpsed. The dead men of Dunharrow are the spectral army cursed to haunt that place. Deagol, a stour hobbit from the Vales of Anduin, was the original finder of the One Ring. The Deeping seems to refer to the Deeping Combe. The Deeping Combe was the valley leading up to the fortress of Helm's Deep. The Deeping Road ran north from the Combe to meet the Great Road east of the fords of Isen. The Deeping stream flowed out from Helm's Deep down into the Westfold. Deer's Leap is another name for Cabed en Arus. The first Denethor led the Nandarin elves across the Blue Mountains into Osiriand and was slain on Amon Ereb in the first battle of Beleriand. The second Denethor was the 26th and last ruling steward of Gondor, lord of Minas Tirith during the War of the Ring and father to Boromir and Faramir. His stewardship was a burden of grim foresight and simmering despair, a weight that ultimately twisted his mind in the face of the shadow. Eor was the seventh king of Rohan. Dimbar was the region between the rivers Sirion and Mindeb. Dimril Dale is also called Nandu Hirion. Dimrost, meaning the rainy stair, was the name for the falls of Celebros in the forest of Brethil, later known as Nen Girith. Dior Elushel was the son of Beren and Luthien, heir to Thingol and king of Doriath after him. He possessed the Silmaril and was slain by the sons of Fëanor. Dirhavel, a man of Dor Lomin, composed the epic Narn y Húrin. The Dir Neath was a wedge-shaped battle formation employed by the Dunedain. Dol Amroth was a formidable stronghold on a cape of Belfalis, named for Amroth, the king of Lorien, and ruled by its lords or princes such as Angelimar, Adrahil, and Imrahil. Dol Baran, the gold-brown hill, marked the southern end of the Misty Mountains, where Peregrine took foolishly gazed into the palantir of Orthancs. Dol Guldur, the hill of sorcery, was a barren height in southwestern Mirkwood, the fortress of the necromancer before he was revealed as Sauron returned to power. It was originally called Amon Lunk Dor Cuathol, the land of bow and helm, was the realm defended by Beleg and Turin from their stronghold upon Amon Root. West of the river Gilrine in Gondor lay Dor Ener Nil, the land of the prince. Doriath, the land of the fence, was the hidden kingdom of Thingol and Melian, shielded by the girdle of Melian within the forests of Neldaroth and Region, and ruled from the great halls of Menegroth beside the river Esgalduin. It was often called the Guarded or the Hidden Realm. Dorlus was a man of Brethil who joined Turin and Hunthor in their quest to confront Glaurung. Yet his courage failed him and he turned back in terror. He was later slain by Brandir. His wife remained in Brethil, a silent figure of grief. The region of Dor Lomin in southern Hithlum was the fief of the house of Hador and the beloved homeland of Hurin and Morwen. The mountains forming its southern border were part of the Ered Wethrin range. Morwen was known as the Lady of Dor Lomin, and Hurin, and later Turin, as its lords. The dragon helm of Dor Lomin, a famed heirloom of Hador's house, was borne by Turin and was sometimes called the dragon head of the north. To the north of Beleriand rose the great pine-clad highlands of Dorthonion, later known as Tor Nufuin. The downfall refers to the catastrophic sinking of Numenor in the Shire. The downs typically indicate the White Downs of the West Farthing. The dragon helm, also simply called the Dragon of Dor Lomin, was a symbol of great power and dread. For specific dragons, one would look to Glaurung or Smaug. Dramborleg was the mighty axe of Tuor, which was carried across the sea and kept in Numenor. The Firth of Drengist was a long sea inlet cutting through the Ered Lomin between Lamath and Nevrast. The Druidan forest in Anorion at the eastern feet of the Ered Nimrais sheltered the last remnants of the Druidaean, or wild men, into the Third Age. This people, referred to as Druith or Drewfolk, were also called Woses by others. Their old land in the promontory of Andrast was named Druith Iowa, the old Pukal wilderness. The dry river was the ancient waterless course that once flowed from the encircling mountains to join Sirion, marking the hidden entrance to Gondolin. The Dundain were the men of the west. The Númenóreans, Nan Dungortheb, the valley of dreadful death, lay between the terrifying cliffs of Ered Gorgoroth and the girdle of Melian. Dunharrow was a fortified refuge high in the Ered Nimrais above Harrowdale, reached by a winding path guarded by stone figures known as Pukal-men. The cursed dead men of Dunharrow were ancient inhabitants of those mountains who broke an oath to Isildur. Dunhair, a rider of Rohan and lord of Harrowdale, fought at the fords of Isen and perished on the Pilinor fields. Dunland was a rugged country on the western slopes near the southern end of the Misty Mountains, home to the Dunlendings. These folk were remnants of an ancient race, kin to the dead men of Dunharrow and the men of Bree. One such Dunlending, a sly, squint-eyed southerner, acted as Saruman's agent at the inn in Bree. Durin I was the eldest of the seven fathers of the Dwarves. Thorin Oakenshield was considered the heir of Durin, and his people were Durin's folk or the House of Durin. Durin III was king of this house in Khazad Dûm during Sauron's attack on Eregion. The dwarf road descended from Nogrod and Belegast into Beleriand, crossing the river Gelion at Sarn Athrad. It was also known by the elvish name Men Ainorgrim, which translates to the Old Forest Road. The Dweller in the Deep is a title for Ulmo, the Lord of Waters. Dwym Ordine, meaning Phantom Vale, was the name given to Lothlorien by the Rohirrim. Ea is the elvish word for the world, the material universe, meaning it is, the very word spoken by Ilúvatar at the moment of creation. The great eagles dwelt in the peaks of the Chrysagrim, and eagles were also sent to Númenor as the witnesses of Manwë. Gwaihir, the great eagle, was the one who saved Gandalf from the pinnacle of Orthancs. The ship Eambar, whose name likely translates to sea-dwelling, was constructed by Tar Aldarion to serve as both his residence and the headquarters for the guildhouse of the Venturers, Eärendil, born in the hidden city of Gondolin to Tor and Idril. Later married Elwing, daughter of Dior, he became the father of Elrond and Elros. In a desperate voyage with Elwing to Armon, he successfully entreated the Valar for aid against Morgoth. As a testament to his plea, he was set to sail the heavens in his ship Vengeilert, carrying the Silmaril, once borne by Luthien, becoming the mariner of the Evening Star. The Elessar is also known as the Stone of Eärendil. Eärendil was the younger brother of Tar Ilendil, born in the year 361 of the Second Age. Another figure of the same name was the 15th Lord of Undunia and brother to Lindoria, who was the grandmother of Tar Palantir in Gondor's history. Eärendil II reigned as the 32nd king, celebrated for his decisive victories over the Haradrim and the Wainriders in the year 1944 of the Third Age. His successor, Eärnur, was the 33rd and final king, meeting his end in the accursed tower of Minas Morgul. Eowyn, daughter of King Olwe of Alcolonde, wed Finarfin and was mother to Finrod, Orodreth, Angrod, Aegna, and Galadriel. To the east of Mirkwood lay the East Bight, a vast inward curve in the forest border. Also referenced in relation to the narrows of the forest, the term Easterlings refers to two distinct peoples. In the First Age, these were men who arrived in Beleriand after the Dagor Bragolach. They fought on both sides during the Nirnaeth Arnoediad and were later granted Hithlum by Morgoth, where they tyrannized the remaining people of Hodor, earning them the local name of Incomers. In the Third Age, Easterlings became a general label for the successive invasions of men from the east who assailed Gondor, including groups like the Wainriders and the Balchoth. The Eastfold was a region of Rohan situated on the northern slopes of the White Mountains to the east of the capital, Edoras. The name incorporates an old word for land or region. The East Mark constituted the eastern military division of Rohan, separated from the West Mark by the rivers Snowbourn and Entwash. It had its own marshal and muster. The refuge established by Turin and Beleg on Amon Route was known as Ikad I Cedrin, the camp of the faithful. The Echoing Mountains are another name for Ered Lomin. The Echoriath, or the Encircling Mountains, were the high peaks that surrounded the hidden plain of Tumladen, sheltering the city of Gondolin, and were also called the Mountains of Turgon. Icthelion was an elf lord of Gondolin, renowned as the Lord of the Fountains and the Warden of the Great Gate. A later namesake, Icthelion, served as the 25th ruling steward of Gondor and was the father of Denethor II. The Edain, singular Adan, were the men of the three houses who befriended the elves. The haven of Edhelland, also called Amroth's Haven, was located in Belfalas, near where the rivers Morthond and Ringlow met. The terms Edhelrim and Eladrim both signify the elves in Sindarin. Edoras, meaning the courts, was the royal town of Rohan, built at the foot of the White Mountains. Egelmuth was the 18th ruling steward of Gondor. On the coast of Beleriand, Eglarist was the southern of the two havens of the Folas. In the beacon chain of Gondor, Eilenach was the second hill, the highest point in the Druadan forest. Its ancient pre-Númenorian name related to Eilenach was Eilenaer, which was later called Amon Anwar or Halifirian. The fortress of Barad Eithel, meaning Sirian's well, guarded the eastern springs of the river Sirian in the shadows of Ered Wethrin. An Ekit was a short sword with a characteristically broad blade. The flower Eleanor, a small, golden, star-shaped bloom, was found in both Tol Eressëa and Lothlorien. Samwise Gamgee honored this flower by naming his daughter Eleanor. Ellaton of Andúnië was a Númenorian, the husband of Silmarien and father of Valandil, the first lord of Andúnië. On the western shores of Númenor lay the Bay of Eldana, towards the Eldar, and within it the haven of Eldalonde, the haven of the Eldar, which was renowned for its beauty and called the Green, the Eldar, the elves of the three kindreds. The Vanyar, the Noldor, and the Teleri are often simply called elves in many texts, particularly those of Beleriand and Erised. The term elder children refers to the children of Ilúvatar, while the title elder king is claimed by both Manwë and in his arrogance by Morgoth. The name Eledwen belongs to Morwen, and Elimakil was the elf captain who commanded the outer gate guard of the hidden city of Gondolin. Elendil, the son of Amandil, was the last lord of Andunier. Though descended from the line of Erendil and Elwing, he was not in the direct succession of the kings of Númenor. He escaped the cataclysm of the drowning of Númenor with his sons, Isildur and Anarion, and founded the exiled Númenorian kingdoms in Middle-earth. His life ended alongside Gil-galad's during the final overthrow of Sauron at the close of the Second Age, known as the Tall and the Faithful. His legacy lived on through the heirs of Elendil and his house. The Star of Elendil, also called the Elendilmere, was the white gem that served as the crown jewel of the kings of Arnor, a symbol of the North Kingdom. The palantir housed in the White Towers was known as the Elendil Stone. His grandson Elendur, the eldest son of Isildur, met his fate during the disaster at the Gladden Fields. The great island of Númenor was poetically named Elenonore, the land named Starwards, a fuller form often found in chronicles. The name Elentimo, meaning Star Watcher, was given to Tar Meneldor. The tragic figure of Elenwë, wife of Turgon, perished during the terrible crossing of the grinding ice of the Helcaraxel, a loss that forever shadowed her husband's heart. The Elisar was a jewel of great renown. The first was a green stone of healing crafted in Gondolin for Idril, daughter of Turgon, who later gave it to her son Erendil. This elf stone, also called the Stone of Erendil, was said to have been given by Arwen to Aragorn, though whether it was the original jewel returned or a second made in its image is a matter of legend. Ironically, the name itself, Elisar, meaning elf stone, was also the royal name foretold for Aragorn, under which he ruled the reunited kingdom. A neat bit of prophetic branding, you might say. Elf friends are known as the Atani, or Edain. Among men, Elfhelm was a marshal of Rohan who fought at the Second Battle of the Fords of Isen and later defended Anorion. The title Elfstone refers to both jewels. Elfwine, the Fair, was the son of King Eomer of Rohan, and Lotiriel of Dol Amroth. In Doriath, Elmo was the younger brother of Elwë, Thingol, and Olwë. Some tales name him as grandfather to Celeborn. The tallest of the White Towers upon the Emin Beraid, or Tower Hills, was Ilostirion, which held the Elendil Stone. The brothers Elrond and Elros, sons of Eärendil and Elwing, made the choice of the half-elven. Elrond chose the life of the firstborn and remained in Middle-earth as the master of Imladris, keeper of the Ring of Air, Vilya, until the Third Age ended. Elros chose mortality and became Tar Minyatar, the first king of Númenor, founding the long line of Elros. Their mother, Elwing, daughter of Dior, fled Doriath with the Silmaril and wed Eärendil at the mouths of Sirion. In Númenor, the inland region of Middlemar held the sheep pastures of Emeria, associated with Erendis, the White Lady. The Princess Taron Kalime was called Imerwen, or Shepherdess, in her youth. The Emin Beraid, or Tower Hills, rose in western Eriador. The dark peaks bordering Mirkwood were first called the Emin Dwyer, the Dark Mountains, later renamed the gloomier Emin Nufuin, Mountains under Night. East of the Great River, Anduin lay the desolate, rocky country of the Emin Mule, the drear hills surrounding the lake Nen Hithoel above the falls of Rauros. Finally, to guard the Blessed Realm, the Valar set the Enchanted Isles, also called the Shadowy Isles, in the Great Sea east of Tol Eressëa during the hiding of Valinor, the encircling mountains. Are another name for the Echoriath, Enidwaith, meaning middle folk, refers to the region lying between the rivers Greyflood and Isen. The title The Enemy is applied to both Morgoth and Sauron. In Gondolin, the renowned jewelsmith was named Enahil for information on the tree shepherds. See the entries for Enid and Onodrim. The ship Entulesse, meaning return, carried Veantor of Númenor on the first recorded voyage back to Middle-earth. Entwaed is the ford crossing the river Entwash, which flows from Fangorn Forest through Rohan to the Nindalf Marshes. In Rohan, Fangorn Forest is often called the Entwood. The Sindarin word for Ents is Enid, the plural of Onid. Eofor was the third son of Brego, the second king of Rohan and an ancestor of Eomer. The Rohirrim term Eohera denotes the full muster of their cavalry. Eol, known as the Dark Elf, dwelt in Nan Elmoth and was the father of Maeglin. Eomer, nephew and foster son of King Theoden, served as third Marshal of the Mark during the War of the Ring, and later became the 18th King of Rohan, maintaining a close friendship with King Elisar. The first Ealmund was a chief captain of the Ealtheod during the legendary Ride of Eorl. The second Ealmund was a chief marshal of Rohan who married Theodwyn, sister of Theoden, and was father to Eomer and Eowyn. Among the Maiar, Eonver stands as one of the mightiest, serving as the herald of Manwë and leading the host of the Valar in the final assault on Morgoth that ended the First Age. And Eodiz is a mounted company of the riders of the Ealtheod. Eorl the Young, lord of the Ealtheod, famously rode from the distant north to aid Gondor against the Balchoth invasion. In gratitude, Steward Sirion granted him the land of Calenardon, where Eorl founded the kingdom of Rohan, becoming its first king. He is remembered as Lord of the Ealtheod, Lord of the Riders, Lord of the Rohirrim, and King of the Mark. His story is chronicled alongside Sirion, including the solemn oath of Eorl. His people are the Eorlings, also known as the Rohirrim. The name Ealtheod refers both to these people, later called the Rohirrim, and to their original northern land. Eowyn, sister of Eomer and later wife of Faramir, earned legendary status as the slayer of the Lord of the Nazgul on the Pelennor fields. Among the Eldar, an Epessa is an after-name received in addition to one's given names. Ethel Brandir, the encircling fence of Brandir, was the settlement of the men of Bretil upon Amon Obel. The mountain range between Gondor and Mordor is the Ethel Duath, the Fence of Shadow. For Ecamion, see the entry for Beren. Erebor, the Lonely Mountain, lies east of the northern reaches of Mirkwood and was the site of the dwarven kingdom under the mountain and the lair of the dragon Smaug. Ered Linden is another name for the Ered Luin, or Blue Mountains. The northern border of Mordor is formed by the Ered Lithui, the Ash Mountains. Western fence of Hithlum is the Ered Lomin, the Echoing Mountains, the great chain of the Ered Luin, also called the Blue Mountains or Western Mountains, originally separated Beleriand from Eriador and later became the northwestern coastal range of Middle-earth. North of Mirkwood stretch the Ered Mithrin, the Grey Mountains. South of the Misty Mountains run the Ered Nimrais, the White Mountains or White Horn Mountains, the great curving range bordering Anfauglith to the west and separating Hithlum from West Beleriand is the Ered Wethrin, the Mountains of Shadow. Eregion, the land of Holly called Hollin by men, was a Noldorin realm founded in the Second Age by Galadriel and Celeborn in alliance with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm. It was later destroyed by Sauron. Erennion, meaning Scion of Kings, was a given name of Gil-galad. Ereles is the name of the fourth beacon of Gondor in the White Mountains, a name of pre-Númenórean origin that, while Sindarin in style, holds no clear meaning in that language. The hill was a treeless expanse of green, making the terms for single or leaf seem entirely out of place. Erendis, known as the Mariner's Wife, shared a profound love with Tar Aldarion that tragically soured into deep-seated animosity. She was the mother of Tarin Kalima and was often called the Lady of the Westlands or the White Lady of Emeria. The lonely isle, Tol Eressëa, rests in the Bay of Eldamar. To the east, the lands of Eriador stretch between the Misty Mountains and the Blue Mountains. In Rohan, Erkenbrand served as the master of Westfold and guardian of the Hornburg, later becoming a marshal under King Eomer. The supreme being, known as Eru or Ilúvatar, was honored at the Hallow on the Meneltama. Númenóreans held three great feasts for Eru: the spring Eru Kiamé for prayer, the midsummer Erulatali for praise, and the autumn Erohantal for thanksgiving. The vast forest of Erin Galen was commonly called Greenwood the Great, though after the War of the Ring it was renamed Erin las Galen, the Wood of Green Leaves. Further south along the coast lay the dark, foreboding cape of Erin Vaughan. The river Esgalduin wound through Doriath, separating the woods of Neldoreth and Region before joining the Syrian. After the disaster at the Gladden Fields, Estelmo, esquire to Elenda, was among the few survivors. The land of Estelad, south of Nan Elmeth, became the early dwelling place for the men, following Beor and Marak after they crossed the Blue Mountains, a harsh, open country that tested their resolve and forged unexpected alliances between their leaders. The great river's delta, known as the Ether Anduin, emptied into the Bay of Belfalas. The crossing points on the river Isen were called the Ethrade Engrin, or the Fords of Isen. A foul wind from Angband, known as the Evil Breath, swept into Dor-Lomin, bringing a sickness that claimed the life of Turin's young sister, Erwin. The Noldor, who defied the Valar to return to Middle-earth, were forever known as the Exiles. Gwyndor gave Finduilas the name Falivrin, while the elves as a whole were often called the Fair Folk. In Númenor's later days, those who kept faith with the Eldar and the Valar were known as the Faithful, a title that would be revived in the Fourth Age. The western coasts of Beleriand were the Falas, home to the Havens and the Telerin elves, known as the Falathrim, led by Círdan. Among hobbits, the Faloides were one of the three distinct peoples. The ancient Ent Fangorn, also called Treebeard, was the guardian of the vast Fangorn forest at the southeastern edge of the Misty Mountains. Faramir, son of Ondoher, was slain fighting the Wain Riders. Another Faramir, the younger son of Steward Denethor II, served as captain of the Rangers of Ithilien, and after the War of the Ring became the Prince of Ithilien and Steward of Gondor. The distant south was called Far Harad. Fëanor, the fiery eldest son of Finwë, was the craftsman of the Silmarils and the leader of the Noldor rebellion. His followers were the Fëanorians. The Valar Namo and Eomo, masters of spirits, were called the Fëanturi. Finrod was best known by the name Felagund after founding Nargothrond. Eorl the Young's mighty horse was named Felaroth. The Fellwinter followed the fall of Nargothrond. The region west of the Meering stream in Rohan was the Fenmarch. In Bree, the Ferny family included the unsavory Bill Ferny. The Field of Celebrant referred to the grasslands between the Silverlode and Limelight rivers. A place of both pastoral peace and historic conflict, the Field of Celebrant is most famously remembered as the site of a great battle in the year 2510 of the Third Age, where Steward Sirion and Eorl the Young achieved a decisive victory against the invading Balcot forces. Fili was a dwarf of the noble line of Durin, serving as both nephew and loyal companion to Thorin Oakenshield. He met his end during the brutal conflict known as the Battle of Five Armies. Finarfin, the third son of Finwë and a half-brother to Fëanor, chose not to join the exile of the Noldor, remaining instead in the Blessed Realm to govern those of his people who stayed in Tirion. He was the father of several notable elves, including Finrod, Orodreth, Angrod, Aegnor, and the Lady Galadriel. The first Finduilas was the daughter of Orodreth. Her love was given to Gwyndor, but she was taken captive when Nargothrond fell and was later slain by orcs near the crossings of the river Teglin. Her final resting place being the Hord Enelith. The second Finduilas was a princess of Dol Amroth, daughter of Prince Adrahil, who became the wife of Denethor II, the steward of Gondor, and mother to his sons Boromir and Faramir. Fingolfin, the second son of Finwë and the elder half-brother of Fëanor, rose to become the High King of the Noldor in Beleriand, ruling from his halls in Hithlum. His reign ended in a legendary, if tragic, single combat against the Dark Lord Morgoth. He was the father of Fingon, Turgon, and Aradhel. His eldest son, Fingon, succeeded him as High King and met his own end at the hands of the Balrog Gothmog during the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, the Nin Eighth Arnawediad. He was the father of Gil-galad. Finrod, the eldest son of Finarfin, was the founder and first king of the hidden realm of Nargothrond, earning him the epithet Felagund or Cave Hewer. His life was given in the defense of the mortal Beren within the dark dungeons of Tol in Gauhot. Their father, Finwë, was the original king of the Noldor in Aman, and father to Fëanor, Fingolfin, and Finarfin. He was slain by Morgoth at his stronghold of Formenos. The landscape of Middle-earth holds many places, such as the Firion Dale, the cleft from which the Meering stream begins its course. The nearby Firion is simply another name for the great Firion wood, which cloaks the slopes of the Haliphirion mountain and is sometimes poetically called the Whispering Wood or the Wood of Anwar. The fords of Isen, known in Elvish as Athrad Angren, were a crucial crossing point on the old Númenórean road and the site of several pivotal battles. Other key crossings included the ford of Carrock over the Anduin and the fords of the Poros on the southern road to Harad. The forest river wound its way from the Grey Mountains down through the dark trees of northern Mirkwood to empty into the Long Lake. In the north lay Fornost, the northern fortress, once the seat of the kings of Arnor after they left Annúminas. The northernmost reach of Númenor was the Forostar, often called simply the Northlands. Among the leaders of the Eotheod, the ancestors of the Rohirrim were Forthwini, son of Marhwini and Frumgar, who led their people on their great northward migration from the Vales of Anduin. In the darker tales of the First Age, Forwake was a man of Dor-lómin, and the captain of the outlaw band Turin joined, only to be killed by Turin himself. In Rohan, Frealaf became the 10th king, reclaiming the throne after the line of his uncle, Helm Hammerhand. Helm himself is remembered for his confrontation with the arrogant vassal Freka, whom the king slew. The term free men of the north broadly refers to the Northmen, those peoples unconquered by the darkness of the east. And of course there is Frodo Baggins, the hobbit of the Shire, who bore the One Ring on its final fateful journey. In the realm of the elves, Galaton was the father of Celeborn. The Galadrim were the elven people who dwelt in the golden woods of Lothlorien. In the south, Galador was the first lord of Dol Amroth, born of the union between the Númenórean Imraza and the elf maid Mithrellas. Lastly, there was Galadriel, daughter of Finarfin, who rebelled against the Valar and journeyed to Middle-earth. She remained there after the First Age with her husband Celeborn, becoming the timeless and powerful lady of Lothlorien, a ruler whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the Marlorn trees, known by many names, including Lady of the Noldor, Lady of the Golden Wood, and the White Lady. She is also referenced as Altariel, Artanis, and Nerwen. Galathil was the brother of Celeborn and father to Nimloth, who would become the mother of Elwing. Galdor, called the Tall, succeeded his father Hador Goldenhead as Lord of Dor-lómin. He was the father of Hurin and Hor and fell at Eithel Sirion. The Gamgee family were hobbits of the Shire, with notable members including Elenor, Hamfast, and Samwise. Gamel Zirak, known as the Old, was a dwarf smith and the master of Telchar of Norgrod. Gandalf, one of the Istari or wizards, was a member of the Fellowship of the Ring. The name Gandalf, meaning Elf of the Wand, was given to him by northern men. He is also known as Olorin, Mithrandir, Incanus, Tharkun, and Greyheim. The Gap of Rohan, sometimes called simply the Gap, was an opening roughly 20 miles wide between the end of the Misty Mountains and the northern spur of the White Mountains, through which the river Isen flowed. It was also known as the Gap of Calenardon. The Gate of the Noldor refers to Anon in Gilead. The gates of Mordor are the Morannon. The Garwaith, translated as Wolfmen, was the outlaw band on Doriath's western borders that Turin joined and eventually led. Gelmir was a Noldorin elf who, with Arminas, encountered Tur at Anoningiliat and later travelled to Nargothrond to deliver a warning to Orodreth. Gethron, a man of Hurin's household, along with Grithnir, escorted Turin to Doriath and later returned to Dor-lómin. Ganburi Gan, often called simply Gan, was the chieftain of the Druedain, the wild men of Druedan Forest. Gil-galad, meaning Star of Radiance, was the name by which Erenin, son of Fingon, was known. After Turgon's death, he became the last High King of the Noldor in Middle-earth. Ruling from Lindon after the First Age, he led the last alliance of elves and men with Elendil and perished with him in battle against Sauron. He is called the King of the Elves, and his realm was the land of Gil-galad or Lindon. Gilmith was the sister of Galador, the first lord of Dol Amroth. The Gilrain is a river in Lebenin, Gondor, flowing into the Bay of Belfalas west of the Ether Anduin. Gimilchad was the younger son of Ar-Gimilzor and Inzilbeth, and the father of Ar-Pharazôn, the last king of Númenor. Gimil-Zagar was the second son of Tar-Kalmasil. Gimli, son of Glóin, was a dwarf of the House of Durin and a member of the Fellowship of the Ring. The Gladden River flows from the Misty Mountains to join the Anduin at the Gladden Fields, a translation of the Sindarin name Sir Ninglor. The Gladden Fields themselves, a partial translation of Loig Ningloron, were vast areas of reed and iris where the Gladden met the Anduin. Glimscrafu, meaning Caves of Radiance, was the name in Rohan for Aglarond. Glamdring was the sword carried by Gandalf. Glamhoth is the Sindarin word for orcs. The Glanduin, or border river, flowed west from the Misty Mountains, forming the southern boundary of Eregion in the Second Age and part of Arnor's southern boundary in the Third Age. See also Nínin Eilf. Glanhir, boundary stream, is the Sindarin name for the Murring stream. Glaurung was the first of Morgoth's dragons, appearing in the Daegor Bragalach, the Nirnaeth ar Noediad, and the sack of Nargoth Rond. He ensnared Turin and Nienor with his spell and was finally slain by Turin at Cabed en Aras. He is often called the Dragon, the Great Worm, the Worm of Morgoth, the Great Worm of Angband, or the Gold Worm of Angband. The Glithui River flows from the Ered Wethrin as a tributary of the Teiglin. Glóin, a dwarf of the House of Durin, was a companion of Thorin Oakenshield and father to Gimli. Glóradhel was the daughter of Hador Goldenhead of Dor Lomin and sister to Galdor. Glorfindel was an elf of Rivendell. Glornan is a reference to Lorien. The golden tree of Valinor is Laurelin. The golden wood is another name for Lorien. Gollum is also known as Smeagol. Golug is the orc name for the Noldor. Gondolin was the hidden city of King Turgon, destroyed by Morgoth and referred to as the hidden city, kingdom, or realm. The Gondolindrim were the people of Gondolin, called the hidden people. Gondor was the southern realm of the Númenóreans in Middle-earth, often called the Southern Realm, South Kingdom, or Kingdom of the South. Its people are the Gondorians, counted among the great people of the West. The Mountains of Terror, known as Ered Gorgoroth, rose to the north of the dreadful valley of Nan Dungotheb. Gothmog, the lord of Balrogs and the high captain of Angband, was a figure of immense dread, responsible for the deaths of the great elven lords Fëanor and Fingon, as well as the noble Ecthelion. The title Great Captain refers to Tar Aldarion, while the Great Haven is another name for Lund Dare. The Great Isle is Númenor, and the Great Journey marks the epic westward migration of the Eldar from their awakening at Cuiviénen. The term Great Lands is synonymous with Middle-earth, and the Great Middle Haven is again Lund Dare. The Great Mound is Hard and Dengin, a burial site for fallen warriors. A devastating sickness known as the Great Plague, or the Dark Plague, swept from Rúvenien into Gondor and Eriador in the year 1636 of the Third Age, leaving desolation in its wake. The great river is the Anduin, whose broad valley is a central feature of the land. The major thoroughfare called the Great Road is detailed under roads, and the vast ocean to the west is the Great Sea, Belega. The title Great Worm refers to the fearsome dragon Glaurung. The Green Elves were the Nandorin elves who made their home in the land of Osiriand. In the later Third Age, the residents of Bree referred to the neglected north-south road, particularly the section near their village, as the Green Way. The immense forest, originally called Erin Galen, or the Greenwood the Great, later became known as Mirkwood. The Grey Elves are the Sindar, and their language is Sindarin. The river Gwathlo is commonly called the Grey Flood, and the Grey Havens are the elven refuge of Mithlond. In Rohan, Gandalf was given the name Greyheim, meaning grey mantle. The Eotheod named a rushing river that flowed from the Ered Mithrin to meet the Anduin near its source, the Greylin, a name derived from an old word for torrent or the noisy one. The titles Grey Messenger, Grey Pilgrim, and Grey Wanderer all refer to Mithrandir, another name for Gandalf, and the Grey Mountains are the Ered Mithrin. Grima, the counselor to King Theoden, was a secret agent of Saruman and was scornfully called Worm-tongue. Grimbold, a rider of Rohan from the Westfold, jointly commanded the Rohirrim at the Second Battle of the Fords of Ison alongside Elfhelm, and later fell on the Pelennor fields. The treacherous path between the lands was known as the Grinding Ice or Helcaraxi. Grithnir, a loyal man of Hurin's household, accompanied the young Turin to Doriath alongside Gethron and died there. The guarded plain is Talath Durnan, and the guarded realm is Doriath. The Guild of Venturers is detailed under Venturers, and Numenor was also home to a guild of weaponsmiths. The Gulf of Lune is found under the entry for Lune. The sword Anglakil, after being reforged for Turin in Nargothrond, was renamed Gurthang, the Iron of Death. From this blade, Turin earned the name Mormigil, or Black Sword. It was also called the Black Thorn of Brethil. Gwerin is the Sindarin name for the third month in the calendar of the Idaean, related to the name of the eagle Gwaihir, meaning Wind Lord. See Sulimi for further reference. The Gwaith y Mildain, the people of the jewel-smiths, was the renowned fellowship of craftsmen in a region led by the greatest among them, Celebrimbor. They were also called simply the Mildain. The river Gwathlo, formed by the junction of the Mythythel and Glanduin, marked the boundary between Min Iriath and Enedwaith. It was earlier called the Gwathir, or River of Shadow, and in Western is known as the Grey Flood. See also the Battle of the Gwathlo and Agathurosh. Gwyndor was an elf of Nargothrond who endured enslavement in Angband, escaped, and then aided Beleg in rescuing Turin. He brought Turin to Nargothrond, where he loved Findulas, daughter of Orodreth, and was ultimately slain in the Battle of Tumalad. Hador, called Goldenhead, was the lord of Dor-Lomin, a vassal of Fingolfin and grandfather to Hurin. He fell at Ithel Sirion in the Degor Bragaluk. His descendants are referred to as the house, people, or kindred of Hador. The dragon helm of Dor-Lomin was originally his. The Haladin were the second people of men to enter Beleriand, later known as the people of Haleth. Haldir, son of Halmir of Brethil, married Gloridhel, daughter of Hador of Dor-Lomin, and was slain in the Nirnaeth Arna Widiad. The Lady Haleth led the Haladin from Thargelion to the lands west of the Syrian River. Her people are called the House, People, Folk, or Men of Haleth, also known as the Halethrim. The Halifirion, or Holy Mount, is the name in Rohan for Amon Anwar, and the nearby woodland is the Halifirion Wood. See Eilenair. Halimath is the 9th month in the Shire calendar, corresponding to Yavania or Ivanith. Halakar, son of Halatan of Hirastoni, had a contentious marriage to Tar and Kalima, the first ruling queen of Numenor. See also Marmandil Halas, the son of Sirion, served as the 13th ruling steward of Gondor and is credited with coining the names Rohan and Rohirrim. Halatan, a cousin of Tar Aldarion, was the lord of Hirastoni in the Mital Mar, the inlands of Numenor, and was often called the Sheep Lord. Halmir was the lord of the Haladin and father of Haldir. Hama held the position of captain in King Theoden's household. Hamfast Gamgee, known as Gaffer Gamgee or simply the Gaffer, was the father of Sam Gamgee. The name Hamfast derives from an old term meaning home fixed or home firm. Handir, lord of the Haladin, was the son of Haldir and Gloridhel, and his own son was Brandir the Lame. Harad refers generally to the south, encompassing lands far to the south of Gondor and Mordor, divided into regions like Near Harad and Far Harad. Its people are the Haradrim, and the land itself is also called Haradwaith, meaning south folk. Hareth, daughter of Halmir of Brethil, married Galdor of Dor-Lomin and was the mother of Hurin and Hor. The Harfoots were one of the 3 distinct groups of hobbits alongside the Folohides. Harlindon denotes the part of Lindon situated south of the Gulf of Lune. Harrowdale is the valley at the source of the Snowbourn River, lying beneath the cliffs of Dunharrow. Hatholdir, a man of Numenor and friend of Tarmaneldor, was the father of Ortaldor. Hord en Eleth, translated as the Mound of the Elfmaid, is the burial mound of Findulas of Nargothrond near the crossings of Teiglin. Hord en Dengin, meaning Mound of the Slain and also called the Great Mound, is located in the desert of Anfoglith, where the fallen from the Nirnaeth Arnoediad were piled. It is sometimes referred to as Hord en Nirnaeth or Mound of Tears. Havens refer to several locations, first Brithombar and Eglarist on the coast of Beleriand, known as the Havens of Círdan, the Havens of the Shipwrights, the Havens of the Falas, or the West Havens of Beleriand. Second, the settlements at the mouths of Sirion at the end of the First Age, called the Havens of the South, or Sirion's Haven. Helcaraxa is the perilous strait between Araman and Middle-earth, famously known as the Grinding Ice. Helm, or King Helm Hammerhand, was the ninth king of Rohan. Helm's Deep is a formidable gorge in the northwestern Ead Nimrais, its entrance guarded by the Hornburg. It was named for King Helm, who sheltered there during the brutal long winter of Third Age 2058-9. Hendek was a mariner from the westlands of Numenor who served under Tar Aldarion. Henneth Anu, and meaning window of the sunset, is a concealed cave behind a waterfall in Ithilien. Heron Istarion translates to Order of Wizards. Harukolmo, husband of the third ruling queen of Numenor, Tar Vanameldi, usurped the throne after her death, taking the name Tar Andukul. Harunuman refers to Tar Harunuman. The Hidden City and Hidden Kingdom are titles given to both Gondolin and Doriath, with the Hidden King being Turgon. The Hidden People or Hidden Realm also refer to Gondolin and its inhabitants, the Gondolindrim. High Elven is synonymous with Quenya, while the High Elves are those of a man and any elves who have dwelt there, also called the High Folk of the West. High Feroth is another name for Tor and Feroth. The High Pass is known as Cirith Fawn and Andrath, and the High Speech is Quenya. Hildefon's Took was one of Bilbo Baggins' Inkles. The Hill of Anwar, or Hill of Awar, is Amun Anwar Hiralonde, meaning Haven Finder, was a great ship constructed by Tar Aldarion, also called Turufanto. Hiralorn is the immense three-trunked beech tree in Doriath where Luthien was imprisoned. Hisime is the Quenya name for the 11th month in the Númenórean calendar, corresponding to November, with its Sindarian equivalent being Hitui. Hitha Iglir is the Sindarin name for the Misty Mountains. Hithlum is the region bordered by Ered Wethrin to the east and south, and Ered Lomin to the west. Hithui is the Sindarin name for the 11th month, matching Hisime. The Horwell River is also known as Mithihethel. Hobbiton is a village in the West Farthing of the Shire, famously the home of Bilbo Baggins. Hobbits, often called the Little People, are also known as Halflings, Parian or Shire folk. Hollin is another name for Eregion Holman Greenhand, was a hobbit of the Shire who worked as Bilbo Baggins' gardener. The Holy Mountain is Meneltama. The Holy Mountain in the Silmarillion is known as Tanicatil. The Hornburg is the fortress guarding the entrance to Helm's Deep in Rohan, central to the Battle of the Hornburg and associated with Aglarond and Suitburg. Hunthor was a man of Brethil, who accompanied Turin to confront the dragon Glaurung at Cabed en Arras. His wife is also noted Hor, son of Galdor of Dor-Lomin, wed Rian and fathered Tuor. He journeyed with his brother Hurin to the hidden city of Gondolin and fell during the Nernaith Arnoediad. His son was the great mariner Tuor. The Huorns were the sentient trees that arrived at the Battle of the Hornburg, encircling and destroying the Orc forces. Their name is Sindarin, derived from Orn for tree, as noted by Meriadoc Brandybuck, who recounted Treebeard's explanation that they can speak with the Ents. Hurin, called Thalion the Steadfast, was the son of Galdor, husband of Morwen, and father of Turin and Nienor. As Lord of Dor-Lomin, he served High King Fingon. After being captured by Morgoth following the Nernaith, he endured imprisonment on Thangorodrim for his defiance. Upon his eventual release, in a grim twist of fate, he slew the petty dwarf Mim in Nargothrond and delivered the famed Nauglamir to King Thingol. His tragic tale is central to the narrative of his children. Another Hurin of Emin Arnin served as steward to King Minardil and founded the line of the ruling stewards of Gondor. Hjarastorni were the lands ruled by Lord Halaton in the Mittelmar, the inlands of Númenor. The kings of Gondor included Hyarmendasil I, whose name means South Victor. The promontories of Númenor were Hyarnostar in the southwest and Hyarostar in the southeast. A boy named Ibal, son of the mariner Ulbar, lived in Emeria. Ibun was a son of Mim, the petty dwarf. Idril Celebrindel was the daughter of King Turgon of Gondolin, who married Tuor and became the mother of Erendil. Ilúvatar, meaning father of all, is the name for Eru, the supreme being. Imladris is the Sindarin name for Rivendell, with its pass known as Cirith Fawn and Andrath. At the time of the War of the Ring, Imrahil was the lord of Dol Amroth. His lineage began with Imrazor, the Númenórean, who wed the elf maiden Mithrelas. Their son was Galador, the First Lord. Gandalf was known in southern regions by the name Incanus. The term Incomers often refers to Easterlings like Brodda. Indis was a Vanurin elf, the second wife of Finwë and mother of Fingolfin and Finarfin. Indor, a man of Dor Lomin, was the father of Erin. The name Inglor was an early rejected name for Finrod. Inzilardun is also known as Ar Inzilardun or Tar Palantir. His mother, Queen Inzilbeth, was of the noble line of the lords of Andúni. Tarmeneldor's given name was Iriman. The Vala Irmo, master of visions and dreams, is usually called Lorien after his gardens in Valinor. The Iron Hills are a mountain range lying east of the Lonely Mountain. The river Isen flows from the Misty Mountains through Nan Curunir, the Wizard's Vale, and across the Gap of Rohan. It is the translation of the Sindarin name Angren. Isengard was an ancient Númenórean fortress in the valley of Nan Curunir, which later became the stronghold of the wizard Saruman. Its great circular wall was called the Ring of Isengard, enclosing the plain where the Tower of Orthanc stood. Isengard Took was one of Bilbo Baggins' numerous uncles. Isildur, elder son of Elendil, escaped the downfall of Númenor and helped establish the exiled kingdoms in Middle-earth. As Lord of Minas Ithil, he cut the One Ring from Sauron's hand, but was later slain by orcs when the ring betrayed him in the river Anduin. His legacy includes the heir of Isildur and the Scroll of Isildur. Isilma was the daughter of Tar Elendil and sister to Silmarion. Isilmo, son of Tarsurian, was the father of Tar-Minastir. The Isle of Belar is also referenced. The Isle of Kings, also known as the Isle of Westerness, refers to Númenor. The Istari, called wizards in the common tongue, were Maiar spirits sent from Aman during the Third Age to stand against Sauron's shadow. In Sindarin, they are known as the Ithrin. Ithilbor was a Nandorin elf, father to Searos. Ithilien, that fair land east of the great river Anduin, was in ancient days the domain of Isildur, ruled from the Tower of the Moon. Minas Ithil, it was divided into the regions of North Ithilien and South Ithilien. The Ithil stone, or stone of Ithil, was the seeing stone, the Palantir, kept in that tower. Among the Istari were the Ithrin Luin, the blue wizards, who journeyed far into the eastern reaches of Middle-earth and were never heard from again. The 9th month in the Sindarin reckoning was called Ivanith. The lake and falls of Ivrin, where the river Narog had its source, lay beneath the shadow of the Eredwethrin mountains. Kamul was a ring-wraith, second only to the Witch King himself. After the reoccupation of Dol Guldur in the year 2951 of the Third Age, he made that dread fortress his abode. He was feared as the shadow of the East and the Black Easterling. The land of Kund lay to the southeast of Mordor. Khazad Dûm was the mighty name given by the dwarves to the deep delvings of Moria. Him, one of the sons of the petty dwarf Mim, met his end at the hand of Ondrog. The Kingdom of the South is another name for Gondor, and together with Arnor they formed the kingdoms of the Dúnedain. The title of king's heir was held in Númenor. The king's lands referred to certain territories in Rohan, and in Númenor the same region was called Arandor. The king's men, also known as the king's party, were those Númenóreans who grew hostile to the elves. The rulers of Númenor were known as the kings of men. The title King Under the Mountain belonged to the sovereign of the dwarves who ruled from the Lonely Mountain, Erebor. In Númenor there flitted small birds of brilliant scarlet plumage called Kirinki. In his childhood, Turin gave the name Labadal, meaning Hopefoot, to Sador. The lands of Ledros, northeast of Dorthonion, were granted by the Noldorin kings to the men of the house of Beor. The Lady of Dor Lomin was Morwen. The Lady of the Golden Wood and the Lady of the Noldor both refer to the majestic Galadriel. The Lady of the Westlands was Erendis. The Laerolos, or Summer Snow White, was a fragrant evergreen tree brought to Númenor by the Eldar from Eressëa. Laughter, or Lalaith, was the name given to Erwin, daughter of Húrin, taken from the cheerful stream that flowed near their house. The region of Lemaden lay about the upper waters of the Cyril and Ringlow rivers under the southern faces of the White Mountains. The Lamath was a region north of the Firth of Drengist between the Ered Lomin and the sea. The Land of Gift and the Land of the Star are both names for Númenor. The Land of Willows is Nan Tathran. The Lang Flood was the name given to the river Anduin by the Ethiod. The Langstrand is Anfalis. The Langwell was the source of the Langflood, the name given by the Ethiod to the river flowing from the northern Misty Mountains, which, after joining with the Greylin, became the Great River Anduin. A measurement of distance, a la was a league, nearly 3 miles. Larnac was one of the woodmen dwelling in the lands south of the river Teiglin. The last alliance was the great league forged at the close of the Second Age between Elendil and Gil-galad to overthrow Sauron. It is also called simply the Alliance, and the war that followed was the War of the Last Alliance. Laurelin, the Song of Gold, was the younger of the 2 trees of Valinor, often called the Golden Tree. Laurelin Dorinan, the Valley of Singing Gold, and Lorinandé are other names for the forest realm of Lorien. The Loring Cur was a tree with yellow flowers found in the Hyarostar region of Númenor, Lebanon, meaning 5 rivers, was the land between the White Mountains and the Ether Anduin. One of the faithful fiefs of Gondor, its rivers were the Arui, Cirith, Chelus, Cerny, and Gilrain. The Lefnui River flowed to the sea from the western end of the White Mountains. Legolas was the Sindarin elf of northern Mirkwood, son of King Thranduil, who became one of the 9 walkers in the Fellowship of the Ring. Lembas was the Sindarin name for the sustaining waybread of the Eldar. Leod was the lord of the Eotheod and father of Eorl the Young. The river Lune flowed in the west of Eriador into the Gulf of Leorn, often spelled simply as Lune. The Limlight River ran from Fangorn Forest to join the Anduin, marking the northernmost boundary of the land of Rohan. The name's origin, with its many variations like Limlaith, Limlic, and Limlit and Limlint, remains a subject of scholarly debate. Linawen, meaning Lake of Birds, was the great mere in Navrust. The Teleri referred to themselves as the Lindar, or the Singers. In the First Age, Osiriand was known as Linden, a name that later described the lands west of the Blue Mountains, the Ered Linden, which survived the Cataclysm. This green realm of the Eldar became the land of Gil-galad. Lindori was sister to Erendor, the 15th Lord of Andunia, and grandmother to Tar Palantir through her daughter Inzilbeth. The region later called Lorien was once known as Lindorinand. Lisgard, the land of reeds, lay at the mouths of Sirion. A fragrant flower from Tol Eressë was named Lissuin. The term little people refers to the hobbits. An elvish solar year is a loa. The Gladden fields were called Loeg Ningloron, or pools of the golden waterflowers in Sindarin. Tar Aldarion established the Númenorian harbour of Lund Dare at the mouth of the Gwathlo in Eriador, first naming it Vignalonde, the Great Haven, also known as Lund Dare Enedis, the Great Middle Haven. The lonely mountain is Erebor. South of it lay the long lake, fed by the Forest River and the River Running, upon which Esgaroth, or Lake Town, was built. The harsh, long winter occurred in the years 2758-9 of the Third Age. The title Lord of Dor-Lomin belonged to both Húrin and Túrin. The Lord of Morgul is the Lord of the Nazgûl, also called the Chieftain of the Ringwraiths, the Black Captain, and the Witch King. Ulmo is the Lord of Waters. The Lords of Andúni were a noble line, and the Valar are the Lords of the West. After the Nirnaeth Arnoediad, Lorgan was the chief of the Easterlings in Hithlum, and the one who enslaved Tuor. In Valinor, Lorien is the dwelling of the Valar Irmo, who is often called by that name. In Middle-earth, Lorien is the land of the Galadrim between the Celebrant and Anduin. Its names are many: Lorient, Lorinande, Glornan, Nan-Lor, and the older Lindorinand, meaning Valley of the Land of Singers, or the poetic Lorelindorinan, Valley of Singing Gold. It was called the Golden Wood and also known as Dwymordini and Lothlorien. Lossanac is a region in northeast Lebanon near the sources of the Erui, its name meaning flowery Arnak, with Arnak being an ancient pre-Númenorian term. Lotes is the Quenya name for the 5th month, corresponding to May, known in Sindarin as Lothran. Lothiriel, daughter of Imrahil of Dol Amroth, married King Eoma of Rohan and was mother to Elfwine the Fair. Lothlorien simply adds the Sindarin word for flower, loth, to Lorien. The river Bruinen is also called the Loudwater. Lune is an alternate spelling for Lúthien, daughter of Thingol and Melian, was the famed Tinuviel, the nightingale, after the quest for the Silmaril and Beron's death. She chose a mortal fate to be with him. Mablung the Hunter was an elf of Doriath, Thingol's chief captain and a friend to Túrin. Maedhros was the eldest son of Feanor. Maeglin, son of Eol and Aredhel, sister of Turgon, rose to power in Gondolin only to betray it to Morgoth. He was slain by Tuor when the city fell. Farmer Maggot was a hobbit of the Shire who worked lands in the Murish near the Bucklebury Ferry. The Muriar are Ainur of a lesser order than the Valar. Melantur was a Númenórean descendant of Tar Elendil. The Malduin is a tributary of the Teiglin. Malgalad was a king of Lorien slain at the Battle of Dagorlad, often considered the same figure as Amdir. The Quenya Malinorne is the Sindarin Malorn. These great trees with golden blossoms were brought from Tol Eressëa to Eldalonde in Númenor and later flourished in Lothlorien. The Mullos is a golden flower native to Lebanon. Halakar used the name Mumundil when he first encountered Ankalima. Finally, Mundos is the name for both the halls in Aman and the Valar who resides there, properly called Namo, the Curse of Mandos, also known as the Doom of Mandos, or the Second Prophecy, stands as a pivotal moment in the ancient lore. Manwë, the elder king and chief of the Valar, holds a place of supreme authority. Mardil, the first ruling steward of Gondor, earned the names Voronwë the Steadfast and the Good Steward for his unwavering loyalty. In the tragic Battle of the Plains, the Northmen were led by Marhari, who fell in that conflict. His son was Marwini. Known as the horse-friend, Marwini guided his people, the Eartheod, to settle in the Vales of Anduin after the battle, becoming a crucial ally to Gondor in its struggles against the Wainriders. The Rohirrim refer to their own land simply as the Mark or the Riddermark, a name evoking the realm of horse lords. Their leaders are the marshals of the Mark. The majestic horses of Rohan are the famed Miraz. Maia Melian, queen to King Thingol of Doriath, wove a protective enchantment around that kingdom, known as the Girdle of Melian. She was the mother of Lúthien and an ancestor to both Elrond and Elros. In stark contrast, Melkor was the great rebellious Valar, the original source of evil, and once the mightiest of the Aina, later feared as Morgoth. The hidden capital of Doriath was Menegroth, the 1,000 caves carved into the banks of the river Esgalduin. High above lies the Menel, the region of the stars. In Gondor, Meneldiel, son of Anarion, was the third king. At the heart of Númenor stood the Meneltarma, the pillar of the heavens, a holy mountain where the hallow of Eru Ilúvatar was placed. It was the sacred peak of the Númenorians. The old forest road was sometimes called the Men Inogrim, or Dwarf Road. A notable hobbit of the Shire was Meriadoc Brandybuck, a member of the Fellowship of the Ring. The Murring Stream, or Boundary Stream, flowed from the White Mountains to meet the Entwash, marking the border between Rohan and Gondor. At the edge of the forest south of the river Teiglin lay the stronghold of Methyd en Glad, the end of the wood. The central continent, referenced throughout, is Middle-earth, also called the Darklands or the Great Lands. The tragic figure of Mime was a petty dwarf. Túrin and his outlaws dwelt in his house on Amon Root, a refuge Mime later betrayed to orcs, leading to his own death at the hands of Húrin. In Gondor, Minardil was the 25th king. The great cities included Minas Anor, the Tower of the Sun, later known as Minas Tirith, built by Anarion beneath Mount Mindoluin. Its counterpart was Minas Ithil, the Tower of the Moon, later captured and renamed Minas Morgul, the Tower of Sorcery, by the Ringwraiths. The earlier Minas Tirith was a watchtower constructed by Finrod Falagund on Tol Sirion. The region of Minhiriath, meaning between the rivers, lay in Eriador between the Baranduin and the Gwathlo. Minotaur, nephew to King Onderher, was slain in Ithilien during a battle with the Wainriders. Among the beacon peaks of Gondor was Minrimon. The great forest east of the Misty Mountains, originally the Greenwood the Great, is known as Mirkwood. The Eldar's revitalizing cordial is called Maruvor. The immense Misty Mountains, or Hithaglir, form a north-south barrier marking the eastern edge of Eriador. The Mithythel River, or Horwell, flows from the Ettendales to join the Loudwater. The havens of the Eldar on the Gulf of Lune are Mithlond, the Grey Havens, ruled by Círdan. To the elves of Middle-earth, Gandalf was known as Mithrandir, the Grey Pilgrim or the Grey Wanderer, a name that spoke to his endless journeying and deep wisdom, often arriving with counsel precisely when it was most desperately needed, yet seldom staying where he was most celebrated. The Grey Messenger, also known as Mithrellas, was an elf from Lorien, who journeyed with Nimrodel. She became the wife of Imraza, a Númenórean, and was the mother of Galador, who would become the first lord of Dol Amroth. The precious metal mithril, often called Moria silver, was also discovered in the land of Númenor. To the east of Hithlum lies the great lake Mithrim, a name which also refers to the surrounding lands and the western mountains that separate it from Dor Lomin. In the heart of Númenor was the Mittelmar, known as the Inlands. The primary northern entrance to the dark land of Mordor is the Morannon, famously called the Black Gate or the Gates of Mordor, guarded by the formidable Towers of the Teeth. Mordor itself was the realm directly ruled by Sauron, situated east of the Efolduath Mountains. Within its borders lies the Morgai, or Black Fence, a lower inner ridge separated from the main range by a deep chasm forming the inner defensive ring. The great enemy, originally named Melkor, is more commonly known as Morgoth, also called the Black King, the Dark Lord, and by the Druidain, the Great Dark One. References to the Lord of the Nazgul are often tied to Minas Morgul. The vast underground realm of the dwarves beneath the Misty Mountains, originally Khazad Dûm, became known as Moria, the Black Chasm, with its famed East Gate and West Gate. The warrior Turin was given the name Mormegil, or Black Sword, during his command at Nargothrond, a title that followed him to Brethil. From a shadowed valley south of Edoras flows the river Morthond. Black Root, a place avoided by the living as it passed by the paths of the dead. Morwen, daughter of Baragund, was the wife of Húrin and mother of Turin and Nienor, known as the Lady of Dor Lomin. In later years, another Morwen, a lady of Lossarnac related to Prince Imrahil, became the wife of King Thengel of Rohan. The mound of the elf maid is a site of remembrance, while the mountain kingdom refers to the realm of the dwarf king. The various ranges include the mountains of Dor Lomin, the mountains of Mirkwood, also called the Emin Duir, the mountains of Shadow or Ered Wethrin, and the mountains of Turgan, known as the Acoriath. The city of Minas Tirith was called Mundburg, the guardian fortress, in the language of Rohan. The Ninth of Lorien is the triangular land where the rivers Celebrant and Anduin meet. The Valar Namo, typically called Mandos after his halls, is one of the Fiantori. The Nandor were elves who turned aside from the great journey. Some, led by Denethor, later settled in Osiriand as green elves, while those who remained east of the mountains became the Sylvan elves. The Dimril Dale, or Nandahirian, is the vale around the Miromir where the Battle of Azanul Bizarre was fought. The fair region of Lorien is also called Nan Lor. In the south, where the river Narog meets the Syrian, lies Nan Tathran, the land of willows. The Sindarin name for the 10th month is Nabeleth, called Nakelir in Quenya. Nardol, Fiery Head, is the third beacon in the White Mountains. The great hidden fortress of Nargothrond, built by Finrod Felagund and later destroyed by the dragon Glorung, gave its name to the surrounding realm along the river Narog. The kings of Gondor include Narmasil I and Narmasil II, the latter falling in the Battle of the Plains. The river Narog begins at Ivrin and flows through its own vale to Sirion. The narrowing of Mirkwood's expanse caused by the East Bite is known as the Narrows of the Forest. Narsil was the blade of Elendil, shattered when he fell in battle against Sauron. Its shards were later reforged into the sword Andúril for Aragorn. Narvi, a dwarf of Khazad Dûm, crafted the Westgate and was a dear friend to Celebrimbor of Eregion. Among the three rings of the elves, Narya, known as the Ring of Fire or the Red Ring, was held first by Skirdan and later by Mithrandir. The Nazgul, often called ringwraiths or the Nine, were the enslaved bearers of the 9 rings of men and served as Sauron's primary agents. In the south, the lands of near Harad are referenced under Harad. Turin, while living with outlaws, took the name Nethan, meaning the wronged. Nellas, an elf of Doriath and Turin's childhood companion, testified against Sereros during Turin's trial before King Thingol. The falls of Celebros in the forest of Brethil were named Dimrost, later called Nen Girith, or Shuddering Water, in the Númenórean calendar. The second month, corresponding to February, was known as Nenime in Quenya and Ninui in Sindarin. The stream Nen Lalaith flowed from Amon Dartha in the Ered Wethrin, passing by Hurin's home in Dor Lomin. In West Beleriand, the river Nenning reached the sea at the haven of Eglarist. North of the Shire, between the hills of Evendim, lay Ninuil, the Lake of Twilight, where the ancient Númenórean city of Anaminas was established. Galadriel bore Nenya, the White Ring, another of the 3 elven rings. Her mother gave her the name Nerwen. The fragrant evergreen tree Nesamelda was brought to Númenor by the Eldar of Erisea. Its name may honor Nessa, one of the Valier. Turgon resided in Nevrast, southwest of Dor Lomin, before founding Gondolin. The petty dwarves, known as Nibin Noig or Noigith Nibin, inhabited places like Bar en Nibinogue and the moors of the Nibin Noig. Nienna, a Valier, was the lady of pity and mourning. Nienor, daughter of Hurin and Morwen and sister to Turin, was ensnared by Glaurung at Nargothrond. Forgetting her past, she wed Turin in Brethil under the name Niel, meaning Tear Maiden. Nimloth, the White Blossom, was the White Tree of Númenor. Another Nimloth, an elf of Doriath, married Dior, heir of Thingol, and became mother to Elwing, the elf Nimrodel, lady of the White Grotto. Lived by the falls of the stream Nimrodel in Lorien, beloved of Amroth, until she journeyed south and was lost in the Ered Nimrise. Nindamos was the main fishing village at the mouths of the Cyril River on Númenor's southern coast. The 9 walkers refer to the Fellowship of the Ring. The great fens where the Glanduin River widened were called Nin in Elf, the waterlands of the Swans, or Swanfleet. The Nirnaeth Arnoediad, the Battle of Unnumbered Tears, is a central tragedy recounted in the Silmarillion. Around the haven of Eldalonde in western Númenor stretched the Nisimoldar, the fragrant trees. Lake Nissinen lay along the river Nunduine in that same region. The dwarves collectively were the Nogathrim. One of their 2 cities in the Blue Mountains was Nogrod. At the base of the Meneltama in Númenor, the Nuarinan, or Valley of the Tombs, held the royal sepulchres. The Noldor, singular Noldo, were the second kindred of the Eldar, renowned as lore masters, and their history forms the core narrative of the Silmarillion. The High King of the Noldor, a title of great renown, is referenced alongside the Gate of the Noldor, known as Anon Ingelith, and their high speech called Quenya. The Lady of the Noldor is Galadriel, and the famed lamps are those of Feanor, with the adjective form being Noldorin Vardamir, son of Elros, was given the name Noliman. The northernmost point of Númenor is the North Cape, found at the tip of the Forrestar promontory. In Eriador, north of the Shire, lie the North Downs, the hills upon which Fornost was constructed. The northern kingdom, or northern realm, is Arna, while the frigid far northern region of Middle-earth is the Northern Waste, also termed Forrodwaith. The northlands of Númenor refer to the Forrestar. The Northmen were the horsemen of Rhovanion, allies of Gondor and descendants of the Edain. From their people came the Eotheod, and later the Rohirrim, often called the Free Men of the North. The woods of Nuath stretch west from the headwaters of the river Narog. Numelote, meaning flower of the west, is another name for Inziladun. Numendil was the 17th lord of Unduni. Numenor, in its full Quenya form Numenora, translates to Westerness or Westland. This great island, a gift from the Valar to the Edain after the First Age, is also called the Great Isle, Isle of Kings, Isle of Westerness, Land of Gift, and Land of the Star. Its tragic end is chronicled separately. The men of Numenor, the Númenóreans, included great kings of men and the seafaring Dunedain. Their native tongue was Adunaic. The ship Numaramar, West Wings, belonged to Viantor, and it was aboard this vessel that Aldarion first sailed to Middle-earth, a voyage that filled him with a restless longing for distant shores he could scarcely describe. In western Numenor, the river Numduini flows into the sea at Eldalonde. Nuneth was the mother of Erendis. Within the grim south of Mordor lies the inland sea of Nuenen, the Sad Water. One of the Feanturi, known by the earlier true name Nurufantur, was later called Namo, or Mandos, Hortar, whose name means warrior, was Isildur's esquire and bore the shards of Narsil to Imladris. The Druidain were mockingly called Ogorhai by orcs. The Oilera, or ever-summer tree, was an evergreen brought to Numenor by the Eldar. A bow from it was used as the bow of return on ships. Oilos, ever snow white, is the mountain of Manwi in Armen, also called Tannikettle. Turin's original band in Dor Cuarthol was known as the Old Company. The Old Ford crossed the Anduin on the Old Forest Road. East of Buckland spread the ancient and watchful Old Forest. The Old Pukal land is Druath Iowa. The hobbit Gerontius Took, grandfather of Bilbo Baggins, is the old Took Olophanto, was the earlier true name of the Feantur Irmo, or Lorien. In Valinor, Gandalf was named Oloreen. Olwer ruled the Teleri at Alcalonde in Aman. Ondoher, the 31st king of Gondor, fell in battle against the Wain Riders. Ondosto, a site in the Forestdar, was likely associated with stone quarries. The Sindarin name for the Entwash is Onodlo, and for the Ents Onodrim. Orkildor of Numenor wed Eilinel, sister of Tar Aldarion, and was father to Soronto. Orcs appear throughout the histories, including the vile orc men bred at Isengard. The order of wizards is the Heron Isterion. The great ravine through the encircling mountains leading to Gondolin was the Orfalch Ekor Orleg. A man in Turin's outlaw band was killed by orcs. Orodreth, second son of Finarfin, became king of Nargothrond after Finrod Felagund, and was father to Finduila's lord of Narog. Orodruin, known as the Mountain of Blazing Fire within Mordor, was the volcanic forge where Sauron created the One Ring. Oromi, counted among the great Valar, was titled the Lord of Forests. Oromet was a hill situated near Andúni in western Númenor, upon which King Tar Minastir constructed his watchtower. Orofa ruled as king of the Sylvan Elves within Greenwood the Great. He fell during the War of the Last Alliance and was the father of Thranduil. Orostar, meaning Eastlands, formed the eastern peninsula of Númenor. Orthanc was the immense Númenorian tower standing in the ring of Isengard, which later became the fortress of Saruman. The Orthanc stone, also called the Stone of Orthanc, was the palantir kept there. Osgiliath served as the primary city of ancient Gondor, straddling both banks of the great river Anduin. Its seeing stone was known as the Stone of Osgiliath. Os was a Maya in service to Ulmo, a spirit associated with the coastal seas. Osiriand, the land of seven rivers, lay between the river Gelion and the Blue Mountains during the Elder Days. It is also referenced under Linden. Ost in Edhill was the elven city within the region of Eregion. Ostoher reigned as the seventh king of Gondor. The Palantiri, singular Palantir, were the seven seeing stones brought to Middle-earth by Elendil and his sons from the downfall of Númenor. They were crafted long before by Feanor in the Undying Lands. In later chronicles they are often simply called the Stones. Palaran, meaning far wanderer, was a legendary ship built by King Tar Aldarion for his great voyages. Palyando was one of the two blue wizards, known in Elvish as the Ithrin Luin. Parmete was an epithet given to Tar Ilendil, likely deriving from Quenya words for book and handed, similar to the name Tar Telemete. Path Celebrant, the Field of Silverlode, was the Sindarin name for the grasslands along that river. Path Galen, the Green Sward, was a tranquil grassy slope on Amon Hen beside the waters of Nen Hithoel. The Pass of Caradhras refers to the high mountain pass near that peak. The Pass of Imladris is also known as Cirithforn and Andrath. Pelagir was a vital city and harbour situated in the delta of the Anduin. Pelendur served as a steward of Gondor. The Pelennor fields, or the fenced land, were the fortified farmlands surrounding Minas Tirith, protected by the Ramma's Ekor wall. This was the site of the War of the Ring's largest battle. The Pelori were the immense mountain range guarding the shores of Aman. Peregrine Took, a hobbit of the Shire, was a member of the Fellowship of the Ring and universally called Pippin. Perian is the Sindarin word for hoffling, with the plural form Perianath. The petty dwarves were a diminished and reclusive race of dwarves in ancient Beleriand, also called Nibin Noig. The Pillar is another term for the holy mountain Meneltama. Pippin is the familiar name for Peregrine Took. The Poros River flowed from the Ifel Duath Mountains to merge with the Anduin just above its delta. The fords of the Poros were a strategic crossing. Pukelmen was the name given in Rohan to the ancient stone figures lining the path to Dunharrow, and it also served as a general term for the Druidaean folk. See also Old Pukel Land. Quendi was the original Elvish name for all elves. Quenya was the ancient language of the elves, developed in Valinor and brought to Middle-earth by the exiled Noldor, though they largely ceased using it in daily life except in hidden Gondolin. It was also studied in Númenor. It is often called the High Speech or High Elven. Radagast was one of the Istari or wizards, also known as Iwendil. Ragnir was a blind servant in Húrin's household in Dor Lomin. Rana, meaning the wanderer, is a name for the moon. A ranga was a Númenorian unit of measure, a full stride slightly longer than a yard. The Rangers were the Dúndain of the north after the fall of Arnor, acting as secret guardians throughout Eriador. Ras Morthil is another name for the peninsula of Andrust. Rath Dinan, the Silent Street, was the royal burial way in Minas Tirith. The red arrow was a symbolic war arrow sent from Gondor to Rohan as an urgent summons for aid. The red eye was the personal emblem of the Dark Lord Sauron. The red ring refers to Narya, the ring of fire. Region was the name for the thick forest comprising the southern realm of Doriath. Roscabel, meaning russet enclosure, was the woodland home of Radagast, near the edges of Mirkwood, close to the Carrack. Rovanian, also called the Wilderland, was the vast territory east of the Misty Mountains. Its most noted ruler was King Vidugavia. Rudau was one of the three splinter kingdoms of Arna, established in the 9th century of the Third Age, located between the Misty Mountains, the Ettenmoors, and the Weather Hills. Rune simply means east, referring to the distant eastern lands of Middle-earth, including the inland sea of Rune. Rian was the wife of Hor and mother of the hero Tjor. The Riddermark is another name for the land of Rohan. The term riders often refers to the Eotheod, the horse lords who became the Rohirrim. The riders of Rohan, also known as the Rohirrim, are the horse lords of that land. The Black Riders are the Nazgûl. The Ringlow River flows through Gondor, merging with the Morthond northeast of Dol Amroth. Its source is a high snowfield, feeding an icy mountain tarn, which can swell into a shallow lake during snowmelt, explaining its name among many that reference a river's origin. The rings of power include the one ruling ring, also called Gollum's Ring, or the Ring of Isildur, along with the 9 for men, the 7 for dwarves, and the 3 for the elves, such as Narya, Nenya, and Vilya. The War of the Ring involved the Fellowship and the Ring-bearer, while the Ringwraiths are the Nazgûl. Rivendell, or Imladris, is Elrond's refuge in a deep valley of the Misty Mountains. The Rivil stream runs north from Dorthonion into the Sirion at the Fen of Serech. In Beleriand, roads included the Old South Road from Tol Sirion to Nargothrond, the East Road from Mount Taurus, and the Dwarf Road, east of the Blue Mountains. The Great North-South Road linked kingdoms via Tharbad and the fords of Isen, also called the Greenway. Branch roads led to the Hornburg and from Isengard to the fords. The East-West Road connected the Grey Havens to Rivendell across the Shire. The Old Forest Road crossed Anduin and Mirkwood, while Númenorian roads east of Anduin included the North Road through Ithilien. Rohan, or the Horse Country, was originally northern Gondor called Calanadan. The Rohirrim are its horse lords, also known as Eorlings. Romandasil I and second were kings of Gondor who earned their titles defeating Easterlings. Romanar means eastwards, a great haven in Numenor. The royal road refers to earlier routes. Terms like Ruatan derive from Druku, related to Druadan. The river running is the Selduin. The Sackville Baggins are a hobbit family, including Otho and Lotho. Sador was Hurin's serving man and friend to Turin, called Labadal. Saeros was a Nandorian elf who insulted Turin and died fleeing him. Samwise Gamgee is the hobbit of the Fellowship who accompanied Frodo to Mordor. Such near Hinhurin means grave of the children of Hurin in Brethil. Sarn Athrad, the Ford of Stones, crossed the Gelion, while Sarn Ford translates this for the Baranduin at the Shire's southern edge. The rapids of Sarn Gebir, known as the Stone Spikes, churn the waters of the Anduin just above the Argonath, marked by jagged stake-like rocks at their head. Saruman, the man of skill, was the name given by men to Curanir, the leader of the Istari, or wizards. Sauron the Abhorred was the greatest servant of Melkor, originally a Maya of Olo. Often called the Dark Lord, the great fen of Seric lay north of the pass of Sirion, fed by the Rivil River flowing from Dorthonion. On the slopes of Amon Rud grew the Serigon, a plant bearing deep red flowers known as the blood of stone. The river Cerny, one of Lebenin's waterways in Gondor, derived its name from the Sindarin word for pebble. Despite being the shorter river, its name continued to the sea beyond its confluence with the Gilrain, its mouth often choked with shingle banks. In later ages, ships bound for Pelagia would bypass this, taking the eastern channel around Tol Falas and the seaway carved by the Númenóreans through the Anduin Delta. Shadowfax was the magnificent horse of Rohan that bore Gandalf during the War of the Ring. The Shadowy Isles likely refer to the Enchanted Isles, while the Shadowy Mountains are the Ered Wethrin. To the petty dwarves, Amon Rud was known as Sharbund. The Shire served as the primary homeland of hobbits in western Eriador, complete with its own calendar and folk. Silmarion, daughter of Tar Elendil, was the mother of Valandil, first lord of Andúnié, and an ancestress of Elendil the Tall. The Silmarils were three peerless jewels crafted by Feanor, capturing the light of the two trees of Valinor. The Sylvan Elves were those Nandorin elves who remained east of the Misty Mountains, dwelling in the Vale of Anduin and the Great Greenwood. Their language was the Sylvan tongue. The river celebrant was also called the Silverlode. The small white flower symbol minnow known as Evermind was also called Alpharin and Ilos. The Sindar, or Grey Elves, encompassed all Telerin elves encountered by the returning Noldor in Beleriand, excluding the Green Elves of Osiriand. Their language was Sindarin. The grey elven tongue of Beleriand, Sir Ungren, refers to the river Ungren. The Cyril was the principal river of Númenor, flowing south from the Meneltama. The great river of Beleriand was the Sirion, with its fens, havens, mouths, passes, springs, and valley. Sir Ninglor is the Sindarin name for the Gladden River. Smaug was the great dragon of Erebor, often simply called the Dragon. Smeagol is better known as Gollum. The snowborn river rose beneath the Starkhorn, flowing down through Harrowdale and past Edoras. Sorontil, meaning Eaglehorn, was a high peak on the northern coast of Númenor. Soronto was a Númenórean, son of Elinel and cousin to Tar Unkalima. The South Downs were hills in Eriador south of Bree. The Southern Realm and South Kingdom both refer to Gondor. The South Farthing was one of the 4 divisions of the Shire. Spy Hill is another name for Amon Ether, the star of Arendil. A beacon of hope gave its name to the land of the star Númenor. The star of Elendil, or star of the North Kingdom, refers to the Elendilmere. The stewards of Gondor, recorded in the Book of the Stewards, were also called Arandor. Stock was a village in the Shire at the northern edge of the Marish. The stone of Arendil is the Elessar. The stones are the Palantiri. The Stonewain Valley, a translation of Imrath Gondraich, ran through the Druadan forest at the eastern feet of the Ered Nimrais. The Stores were one of the 3 branches of Hobbit folk. Strawheads was a derogatory name used by Easterlings in Hithlum for the people of Hador. Strider was the name by which Aragorn was known in Bree. Strongbow is another name for Beleg. The Quenya term Sulima refers to the third month in the Númenórean calendar, which aligns with March, also known as Gwaerun. Súrien is an alternate reference for Tar Súrien. The fortress known as the Hornburg was once called Suthburg. The area called Swanfleet is also named Ninin Eilf. In the golden woods of Lothlórien, the Galadrim lived upon wooden platforms, built high in the trees known as Talon in the singular and Talain in the plural. These are similar to structures called flets. North of the hidden realm of Nargothrond lay the Talath Dirnen, or the guarded plain. Fragrant evergreen tree known as Taniqualas was gifted to Númenor by the Eldar hailing from Erisea. The majestic peak of Taniquetil, also called Amon Uilos or Oilos, was the mountain of Manwë in the blessed land of Aman. Among the rulers of Númenor was Tar Alcarin, the 17th to hold the scepter. The sixth ruler, Tar Aldarion, was celebrated as the Mariner King and was honored by the Guild of Venturers as the great captain, also bearing the name Anardil. Tar Amandil, the third ruler, was the grandson of the first king, Elros Tar Miniator. The eighth ruler, Tar Anarion, was the son of Tar Ankalima and Halakar of Hyra Storni, and he was known to have daughters. Tar Ankalima, the seventh ruler, was the first ruling queen. She was the daughter of Tar Aldarion and Erendis, who was also called Emerwen. The 14th ruler was Tar Ankaliman. Following the death of his wife, Queen Tar Vanimelde, Harukalmo seized power and ruled under the name Tar Andúkil. In Gondor, the 12th king was Taranan, who also bore the name Falastur. The 19th ruler of Númenor was Tar Ardamin, known in the Adunaic tongue as Ar Abataric. On a promontory in the region of Nevrast stood Mount Taras, beneath which lay the ancient city of Vinyamar, once the dwelling of Turgon. The headland itself was called Taras Nis. Tar Atanomir, the 13th ruler, was called both the Great and the Unwilling. The Quenya name for Ar Pharazôn was Tar Kalian. The 18th ruler, Tar Kalmasel, was known in Adunaic as Ar Belzagar. Tar Siriatan was the 12th ruler. The fourth ruler, Tar Elendil, was father to Silmarion and Meneldur and was also called Parmete. Erendis was given the poetic name Tar Elestern, meaning Lady of the Starbrow. The Quenya name for Ar Sakalthor was Tar Falashan, and for Ar Adunako it was Tar Herunuman. Tar Hostamir was the Quenya name for Ar Zimrathon, extending from the base of the holy mountain. Menoltama were 5 ridges known as the Tama Sundar, or roots of the pillar. The 5th ruler, Tar Meneldur, was an astronomer and the father of Tar Aldarion. He was also called Elentirmo and Iraman. Tar Ministir, the 11th ruler, famously dispatched a great fleet to challenge Sauron. The first ruler of Númenor was Elros, who took the name Tar Miniatur. Tar Miriel was the daughter of Tar Palantir. She was forcibly married to Ar Pharazôn, and as his queen was given the Adunaic name Ar Zimrafel, the birth name of King Roman Datzil I was Tarostar. The 24th ruler, Tar Palantir, turned away from the pride of his predecessors and took a Quenya name meaning he who looks afar in Adunaic. He was called Ar Inziladun. The 9th ruler was Tar Surion. The 15th ruler, Tar Telemater, meaning silver-handed, was so named for his deep fondness for silver. The Quenya name for Ar Gimilzor was Tar Telemnar. The 10th ruler and second ruling queen was Tar Telperion. Tar Vanimelde was the 16th ruler and the third ruling queen. The dark and dreaded Mirkwood was known in Sindarin as Tauri en Daedalus, the forest of the great fear, also called Taura Nufuin, meaning forest under night. This same name, Tor Nufuin, was also applied to the region of Dorthonion after its corruption. West of the river Narog, above the halls of Nargothrond, lay the wooded highlands of Tor en Faroth, often called simply the Faroth or the High Faroth. The Druadan forest was known as Tawar in Druadain. The Sylvan elves were sometimes referred to as the Tawarwaith, or forest people. The river Teiglin, a tributary of the mighty Sirion, originated in the Ered Wethrin Mountains and formed the southern boundary of the forest of Brethil at the crossings of Teiglin. The road to Nargothrond traversed the river. A renowned dwarfsmith from Nogrod named Telchar crafted many legendary items. The High Elven name for Celeborn was Teleporno. The Teleri, also known as the Lindar or the Third Clan, were the third group of the Eldar to undertake the great journey from Cuivienen. Their people included the elves of Alcolonde in Aman, as well as the Sindar and Nandor who remained in Middle-earth. The language of the Teleri is called Telerin. The elder of the two trees of Valinor was Telperion, the white tree, also referred to in Quenya as Telperion. Telemitar, the 28th ruler of Gondor, earned the title Umbar Dasil, meaning conqueror of Umbar, following his decisive triumph over the Corsair fleets in the year 1810 of the Third Age. Thane's book represents a specially commissioned copy of the Red Book of Westmarch delivered to King Elisar by the Thane Peregrine Took upon his retirement to the Southern Realm. This volume later received extensive scholarly annotations within the libraries of Minas Tirith. The term Thangale refers to the shield fence, a disciplined defensive formation famously employed by the Dunedain warriors, Thangorodrim. The Mountains of Tyranny were vast peaks raised by the dark power of Morgoth above his fortress of Angband, only to be shattered during the cataclysmic conflict that concluded the First Age. The once bustling river port of Tharbad, situated where the great north-south road bridged the river Gwathlo, lay in complete ruin and abandonment by the time of the War of the Ring, its famous bridge crumbling into the waters. Among the dwarves, Gandalf was known by the name Tharkun, or Staffman. Thengel served as the 16th king of Rohan and was father to Theoden, the 17th king who would meet his end on the Pelennor fields. His line continued with Teodred, Theoden's son, who fell during the first battle at the fords of Isen, and with Theodwyn, Thengel's daughter, who became the mother of the famed siblings Eomer and Eowyn Thingol, known as Greycloak, was the name taken by Elwë, the brother of Olwë, who led a host of the Teleri from Cuivienen and later established the hidden kingdom of Doriath in Beleriand. In a different vein of leadership, Thorin Oakenshield, a dwarf of the royal house of Durin and a king in exile, famously led the quest to reclaim Erebor, ultimately perishing in the subsequent Battle of Five Armies. High above the peaks of the Chrysigrim ruled Thorondor, the majestic lord of the eagles. The name Thorongil, Eagle of the Star, was used by Aragorn during his years of service to steward Ecthelion II in Gondor, a period where he honed his skills in statecraft and strategy, often walking the ramparts of the White City in quiet contemplation. The dwarf kings Thrain I and Thrain II, both of Durin's line, held significant but tragic legacies. The first became king under the mountain, while the second, father to Thorin, died a prisoner in the dungeons of Dol Guldur. Thranduil, the Sindarin elf king who ruled the Sylvan elves in northern Mirkwood, was father to Legolas, and his halls were said to be filled with both light and a deep, watchful silence. His predecessor, Thror, king under the mountain when Smaug arrived, was slain in Moria by the orc Azog, an act that ignited a lasting feud. Turin, son of Hurin, was given the name Thurin the Secret by Finduilas in Nargothrond, one of many epithets he accumulated during his sorrowful life, including Turambar, Master of Doom. The island fortress of Tol Sirion gained a darker fame as Tol in Garhoth, the Isle of Werewolves, after its capture by Sauron. Other notable isles include Tol Falas in the Bay of Belfalas and Tol Uainen in the eastern Bay of Romena in Númenor. The Took family, a prominent hobbit clan of the Shire's Westfarthing, produced many adventurous souls. The grim towers of the Teeth stood sentinel on either side of the Black Gate of Mordor. In the far north, the gentle giant Treebeard, also called Fangorn, watched over the forests of his domain. The season of Tueli marked the beginning of the year's cycle, a time of renewal. The valley of Tumalad in West Beleriand was the site of a crushing defeat for the army of Nargothrond. Tuor, guided by Voronwy, reached the hidden city of Gondolin with a warning from Ulmo. He wed Idril, daughter of King Turgon, and with her and their son Erendil escaped the city's fiery destruction. Turgon himself, the hidden king, ruled Gondolin from its founding until its fall. The saga of Turin, son of Hurin and Morwen, is a central tragedy recounted in the Narn-i-Hin Hurin. His ship, Hirilonde was humorously nicknamed Turophanto, the wooden whale, during its construction by Aldarion. The Barrow Downs were known in Sindarin as Tirn Gorthad, and the two kingdoms historically referred to Arnor and Gondor. The light of the world once came from the two trees of Valinor, Laurelin, and Telperion. Finally, the delicate white flower known as Oilus was also called Alfirin and Cymbalmini, or Evermind, a blossom that persistently grows where the dead rest, a quiet testament to memory in a world of epic deeds and forgotten ruins. Yunan, the Maya known as the Lady of the Seas, was the spouse of Osse. Those Númenóreans who formed the Guild of Venturers were often called the Uinendili, or lovers of Oinan, for their devotion to her. Valandil, the Lord of Andunia, gave the name Uinainiel, meaning daughter of Uinain, to Arendis, a shepherd named Ulbar, who served Halatan of Hierostorni, left that life to become a mariner under King Tar Aldarion. Ulbar's wife is mentioned but not named. Uldor, called the Accursed, was a chieftain of the Easterlings who met his end during the Battle of Unnumbered Tears. Ulmo, the Lord of Waters, is one of the great Valar, often referred to as the Dweller in the Deep. Among the outlaws known as the Garwaith, whom Turin joined, was a man named Olrad, the great haven of Umbar, a natural fortress south of the Bay of Belfalas, was established by the Númenóreans. For much of the Third Age it was held by diverse peoples hostile to Gondor, known as the Corsairs of Umbar. The title Umbardasil is also associated with King Telimitar. The Anduin River makes two great westward bends between the Brown Lands and the wold of Rohan, known as the North and South Undeeps. In Rohan, the term Underking was used, while the Undying Lands refer to Aman and Tol Eressëa, also called the Undying Realm. The word Una translates to Nomen. The great spider Ungoliant, in league with Melkor, destroyed the two trees of Valinor. In the Númenórean calendar, the 8th month, corresponding to August, was called Arima in Quenya. The term Uruks is the common speech form for the Uruk-hai, a formidable breed of large and powerful orcs. Húrin and Morwen named their daughter Erwen, though she was called Lalaith and died as a child. The 20th king of Gondor, Valakar, married Vidumavi of the Northmen, a union that later sparked the civil war called the Kinstrife. The first lord of Andúni was Valandil, son of Silmarion, and his wife is noted. Another Valandil was the youngest son of Isildur and the third king of Arnor. The Valar are the ruling powers of Arda, the lords of the west. Their land in Aman is Valinor, and its people are Valinorian. The event known as the Darkening of Valinor was a great tragedy. The Valley of the Tombs is also named Nuarinan. Valmar is the city of the Valar within Valinor. The Vanyar were the first of the three kindreds of the Eldar to undertake the great journey from Cuivianen. They all departed Middle-earth for Aman. Greatest of the Valier, or queens of the Valar, is Vardar, the maker of the stars and spouse of Manwë. Vardamir, called Nolimon for his love of law, was the son of Elros Tar Miniator. He is counted as the second ruler of Númenor, though he never took the throne. The fragrant evergreen tree known as Vardariana was brought to Númenor by the Eldar of Eressëa Veantor, captain of the king's ships under Tar Elendil and grandfather to Tar Aldarion, commanded the first Númenórean vessel to return to Middle-earth. The Brotherhood of Mariners formed by Tar Aldarion was the Guild of Venturers, also known as the Uinendili. A Northman chieftain named Vidugavia, meaning wood dweller, was called the King of Ruvanion. His daughter, Vidumavi or Wood Maiden, wed King Valakar of Gondor. Vilya, the Ring of Air or the Blue Ring, was one of the three rings of the elves, born first by Gil-galad and later by Elrond. At the mouth of the river Gwathlo, Tar Aldarion established the harbour of Vignalonde, or New Haven, later called Londare. In Navrast, Turgon's house was named Vinyamar, or New Dwelling. The fourth Númenórean month, corresponding to April, was called Virasé in Quenya. An elf of Gondolin named Voron Ware was the sole survivor of 7 ships sent west after the Nirnaeth Arnawidiad. He met Tuor at Vinyamar and guided him to the hidden city. Another bearing the name Voronwi was Mardil, the first ruling steward of Gondor. The Wainriders were an Easterling people who launched invasions against Gondor in the 19th and 20th centuries of the Third Age. The bitter conflict known as the War of the Dwarves and the Orcs is recorded, as is the War of the Jewels, the prolonged struggle in Beleriand fought by the Noldor for the Silmarils. The War of the Last Alliance is detailed under the entry for the Last Alliance, and the War of the Ring is referenced with the Rings of Power. A period of relative quiet from the year 2063 to 2460 of the Third Age, when Sauron departed Dol Guldur, is called the Watchful Peace. In Eriador, the Weather Hills include the southernmost peak, Amon Sul, which is also known as Weathertop. The term Westernesse refers to the translation of Numenor, often called the Isle of Westernesse. Westfold is a region within Rohan, encompassing the slopes and fields that stretch between the peaks of Thriern above the Hornburg and the royal seat of Edoras, known for its mustering of riders. The Westlands is a broad expression. In the context of Numenor, it relates to Andustar, while in Middle-earth it generally describes the lands lying west of the great river Anduin. In the military organization of the Rohirrim, the Westmark constitutes the western half of the kingdom, with its own muster and a marshal to command its forces. The common tongue spoken across the northwest of Middle-earth is called Westron, represented in translation by modern English and detailed in the appendices, often referred to as the common speech. The White Council denotes the gatherings of the wise, which convened periodically from the year 2463 of the Third Age until 2953, typically just called the Council. This should not be confused with a much earlier assembly that also bore the same title. The title White Lady can refer to the elf queen Galadriel, or, in the Tales of Numenor, to Erendis as the White Lady of Emeria. Saruman is known as the White Messenger. The White Ring is the name for the elven ring Nenya. The lineage of the White Tree is storied. Originating from Telperion in Valinor, a descendant was brought to Tol Eressëa named Celeborn, and from there the tree Nimloth was planted in Numenor. Mim, the dwarf, used the term wild elves for the Avari, the dark elves who refused the great journey. In Rohan, the term wild lands described the untamed territories west of the Gap of Rohan. Turin, in his wanderings, once called himself the wild man of the woods, when he first encountered the men of Bretil. Wild men can refer specifically to the mysterious Drúdain, or more generally to Easterling tribes from beyond Anduin. The wise encompassed the Istari, or wizards, and the greatest of the Eldar remaining in Middle-earth, who formed the White Council. The dreaded Witch King was the lord of the Nazgul and the ruler of Angmar. The great eagles that circled the Menel Tama in Numenor were called the Witnesses of Manwë. The wizards, also known as the Istari, belonged to the Order of Wizards. The Wold is the northern expanse of the Eastemnet in Rohan, a vast open plain. Carcharoth, the monstrous wolf of Angband, is often called simply the Wolf. The Wolf Folk was a name given to certain Easterlings in Dor Lomin, and Wolfmen is another term for the outlaw band known as the Gaowaith. Orc riders mounted on wolves were fearsomely called Wolf Riders. In the Shire, Woodhall is a village nestled at the base of the woody end slopes. The Wood of Anwar is another name for Firion Wood surrounding the hill of Amon Anwar. Woodmen were dwellers in various forests, those south of the river Teiglin harassed by outlaws, the men of Brethil, and those who lived within the vast expanse of Greenwood the Great. The treacherous counsellor Grima was aptly nicknamed Wormtongue. The primitive Druidain were also called Woses. Yavanna is one of the Valiae, the queens of the Valar, and the spouse of the smith Aule. Yavanamira, or Jewel of Yavanna, was a fragrant evergreen tree bearing scarlet fruit, brought as a gift to Numenor. Yavannia is the Quenya name for the 9th month in the Númenórean calendar, corresponding to September. The Year of Lamentation marks the time of the catastrophic battle known as the Nirnath Arnuwediad. The elvish solar year begins with a day called Yestar, and the Adunaic name for Numenor was Yozayan, meaning land of gift. An elderly woman named Zamin served in the household of Erendis. A list of works by J.R.R. Tolkien includes The Hobbit, Leaf by Nigel, His essay on fairy stories, Farmer Giles of Ham, The Homecoming of Beorhtnoth, The Lord of the Rings, The Adventures of Tom Bombadil, The Road Goes Ever On, created with Donald Swan, and Smith of Wootton Major, works published after his death encompass Sir Gawain, Pearl and Sir Orfeo, The Father Christmas Letters, The Silmarillion, pictures by J.R.R. Tolkien, Unfinished Tales, The Letters of J.R.R. Tolkien, Mr. Bliss, Finn and Hengest, the essay collection The Monsters and the Critics, Roverandom, and The Legend of Sigurd and Gudrun. The multi-volume scholarly work, The History of Middle-earth, edited by Christopher Tolkien, comprises I, The Book of Lost Tales, Part 1, 3, The Book of Lost Tales, Part 2, 3, The Lays of Beleriand, 4, The Shaping of Middle-earth, v. The Lost Road and Other Writings, 4, The Return of the Shadow, 7, The Treason of Isengard, 8, The War of the Ring, Knight Sauron Defeated, Ex Morgoth's Ring, Alessive, The War of the Jewels, and 12, The Peoples of Middle-earth. Copyright is held by the J.R.R. Tolkien Copyright Trust and C.R. Tolkien. The trademark and name are registered. This paperback edition was published in 1998, with the work first published in Great Britain in 1980. The copyright for this work is held by the Tolkien Estate Limited. This digital edition is published under license and all international copyright protections apply. Access to the text is granted for personal reading only. Reproduction, distribution, or any form of copying, whether by electronic or mechanical means, is strictly prohibited without prior written consent from the publisher. HarperCollins Publishers operates globally, with offices in Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and the United States. My current understanding is that the area labelled the Ice Bay of Foroshal on my initial map represented merely a fraction of that vast northern inlet. The true Bay of Foroshal, described elsewhere as immense, stretched far further into the northeast. Its shores were defined by the Great Cape of Foroshal, whose unnamed tip is the only part that previously appeared. Another of my father's sketches depicts the northern coastline curving dramatically east-northeast from this cape, with its most distant point lying hundreds of miles north of Carndum. The term Forward Waith, which appears but once, originally referred to the ancient peoples of the far north, with the snowmen of Foroshal being their last descendants. This Sindarin word could denote both a land and its inhabitants. In one sketch, it is directly equated with the northern waste, and in another, it is simply called Northerland. The Glanduin, or border river, descended from the misty mountains south of Moria to meet the Methethel near Tharbad. This name was absent from the original map, appearing only in an appendix. It seems that in 1969 my father provided the illustrator Pauline Baines with a list of additional names for her decorated map. This list included Edhelland, Arndrast, Old Pukelland, Lond Dare, Arran Vaughan, the River Adorn, Swanfleet, and the River Glanduin. The last three were later, somewhat puzzlingly, added to the original book map. While the Adorn was correctly placed, Swanfleet and River Glanduin were mistakenly assigned to the upper reaches of the River Isen. The proper relationship between Glanduin and Swanfleet is clarified in other notes in the early centuries of the kingdoms. The most efficient route between them for anything less than a full army was by sea. Ships would sail to the ancient port at the head of the Gwathlo estuary and then upriver to the fortified river port of Tharbad. From there, travellers used the Great North-South Road. That original seaport with its massive, crumbling quays was among the oldest Númenórean settlements, first established by the great mariner King Tarl Darien. It was later expanded and fortified, a testament to a forgotten age of exploration. Meanwhile, at Tharbad, immense effort had been spent to create a harbour capable of handling ocean-going vessels. A formidable fort was raised on great earthen mounds on both banks, standing guard over the once celebrated bridge of Tharbad, a lonely sentinel in a landscape slowly reclaiming the works of men. The ancient port was known as Lund Dare Inedd, the great central haven, situated between the northern lands of Linden and the southern river city of Pelagia on the Anduin. In the elven tongues, the word for swan was alf in Sindarin, with ilf as its plural and alqua in Quenya, as seen in the name Alqualonde. The Tellerin dialect transformed the original key W sound into a P, while the Sindarin language, much altered over the ages in Middle-earth, shifted certain consonant sounds following L and R. This linguistic evolution turned the original Ulqua into Alpa for the Teleri and Alf for the Sindar. It is reasonable to assume that Gimli, travelling from his original homeland in the Blue Mountains, would have journeyed through the Shire. The harsh, long winter of 2758-59 is recorded as it impacted Rohan, with the annals noting that Gandalf arrived to assist the Shire folk. A line present in the original manuscript, possibly omitted by error in later copies, referenced Gandalf's later comment regarding Smaug's unfamiliarity with hobbits, noting ascent unplaceable, at least to Smaug, the great foe of the dwarves. These titles were specific to matters of military structure. Their territorial limit followed the Snowbourn River to its meeting with the Entwash, and then northward along that great stream. This was the site of Uall's original hall. After his son Brego moved the court to Edoras, it came into the possession of Eofor, Brego's third son, from whom Eomund, father of Eomer, traced his lineage. The folder was a royal domain, yet Oldburg persisted as the most practical headquarters for assembling the forces of the East Mark. This was the situation when Eomer rode out after the orcs who had taken Meriadoc and Peregrine captive, descending from the Emin mule into Rohan. Eomer declared to Aragorn, "I led out my Eord, men sworn to my own house." Those unaware of the recent turmoil at court naturally believed the troops sent westward were under Eomer's command as the sole remaining marshal. This perception is reflected in the report of Saul, the rider who met the reinforcements from Edoras and relayed the news of the second battle at the fords of Isen. King Theoden convened a swift council of his marshals and captains before even pausing to eat, a meeting left undescribed since Meriadoc was not in attendance to witness it. Grimbold, a valiant commander of the Westmark Riders under Prince Theodred, was elevated to a marshal's rank following his bravery at the fords. The king needed a figure of respect and authority to remain and oversee Rohan's defences, a role for which the older Erkenbrand was perhaps less suited. Grimbold does not appear in the main narrative until the marshalling of the Rohirrim before the great battle at Minas Tirith. An apparent contradiction exists regarding the land of Enedwaith, while it is stated here to have been part of Gondor during the time of the kings. It is elsewhere said the kingdom's western border was the river Isen. Another source clarifies that Enedwaith belonged to neither kingdom, describing instead a primitive fisher folk dwelling between the rivers Gwathlo and Isen. No direct link is made there between these people and the Druidaean, who are recorded as inhabiting the peninsula of Andrast south of the Isen's mouth well into the Third Age. The Dunlendings are noted as a remnant of the oldest inhabitants of the White Mountains, kin to the spectral dead men of Dunharrow. During the Dark Years, some of their people migrated to the southern vales of the Misty Mountains, with a few wandering as far north as the lonely Barrow Downs. From these people sprang the men of Bree. Though many generations before the time of this tale, they had sworn fealty to the North Kingdom of Arnor and adopted the common speech as their own. Only in the rugged hills of Dunland did this ancient folk cling to their original language and customs, living as a hidden and suspicious people who harboured a deep-seated enmity for the Dunedain and a bitter hatred for the Rohirrim. The stronghold was known by the name Glamsgrafu, while the fortress itself was called Soothburg, later renamed the Hornburg following the reign of King Helm. The term Glimsgrafu, where the sk is spoken as sh, derives from an old tongue and translates to caves of radiance, mirroring the meaning of Aglarond. Raids against the garrison stationed on the western bank were a frequent nuisance, yet they were seldom pursued with full force. Their true purpose was to divert the attention of the Rohirrim away from threats gathering in the north. A more detailed chronicle of these incursions into Gondor and Rohan can be found within the appendices of the larger legendarium.